This, one of the industrial dynasties, is also a newspaper dynasty. A quarrel within the McCormick family over claims to Cyrus McCormick's Reaper many years ago divided it into two warring factions, one of which retained its hold over the McCormick Harvester Works and the other of which became associated with Joseph Medill's Chicago Tribune. Community of interests appear to have healed this breach. Catherine Medill, daughter of Joseph Medill, married Robert S. McCormick, diplomat, and Eleanor Medill, another daughter, married Robert W. Patterson, an editor of the Tribune. The issues of the first marriage were Medill McCormick, United States Senator and editor of the Tribune, now deceased, and Robert R. McCormick, the present publisher of the Tribune. Issues of the second marriage were Joseph Medill Patterson and Eleanor Patterson. Patterson today is the publisher of the New York Daily News, which has the largest newspaper circulation in America, and Eleanor Patterson is the chief editor of Hearst's Washington Herald. Hearst recently leased the paper to her. Although the Chicago Tribune and the New York Daily News are owned by the same group, their policies often differ, in deference to local prejudices and the local requirements of the owners. The Tribune, which has the second largest circulation of any American newspaper, was bitterly anti-New Deal in 1936 while the Daily News was a New Deal supporter. Some of the differences between the two newspapers stem from the dissimilar personalities of Patterson and McCormick. Patterson was once a liberal reformer, who turned socialist after holding office in the Dunn administration in Chicago, 1905-07. After serving in the World War, from which he emerged as a captain, Patterson settled down to make the Daily News, founded in IGIG. 263. In order to elude wartime income surtaxes, a paying proposition. McCormick, who was president of the $60 million Chicago Sanitary District from 1905 to 1910, has always been a conformist and reactionary. So intransigent has McCormick been in Chicago's turbulent journalistic and political affairs that in recent years, fearing assassination, he has been driven like a Chinese warlord in an armored car between his office and his Wheaton, Illinois, estate. However, this is not extraordinary, as most of the wealthy families surround themselves today with private armed guards. The Chicago Tribune from 1900 to 1912, faced by the violent encroachments of Hearst gunmen on its circulation bailiwick, elected to defend its position with hireling guns, and in a period of bloody warfare extending in its phase of climax over more than 2 years, Chicago gang warfare was born. Chicago gangsters were former newspaper gunmen, who learned from the publisher's lawyers how to circumvent the law. Chicago Tribune ownership is vested in 2,000 shares of stock, of $100 par value each, of which 1,050 were left in the Medill Trust, founded in 1899 by Joseph Medill, to Robert W. Patterson and Robert S. McCormick and their wives. The 4 children of both unions have since inherited. Medill McCormick, eldest son of Robert S., married Ruth Hanna, a daughter of Mark Hanna, who was himself a newspaper proprietor and whose family retains social and political status mainly by press ownership. Ruth Hanna now participates, since the death of her first husband, in Tribune profits as well as in those of the Rockford, Morning Star and the Rockford Register-Republican, which she owns on her own account. None of the trust beneficiaries owns any stock, except for 10 directors qualifying shares held by McCormick and Eleanor Patterson, a useful arrangement for evading inheritance taxes. Only income is received, and this will in future be passed on to heirs through the establishment of additional trusts. Medill McCormick in 1925, for example, established for his wife a trust the sole function of which is to relay income received from the Medill Trust. The next largest slice of the Chicago Tribune is owned by the Lloyd family, for whose account 500 shares exist. Henry Demarest Lloyd, editor of the Tribune who wrote the first exposure of Rock. 264 America's 60 Families Feller and was the first of the muckrakers, married a daughter of William Bross, who owned the Chicago Democratic Press, merged in 1858 with the Tribune which Medill founded in 1847. One of Lloyd's sons is William Bross Lloyd, former radical who has been called Chicago's millionaire communist although he is no longer a member of the Communist Party. The Lloyds, and the Cowles family, which owns 305 shares, have nothing to say about the management or the policies of the two papers, but they endorse them. Patterson and McCormick for a time owned Liberty magazine, on which they consistently lost money. They exchanged this publication with Bernard McFadden for the Detroit Mirror, a tabloid, which they discontinued after losing $2 million in 16 months. They could afford to lose, however, as the earnings of the Chicago and New York newspapers were $10 million in 1928 and in 1929, and were $6,700,000 in 1933, when each of the 2000 Chicago Tribune Incorporated shares had a value of $26,800. The Chicago Tribune is the most violently reactionary newspaper in the country and enjoys a virtual monopoly in its local morning field. It shamelessly distorts news, twists facts, and suppresses information in the interests of Robert R. McCormick and his class, as we shall see presently. For antisocial bias, no newspaper could conceivably be worse than the Chicago Tribune. Guggenheim family. Very little is known of the press interests of the Guggenheim family, and it is probable that this group, like the Bakers, Fishers, Fields, Vanderbilts, Berwines, Wideners, and others, has been content to string along journalistically behind J.P. Morgan and Company. Yet in localities where the Guggenheims have had mining and political interests, they have taken a direct ownership of newspapers. The Guggenheims, for example, owned the Leadville Herald Democrat prior to the election of Senator Guggenheim by means of fraud and bribery, according to Harvey O'Connor, the Guggenheim's biographer. As it was the custom for mine proprietors throughout the West to own publications in all the regions where they had profitable titles, it is probable that the Guggenheims have owned or subsidized other publications. 265. But in recent years the Guggenheims have been content to make their major press influence felt by joining other wealthy families in the financing of propaganda campaigns to which newspaper publishers are hospitable. Congress in 1919, for example, conducted an investigation of the National Security League, which had used the press to make a broadside newspaper attack upon the nation's legislature. It was found that the League was financed by Henry H. Rogers, William K. Vanderbilt, T. Coleman DuPont, Henry Clay Frick, Simon and Daniel Guggenheim, George W. Perkins, J. Pierpont Morgan, Nicholas F. Brady, and John D. Rockefeller. These were the very elements that had drawn huge profits from the war and expected to profit by the maintenance of huge armaments, the issue in question at the moment. Through Bernard M. Baruch, who gave $47,500, the Guggenheims contributed to the League to Enforce Peace, formed in 1915 to carry on a systematic press campaign for drawing the United States into the war. Other contributors, and the amounts of their contributions, according to the findings of the Kenyon Committee, were Edward A. Filene, $28,100, Mrs. S. V. Harkness, $15,500, Edward S. Harkness, $15,500, Jacob H. Schiff, $11,750, Charles M. Schwab, munitions, $10,000, Adolph Louis Sohn, copper, $8,000, Cleveland H. Dodge, copper, $7,000, Felix M. Warburg, $7,000, Arthur Curtis James, copper, $5,500, James Couzens, Ford Motors, $5,000 and $5,000 each from Edsel B. Ford, Harold F. McCormick, Chauncey H. McCormick, J.P. Morgan, Dwight W. Morrow, and Willard Straight, and $4,500 from Samuel A. Louis Sohn. Most of the wealthy families participate, of course, in these heavily financed press campaigns, which often have as their objective the mobilizing of mass support behind policies which are contrary to the very interests of the majority of the reading public. Curtisbach Dynasty. The Curtisbach family, even more than the journalistic branch of the McCormick family, owes the wealth that places it among the 61st families primarily to journalism. The McCormicks rose on the shoulders of the reaper, the box rose solely on the power of the printed word. The secret of the journalistic success of the Kerr. 266. Tis box has been that they have catered to ingrained middle-class prejudices, in the service of the wealthiest persons in the land. This propaganda has been conducted specifically for individuals, and generally for a whole class. In its rise to power, this family has been very closely associated with Drexel and Company, the Philadelphia branch of J.P. Morgan and Company. Cyrus H. K. Curtis started the Ladies' Home Journal in 1875, and in 1897 he bought the Saturday Evening Post for $1,000. In 1911 he bought the Country Gentleman, and in 1913 acquired the Philadelphia Public Ledger from Adolph S. Oakes. For many years the Curtis family had a semi-monopoly on Philadelphia newspapers. In all, more than 7 Philadelphia newspapers passed into the hands of the Curtis family, which in 1922 acquired the New York Evening Post, held it for 10 years, and sold it to J. David Stern, publisher of the Philadelphia Record and the Camden Courier. The Evening Ledger was started soon after the Public Ledger was acquired, and then was merged with the Philadelphia Evening Telegraph. The Ledger then took over the Philadelphia North American and also the Press. In 1930 the Enquirer was purchased from the Elverson family, was resold to them, and in 1936 was sold for $15 million to Moses L. Onnenberg, former general circulation manager of the Hearst publications. The 3 widely circulating national magazines owned by the Curtis family give it an enormous influence outside of Philadelphia. Politically, the family has been uniformly Republican. Socially, it has been reactionary. The present business head of the clan is John C. Martin. Lehman family. Although not conspicuously connected with publishing, this banking family stands close to the New York Times, as it is the outstanding interest in the Kimberly-Clark Corporation, a paper-making enterprise which, with the New York Times, jointly controls the Spruce Falls Power and Paper Company. The latter supplies the Times with its enormous newsprint requirements. With Goldman, Sachs, and Company, Lehman Brothers take an active interest in the Cuneo Press Incorporated, and in Condé Nast Publications Incorporated, which issues Vogue, merged with Vanity Fair, and House and Garden. Edward W. Bok, however, supported Woodrow Wilson, and Curtis B. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Pier A. 267. Hearst, Paul Bloch, etc. The Hearst family does not belong with the first 60 families in point of wealth, but rather with the 90 families of the secondary group. Hearst, however, has exercised journalistic power far beyond the due of his personal fortune, which is probably less than $30 million net. The Hearst fortune, unlike the great Curtis Bok accumulation, which is unique in this respect, was not made in journalism. It originated in the 19th century mining fortune assembled by Senator George Hearst of California. The principal sources of this fortune were the Comstock Lode and the Homestake Mining Company, although there were also other rich mines, notably the Anaconda, which figured in its upbuilding. William Randolph Hearst today, despite the huge aggregation of newspaper and magazine properties he controls, is not primarily a newspaper publisher at all, although popularly regarded as such. The main Hearst financial interest exists in the form of large shareholdings in the Homestake Mining Company, of Lead, St., and the Cerro de Pasco Copper Corporation, of Peru. Subsidiary financial interests exist in the form of real estate and newspaper properties, most of the latter mortgaged or pledged against preferred stock issues and bank loans. Hearst, in short, belongs, by reason of the source and basis of his riches, to the inner camp of great wealth, although up to the end of the World War he functioned as an independent industrialist, bludgeoning his way to political and economic power by the ruthless mobilization of his newspapers against all, rich or poor, who opposed him. The expansion of banking capital, however, has involved Hearst in its folds, and today he is obligated to the Chase National Bank and the National City Bank for huge sums, as is shown in recent reports filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Without the assistance of the big banks and the families behind them he would be unable to move. With the Hearst chain, Banking capital completes its general envelopment of the American press, although there are many individual cases yet to be surveyed wherein banking capital affects direct contact with the press. The Hearst newspaper chain consists of the 268 following: in New York City, the Journal, the Mirror, and the American, discontinued as a daily in June, 1937, but still appearing in a Sunday edition. In Upper New York State, the Syracuse Journal and the Syracuse Sunday American, the Albany Times-Union, and the Rochester Journal * and Sunday American, * in Chicago, the American and the Herald Examiner. In California, the Los Angeles Examiner and the Herald Express, the San Francisco Call Bulletin and Examiner, and the Oakland Post-Inquirer. Further north on the Pacific Coast, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer functions as a unit of the Hearst chain. In Pittsburgh, the Sun-Telegraph and the Post-Gazette, in Milwaukee, the Wisconsin News and the Sentinel, in Omaha, the B-News, in San Antonio, the Light, in Washington, D.C., the Herald and the Times, in Boston, the Record and Sunday Advertiser, in Baltimore, the News and Post and the Sunday American, and in Atlanta, the Georgian are links in the Hearst chain. In the magazine field, Hearst controls Cosmopolitan, Good Housekeeping, circulation more than 2 million, Pictorial Review and Delineator, Harper's Bazaar, Motor, Motor Boating, American Druggist, American Architect, Town and Country, and Home and Field. In England, he controls The Connoisseur, Nash's, and Good Housekeeping. In the radio field, Hearst owns nearly a dozen broadcasting stations. Paul Block, Hearst's publishing agent for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and the Milwaukee Sentinel, operates, controls, and partly owns the Toledo Blade, the Newark Star-Eagle, the Duluth News-Tribune, the Toledo Times, and the Duluth Herald. Hearst is thought to have an interest in the last five. Hearst has illustrated very thoroughly in his career an axiom in the relation of all the magnates to their newspaper properties: it is not necessary, although it is desirable, to show a profit. Hearst has consistently continued publishing many commercially unprofitable enterprises, of which at least 10 can be counted. The unprofitable newspapers, however, have provided political influence, and losses have been made up by the profitable properties, by tax deductions in consolidated holding company income tax returns, and by the revenues from the Hearst gold and copper mines. In short, these unprofitable Hearst newspapers have been subsidized. Munsey, too, in his day purchased for extravagant sums unprofitable properties, but his prime purpose was less to make a profit than to provide an outlet for some Morgan thesis. Although failing to show a commercial profit on its books, a newspaper may be profitable to its owner in its confidential political phases. The Hearst journalistic domain also includes syndicated news and feature services. Among these are International News Service, Universal Service, and King Feature Service. There is also the American Weekly, a magazine with a circulation of more than 5 million copies, which accompanies Hearst Sunday editions. More than 10 million persons read Hearst newspapers or magazines, or more than 10% of the adult population of the nation. Hearst's policies from the beginning, when he was given the San Francisco Examiner by his father in 1887, have been reactionary, antisocial, and narrowly selfish. Since the World War, the Hearst newspapers have functioned solely on behalf of the camp of big wealth, campaigning for sales taxes, against unemployment relief, etc. In recent years they have become, notably, the special organs for the less literate dupes of the boisterously reactionary Liberty League. Mills reads. The Mills-Reed family owns the New York Herald Tribune, principal national organ of the Republican Party, and the Paris Herald. The New York Tribune was purchased in 1872 from Horace Greeley by Whitelaw Reid, editor and diplomat, who in 1881 married a daughter of Darius O. Mills, successful California mining prospector. The male issue of this marriage, now the head of the family, is Ogden Reed, editor-in-chief of the Herald Tribune. A minority stockholder is Ogden L. Mills, also a grandson of Darius O. Mills. The family, among the first 60 families in extent of wealth, is exceptionally influential politically, as was illustrated when Ogden L. Mill succeeded Andrew W. Mellon as Secretary of the Treasury. Mrs. White Loreed for many years after her husband's death published the New York Tribune at a deficit, subsidizing it with funds from her large personal investment revenues. In 1924 the Herald was bought from Muncie for $5 million, and the merged 270 combination has since been highly profitable. Partly in consideration of the purchase price, the Reeds gave Muncie their personal note for an undisclosed large sum, and upon Muncie's death this note came into the possession of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It is still outstanding. In the 1928-29 boom period the Reeds borrowed additional money from the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company for the building of a newspaper plant. Upon coming due in 1933 the Metropolitan Museum note placed the Herald Tribune under direct obligation to the financial guardian of the Metropolitan Museum, J.P. Morgan and Company. It has been held open for a period of more than 3 years, according to reliable reports, but no announcement has been made of its subsequent history, although it has not been liquidated. Quite apart from this note, whose existence is not reported in the Herald Tribune's statement of ownership, the Reeds have always been very friendly with J.P. Morgan and Company, with some of whose interests their extensive investments are interlocked. The Herald Tribune, in point of fact, by reason of this note as well as because of other material considerations, must be regarded as a newspaper under strong Morgan influence. Instances of this influence will be cited, but in general the editorial policies of the Herald Tribune are always those of the inner clique of finance capital that rules the Republican Party. Tafts, Hannas, Metcalfs, Clarks, and Jerrys. The Taft family owns the Cincinnati Times-Star, whose chief competitor is the Cincinnati Enquirer, owned by the estate of John R. McLean, public utilities promoter. Charles P. Taft, half-brother of former President Taft and a lawyer concerned in various Morgan transactions and in the affairs of the Republican Party, since 1880 owned the paper, which is now directed by Hulbert Taft. The M.C. Lean family, incidentally, also owned the Washington Post for many years until its sale in 1932 to Eugene Meyer of the Guggenheim Camp. From 1911 to 1930 the McLeans, who were joined by marriage to the Walsh mining fortune, and whose titular head was involved in the Teapot Dome imbroglio, also owned the Cincinnati Commercial Tribune, which espoused the Republican Party while the Enquirer supported the Democratic Party. The Hanna family owns the Cleveland News and the Cleveland Plain Dealer, published by Daniel R. Carl and Mark Hanna, grandsons of Mark Hanna. The Plain Dealer has a part interest in 2 Cleveland radio stations. Marcus Alonzo Hanna I was a newspaper publisher, like so many other magnates and politicos of the 19th century. Just before the Garfield campaign of 1880 Hanna acquired the Cleveland Herald, which had been owned by Richard C. Parsons, a political figure, and William P. Fogg, a crockery manufacturer. These two sold the newspaper to a group composed of J. H. Wade, founder of the Western Union Telegraph System, Henry Chisholm, founder of the Cleveland Rolling Mill, John D. Rockefeller and Henry M. Flagler of the Standard Oil Company, Amasa Stone, father-in-law of John Hay, S. T. Everett, Dan P. Eels, a banker, Elias Sims, part owner of the West Side Street Railway of Cleveland, and Mark Hanna. The Herald lost money and influence, and was eventually given into the sole control of Hanna, who became president of the publishing company in 1880. In order to improve the property Hanna hired away the best members of the Cleveland Leader staff. Edwin Cowles, editor and owner of the Leader, resenting this maneuver, opened fire on Hanna, and published all the damaging information and rumors about him that he could find. The material published by the Leader was made the basis of the later personal attacks on Hanna by William Randolph Hearst. In 1885 Hanna sold the goodwill and subscription list of the Herald to the Leader for $80,000, and disposed of the plant to the Plain Dealer. The Leader's attacks on Hanna, which had been actuated by no principle, abruptly ceased. The present position of the Hanna family in Cleveland journalism, where its domination is challenged only by the Scripps Howard publication, has quite obviously an historical basis in 19th century political and financial power, as have so many other contemporary journalistic ventures of the magnates. It is quite logical that this important political family should be connected by marriage both with the Chicago Tribune and the New York Daily News. 272. The Metcalfs, wealthy established Rhode Island textile manufacturers, own the Providence, R.I. Journal, morning, and the Providence Bulletin, evening. Until March 1937, the Providence News-Tribune was owned by Senator Peter Golet Gary, scion of a long-established wealthy family whose members today stand in the forefront of the American plutocracy. It was sold to Walter E. O'Hara, racetrack promoter and politician who owns the Pawtucket, R.I. Star and the Rhode Island Star. Senator Gary acquired the Providence News in 1924 and the Tribune in 1929, and consolidated the two publications. The family of the late Senator Nelson Aldrich, intermarried with the Rockefeller family, owns and publishes the Pawtucket Times. As in Delaware, but also in other states, notably Montana, every daily newspaper of consequence in Rhode Island is owned by one of the wealthy families. The Clark, Singer Sewing Machine Company, family has, like most other clans of great wealth, been concerned with the direct operation of newspapers. The Albany Knickerbocker Press, founded in 1842, was acquired in 1911 by Stephen S. Clark, who placed it in charge of Judge John Lynn Arnold. The paper was sold by Clark in 1928 to Frank E. Gannett, for more than $1,500,000. Anaconda Copper. The Anaconda Copper Mining Company, dominated by the National City Bank clique, Stillman Rockefeller Taylor Pine, etc., is one of the great newspaper publishers of the country. It owns nearly every newspaper in Montana that has an Associated Press franchise. Under the aegis of the great Anaconda Copper Mining Company, the press in Montana, except for fugitive, independent publications mostly under labor auspices, has been exceptionally venal, reactionary, and hostile to the public interest. Directly owned Anaconda Copper newspapers today are the Butte Miner, the Anaconda Standard, the Butte Daily Post, the Helena Independent, the Helena Record Herald, the Missoula Missoulian, the Missoula Sentinel, the Billings Gazette, and the Livingston Enterprise. The fight waged by the copper interests around them on 273. Tana Newspapers has been severe for many years. W. A. Clark acquired the Butte Miner late in the 19th century, and used it chiefly to belabor Marcus Daly, chief promoter of Anaconda Copper after the Hearst interests withdrew in 1895. Daly and Clark had been partners. Daly replied to the Clark journalistic barrage by hiring a former Syracuse University professor to edit the Anaconda Standard, which Daly founded. This newspaper revealed, notably, the facts about Clark's purchase of a United States senatorship, and caused Clark to be rejected by the Senate. Later Clark was reappointed by a subservient lieutenant governor. Up to the time of his death, Daly was reputed to have spent more than $5 million on the Standard. William A. Clark, Jr., reformist son of the former Copper King, became a stern critic of the Copper Company's methods in his paper, The Miner. In 1928, for example, young Clark charged in his newspaper that the Copper Company had defrauded the state of taxes, had subsidized the state press in general by venal payments, and had suppressed news of murders, notably those of dissatisfied or radical workers, had throttled the school system to extinguish liberal ideas, and controlled the entire state government from top to bottom. Anaconda Copper's response to this was surreptitiously to purchase control of the paper from under Clark's nose. Young Clark thereupon founded the Montana Free Press to continue the fight, which hinged upon his desire to elect a Republican to the governorship against Anaconda's Democratic candidate. A damaging advertisers' boycott, engineered by the Copper Company, forced Clark to sell out. The United Copper Company crowd under F. Augustus Heinze fought Anaconda Copper through 27 Montana newspapers prior to the debacle of 1907, according to P. A. O'Farrell, editorial agent of Heinze, who told C. W. Barron, Nearly killed myself writing all the various editorials for these papers, but the local readers took them as the views of the local editor and they were law and gospel to them. Barron's published memoirs also quote John McGinnis, former mayor of Butte, Montana, as saying in 1904, "Not 1,000, but many thousands of grafters are on the amalgamated Anaconda. 274 America's 60 families payroll. The amalgamated loses $500,000 a year in Montana newspapers." Phelps Dodge Corporation. The Phelps Dodge Corporation Group, also affiliated with the National City Bank in the person CF members of the Dodge and James families, exercises similar remote ownership and control over the leading newspapers of Arizona, where its chief properties are located. Ralph E. Ellenwood, whose father was chief counsel to Phelps Dodge Corporation, owned the Tucson, Arizona, Daily Star and left it to his estate. The Bisbee, Arizona J-Review and the Evening Or are owned by the Cochise Publishing Company, a subsidiary of the Phelps Dodge Corporation. Arizona newspapers that are not owned by the Copper Company are, however, very friendly to it. Notably is this true of the Phoenix, Arizona, Republic and the Phoenix Dispatch, owned by Mrs. Dwight B. Hurd and Charles A. Stauffer, and the Tucson Daily Citizen, owned by Frank H. Hitchcock, Postmaster General in the Taft administration. All the Arizona newspapers, for example, refused in 1933 to print the account of a scandal concerning a local politician and the construction of a pipeline. The distant Los Angeles Times, which published the story, advertised the fact in the Arizona newspapers. Miscellaneous. Throughout the United States, big newspapers are owned by wealthy men who have no primary interest in newspaper publishing and who are members, by blood relationship or by marriage, of the wealthiest families. Both the Louisville Courier-Journal, formerly an independent paper under Henry Watterson, and the Louisville Times, are owned by Robert Worth Bingham, banker and ambassador to Great Britain. Bingham inherited a large fortune from his wife, who was the widow of Henry M. Flagler, Standard Oil. Flagler, incidentally, upon shifting the scene of his activities from Ohio to Florida, where he acquired and built hotels and railroads, also acquired or founded all the leading newspapers of that state. These Florida publications, 275, however, apparently have since passed out of the hands of the Flagler family. A half-interest in the Kansas City Journal and Post was acquired in 1931 by Henry L. Dougherty, public utilities operator and head of the city's service company. Dougherty wanted the paper in order to undermine public confidence in local public utility regulations, which prohibited the sale of Dougherty securities. The Chicago Journal of Commerce is owned by the Ames family, Booth Fisheries, which in 1931 acquired the Chicago Post from a William Hale Thompson political group. This latter clique had bought the paper in 1930 from John C. Schaefer. Knowlton L. Ames, Jr., was financed in the purchase of the Chicago Post to the extent of $500,000 by Samuel Insull's Public Service Trust, a subsidiary of Insull Utility Investments. Ames paid off this note in 1932, after the Insull debacle, at 12 cents on the dollar. The group behind the Insull properties made a practice of exercising indirect press ownership through Insull, and it is difficult to ascertain where such dummy control begins and ends in American newspaperdom. In Maine, where Insull had the leading hydroelectric properties under his control and management, Guy P. Gannett, cousin of Frank E. Gannett, was Insull's journalistic henchman, publishing the Portland Press Herald, Portland Express, and Waterville Journal, as well as Comfort, a monthly periodical with a claimed rural circulation of more than 1 million copies. It was partly in order to combat Insull in New England that International Paper and Power acquired 2 Boston newspapers as well as newspapers in Insull's own Western Territory in and around Chicago. Many ostensibly independent newspapers from the middle strata are, of course, secretly owned or controlled by larger interests whose dummies the publishers are. One of these conspicuous dummies has been Frank E. Gannett, who acquired the Brooklyn Eagle, the Knickerbocker Press, and the Albany Evening News with money advanced in secret by the International Paper and Power Company. Gannett, exposed, subsequently paid off his obligation to the power company and gave up the Eagle, and his chain today includes the Evening News and Knickerbocker Press * of Albany, the Beacon * discontinued, June, 1937. 276. NY News, The Advertiser, Telegram and Star Gazette of Elmira, NY, The Hartford, Con, Times, The Ithaca Journal, The Malone, NY. Evening Telegram, The Newburgh, NY. News, Ogdensburg, NY. Journal, The Plainfield, NJ. Quarter News, The Democrat and Chronicle and The Times Union, of Rochester, The Observer Dispatch and The Press of Utica, The Danville, IIL. Commercial News, The Saratoga Springs, NY. Saratogan, The Olean, NY. Times Herald, and 3 radio stations. Although apparently not owned by the wealthy families, the Gannett newspapers ardently support them on all political, social, and economic questions, and either bombard or snipe at all proposals for social amelioration by political action. Gannett was for a time president of the reactionary New York State Newspaper Publishers Association. Carson C. Peck, vice president and treasurer of F.W. Woolworth Company, in 1912 bought the Brooklyn Times. In 1932 Fremont C. Peck, his son, bought the Brooklyn Standard Union from Paul Block, and the combined Times and Standard Union was more recently sold by Peck to the Brooklyn Eagle, which is now owned by a corporation headed by Millard P. Goodfellow. This latter corporation took over the Eagle from the Gunnison and the Hester families, to whom it had been allowed to revert when International Paper and Power was discovered to have financed Frank E. Gannett in buying it. Ira C. Copley, chief figure in the United Gas and Electric Company of Illinois, publishes the Aurora, IL. Beacon, the Elgin, IIL. Courier, and the Joliet, IL, Herald News. The Federal Trade Commission brought out that he had agreed in 1928 to acquire 15 units in the Kellogg newspaper chain of California, and that he bought the Illinois State Journal of Springfield. The public utility issue was very keen in the California newspaper area he surreptitiously entered. Copley joined Samuel Insull in supporting the candidacy of Frank L. Smith of Illinois for the senatorship, and he contributed $25,000 to Smith's 1926 campaign. The Proctor, Ivory Soap and Politics, family owns 17 weekly newspapers in Ohio. They belong in the category of the county press and compose the second largest weekly chain in the country. Charles Bond, Two Pants Suit, joined in advancing $300,000 for the 277 creation of the strategic Proctor chain. The largest chain of weekly county papers is owned by the Woodyard brothers, sons of the late Representative Harry C. Woodyard of West Virginia. This enterprise consists of 15 rural weeklies in Virginia and 8 on Long Island's aristocratic North Shore. A leading role in raising the capital for this chain was played by Spruey Braden, scion of the Braden, Chile, Copper Fortune and a director in the W.A. Harriman Securities Corporation and other corporations. Joseph F. Biddle, of the Biddle family, owns the Huntington, PA, News. The Waynesboro, PA, Record Herald is owned by the Chalfont, Steele, family. The Honolulu Advertiser, the only English-language daily in the city, is owned by the Truman, Pineapples and Sugar, family, which participated in 1897 in the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. The San Francisco Chronicle is owned by George T. Cameron, cement magnate, who inherited the property in 1925 from his father-in-law. The Washington Post was acquired in 1932 from the M.C. Lean Walsh family by Eugene G. Meyer, Allied Chemical and Lazard Frères. The Philadelphia Daily News, a tabloid, was founded by Leal Maker, secretary of boss William S. Vayer, for the account of Bernard McFadden, who also owns a string of cheap magazines. The Detroit Free Press is owned by Edward D. Stair, director of Graham-Page Motors, the Detroit Trust Company, and the First National Bank of Detroit, and the leading spirit in the Ann Arbor Railroad. The president of the Christian Herald Association, publisher of the Christian Herald, is James Cash Penney, chain store entrepreneur. Before the Milwaukee Sentinel was acquired by Paul Block for Hearst's account, it was owned by Charles F. Pfister, meat packer. Before the Omaha Bee News fell into the hands of Hearst in 1928, it was owned by Nelson B. Updike, a merchant, who had acquired it from Victor Rosewater, Republican politician. Charles R. Crane, head of the so-called Bathtub Trust, before the war owned an interest in the Milwaukee Journal. There have been many abortive ventures in journalism by members of the richest families. John Barry Ryan, grandson of the late Thomas Fortune Ryan and son-in-law of the late Otto Kahn, in 1930. 278. Bought the Newark Freie Zeitung and founded the Newark Free Press. Both papers soon passed out of existence. Cornelius Vanderbilt in the early 1920s established tabloids in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Miami. They failed to take hold and were discontinued. Ann U. Stillman, wife of James A. Stillman, now divorced and married to Fowler McCormick, financed magazines called Panorama and American Sketch. These soon died. Thomas W. Lamont was instrumental in financing the short-lived Every Week, a 3-cent periodical. The journalistic range of the richest families encompasses all fields. The very successful New Yorker, for example, was financed and is largely owned by Raoul Fleischmann, of the yeast and distilling family. It pokes fun, sympathetically, at the foibles of the ruling class and its hangers-on. The American Mercury, monthly periodical, was bought in 1935 by Paul Palmer, relative by marriage of Adolphe Louis Sohn, copper magnate. The Mercury immediately turned reactionary. A minor proportion of the metropolitan press is owned by political agents of the two dominant parties. Although not owned directly by the rich families, this press, like the subsidized county press, is responsive in the main to their interests. In Buffalo, the Courier and Express is owned by the family of William J. Fingy Connors, Democratic politician of unsavory repute. The Buffalo Times was owned by Norman E. Mack, former Democratic National Chairman, until it was purchased by Scripps Howard in 1929. The Doylestown, PA, Intelligencer is owned by Joseph R. Grundy, lobbyist for the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association and Republican political secret agent. The Norristown, PA, Times-Herald is owned by Ralph B. Strasburger, wealthy Republican and member of the Liberty League. The Los Angeles Times is owned by Harry Chandler, wealthy Republican and promoter. The Houston Post-Dispatch was owned by Governor Ross S. Sterling, of Texas, and only recently was sold. The Houston Chronicle is owned by Jesse H. Jones, wealthy Democrat and chairman of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. The Topeka Daily Capital and Cappers Weekly, the latter a farm paper with a circulation of more than 350,000 copies, are owned by former Senator Arthur Capper, Republican Will Horse. James Cox, Democratic presidential candidate in 1920, owns a chain of Ohio newspapers consisting of the 279 Miami News, Springfield News, Dayton News, and Springfield Sun. Cox for a period owned the Canton News, which he acquired from Henry H. Timken, the roller-bearing manufacturer. Warren G. Harding owned the Marion, a Star, which functioned as a Republican propaganda sheet. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., now Secretary of the Treasury, owned the American Agriculturist, a bi-monthly, which he sold in 1934 to Frank E. Gannett. There remains the independent press sandwiched in between the purely political press and the press owned directly by the wealthy families. This independent press is neither very independent nor very numerous, although plus at one time in American history it was the major support of the national press structure. In this classification belong the Scripps Howard chain, the New York Times, the Baltimore Sun papers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Boston Transcript, and some of the smaller chains, but very few others. Independence in these newspapers consists largely of bellicosely asserting the right to choose between Republican and Democratic political candidates. On economic and social issues they usually, for reasons which should not seem strange, are found in fundamental agreement with Henry Ford, the DuPonts, and the Morgan partners. They differ only in detail, mostly of a special developmental character, from the newspapers owned by the magnates or subsidized by the political parties. The Scripps-Howard chain, which includes nearly 30 newspapers scattered over the continent, and the United Press, the United Feature Service, and the Newspaper Enterprise Association, NEA, was developed as a commercial enterprise by E. W. Scripps, whose son inherited majority ownership. Minority interests are owned by leading executives, of whom Roy W. Howard, chairman of the board since 1922, is outstanding. Under the elder Scripps, these newspapers, to which some have been added since his death, published a great deal of effective liberal social and political criticism, largely directed at municipal and state affairs. The Scripps-Howard chain has sporadically continued these local crusades, although it is usually careful not to tackle the influential personalities that flit, bat-like, behind the scenes. It is a big day now in the Scripps-Howard organization when some grafting judge, unable to strike back, is exposed and rhetorically castigated. 280. It has been aptly said that since the passing of the elder Scripps, the chain has become progressive only in off years and on local topics. In 1912 the Scripps Press was lined up for Wilson largely through the influence of Charles R. Crane. It accepted the Morgan thesis of the war's origin, and after the war it gradually succumbed almost completely to the blandishments of finance capital. In 1924 the Cleveland press of the chain supported LaFollette for the presidency, and illustrated the power of a newspaper by carrying the city for him. It was the only large city LaFollette captured outside of Wisconsin. In 1928 the Scripps-Howard organization, apparently taught a lesson by the advertising that was pulled wholesale out of the Cleveland press during the LaFollette campaign, for which the editor in charge was fired, declared in favor of Herbert Hoover on the ground that he was expected to favor a large measure of public utility operation and control by the government. In 1932 it supported former Secretary of War Newton D. Baker for the Democratic presidential nomination. Baker was the law partner of Thomas L. Seidlow, Scripps-Howard attorney, and was one of counsel for the Van Sweringen brothers, Morgan. When Franklin D. Roosevelt captured the nomination, the Scripps-Howard press espoused him more or less despairingly, as did the Hearst press, but in 1936 it gave very subdued support to Roosevelt's re-election campaign. A number of Scripps-Howard executives argued in camera for throwing the influence of the chain behind the incredible Alfred M. Landon, but the Scripps-Howard newspapers contented themselves with reporting the Landon campaign in tones of sacerdotal solemnity. Since the re-election of Roosevelt in 1936, the avowedly liberal Scripps-Howard chain has not only opposed the reform of the thoroughly reactionary United States Supreme Court, but it has also carried on a veiled campaign against the New Deal on all fronts. This campaign has taken the form of poking gentle fun at tragically necessary reform proposals. Although ostensibly committed to the support of organized labor, and actually printing more news in labor's behalf than any other of the big publications, the Scripps-Howard press let slip no opportunity to sideswipe John L. Lewis in the campaign of the C.Lo. to organize heavy industry. It opposed the efforts of the American 281 Newspaper Guild to obtain contracts for the Scripps-Howard editorial workers, and from the very inception of this union impeded its work in every possible fashion short of courageously fighting it in the open, as did William Randolph Hearst and the Associated Press. But since Roy W. Howard has become influential in the affairs of the E. W. Scripps Company, its newspapers have shown many contradictions. They have opposed holding companies as a matter of principle, yet they belong to a holding company. While decrying the sale of non-voting stock by Wall Street, the Scripps-Howard Press sold its employees non-voting stock. In 1936 the Scripps-Howard papers installed as a daily columnist Hugh S. Johnson, confidential amanuensis to Bernard M. Baruch, and in recent years they have encouraged talented but unsophisticated columnists like Westbrook Pegler to becloud issues by passionate writing on all sides of every social question. On the other hand, the Scripps-Howard Press has continued to publish the progressive opinions of Haywood Broun, although individual newspapers in the chain have on occasion suppressed a Brune column that seemed likely to offend wealthy local interests. Early in 1937 Merlin H. Aylesworth, for 10 years president of the National Broadcasting Company, joined the Scripps Howard newspapers in a general executive capacity. This appointment told a good deal about the drift of these newspapers. Prior to joining the National Broadcasting Company, Aylesworth was, successively, chairman of the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, vice president of the Utah Power and Light Company, and general manager of the National Electric Light Association. The Federal Trade Commission revealed that his task with the NELA was to conduct a heavily subsidized propaganda campaign against public ownership of electric light and power properties. In this capacity Aylesworth ordered payments right and left to college professors and newspaper men who would spread his propaganda, and secretly paid for the writing of textbooks suitable to the public utilities promoters. At Aylesworth's suggestion Halsey, Stewart, and Company hired a University of Chicago professor to plug securities over the radio under the name of the Old Counselor. The Scripps Howard Press, the fact is, finds itself in a period of 282 transition, and increasingly exhibits its inability to resist the magnetic attraction of finance capital. Roy W. Howard is personally ambitious and aggressive, and apparently feels that he may succeed in playing a hazardous game where Hearst has failed. Disregarding the injunction of the elder Scripps to stay out of New York, Howard in 1927 bought the Muncie Bennett Telegram from the Metropolitan Museum. In 1931 he acquired the New York World and the Evening World from the Pulitzer brothers, and forged the World Telegram. All this required financing, which was arranged in avenues that were under the discreet observation of J.P. Morgan and Company. A bond issue of $8,500,000 was floated in 1928 through the Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, the Chemical National Bank, Golet and Seidlow, Simons, Day and Company of Denver. Failure to show earnings on these bonds would place the Scripps Howard newspapers directly in the hands of bankers, acting for the bondholders. An arresting feature of the disposal of the World papers was that the sale violated the terms of Pulitzer's will, which stipulated that the publications should not be discontinued or transferred. It was necessary to obtain court assent to the sale, but this was procured with a seal righty that is usual in financial circles even when apparently unyielding legal formulae stand in the way of a desired objective. A string of newspaper properties that is operated, like the Scripps Howard chain, on a straight business basis, but which is directly oriented in its editorial policy toward Wall Street, is Ritter Brothers Incorporated. In this chain are the New York Journal of Commerce, the New York Staatszeitung, the St. Paul Dispatch, the St. Paul Pioneer Press, the St. Paul Daily News, the Aberdeen, N.D. American, the Aberdeen Evening News, and the Grand Forks, N.D. Herald. Ritter Brothers Incorporated, has a minority interest in the Seattle Times. The Booth chain in Michigan and the McClatchy chain in California are similar. The Baltimore Sun, morning and evening, is owned by its leading executives, and lays dubious claim to being a liberal newspaper because it is willing to comment harshly on lynchings and similar grossly outrageous affairs. The Sun is liberal, but its liberalism is of the Southern agrarian variety that means little or nothing short of reaction in the contemporary social context. The resilient nature of 283. The Sun's backbone was clearly indicated in the 1936 national campaign when, although it had been consistently Democratic for decades and found no difficulty in swallowing Cleveland and Wilson, and even Cox and Davis, it came out in opposition to Franklin D. Roosevelt, the first Democratic president since the Civil War to attempt an implementation of the original tenets of the party of Jefferson and Jackson. Although not owned by finance capital, and perhaps not controlled by it, even though stockholders like Henry L. Mencken have fatuously boasted in print of their ownership of stock in United States Steel, the Baltimore Sun papers belong in spirit with finance capital, oppose fundamental reform, and are ripe to espouse reaction. The difference between the Baltimore Sun and the New York Sun is one of degree only. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch, developed into a highly profitable property by Joseph Pulitzer, Jr., in 1936 also turned its back upon its Democratic Party traditions and opposed the re-election of Roosevelt. Although never a performer in the stalwart old Pulitzer tradition, the Post-Dispatch has done some excellent things in an era when the press as a whole has functioned as the first line of defense for political and financial rapists. The Post-Dispatch alone insisted that the Teapot Dome investigation continue in 1924, it opposed the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, and it has spoken freely on behalf of the imprisoned Tom Mooney. The world under the other Pulitzer sons could not show such a record, although early in the 1920s it exposed the Ku Klux Klan. This feat was, incidentally, of material value to the paper in catering to New York's large Catholic and Jewish population. In the same post-war period the executive editor of The World was Herbert Bayard Swope, stock market plunger and brother of Gerard Swope, president of the General Electric Company. The earlier trenchant editorials of Frank I. Cobb, which often struck, lightning-like, the richest and most powerful malefactors, gave way to the graceful and pointless vaporings of Walter Lippmann, who plumbed the journalistic depths in 1928 when, plugging for Alfred E. Smith, he presented the country with the new Tammany, a reformed semi-philanthropic society. The Seabury investigation of Tammany Hall in 1932. 284. Showed how little foundation in fact there was for Lippmann's unrealistic maunderings. Two journalistic ventures, committed to the general social welfare rather than to narrow self-interest, and financed by persons of wealth, deserve mention before we leave the subject of press ownership. The Nation, founded in 1865 as a weekly periodical, incorporated later with the New York Evening Post and then published separately, was maintained for many years by Oswald Garrison Villard, son of the railroad builder. Although the younger Villard is by no means a person of major wealth, his income is derived from the remnants of a 19th-century fortune. The New Republic was founded just before the war with funds supplied by Willard Straight and his wife, the daughter of William C. Whitney, and has been subsidized ever since by Mrs. Straight, now Mrs. Leonard K. Elmhurst. Both these weekly publications have long represented the best traditions of American journalism, and have firmly and quietly done much to awaken social consciousness by spreading liberal ideas of social, political, and economic amelioration. If there is ever any reform in American journalism, the reform will, in general, follow paths outlined long ago by the Nation and the New Republic. Where these publications have failed has been in missing the opportunity to build large, influential circulations by a dramatic presentation of material in the style which the pre-war muckraking magazines and the Old World proved would attract the public. They have been, perhaps, too academic in a world of rough and tumble. In any case, the subsidy of these publications has been distinctly in the public interest, and in the long run the ideas which they have spread may nullify the selfish work of Hearsts, McCormicks, Harrimans, Astors, Morgans, Rockefellers, Curtises, Reeds, Pattersons, Mellons, Harknesses, Davisons, and Lamonts. The American press, it should be plainly evident from the foregoing, is owned and controlled by the wealthiest families of American finance capitalism. This press is not primarily influenced either by advertising control or by unconscious plutocratic modes of thought arising from the established social system. It is directly responsive, like a shadow, to those individuals that derive the greatest profits. 285. From society. It represents a huge investment, but functions constantly, whether it is commercially profitable or not, because it serves a specific class objective. Want. The journalism of pecuniary inhibition. Freedom of the press in the United States is largely theoretic and Pickwickian, consisting, in the main, of the tenuous right of small dissident groups to publish newspapers and magazines of limited circulation for sectarian audiences. Whenever a publication espousing views distasteful to the phalanx of big wealth achieves a great circulation, as some have done, it is merely forced out of business, as were the pre-war muckraking magazines. Press freedom, about which the publishers talk so much, is largely an historical survival of negative and narrow class significance. It is not meant to be literal freedom of the press from all outside restraint and influence, it merely means freedom from governmental restraint and influence. The formal struggle for a free press began in England in the 17th century when the commercial classes successfully pitted themselves against the aristocracy and the crown for political power. The subsidized government press in the course of the struggle was overthrown, and was supplanted by the press of the individual commercial and industrial entrepreneur, which insists upon the natural right to criticize and even to libel government and other classes in serving its own class interests. Today nothing would be more resented by the press of the plutocrats than governmental action taken to free it of control and restraint by private pecuniary interests. This press wants no more to be released from the elements that shower it with money and honors than does a courtesan. The centralized class control over the American press by the very rich has been evidenced most dramatically in the Great Unified News 286. 287. Paper campaigns which have swept like blizzards over the country at periodic intervals during the past 40 years. Careful study of these campaigns would inspire only envy in the directors of the coordinated Russian, Polish, Japanese, German and Italian press. The first of these great unified press campaigns to manifest centralized motivation and direction took place in 1896, when virtually every important newspaper, Democratic as well as Republican, plumped for William McKinley and the Gold Standard, against William Jennings Bryan and Free Silver. The Hearst newspapers, numbering then only 2, alone of the metropolitan press supported Bryan, but Hearst was interested in silver mines. The next great national press campaign, wherein practically all newspapers sang the same tune, began in 1915, and had as its successful design the entanglement of the United States in the war. By 1917 few publications opposed entering the conflict. Once war was declared, the press was temporarily yoked under a government censorship, but objections were few from publishers, who only when their own pecuniary prerogatives are at stake valiantly espouse press freedom. In the 1920s virtually the whole of the press, including many outstanding Democratic newspapers like the New York Times, swung to the support of the Coolidge prosperity nonsense. Perhaps the greatest betrayal by the American press was its failure to warn of the impending debacle, which in private was clearly foreseen by many financial writers. During the Depression of 1929-33 there was again a great unified press campaign to conceal from the public the profundity of the disaster. In 1936 80% of the American press, according to Time, November 2, 1936, and at least 71%, according to the New Republic, March 17, 1937, opposed the re-election of Franklin D. Roosevelt, and fiercely calumniated him and his supporters. Virtually the only newspapers outside the subsidized Democratic Party press which supported the Roosevelt administration were those owned directly by consumer goods manufacturers, and those owned by department store magnates or dependent largely upon department store advertising and consumer well-being for their revenues. 288. These elements were the main financial supporters of the New Deal. Ambiguous Roosevelt support came from the New York Times as well as from the Scripps-Howard chain. The attitude of the press as a whole in the election campaign, however, illustrated nothing more completely than the weakness of retail advertisers and of readers with respect to control of editorial policies. In Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore, and Minneapolis the New Deal had no newspaper support at all, although Roosevelt carried all these cities. While President Roosevelt was abused as a Bolshevist and fascist, and his political associates were maligned throughout the American press, the London Economist, chief capitalist organ of the world, sympathetically appraised his work and commended him for having brought order out of chaos. The Economist, often quoted in America, in this instance was not cited. It has been assumed by some observers that the Roosevelt landslide of 1936, in the face of a hostile press, proved the impotence of the newspapers in the modern radio age. Such a contention, however, is based on a failure properly to evaluate many complex special factors outside the sphere of journalism. It has been suggested that just as the oratory of William Jennings Bryan was defeated by the press in 1896, so the oratory of Franklin D. Roosevelt defeated the press in 1936. There is something in this contention. However, the New Republic, March 17, 1937, from which this quotation is taken, pointed out that nearly 200 radio stations, one-third of the total number and more than a third in terms of power, listening area, and size of audience, are owned or controlled by newspapers. In short, they are largely owned by the very elements that own the newspapers. Moreover, the Republican Party utilized much more radio time than did the Democrats, 69 hours against 56.5 hours. Soon after the election, the power of the press, and its centralized direction and aim, was illustrated much more thoroughly than during the campaign. If 80% of the press opposed Roosevelt's re-election, then 95% of it swung into opposition to the proposed reform of a Supreme Court that since the Civil War has been riding roughshod over the common interest. The Scripps-Howard papers, cool toward Roosevelt's re-election, joined. 289. The New York Times in stern opposition to his plan for Supreme Court reform within the provisions of the Constitution. All the radio commentators started blasting. Evelyn Miller Crowell in the New Republic, January 13, 1937, argues that the press is impotent in its campaigns, and cites a good deal of evidence to justify her contention. Her conclusion, however, is based upon inadequate sampling. In 1934 the press, virtually unaided, smashed the proposed Tugwell Pure Food and Drug Act, which provided for more honest advertising. The opposition was openly organized by the various publishers' associations from the American Newspaper Publishers Association down through regional bodies. In the same year the newspapers smashed the San Francisco general strike. Seldom does the press carry on campaigns for its own vested journalistic interest, but when it does, it again shows its power. President Taft said that he received a hostile press because he had not lowered sufficiently the tariff rates on foreign newsprint, which under Wilson were eliminated entirely. Speaker Joseph Cannon said a part of the Republican press turned upon him, when his autocratic powers were assailed by liberals in Congress, because he had supported Taft on the tariff. Although the American press is ardently protectionist as a whole, it insists, inconsistently, upon free importation of newsprint. The arrogance of the multimillionaires in asserting their journalistic rights knows no limits. The most authoritative statement of the press philosophy of the dominant capitalists was given by the Wall Street Journal, central organ of finance capital, on January 20, 1925, as follows. It is difficult to guess what the editorial writer of the New York Herald Tribune means, or what he thinks he means, when he says the American newspaper has always been an institution affected with the public interest. That is a legal phrase, in the mouth of a layman, and is ventured with the usual results. It is flatly untrue, but there is much ignorance and hypocrisy about the matter, calling for some plain speaking. 7. A newspaper is a private enterprise, owing nothing whatever to the public, which grants it no franchise. It is therefore affected with no public interest. It is emphatically the property of the owner. 290. Who is selling a manufactured product at his own risk. If the public does not like his opinions or his method of presenting news, the remedy is in its own hands. It is under no obligation to buy the paper. Without in any way belittling the President's remarks to a recent gathering of editors, it may be said that those editors, except where they own their own newspapers, take their policy from their employers. But for ridiculously obvious reasons, there are many newspaper owners willing enough to encourage the public in the delusion that it is the editor of a newspaper who dictates the selection of news and the expression of opinion. He only does so subject to the correction and suggestion of the proprietor of the papers. If a newspaper is affected with public interest, then it is a public utility and legally subject to the intervention of government agencies like the Federal Trade Commission or the Interstate Commerce Commission. And conversely, in the reasoning of the Wall Street Journal, if a newspaper is not affected with public interest, its proprietor may turn it to any use he sees fit within the libel laws. The attitude of the Wall Street Journal is especially important in the light of the influence newspapers exert on the public mentality, which has been molded into almost a counterpart, especially among middle-class readers, of a Wall Street brokers. The press is responsible for a well-established public belief that government operation of railroads during the war was a colossal failure. The fact is, the railroads were never operated more efficiently. The newspapers have impressed most people with the fiction that government operation of public utilities in general is inefficient, whereas it is scientifically demonstrable that it is much more efficient than private operation. Few newspaper readers are aware that the government operates all enterprises in the Panama Canal Zone on a quasi-socialistic basis, and that the results of government operation are greater efficiency and much lower prices. Bread produced in a government bakery in the Canal Zone, for example, costs only 4 cents a loaf, and is better and more nourishing than is bread sold by the big private baking plants. The Alaska Railroad is operated by the United States Army for military reasons. Private entrepreneurs could not be trusted to manage it properly any more than they could be trusted to run the Navy. 291. Seldom do the newspapers even so much as hint at who is paying the political graft they gabble about. Newspaper readers do not know, for example, that the late John D. Rockefeller probably paid more graft than any other individual in history, and that most of the wealthy families, as shown by Gustavus Myers, founded their fortunes on the cornerstone of graft. The newspapers, in short, reflect actuality as does a convex mirror at Coney Island. The freedom of the press, under the present dispensation, constitutes merely the freedom to distort and to suppress news. In 1906 Marshall Field II was fatally shot or stabbed by a Spanish girl in the Everly Club, a fashionable Chicago banyo. The only Chicago newspaper that alluded to this misadventure to one of the city's newsworthy personages was the Chicago Daily Socialist. The Associated Press was silent, and the newspapers of the nation were therefore not advised of the happening. 18 years later, in 1924, the Chicago Daily News incidentally mentioned the affair in another connection, creating a 9-day sensation among Chicago newspaper people. Andrew W. Mellon sued his wife for divorce under curious circumstances. In order to get a divorce on insufficient grounds, he caused to be passed hurriedly by the subservient Pennsylvania legislature a special law, later repealed, depriving a wife of a jury trial in divorce action. The first newspaper to publish the sensational details of the Mellon divorce hearing was the Philadelphia North American, owned by the Wanamaker family, Morgan. All other Pennsylvania newspapers, on many of which Mellon's Union Trust Company held mortgages, were silent. The Associated Press remained silent. In 1924 something happened to Thomas H. Ince, celebrated, newsworthy, motion picture director, while he attended a party on board the yacht of William Randolph Hearst in Los Angeles Harbor. Ince, taken ashore, died suddenly of causes variously reported as liquor poisoning, heart failure, and natural disease. Some Los Angeles newspapers hinted at foul play, and the prosecutor investigated. Whether or not anything extraordinary occurred, all the ingredients of a prime news story were present, including personalities like 292. Charles Chaplin, Eleanor Glynn, Theodore Kozlov, Marion Davies, Hearst, and Sina Owen. Yet the press of the country, prone to inflate to undue proportions the least suggestion of Hollywood scandal, told of Ince's death in briefly perfunctory dispatches. Happenings of a scandalous tinge relating to persons of great wealth are featured by the newspapers only when the characters concerned obviously desire to have their private affairs written about, as in the Stillman divorce case, or when they are neither so rich nor so powerful as the newspapers represent them to be, as in the Leonard Kip Rhinelander divorce case. Suppression of personal scandals of the very rich, we may grant, is of slight import. It is symptomatic, however, of secret press control by the rich which extends to socially significant areas. The Mellon family, for example, was able for many years, through its vice-like control of the Pittsburgh Press and the Pittsburgh Associated Press, to keep secret its status as one of the richest dynasties in the nation. This was a fact of immense social importance, but it did not emerge until after Mellon had been appointed Secretary of the Treasury. Had Mellon's extensive financial interests been known, the Senate might have refused to confirm his appointment, which proved so disastrous to the public interest. In 1917, to touch upon another type of press manipulation on behalf of the vested interests, the Associated Press distorted a statement by Senator La Follette, wherein he said, "We have grounds for complaint against Germany," into, "We have no grounds for complaint against Germany." The Associated Press and its allied newspapers refused for 8 years to make a correction. La Follette opposed entering the war and had to be discredited by means fair or foul. And during the same war period the newspapers, as a whole, also vigilantly protected the vested interests when they declined to carry a single line about an elaborate, heavily documented communication on war profits sent to Congress by Amos Pinchot. The suppression of news by the press of the ascendant bank capitalists extends even to official findings of government bureaus, and to judicial proceedings which find private wealth guilty of gravely antisocial behavior. Joseph Buckland Bishop, the historian, in Theodore Roosevelt and 293. His Time, writing about the 1909 period, says, through some occult but powerful influences, the local New York News account of this trial of the American Sugar Refining Company minimized or suppressed entirely the startling evidence of fraud and the prompt verdict against the company. The Havemeyer family, rich, powerful, was directly affected by the decision. One of the most nearly perfect and most demonstrable cases of plain suppression of significant information that embarrassed vested wealth concerned the 1923 income tax figures, released to public scrutiny in 1924 by special act of Congress. Newspapers and news associations that flatly refused to carry these figures included the Associated Press, the Curtis Papers, the Vanderbilt Papers, the New Orleans Times-Picayune, the Springfield, Massachusetts, Union, the Philadelphia Record, then owned by the Wanamakers, the St. Paul Pioneer Press and the St. Paul Dispatch, Ritter Brothers, the Portland, Me, Express, Guy P. Gannett, the Ohio State Journal, and the Columbus Dispatch, and the Star League newspapers, the Denver Rocky Mountain News, and the Chicago Evening Post, all then owned by John C. Schaefer. The New York World, managed by the journalistically effete Pulitzer Sons, carried the telltale 1923 tax lists in its first edition, frantically struck them out in its second edition, and irresolutely restored them in later editions. The New York Herald Tribune, Reed Mills, took the high-principled position that it was illegal to publish the tax figures, but the very next day began publishing them to meet competition from other newspapers. The New York Times published the tax lists but said that the resentment of the rich against release of the figures is justified but belated and should have been aroused more vehemently at the time the bill was pending. The New York Evening Post refused to publish the lists because it was against the law, and it assailed the Times for not publishing the tax returns of Adolph S. Oakes, its publisher. In its first stories the Times also omitted the names of Cyrus H. K. Curtis and other publishers, but under the sting of the Post's remarks it belatedly published the tax data relating to all newspaper publishers. In reply to a questionnaire circulated in 1925 by editor and publisher, trade organ of the publishers, the Omaha Bee said it would not publish the figures for 1924 unless obliged to. The Oklahoma City Oklahoman and Times said it would not publish all the names. The Cleveland Times said the figures were of no more significance than other tax figures and would not be featured. The San Francisco Bulletin said it hoped publication of the figures would not be forced upon the publishers. The Portland Oregonian said release of the figures was a violation of private rights, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer was undecided what to do in the grave crisis. Throughout the press the figures were given equivocal handling, and the subject was dropped as quickly as possible. The newspapers, almost without exception, howled at Congress until release of the tax figures was discontinued. Again, when the Senate Banking and Currency Committee in 1933 brought to light the fact that J.P. Morgan and Company had given away valuable stock options to political, financial, journalistic, and social leaders in the period 1927 to 29, the press joined in denouncing the act of revelation rather than the facts disclosed. In New York the newspapers generally, under fire of increasing criticism and distrust, accorded the news adequate display, but the New York Evening Post, then owned by the Curtis dynasty, and the New York Times and Herald Tribune, assailed the committee. Newspapers throughout the country gave the story gingerly treatment, and whenever they could tucked it away in obscure corners. The Evening Post defended the Morgan stock gifts in anguished accents of abject sycophancy. It whined that J.P. Morgan and Company had tried to help a much-beloved President of the United States to make a little money for his old age, and that no tar could be spattered upon the name of Morgan. Another salient example of the anxiety of the press as a whole to suppress, in the interest of the wealthy families, what editors and newspaper men in general considered news of vast import was revealed in the Teapot Dome case. The Wall Street Journal, its circulation restricted to brokers, bankers, and speculators, first recorded the distinctly unusual news that naval oil reserves had been leased from the government. The account was headlined on the front page, but no other newspaper saw fit to reproduce it. For 22 months after the Wall Street Journal's report, Teapot Dome was not mentioned in the newspapers. Then Carl C. 295. McGee, editor of the Albuquerque, N.M. Journal and an old political foe who had dug up much evidence of Albert B. Fall's venality in other connections, heard that Harry F. Sinclair had given Fall large sums of money. McGee put two and two together, published his suspicions, and went into consultation with Senator Burton K. Wheeler. After reading McGee's stories, Bonfils and Taman gleefully opened fire in the Denver Post on Harry F. Sinclair and the corrupt leases. They stopped firing when Sinclair hastily paid them $250,000 and promised $750,000 more. But now Joseph Pulitzer, Jr., of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, his attention aroused, began calling for the investigation sought by the Senate liberals. As senators got busy, the press as a whole maintained silence, except for a few newspapers that fitfully supported and ridiculed the inquiry by turns. The great press organs, however, uniformly denounced the investigating senators as blackmailers, mudslingers, and revolutionary malcontents. The harshest of these voices was that of the New York Times, which was promptly echoed by the New York Herald Tribune, the Chicago Tribune, the New York Sun, the Chicago Daily News, the Curtis papers, the Hearst papers, and the rest. It was some time before the Associated Press could bring itself to send out adequate dispatches. The role of the Rockefeller enterprise in Teapot Dome was soft-pedaled throughout. The Teapot Dome case provided by no means the last known instance of general suppression of official material. On October 14, 1934, the New York World Telegram published the text of the cable sent by Ambassador Page to President Wilson in 1917, warning of internal collapse in the United States if the government did not extricate J.P. Morgan and Company from the tangle of Allied financing by entering the war. The World Telegram said the cable was to be made the subject of inquiry by the Nye Munitions Investigating Committee. Although the sensational message had never previously appeared in the press, only 3 out of 20 leading metropolitan newspapers copied it from the World Telegram: the New York Post, Stern, the Louisville Courier-Journal, Bingham Flagler, and the Pittsburgh Press, Scripps Howard. The United Press carried the text of the Page message in its dispatches of the day, but newspapers receiving the United Press service struck it out. The Associated Press, the International News Service, Hearst, and the Universal Service, Hearst, ignored the Page cable. Most newspaper readers today are still unaware that such a cable message exists. The utilization of subtle journalistic technique has become widely resorted to by the plutocratic press to conceal information of grave public concern when the information cannot with expediency be suppressed. Especially has technique been resorted to in reporting labor affairs. There is a very heavy and convincing record of the hostility of the millionaire press in general to labor, a record which has been reinforced more recently by the obvious discrepancy between press reports of labor struggles and the cold record made by the newsreel camera. In Ambridge, Pennsylvania, and San Francisco in 1934, and in Chicago on Memorial Day, 1937, according to newsreel films, police without visible provocation opened fire upon orderly pickets acting under their constitutional rights. Newspaper reports of all these clashes either stated that labor had started the trouble or failed to state who had started it. After the Memorial Day massacre, the Chicago Tribune, grossly falsifying as it habitually does, flatly said the labor marchers had attacked a heavily armed brigade of police. 7 of the dead strikers were shot in the back and 3 in the side, although the newspapers carefully failed to report this dramatic fact until it was brought out later in a Washington hearing. Newspapers as a whole are hostile to organized labor, and the public is therefore suspicious of organized labor whenever it moves to implement its rights. Whether the hostility be open or covert, it is nevertheless a notorious fact that all the effective efforts of labor to better its precarious economic position are misrepresented by the newspapers. The average newspaper reader believes that labor starts riots, throws bombs, and is the enemy of law and order. Misrepresentation of union labor is, indeed, fundamental in all newspapers, almost without exception, and is readily understandable since all gains made by labor, although of indirect benefit to the middle classes and to the farmers as well, are gains made at the expense of reduced dividends and management salaries for the rich families that own or control the newspapers. The news organs of the plutocracy, in misrepresenting organized labor, consciously bid for the support of the farmers and the middle 297 classes, which are the living ballast of the social status quo. They do this by playing upon the prejudices of these two blocks, to the detriment of labor. The middle classes, highly individualistic, thrifty, and orderly, are deliberately provoked to resentment by the newspaper's portrayal of labor as disturbing law and order and acting collectively to obtain minimum concessions. There is no attempt in the press as a whole to give an inkling of the deplorable conditions that lead to labor's desperate walkouts. The farmers, small property holders, are impressed by newspaper accounts, usually false, of property damage and pecuniary losses created by strikes. These classes are, as a rule, deaf to protests by labor that the newspapers are filled with wholesale misrepresentation, implicit and explicit. The farmers and the middle classes, however, have their own interests largely betrayed by the press of the wealthy families. The middle classes, notably in their role as consumers and investors, are duped by the plutocratic press. In 1929, for example, the press consistently refused to give due weight and display to warnings about the collapse of the stock market, in which the middle classes lost heavily. A factual study, Stock Market Control, published by the 20th Century Fund, shows the press, as a whole, to have been filled with false rumors and misleading tips during the period of the boom. Falsification became especially marked during the period of the 1929-33 Depression, when optimistic remarks from persons like Julius Klein, Assistant Secretary of Commerce, Roger W. Babson, promoter of a stock market service who was regularly billed as an economist, and Leonard P. Ayres, Vice President of the Cleveland Trust Company and self-styled economist, were splashed repeatedly over the front pages. Contrary opinions by reputable economists were played down. The instability of the banks was generally concealed. Bank failures were accorded inconspicuous position, and were treated as isolated phenomena. Suggestions by some authorities that the Postal Savings Bank would be safer than many private institutions were derided by the newspapers, to the injury of many of their readers. Obviously spurious rifts in the clouds were, however, given solicitous attention. The New York Times, when the Insull Public Utility Empire Col. 298 lapsed in 1932, lost the story in its financial section, although it was the biggest failure in American history. The New York Herald Tribune, closely aligned with the rival International Paper and Power Company, splashed the story on its front page. The Herald Tribune, however, refused to publish the facts about defaulted bonds of S.W. Strauss & Company, although it possessed such documentary information more than a year before the failure of this firm in 1933. The Herald Tribune continued to publish S.W. Strauss & Company advertisements, and S.W. Strauss & Company continued to sell bonds of the defaulted properties. The New York American similarly possessed documentary evidence of the S.W. Strauss defaults, but did not publish it. Throughout the Depression, the alarming growth of unemployment, which affected the middle classes and farmers as well as labor, was concealed by the press as a whole, and the newspapers joined in deprecating reports by the American Federation of Labor on the menacing extent of unemployment. The newspapers rarely found space for news of wholesale layoffs by big corporations like General Motors, Ford Motor, United States Steel, and American Telephone and Telegraph Company, even though announcements of these events were regularly issued over the ticker service of the Wall Street News Bureau. But when the business cycle began an upturn in 1933, the press brimmed with exaggerated reports of wholesale hirings throughout industry. In reading through the newspapers of 1929 to 33, one is confronted with this apparent paradox. Corporations in 1933 suddenly began rehiring employees that had never been laid off. Although the newspaper offices had the facts, they failed to inform the middle class of the growing number of evictions for non-payment of rent and mortgage interest. Only when Western farmers, taking the law into their own hands, staged an armed revolt did it become apparent that the big banks and insurance companies were cracking down on delinquents. And not until the Hoover administration was swept out of office did the full extent of the post-war social damage become known to the country. This virtually unbroken coordination of the American press would seem a miracle of coincidence if it were not obvious from the previous chapter that the press is owned by the wealthiest families, who must distort and suppress dynamic news to retain political, social, and economic power. In the spheres of public health and the retail market, the farmers and the middle classes are notably betrayed by the press as a whole. Findings of the Departments of Agriculture and of Commerce official, factual, and of significant interest relative to the low-grade or harmful character of certain advertised foods, drugs, medicines, cosmetics, clothing, and merchandise, are ignored, while the press deliberately helps foist upon the middle classes and farmers harmful, or substandard merchandise, as well as worthless securities and real estate. Hart, Kingsbury, and Rowe, in a study published in the New Republic, October 29, 1930, found only 8 newspapers free from advertisements of unsavory or fraudulent medical proprietaries condemned by the Bureau of Investigation of the American Medical Association. The only publications with these perfect records were the Christian Science Monitor, Institutional, the United States Daily, Non-Commercial, the New York Times, the New York World, the New York Evening Post, the Boston Transcript, the Minneapolis Journal, and the Milwaukee Leader, Socialist. Just how dangerous, improperly used, the right of the free press can be to public health is shown in the comment of the Journal of the American Medical Association upon 1924 statistics that proved the United States to have the highest smallpox death rate in the world. The medical journal placed part of the responsibility for the condition upon the pernicious influence of such periodicals as Bernard Macfadden's Physical Culture, which constantly preached anti-vaccination. George Seldes cites the failure of Chicago newspapers and the press associations to report an outbreak of dysentery during the World's Fair in 1933. The source of the infection was traced at an early stage to a Chicago hotel. There are other cases on record of the failure of newspapers to report epidemics, notably a pre-war out. 300. Break of the bubonic plague on the Pacific coast, when business would have felt the harmful effect of public alarm. And while the press as a whole withholds crucial information and accepts advertising that facilitates the exploitation of the middle classes in the public market, it refuses, in many cases, to handle advertising of books and agencies that would put its readers on guard. Time, for example, refused advertising of Consumers Research Incorporated, an agency that has exposed many pharmaceutical and food frauds. The New York Herald Tribune early in 1937 declined to accept advertisements for false security. By Bernard J. Rees, a reputable accountant, the book exposed corporation bookkeeping frauds, naming some of the biggest companies. The New York Times has also refused to accept advertisements for literature that disclosed pitfalls of the retail market. It has gone so far as to reject advertisements of novels accurately portraying sordid social conditions. The class inhibitions that haunt the contemporary press under its multimillionaire ownership are responsible in large measure for the neurotic character of American newspapers. Because so many fields of editorial investigation and exposition are taboo, the press as a whole must confine itself to a relatively restricted safe area. This accounts for the undue measure of attention given to the underworld, to petty scandals involving actresses, baseball players, and minor politicians, to sporting affairs and the activities of the quasi-wealthy. The press, in short, must compensate for enforced lack of vitality in dynamic fields by artificial enthusiasm in static fields. In place of an even-handed, vital, varied daily news report, the American press as a whole is obliged to present a lopsided news report that is of doubtful reader interest. And in order to recapture the constantly waning attention of readers, it must rely upon comic strips, inane features, contests, gossip columns, fiction, cooking recipes, instruction columns in golf, chess, bridge, and stamp collecting, and similar nonsense. American newspapers, in short, are, paradoxically and with few exceptions, not newspapers at all. The yearning of the American press for safe stories to exploit was exemplified perfectly in the Lundberg career. Lundberg's flight to Paris was itself an achievement deserving of extended press attention. The prolongation of journalistic interest in Lundberg was due, very probably, to the fact that some of the wealthiest Wall Street families visualized the great airplane grab of 1928-32. This grab was perpetrated behind the screen of Lundberg's flight, which stimulated public interest in aviation shares, increased aviation personnel by inducing many young men to take up flying, and made it easy to wheedle huge aviation subsidies from Congress. Lundberg, the unwitting pawn in this game, is said to have resented the hysterical behavior of the press, and to have left the United States for relief. But everything he did played into the hands of the aviation propagandists. When he married a daughter of Dwight W. Morrow, chairman of Coolidge's aviation board, the newspapers resumed near barrage of adulation. When his children were born, the natural events were recorded in giant type that even tired congressmen studying projected aviation grants could read. The pecuniary inhibitions that rule the press like a Freudian complex have brought such discredit upon newspapers that they are no longer trusted by informed persons or even by business interests. There has consequently been a phenomenal increase in the number of specialized information and private news services of whose existence the general public is not even aware. Business interests no longer rely upon newspapers for Wall Street and Washington news. For market news they turn to the publications of Dun & Bradstreet, the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, and Standard Statistics Service. From Washington, special agencies report on domestic and foreign political events, steering their heavily paying clients around the pitfalls in the daily newspapers. The best known of these Washington news services are the Kiplinger and Whaley Eaton letters. Both were established during the World War to meet the need of businessmen for uncensored information. The wartime government did not object so long as the citizenry in general was kept under illusions. The uncertain political atmosphere at the close of the war, combined with the increasing reticence of the press, made it possible for these news services to expand. The private Washington newsletters are actually miniature newspapers, stripped of ballyhoo. Very often the disparity between the intelligence transmitted in the private newsletters and that in the 302 newspaper dispatches is staggering. Large corporations, seeking to cut through the maze of rumors and false reports, have scores of subscriptions to the newsletter services, one for every department head. The significant aspect of these private letter services, staffed by former newspapermen, economists, statisticians, and other specialists, is this: they could not exist if the newspapers were fulfilling their avowed function of conveying relevant, factual information and measured, sober opinion. Many corporations actually employ former newspapermen in New York, Washington, and European capitals to keep them properly informed by special reports. The curious situation is, therefore, presented of a select minority kept cognizant of what is taking place by special information services for which high fees are paid, and a vast majority kept in a twilight zone of partial information and misinformation by an informally coordinated propaganda press. Publishers generally deny hotly charges of venality in contemporary newspaper management. In the narrative, sufficient instances have been cited to suggest that the millionaire press is a venal press. A few more instances will be cited to clinch the argument. The Federal Trade Commission, investigating the public utilities industry, which is dominated by our richest families, found that the General Electric Company, Morgan, the United Gas Improvement Company, Morgan, the Electric Bond and Share Company, Morgan, and the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Morgan, had subsidized Ehofer and Sons, operators of a rural press service that placed propaganda in 14,000 newspapers. The Darnell Press Service, in the pay of the National Electric Light Association, supplied 600 newspapers in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Florida with anti-public ownership propaganda. The newspapers, it appeared, did not publish the propaganda merely because they agreed with the propagandists. The newspapers were paid, by the hundreds, to publish specially prepared canned editorials and news stories. And the Federal Trade Commission, in all instances, traced the paid propaganda to the highest strata of Wall Street, to the Morgans and the Rockefellers. The principal propaganda agency was discovered to be the NA303 National Electric Light Association, trade group for the industry. The president of NELA was George B. Cortelyou, Morgan man from Theodore Roosevelt's cabinet, who had for 2 decades been president of the Consolidated Gas Company of New York. But when NELA was exposed as a center of journalistic corruption, it was dissolved. There was then created the Edison Electric Institute, hailed by the newspapers as an entirely new type of organization. The president of Edison Electric Institute immediately became George B. Cortelyou. There are, however, innumerable less well-known instances of press corruption on the record. Mrs. Evelyn Walsh McLean sued in 1932 to have her husband, Edward B. McLean, removed as trustee of his father's estate, which included the Washington Post, the Cincinnati Enquirer, and the Cincinnati Commercial Tribune. In the complaint, she charged that McLean, on July 10, 1931, received the sum of more than $100,000 in money upon his agreement to devote the same to the needs of the Washington Post. This sum came, it developed, from Hoover's Secretary of War Patrick J. Hurley. It was ostensibly for the purchase of McLean's Virginia estate, but was actually charged to be in consideration of a lease on the Post's political policy until the end of the presidential campaign, November, 1932. In the Senate Shipping Board investigation, it was brought out that Albert D. Lasker, Chicago advertising man who headed the board, inspired widespread newspaper propaganda for government ship subsidies and against nonprofit government operation. The Shipping Board, for example, had not advertised much in the Chicago Journal of Commerce, Ames Family, Booth Fisheries. In February, 1922, this newspaper suddenly editorialized on behalf of the Lasker ship subsidy bill, and immediately began receiving Shipping Board advertising on a rising scale, so that for the year ended June 30, 1923, it received $34,652.52 of such advertising. In return for Shipping Board advertising, the farm publication, Fruit, Garden, and Home, also waged a campaign on behalf of ship subsidies. Lasker on May 12, 1922, wrote to Robert R. McCormick, of the Chicago Tribune, who had suggested that the Paris edition of the newspaper be given more Shipping Board advertising. Lasker said that the Chicago Tribune under a new schedule was slated for 1,400 lines of advertising a week, and that he was sending under separate cover copies of the ship subsidy bill and of the board's study of subsidies. He suggested that McCormick might want to assign a writer to compose a series on the American merchant marine, and offered to cooperate. The Chicago Tribune soon afterwards syndicated a series of propaganda articles signed by Lasker himself under the title, "Why the United States Should Have a Merchant Marine." The Shipping Board then gave the Tribune the contract for the news service on board its vessels. Under this contract, the Shipping Board paid deficits and the Tribune shared profits. As the Senate investigators discovered, the American Steamship Owners Association sent out editorials and articles which were reproduced throughout the nation's press without acknowledgement of their source. This association succeeded, too, in suppressing newspaper material hostile to its aims. The Chicago Tribune, fatuously proclaiming itself the world's greatest newspaper, has functioned under Robert R. McCormick in a way that lays it open to indictment on almost any count. This newspaper has been a wholesale purveyor of bogus news, according to a study made for the period 1925 to 27 by Professor Frederick L. Schuman of the University of Chicago. Falsifications about Russia were found by Schuman to be frequent, but other falsifications were also noted. Soon after the World War, the Chicago Tribune, which like the rest of the press was soaked in wartime propaganda, notably falsified about Superintendent William McAndrew of the Chicago Board of Education on the issue of patriotism, saying he was British-born. Falsifications by the Chicago Tribune, indeed, have been so complete and so flagrant on every conceivable issue that it is impossible to devote more space to them here. From 1933 onward, it conspicuously falsified with respect to every significant facet of the Roosevelt administration's program. Wherever one touches the American press, for whatever year, the story is the same. In 1921, Senator George W. Norris charged that the Packers had paid for advertising in order to inspire certain policies throughout the press. They bought up an unfriendly Texas newspaper. Senator LaFollette in 1923 produced documents which showed the National Coal Association subsidized the press to obtain news 305 stories that falsely indicated a looming coal shortage. The Associated Press was especially cooperative in the campaign of Upton Sinclair for the governorship of California on the semi-radical Epic ticket in 1934. The California Newspaper Publishers Association was paid by the California Brewers Association to publish throughout the California press its anti-Sinclair propaganda. The brewing and distilling industries, like the electric power industry, have for decades found the press open to payments of money. In 1915, for example, Charles H. Allen bought the Montgomery, Ala, advertiser with $100,000 advanced by the brewing industry. Christian Feigenspan, Newark brewer, advanced from time to time $150,000 to keep the Newark Ledger under control on the liquor question. The brewers boasted in 1911 that every newspaper in the state of Texas of any consequence is on our side. In 1917 they raised a national advertising fund of $535,000 for the purpose of controlling editorial views. German-American brewers, it was brought out by a Senate committee, in 1917 advanced $500,000, unsecured and with no note to evidence the money as a loan, to Arthur Brisbane, Hearst's right-hand man. Brisbane used the money to purchase the Washington Times from Frank Munsey. It was a moot point whether Brisbane was to operate the paper as an anti-prohibition publication or as a pro-German organ. The Hearst newspapers have been involved in many known venal transactions. In 1898 it was revealed that 6 years earlier Hearst had signed contracts with the Southern Pacific Railroad, agreeing for a monthly consideration of $1,000 not to be unfriendly. And in 1934, to mention a recent instance, the Hearst newspapers agreed to supply the Hitler Press Bureau with American news dispatches for the sizable consideration of $400,000 annually. Germany had previously been receiving dispatches of the Associated Press in free exchange for dispatches of the Wolf Bureau of Germany. After this arrangement with the Hitler regime, the Hearst newspapers began beating the drum for the Third Reich. According to James Rorty in Our Master's Voice, advertising, 75% of newspaper revenue comes from advertising. 306. So that it would be unusual if newspaper policies were never affected by promised or withheld advertising. But advertising, as this analysis should indicate, is secondary to ownership by the very rich in influencing newspapers. Were there no advertising, newspaper policies would remain very much what they are, with only minor variations of emphasis. Newspapers, especially those directly controlled by members of the inner circle of wealth or by their deputies, have often resisted attempts of advertisers to dictate policies, and, on the whole, the bigger publications have refused to subordinate policies to the requirements of advertisers. To permit advertisers to dictate would simply be to surrender press control, something the wealthy families will never do willingly. Publishers often boast of the way they have resolutely protected freedom of the press by rebuffing a big advertiser, but their zeal in this direction means usually that they have other uses for the press in consonance with the needs of more powerful interests. In 1895, for example, R. H. Macy and Company, New York department store, asked James Gordon Bennett to support Nathan Strauss, an owner of the store, for mayor of New York because the store was a big Herald advertiser. Degree Bennett refused, publicized the attempt to coerce him, and was applauded by Pulitzer, whereupon Strauss organized most of the large department stores and induced them to withdraw advertising from the world. Pulitzer stuck to his guns, however, and lost about $600,000 of advertisements. In short, when the interests of an advertiser conflict with the class interests of the individual or group publishing a certain newspaper, it is impossible for the advertiser to influence editorial policies. Even the Chicago Tribune has publicly rebuked brash advertisers that sought to influence editorial policies. J. David Stern, who publishes 3 lively New Deal newspapers that have probably the most vigorous editorial pages in the country, supported an anti-Hitler merchandise boycott in New York in the face of hostility from some advertisers. But Stern's militant liberalism on various contemporary questions was actuated by the self-interest of his financial backers as much as was the reactionary policy of the Chicago Tribune. Related by marriage to the lit department store 307 family, of Philadelphia, Stern numbered among the financial backers of his New York Post Albert M. Greenfield, Philadelphia realtor, Governor George H. Earl of Pennsylvania, former head of the Pennsylvania Sugar Company, Senator Joseph F. Guffey and Samuel Untermeyer, both wealthy lawyers, William Fox, former film magnate, Samuel Fells, soap magnate, Warner Brothers, film entrepreneurs, and various others intimately identified with medium-sized businesses, financial enterprises, and private real estate and building projects. These people were all hard hit financially during the Hoover regime. They have since been interested in sponsoring policies of benefit to their properties. The Hoover deflation, for example, smashed a Philadelphia bank owned by Greenfield, and the values of the others ebbed greatly at the same time, so it was not extraordinary that the 3 Stern newspapers should espouse New Deal easy money policies and other measures for the rehabilitation of consumer purchasing power. But, although fighting on behalf of reformist proposals of all shades and varieties, the New York Post refused in 1934, as disclosed by Don Wharton in Scribner's magazine, to feature widespread criticism of Astor's New York slum properties. This, according to Scribner's, led to the resignation of Ernest Gruening, the managing editor, who, as an independent publisher in Maine, had waged unceasing war against the Insull interests. Gruening, whose word cannot be doubted in view of his record, while admitting a difference with Stern about an editorial criticizing Astor's housing, says this was not the cause of his resignation. But Stern did nothing journalistically unusual in shielding an influential person like Astor, although unlike other present-day publishers Stern has not hesitated to criticize men of finance. The Saturday Evening Post and other Curtis publications, for example, have always automatically jumped to the defense of the rich. After Upton Sinclair exposed conditions in the Chicago stockyards, the Post invited J. Ogden Armour, editor George Horace Lorimer's former employer, to enter a denial, which it printed. In a post-mortem eulogy of J.P. Morgan, written for the Post, Albert H. Gary said, "It was not generally known that he was deeply religious." The Post invited Philander C. Knox to defend dollar diplomacy in its pages. And during the boom of the 1920s the magazine lived up to its traditions by obliging Lee, Higginson, and Company in permitting 308. Isaac Marcosson to write a laudatory series about Ivor Kreuger, master swindler. For more than 20 years the American magazine of the Crowell Publishing Company has excelled in the publication of articles romanticizing individuals who have made or inherited money. After the 1929 smash-up Fortune, published by Time Incorporated, entered this field, but aimed at a more sophisticated audience. Fortune, no less than the American magazine, has done nothing to invalidate the charge that it is a propaganda organ for the pecuniary motive in all its devious ramifications. Time Incorporated is ruled by Henry R. Luce, Yale classmate of Henry P. Davison, Morgan partner, who contributed original capital to the enterprise in concert with E. Roland Harriman, the late Dwight W. Morrow, Harvey Firestone, and various members of the Harkness family. In view of the identities of its stockholders detailed in the preceding chapter, it is not strange that Time, Fortune's sister enterprise, should have assailed the Senate Banking and Currency Committee for presuming to inquire into the operations of J.P. Morgan and his partners, and that it should similarly have assailed the Nye Munitions Investigating Committee, although Fortune, March, 1934, published an ostensible exposure of the munitions traffic. Most of the exposure, however, was devoted to European munitions makers. Out of 10,000 words only 350 were devoted to American munitions makers, and out of these 350 words only 15 were devoted to the DuPonts, perhaps the biggest munitions fabricators in the world. Of the Nye Committee, Time, October 19, 1936, said, the Nye Committee had spent months blackguarding the DuPonts, Britain's late George V, a handful of Latin American dignitaries, Woodrow Wilson, and the House of Morgan. One may readily imagine about whom in this collection Time was really distressed. The sinister facts elicited by these two Senate committees were, however, passed over lightly. From its inception in 1924, Time has consistently performed as the journalistic champion of the wealthiest families. In January, 1925, Time used 3 oddly assorted news items about John D. Rockefeller 309 as an excuse for a sermon on the camel and the needle's eye, proving that the younger Rockefeller would surely pass through. A disgusted subscriber wrote to protest against the sweet eulogy of the saint that would make a dog sick. But obvious as has been the adulation lavished on the Rockefeller clan until it made a hostile move against Morgan, it is delicate by comparison with Time's elephantine capers around John Pierpont Morgan. Time had a field day when reporters, eager to know whether she was engaged to Colonel Lundberg, burst into the stateroom of the late Elizabeth Morrow, returning on the Olympic in the personal charge of J.P. Morgan. As the photographers got ready, in strode a tall, heavy man of magnificent carriage, instantly recognizable as John Pierpont Morgan. At his word reporters fled. Time writers have apparently stayed up nights to invent new ways of presenting Morgan. The issue of February 11, 1929, carried a classic entitled Le Monsieur Embarques, for the Young Commission, which began. Parisians were especially delighted, last week, by a sly little story which came clicking over the cables. The story was merely that a square porthole had been left open at the pier level so that America's greatest monsieur could go aboard unseen. In a beatific account of Mr. Morgan's return, newsmen told how, after a gentle suggestion from a bold photographer, the strikingly handsome banker Morgan shifted to a more advantageous position. Perhaps never had so great a banker appeared in so happy a light. Although Morgan and Rockefeller have claimed much of Time's spotlight, many other names in the cast of great wealth have come in for breathless attention. When the Albert H. Garys acquired Henry Clay Frick's box at the Metropolitan Opera House, TZME gushed, at them steel workers in the topmost gallery will point with pride. Speaking of F. B. Davison, brother of stockholder Henry P. Davison, Time, August 24, 1935, said, "He is not of the ordinary run of local politician. He is in politics more after the old British fashion by which a distinguished family sends one of its sons into public life. What is more, he is able. He ought to be. Look at his father. His father started life as an upstate bank clerk. Time waited many months to sink a rapier into Winthrop W. 310. Aldrich of the Chase National Bank, after Aldrich, during the bank holiday of 1933, anticipated criticism of the Chase Securities Company by suggesting that the underwriting and deposit functions of banks be separated by law. Aldrich's defensive maneuver struck directly at J.P. Morgan and Company in its complex deposit underwriting business. In 1934 came Time's opportunity to punish Aldrich, for it went far out of its way to make an exceedingly frank report of a survey junket taken around the country by Aldrich, several Chase Bank officials, and 2 Rockefeller sons in a private car that, said Time, costs $75 per day plus railroad fares. The costliness of the trip was stressed, and just at a time when Chase Bank minority stockholders were criticizing officers for extravagant handling of the bank's funds. Time contrasted the Chase tour with one made by James H. Perkins, new chairman of the National City Bank, who, it was slyly pointed out, ensconced himself ascetically in a lower berth. Time let several big Aldrich cats out of the bag. It charged that in St. Paul local newspapers were asked to play down the Chase junket, and that a speech critical of President Roosevelt made by Aldrich to Los Angeles bankers and businessmen was, at Aldrich's order, left out of Harry Chandler's Times, Manchester Body's Illustrated Daily News, and the 2 local Hearst papers. Since this episode, Time has let slip few opportunities to pinprick the Rockefellers. Fortune, November, 1934, called Pierre DuPont, backer of the reactionary Liberty League, a man of liberal ideas. And while admitting that the DuPonts ruled Delaware politics and that Delaware politics were venal, Fortune nevertheless insisted that the DuPonts were a good influence in the state. Owen D. Young is another liberal, although he is too well versed in the age-old organisms of human trade to offer specious nostrums for their sudden improvement or the cure of such ills as they have developed. March, 1931. Of Bernard M. Baruch, in October, 1933, Fortune said, "Baruch is perhaps the only specimen of that brilliant type of public figure which is best represented by his good friend, Winston Churchill." Fortune, like Time, seldom forgets distinctions in distributing accolades. In an article on Vincent Astor, after he had identified 311 himself with the New Deal, which Morgan opposed, Fortune patronizingly implied that Astor had overcome his earlier intellectual lassitude, but Fortune has never yet brought itself to admit that the reigning J.P. Morgan is far from being esteemed as an intellectual heavyweight. Time and Fortune have unkind things to say only about governments that are, coincidentally, on bad terms with J.P. Morgan and Company. Soviet Russia has been consistently misrepresented. The rise of a left liberal government in France was met with scorn by Time, which, by word, radio, and film boosted the fascist Croix de Feu. The defense of a legally elected democratic regime in Spain brought quick sneers from Time, in whose pages the Madrid Citizens' Army was intemperately alluded to as flat-footed mobsters. That social bias has little to do with some of these attitudes, and that pecuniary bias has much, is revealed in the fact that Hitler's right-wing Germany, a financial defaulter and proud of it, has been handled without gloves. Right-wing Italy, like Germany, a land of castor oil, the bastinado and the dagger, is, on the other hand, recurrently flattered. Italy, however, has not defaulted on Morgan loans. As with politics abroad, so with politics at home. Time has let pass no opportunity to ridicule the New Deal. Hostile to Roosevelt, hostile to his light industry program throughout, it was still hostile in 1936, but as election day approached, it became, with typical opportunism, less stridently pro-Landon because the Fortune poll showed that Roosevelt would win by a great majority. The enterprises of Time Incorporated were subjected to notably acute analysis by Dwight MacDonald, former Fortune editor, in The Nation, May 1, 8, and 22, 1937. Liberals, he observed, object to Time's habitual distortion or suppression of labor and radical news, the constant pooh-poohing of all movements for social progress. In 1930, said MacDonald, Fortune published a eulogy of Albert H. Wiggin, in 1931 of Samuel Insull, Jr. In 1931, The present J.P. Morgan, whom only fortune takes seriously, was the subject of a tenderly respectful biography. In March, 1934, the Van Sweringens were whitewashed, and their critics rebuked, in some 15,000 words. The most gruesome of the many skeletons in F. Orton's closet is probably 312. The amazing article on Pittsburgh, December, 1930, from the hand of Luce himself. Pittsburgh, Luce pronounces, is a gentle city. The Mellons are gentle, too, for example, R.B. Mellon's whimsical remark, which Luce doesn't quote, "You couldn't run a coal mine without machine guns." As for living conditions, Luce reports, windows of Pittsburgh homes are washed once a week by the maid, not by some window cleaning concern. Fortune's whitewashes have extended even to the financial affairs of Hearst, in which the banks are concerned, although Hearst himself many times has been spoken of slightingly in TZME. In a pseudo-scientific search for typical American families, Fortune ignored the preponderance of Southern sharecroppers, city slum dwellers, and unskilled laborers, and found, as MacDonald notes, that the typical Midwest farmer owned a farm worth $100,000 and made a net income of $4,000 in 1934. The typical white-collar worker got $58 a week. Time and Fortune have on their staffs a notable array of liberal and radical writers, chosen because of their sensitivity to social and political phenomena. But, as MacDonald testifies, their writings are subject to careful revision and distortion and suppression by the executive editors. Articles about personalities and enterprises in Fortune are, moreover, often submitted for approval or correction to their subjects. Few readers are able to see through the spurious claim of objectivity behind which Time and Fortune class-consciously maneuver, for both employ a highly refined and deceptive journalistic technique wherein a brief adjective or adverb may slant a whole series of facts. This technique belongs to Henry R. Luce, the spiritual heir of Frank Munsey, whose Morgan-inspired son, A Joke to Newspaper People, was once saluted by Time as a great newspaper. Thomas W. Lamont is probably the single most influential individual in contemporary American journalism. He began his career as a financial reporter on the Old New York Tribune. Lamont's duties as a Morgan partner and apostolic successor to George W. Perkins are varied, but among them journalistic concerns have played a very large part. Perkins and Lamont have, each in his 313 respective period of ascendancy, been the pacemakers of the Morgan banking house, the troubleshooters, the business getters, the schemers, the diplomats, and the apologists. Lamont, like Perkins, has been adept in getting Morgan theses presented by the newspapers, which have not failed to keep confidential the source of their inspiration. Perkins was, indeed, so skilled at manipulating newspapers, as witness his profitable use of the Times in 1907, that at an early semi-official wartime gathering of Charles Evans Hughes, Thomas L. Chadbourne, Willard Straight, John Peroy Mitchell, Henry E. Morgenthau, and others, Frank Munsey argued that Perkins should be given charge of government censorship. Munsey, as Morgenthau relates, apostrophized Perkins as one of the great experts in the securing of publicity. Perkins' only disciple became Lamont, who became the only peer of the Rockefellers' late Ivy L. Lee. To Lamont's desk at 23 Wall Street newspapers, magazines, and books from all over the world are brought immediately after publication, relevant passages marked by a staff of readers, works in foreign languages translated. Lamont reads and evaluates praise and dispraise of J.P. Morgan and Company, then the material is filed. Sometimes he enters into personal correspondence with writers and editors, sometimes he sends out a letter for publication, sometimes he suggests that a third party make denial, emendation, affirmation. At least half of Lamont's contact with the surrounding world is with publishers, writers that cater to mass audiences, newspapermen, and editors. Among the many Lamont literary and journalistic friends are Walter Lippmann *, who went with him on a trip to the Near East in 1931 and who has forwarded in his nationally syndicated columns many theses that Wall Street financial writers had previously heard, often similarly phrased, from the lips of Lamont, B.C. Forbes of the Hearst Organization, William T. Duart and Franz Schneider of the New York Sun, Henry R. Luce, of Time Incorporated, Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, of the New York Times, Sir Wilmot Lewis, Washington correspondent of the London Times and son-in-law of Frank B. Noyes, a leading spirit in the Associated Press and publisher of the Washington Star, Henry Seidel Canby, Charles Seymour, president of Yale University, Edwin L. James, managing editor of the New York Times, and Mrs. Ogden Reed of the New York Herald Tribune. Lamont has even made a pilgrimage to the California ranch of William Randolph Hearst. Writers of standing and repute not personally acquainted with Lamont will, sometimes, receive an invitation to lunch with him, and will learn from him wherein they have erred in reviewing a certain book, in writing a preface, or in composing an essay that mentions J.P. Morgan and Company or one of its many enterprises or friends. They will be asked to retract, and, failing to comply, they may count upon Morgan hostility to manifest itself invisibly in various parts of the magazine and book publishing world. Writers to whom Lamont is friendly unquestionably have their path smoothed toward pecuniary success. For example, the New York Evening Post under Lamont included the following staff members who have since achieved rapid promotion: Henry Seidel Canby, Franz Schneider, and Arthur Pound, editor of Barron's Memoirs and author of a series of articles on corporations which were published by the Atlantic Monthly in 1935 as part of a paid advertising program, although this fact was not at first told to readers. Ellery Sedgwick, editor of the Atlantic Monthly, is, incidentally, a Lamont contact, and lunches occasionally at 23 Wall Street and at the First National Bank of New York. Unpublicized dinners frequently given by Mr. and Mrs. Lamont are usually graced by writers, foreign as well as American, and by editors and publishers. Among European writers recurrently entertained are H. G. Wells, André Maurois, and John Masefield, British Poet Laureate. All have big American audiences. None of them ever touches upon practical concerns of J.P. Morgan and Company, but 315 their general attitudes are, beyond question, of more than academic interest to the banking house. Lamont's journalistic and literary peregrinations have perceptible effect. In 1933 he served notice on New York publishers that the Guarantee Trust Company, the Bankers Trust Company, the First National Bank, and the New York Trust Company were no longer to be referred to as Morgan Banks. In the uncritical boom period such references, frequently made, were of distinct advantage to J.P. Morgan and Company. Since the order to discontinue was given, only the New York Post, Stern, has mentioned the Morgan Banks. Similarly, the Hearst newspapers, after Lamont's visit to Hearst in California, stopped blaming all the ills of the country upon the bankers, as they had been maliciously doing for several Depression years. Long before the Van Sweringen bubble burst, Lamont was able to keep mention of the looming catastrophe out of the newspapers, although as early as 1931 the New York financial writers knew what was happening. In that year the Herald Tribune, whose Reed family held some Van Sweringen securities and was more than passingly interested, sent a reporter to Cleveland to check on rumors of difficulties. Cleveland bankers, shocked at the familiarity with the Van Sweringen secrets displayed by a strange newspaperman, immediately telephoned J.P. Morgan and Company. The Herald Tribune reporter was peremptorily recalled, his suspicions verified but his mission uncompleted. He was not permitted to write his report. In 1933 another Herald Tribune reporter obtained information that the Van Sweringen railroad interests were headed for drastic reorganization. The story he wrote was submitted, at the insistence of the Herald Tribune management, to Lamont, who rewrote it to indicate that the crisis was being handled by J.P. Morgan and Company to the satisfaction of Washington. An entirely misleading and soothing story, anonymously authored by Lamont, was published on the front page of the Herald Tribune, February 9, 1933. The New York Times subsequently featured on its first page a long account of a Van Sweringen loan default to J.P. Morgan and Company, but after receiving a midnight telephone call from Lamont or an associate, the Times editors hastily wrote a substitute. 316 America's 60 Families story for an inside page. The next day the bankers denied that the loan had been defaulted, although interest due had to be deferred for another year. Dwight MacDonald, in his valuable Nation series, wrote that after Fortune prepared an article on the United States Steel Corporation which attributed responsibility for many abuses to Myron C. Taylor, Thomas W. Lamont, of J.P. Morgan and Company, went to work on the editors of Fortune. He scored a diplomatic victory which must have amazed even so seasoned a strategist as Lamont. Not only was an abbreviated and emasculated version of the article printed, but an objective, hence unflattering, biography of Mr. Taylor was excised completely and replaced by a full-throat burst of lyrical eulogy which the editor-in-charge took care to write himself. About another build-up for Taylor in connection with the capitulation of the United States Steel Corporation to the C.I.O. a build-up in which Fortune presented Taylor as a great industrial statesman, MacDonald remarks, did not Mr. Lamont possibly sell Mr. Luce's editors another bill of goods? Lamont is accustomed to such successes, very probably he is only astonished on those rare occasions when he fails to bring an editor to understand his point of view. Lamont's Saturday Review of Literature published a review of Professor Jerome Davis's Capitalism and Its Culture, which gets down to mentioning cases disagreeable to J.P. Morgan and Company. Canby, then the editor-in-charge, found the 76 words of the review too much. He later admitted having edited the eulogy out of these brief remarks, which were written by an eminent political authority, Professor Harold J. Lasky. Contributors to the Saturday Review, incidentally, have been asked to delete sharp remarks relating to J.P. Morgan and Company and to Thomas W. Lamont in reviewing histories of railroads and industrial corporations. The New York World Telegram, April 7, 1936, revealed that Canby had admitted turning over to Lamont the proofs of M-Day, by Rose M. Stein. The book discussed war preparations, past and present, and criticized J.P. Morgan and Company. Canby said he gave the proofs to Lamont merely so that he might suggest a competent reviewer. Lamont suggested Charles Seymour, Yale professor B07, who has since become the university's president. Seymour was associated with Lamont at the Versailles Peace Conference and has since promulgated far and wide the Morgan thesis that the United States was brought into the war by the German submarine warfare. Seymour, himself under fire from historians, attacked the Stein book. Canby, however, far from having received the book in the usual routine, had gone out of his way to obtain advance proofs from Harcourt, Brace and Company, the publishers. The situation was brought to the attention of the World Telegram by a curious exchange of letters in the Nation between Miss Stein and Walter H. Millis, Herald Tribune editorial writer and author of The Road to War, who had reviewed M-Day for the Nation. Miss Stein charged that Millis's objections to her book were identical with those made by Lamont who, she asserted, had tried unsuccessfully to induce Harcourt, Brace and Company to change portions of the book to which Lamont took exception. Lamont obtained his advance information from the proofs supplied by Canby. Millis, in reply to Miss Stein, disavowed Lamont's having had anything to do with his critical position. Miss Stein's point recalled to other observers, however, that Millis's The Road to War was criticized by C. Hartley Grattan in the New Republic for having omitted the dramatic Page Wilson cablegram of 1917. This cablegram is a tender subject for J.P. Morgan and Company, and the pro-Morgan newspapers, as we have seen, did not carry it when Senator Nye alluded to it. Something that neither Grattan nor Miss Stein knew, however, was that Lamont had been tipped off in advance, possibly again through the Saturday Review, that Millis's war book was about to appear, and had effected a meeting with Millis. Millis volunteered to the author, when asked about the curious absence of the Page cablegram, that it had been included, but was deleted, in the interests of a shorter text, while the book was in manuscript. The Road to War, however, contained material of a less significant nature. The omission of the revealing Page cablegram marred an otherwise fine piece of work. Bernard DeVoto, novelist and critic, has replaced Canby as editor of the Saturday Review, and although a more independent thinker. 318 America's 60 families than can be, he has yet to show where he stands on social and economic problems. Lamont is virtually ubiquitous in the American press. Usually when the New York newspapers, in editorial or news columns, chastely allude to prominent banking opinion, impressions in financial circles, and the consensus among bankers, they refer only to Lamont. The newspaper accounts, rewritten by the Associated Press and the United Press, then blanket the country. But when newspapers refer to a conflict of banking opinion or to an alternative view held by other well-posted financiers, they mean only that Winthrop W. Aldrich at the Chase Bank has taken issue with Lamont. The newspapermen who cover Wall Street are, a. instructed by their offices to see Lamont regularly and are, b. referred to Lamont or to Aldrich by other bankers in Wall Street, who usually fear to speak even anonymously on general affairs. There are certain things which Lamont cannot, however, depend upon financial reporters, shackled though they are, to write. In such instances he has been known to telephone the newspaper editors after the financial men have gone home, and inquire innocently whether anyone has telephoned him. Assuming that someone on the financial staff has actually called Lamont and that the subject is important, the editor has eagerly listened while Lamont audibly supposed what the unknown inquirer wanted to know. The editor has then rushed Lamont's version of some affair into print, to appear the next day with no mention of Lamont's name. This has happened a number of times. Among the many Lamont theses that have found their way into the nation's newspapers through the writings of the Wall Street financial reporters are, a. The stock market break 1929 is purely local and has no relation to general business or economics, b. The situation is well in hand 1930 and should improve, c. The Depression 1931 must take its course, d. Japan 193 will maintain the gold standard, e. There is no danger 1931 of a German abe and, f. The banking system 1932 is fundamentally sound. As one who has unwillingly played a part in relaying these fraud. 319. Ulent theses to the public consciousness, the writer takes this occasion to divulge their common source. More recently, Lamont has been instrumental in feeding the try the theses that New Deal spending is paving the road to ruin and that there is no danger of a European war. This last was released immediately after Lamont's return from Europe in 1936, marvelous to relate, he signed it. Soon afterward many of the Lamont journalistic connections began sounding off in their columns and books on the novel theme that fears of war were exaggerated, thereby disarming public opinion. The general effects of Lamont's work are much more far-reaching than anything ever undertaken by the late Ivy Leaf or the Rockefellers. Where Lamont's shadowy journalistic power begins and where it ends could be determined, very probably, only by a government investigation. Walter Lippmann is, of course, Lamont's most important editorial outlet, although Lippmann also turns to Russell C. Leffingwell at Morgan's for ideas. Lippmann, however, once was forced to maneuver awkwardly by reason of his Morgan friendship. When J.P. Morgan and Company was investigated in 1933 by the Senate, which found evidence of so much irregularity, Lippmann wrote a column for the Herald Tribune and syndicate newspapers in which he put in a soothing word for the banking house. Such a false atmosphere did his essay throw around the investigation that a number of persons connected with the Senate committee said Lippmann would be called to tell of his Morgan affiliations. Word to this effect was relayed to the Herald Tribune office. 4 days later, on May 31, 1933, Lippmann in his column gave the Senate committee support which, for him, was strong. Reversing himself completely, he said, "The most discouraging aspect of the testimony of Mr. Morgan and Mr. Whitney is the assumption that all of these transactions can be explained away and that no important reforms are necessary or desirable. Making it look good," he said. "The great Morgan power is almost entirely unregulated by law. The possession of such great power by private individuals who are not publicly accountable is in principle irreconcilable with any sound conception of a democratic state." 9. Philanthropy, or non-commercial investment. They, were supporters of such charitable institutions as might be beneficial to their sick domestics. John Galsworthy, The Forsyte Saga. Tuesday field of contemporary philanthropy, or non-commercial investment, is a labyrinth of mirrors, flashing lights, fitful shadows, and pervasive ballyhoo. One can be sure of little in this maze, for everything superficially perceptible is an illusion multiplied to infinity. Practical philanthropy, so-called, centers largely about the foundations. E. C. Lindemann, the outstanding authority on the internal functioning of foundations, states in his monumental Wealth and Culture, published in 1936, that his first surprise was to discover that those who managed foundations and trusts did not wish to have these instruments investigated. Had it occurred to me then, he continued, that it would require 8 years of persistent inquiry at a wholly disproportionate cost to disclose even the basic quantitative facts desired, I am sure that the study would have been promptly abandoned. The reader, then, should prepare to enter in this chapter a subterranean cavern of modern capitalism, discarding at once all preconceptions about munificent donations by the economic barons for the welfare of mankind. Fostered by the newspapers and the publicity bureaus of the millionaires, these preconceptions have little justification in objective fact. But have not the Rockefellers given away from $500 million to $700 million, as the newspapers have plainly stated? Have not all the American multimillionaires given away huge sums? Do not gifts from the wealthy support most scientific research? Are not 320. 321. Vast artistic and cultural enterprises, symphony orchestras, operas, universities largely supported by gifts from the wealthy to which there are no personal strings attached? Unfortunately, the answer to all these questions is no. What, then, has been taking place to justify all the publicity? There has, it is quite true, been some disinterested philanthropic activity, but the philanthropies, so-called, have to the grandiose descriptions they inspire the relation that a pebble has to the pool on whose surface its impact brings countless momentary ripples. For very little money, a trivial amount, in fact, has been given away by the wealthy of fabulously rich America, and most of that has been given since the income tax took effect in 1913. The word gift might properly be discarded in this connection in favor of more precise words like allocation and transfer. All gifts and donations to institutions in the period 1909 to 32, by rich, well-to-do, moderately circumstanced, and poor, according to Robert R. Doane, in the measurement of American wealth, aggregated only $27,888 million, or less than 2% of total incomes for persons of all classes. From 1860 to 1932, social expenditures, philanthropic and non-philanthropic, by rich and poor, according to the same authority, amounted only to $65,533 million, or about 25% of the $233,628 million expended by the government in social avenues. The total gifts of all who filed income tax returns has never amounted to as much as 2% of their incomes, even in our prosperous years, according to Relisay and Omar P. Goslin, Rich Man, Poor Man. Our 3,000 richest families with average income of $300,000 and over gave an average of only $25,400 each in 1928. After the Depression set in, they found it necessary to reduce their gifts to $12,900 each. The 248 very richest families with incomes of over $1 million gave an average of $30,100 each in 1928. This includes all gifts to churches, colleges, endowments, or relief. The total philanthropic budget for 1928, according to the John Price Jones Corporation, was $2,330,600,000, and Lindemann found that of this all the foundations and community trusts, instruments of the rich, contributed only 9.16%. Professor Lindemann explodes the newspaper-fostered notion that too much money is willed to philanthropy. After a scientific study of wills filed in New York City in 1927-33, Lindemann concluded that 94% of the wills transferred 94% of the wealth to relatives and friends. As the greatest ownership of wealth is concentrated in New York City, this distribution of $11.5 billion of private property in 7 years must stand as the authoritative indication of the disposition of wealth by wills in the United States. The bulk of the wealth thus distributed, Lindemann remarks, flows into the treasuries of churches, hospitals, and conventional charities. In short, the cultural importance of redistributed personal wealth is slight. Lindemann, it may be pointed out, uses the word culture to connote those activities of men which have collective meaning in terms of value. To him, culture implies ways for organizing emotional experience, experiments in tone or quality of living. Thus, culture cannot be merely something which conserves but must, as he insists, become dynamic. Has not philanthropic activity been greater, however, during the post-Civil War ascendancy of the industrialists and bankers than it ever was before? Again, unfortunately, no. Henry Demarest Lloyd, in Wealth Against Commonwealth, quotes the Committee of the United Hospitals Association of New York as saying in 1893, the committee have found that, through the obliteration of old methods of individual competition by the establishment of large corporations and trusts in modern times, the income of such charitable institutions as are supported by the individual gifts of the benevolent has been seriously affected. The trend of giving to philanthropic and charitable enterprises, in relation to all income and all other expenditures, is still downward. According to the Golden Rule Foundation, national income in 1936 was $48.718 billion more than in 1932, representing an increase of 61%. In the same interval, earnings of 105 of the largest industrial corporations increased by 3,975%, while contributions to colleges declined 18%, to community chests 24%, to general benevolences 29%, and to churches 30%. Abraham Epstein, distinguished sociological investigator and Re 323. Former, says in the American Mercury, May, 1931, that the benevolences of a dozen individuals, such as Carnegie, the Rockefellers, Harkness, Rosenwald, and a few others, account for a considerable proportion of existing foundations. The supposed benevolence of even these persons is questionable, but if we grant that Epstein has veritably isolated the true philanthropists, we can say he has about exhausted the list. Among the powerful, rich families that have no reasonable claim to significant philanthropic inclination at all are the Mellons, Fords, DuPonts, Fishers, Fields, Phippses, Berwines, Bakers, McCormicks, Reynoldses, Metcalfs, Greens, Fricks, Morgans, Stillmans, Ryans, Tafts, Goulds, Bradys, Guggenheims, Vanderbilts, Golitz, Astors, and most of the others. An examination of organized philanthropy in the United States at once reveals, says Epstein, the parsimoniousness of the many rather than the largesse of the few. Even a casual study shows that the myth of our unparalleled generosity has no firmer base than the benevolences of a very few men who have distributed small parts of their extraordinarily large fortunes. Among the masses of the well-to-do, not many give anything to charity, even in the most generous city, New York. A negligible proportion of rich individuals support all of the charities. The vast bulk of the wealthy contribute to none. In the cities in which money is raised through community chests or welfare federations, the contributors never exceed 17% of the total population. The 360 American community chests, in spite of the energetic trumpeting, cajolery, and high-pressure salesmanship that go with them, do not raise more than $80 million a year, less than half of the sum now spent through workmen's compensation laws alone. Fewer than 800 persons and corporations, Epstein says, donated $250 or more at one time to become life members of the Association for the Improvement of the Condition of the Poor in New York City. That the slackers in the United States are not the poor people but the richest and most respectable is well known to persons engaged in the business of raising money for charitable purposes, Epstein says. In many cities the charitable agencies spend far more upon relieving the distress of the workers of certain local corporations. 324. Than these firms contribute. A Detroit attorney recently testified before a United States Senate committee that while over 36% of the city's expenditures on unemployment relief go to unemployed Ford employees, Mr. F. Ford even pays no taxes to the city. Edsel Ford's contribution to the Detroit community chest of $130,000 amounts to about 15% of what the city spends monthly on unemployed Ford company men. A number of heads of community chests blamed the failure of their recent drives entirely on the richer groups. At the same time, they commended the generosity of the poorer classes, who have been giving more than ever before. Private philanthropy, Epstein warns, will never be able to relieve the growing difficulties inherent in the industrial order, and it is also seriously objectionable for another reason. Under this system the burden of social ills falls almost entirely upon the few generous rich and the bulk of poor wage earners, who cannot refuse to give to charitable appeals when the boss asks them to contribute. It is altogether contrary to the modern principle of fair proportional distribution of the burden. The bulk of the well-to-do escape entirely from paying their share. But are there not, then, vast sums concentrated in philanthropic foundations? There is, alas, actually much less than $1 billion in philanthropic foundations, or less than 1/350th of the tangible wealth of the United States. The 20 largest foundations, according to a study published as of 1934 by the 20th Century Fund, account for $622,066,308, or 88.6%, of all effective foundation capital, and the records of the foundation study show 258 foundations and 73 additional funds that may be classified as foundations. Total foundation capital of substantially less than $1,000,000,000,000 compares with recurrent annual income of substantially more than $1 billion accruing to the 500 richest individuals, whose personal capital resources exceed $20 billion, and it compares with recurrent annual income of more than $5 billion, estimated, for all members of the 500 richest families. Total grants out of investment income by the 20 largest foundations in 1934, according to the 20th Century Fund study, amounted to $3968,778 90.5% of all foundation grants. 325. In previous years the grants ranged up to about $50 million, equivalent to slightly more than 40 cents per year for every man, woman, and child in the United States. Lindemann discovered that 80 foundations and 20 community trusts made grants of $83,743,490 in 1928, the maximum for any year in the post-war period. When it is observed that the appropriations of two men Rockefeller and Carnegie account for nearly 60% of all capital in 123 foundations studied by the 20th Century Fund, an organization financed by Edward A. Filene, Boston department store owner, it becomes clear that institutional philanthropy is, on the whole, a shoestring proposition. However, the shoestring, while it means little to society in a constructive sense, confers immense social power on those who hold it, as does the shoestring control by the rich of the big corporations and banks as described by Burley and Means. The 20 largest foundations, according to the 20th Century Fund study, 1934, are as follows. Capital. Tensamicio Corporation of, N.V., Davianisc Stenges $157,553,073 Dia Kirkland Foundation, Prietnanershi $153,609,942 3. General Education Board, Rockefeller. $45,922,414 Ampekamuan Wealth Hunt, Harkness, 7. 5-C.I, 043,430,252 5. W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Kellogg Cereals. 41,592,087. 6. Carnegie Institution of Washington. 34,611,416. 7. Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of TESOD, SPEERETOE 30,821,545. Dematisal age, POUNC at IONWISEN Ecos Lescusninen 15,4573575. Ohm Bunnell Foundation, Henry Buell, Jr., A. 13,120,850. 10. Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. 11,127,415. Time Memorial PUID, 25.5 Ik Pikri Genetic Sexo 10,449,862. 12. Children's Fund of Michigan, Cousins. 2077. Eddy, 13. Maurice and Laura Falk Foundation, Maurice CIA, 2 to soon DN 8 Re EETCA 10,014. New York Foundation, Warburg, Lehman, Luis Litiatus Muneris Almes, TE Meat Pact over 8,646,011. 15. New York Community Trust, numerous donors, Pocket Ellermanag Krent, Poets Saziges Texts 8,024,688. 16. Spellman Fund of New York, Rockefeller. 6,542,421. 17. Cleveland Foundation, numerous donors. 5,906,751. T. Gatnesilier Row Fund Commission 1.0. 59750,000. 326. 19. John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation 5,049,437. 20. Committee of the Permanent Charity Fund, New JMETOUS/Conokes, say EBEEETEE 4,900,000. Not many of the 60 richest families, it is readily apparent, are included in the tabulation. It is also clear that many persons who do not rank among the wealthiest Kellogg, Falk, Cousins, and Buell have made relatively large contributions. The second largest accumulation, that of Carnegie, does not represent a surviving dynasty, nor does the Sage Fund. All of the 60 families, however, as the 20th Century Fund study clearly shows, are associated with some organized philanthropy or pseudo-philanthropy. All find it expedient to carry on some ostensible philanthropic activity. Some of the foundations are established, it appears, merely as imitations that confer prestige. The lesser rich, striving for status, imitate the greater rich, although the foundations of the former are practically moribund, consisting merely of desk room in some office, a small bank account, and stationery with an impressive letterhead. We will not concern ourselves with these. Size of capital, however, does not always determine the size of annual grants, for some of these foundations plow part of the income back into the capital fund. In the distribution of income, other foundations, having no connection with the 60 richest families, figure outstandingly. The Rosenwald Fund appears among the 10 largest distributors of grants but not among the 20 largest foundations because the late Julius Rosenwald stipulated that the capital should be distributed in 25 years rather than maintained in perpetuity as are the Carnegie and many of the other foundations. Originally capitalized at about $20 million, the Rosenwald Fund is now down to about $13 million, largely devoted to the erection of school buildings for Negroes in the South. For Negro health and other forms of aid to Negroes, this fund has been one of the most judiciously utilized from the standpoint of human welfare. In 1931 the M&L Guggenheim Foundation granted $707,158 and in 1932 it granted $401,608, but in 1934 neither it nor the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation figured in the 20 largest grants. Except for the contributions of the skeptical Carnegie, Mrs. Russell Sage, and Julius Rosenwald, none of these relatively modest capital sums has been given away. Control of the foundation investment portfolios, consisting of stocks and bonds of corporations dominated by the respective donors, has been retained by the donors, in virtually all cases, through special, complicated charter provisions. The donors sit among the trustees and officers, and direct the affairs of the foundations. What has actually happened in the giving away process is that title to capital has been transferred to foundations. The foundation income, instead of being paid to the donors in dividends and interest, has then been employed, to the material advantage of the donor, in philanthropic, social, semi-philanthropic, quasi-philanthropic, and even anti-philanthropic and antisocial avenues. By allocating funds to philanthropies, it should also be noticed, the persons that retain control over these philanthropic funds have evaded payment of inheritance and income taxes. One is permitted a deduction of 15% from net taxable income if this proportion of income has been transferred in a given year to a philanthropic enterprise, even though the money is capitalized instead of expended by the philanthropy. Where the ostensible philanthropist has been faced by the prospect of reduced financial strength through the incidence of taxes, he has, in taking advantage of the provisions of the tax laws, actually increased his financial power by placing income as well as capital in personally controlled philanthropic funds. Not only has the public been given an exaggerated conception of the total of endowment funds, but it has also been given an exaggerated conception of the so-called benefactions of various individuals. Carnegie, who had no son, allocated to his foundations $350 million, or 80% of his fortune, of which $62 million went to Great Britain and $288 million to the United States. As Carnegie attached no personal strings to the allocations other than to prescribe their fields and to stipulate their perpetual existence, his must be considered a unique contribution, although in the Carnegie foundations there has been, as in all the other foundations, much misdirected activity. Upon analysis, it appears that the bulk of appropriations by the Carnegie Corporation has been expended upon library buildings, museums, college buildings, and conventional educational enterprises. In recent years, this foundation has made to adult education fairly large contributions, which may seem to be culturally progressive, but here again it appears that most, if not all, of this money is distributed through the agency of the American Association for Adult Education, the chief officer of which is a former Carnegie Corporation employee. Consequently, it cannot be expected that the variety of adult education thus promoted will have true cultural significance. As a matter of fact, the above association expends most of its funds on salaries for its officers, on publications, and on researches. The size of Rockefeller allocations to so-called philanthropic uses has been particularly exaggerated by newspapers and even by some rather critical commentators, because the Rockefeller publicity bureaus have, from time to time, made repetitive announcements of identical allocations which have emerged to public view in different forms at different times. Funds initially announced as received by the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Foundation have later been announced as received from Rockefeller personally by the University of Chicago and the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, although these latter have actually received the funds from the two big foundations. Outside observers have increased the confusion by failing to distinguish between the original capital endowment and the recurring grants from the foundation income. The consequence has been that estimates of Rockefeller transfers to foundations range from $550,000,000 to $700 million. Fortune, December, 1931, set Rockefeller endowments at $445,556,183 and total Rockefeller benefactions at $574,155,789. The New York Times, on the occasion of the elder Rockefeller's death in May, 1937, set the endowments at $420,754,335 and total Rockefeller benefactions at $530,853,632. Although this computation was made 6 years after Fortune's, it was lower, thus indicating that a different result is produced by each different approach. John T. Flynn gives the total of the elder Rockefellers' gifts as $508,921,123.01 as of 1928. No gifts have since been made. Gifts of the younger Rockefeller he computes at $65,234,606.29, bringing the total for the family to $574,155,729.30, or very nearly the same as the fortune total. But gifts is an all-inclusive word, and does not connote philanthropies. The elder Rockefeller, as we know, made to United States senators and representatives gifts which some persons have been unkind enough to term bribes. One would have to be uncritical to accept these computations. The New York Times as well as Fortune supplied partial breakdowns of the items entering into their respective computations, thus enabling us to evaluate the merits of some Rockefeller philanthropies. A Rockefeller philanthropy, according to the Times, was an item of $510,042 given to the Anti-Saloon League, which opponents said functioned as a Rockefeller political arm and opposed even dries when they were hostile to Standard Oil. The Times also included as a benefaction $118,000 presented by Rockefeller to the Republican National Committee. An item of $5,962,839, said the Times, covered undesignated Rockefeller gifts in amounts of less than $100,000. 330. Among the individual gifts unquestionably were donations to churches, whose philanthropic character some students might dispute, and whose reactionary social role other students might proclaim, and to individuals whose friendship was of great profit to the Rockefellers. Also included may have been other contributions to the Republican National Committee. The Rockefellers, to be sure, have no apparent reason to regard the Republican Party as other than a philanthropic enterprise. It has, at any rate, been charitable to them. Both the Times and Fortune included among the individual Rockefeller benefactions $250,000 given to the American Petroleum Institute Trade Association of the petroleum industry, whose chief function is lobbying for tariffs and arranging marketing agreements among oil companies. Both publications included many other dubious items, and appear also to have included grants out of foundation income as contributions of additional Rockefeller capital to philanthropy. E. Flynn sets forth the philanthropic allocations of the elder Rockefeller up to 1928 as follows. Rockefeller Foundation and Laura Spelman Memorial S.E.S. Near Ear N.E. SME $256,580,081.87 General's Education's Boat Digging. AEEOEEAE $129,197,900.00 Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research. $59,778,141.14 University Sir Chicago Area, ATANS EE $45,000,000 Miscelancuzi.8. AF20G. San OEEAEEE Air $18,365,000.00. By John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Various gifts 0000.00.00. $65,234,606.29. The first two items of the elder Rockefeller's gifts may stand as unchallengeable. Rockefeller transferred approximately that much to his two foundations. However, not more than $11,501,000 of the University of Chicago item or more than $8 million of the Institute item may be designated as given by Rockefeller, for most of the university and institute funds came from the foundation or the General Education Board, very probably all of the Institute Fund. 331. Came from the board and from the foundation. The total of Rockefeller capital transfers has been approximately $400 million. Up through 1902-03 Rockefeller appears to have given the University of Chicago $11,500,000 directly. The General Education Board, formed in 1902, was thereafter Rockefeller's main instrument of transfer until the Rockefeller Foundation swung into action in 1913. From the fact that he reserved the right to allocate a certain portion of the funds of the General Education Board and the foundation himself, confusion arises in totaling Rockefeller's transfers. He did not give up this privilege until 1917, before which a good part of the funds received by the University of Chicago and the Rockefeller Institute came from the board, and, after its formation, from the foundation, although the reports of the university and of the institute attributed the allocations to Rockefeller personally. Included in the total Rockefeller gifts to the $129 million fund of the General Education Board, for example, is a transfer of $32 million made in 1907. According to the General Education Board, an account of its activities, 1902 to 1914, published by the board itself in 1916, $13,554,343 to $99 of this was earmarked immediately for the University of Chicago and $10,267,022.10 for the Rockefeller Institute. Rockefeller gave to the board $1 million in 1902, $10 million in 1905, $32 million in 1907, $10 million in 1909, $20 million in September, 1919, and $50,438,768 in December, 1919, or $123,438,768 in all. Anna T. Jeans gave this fund $200,000, and some smaller additional Rockefeller transfers were also made. As the General Education Board total obviously included $13,554,343.99 earmarked for the University of Chicago, this amount must be deducted from the total of $45 million indicated by Flynn as an additional benefaction for the university. The annual report of the University of Chicago, 1910-11, noting Rockefeller's final endowment gift of $10 million, published Rockefeller's letter wherein he said, "I have this day caused to be set aside for the University of Chicago, from the funds of the General Education Board which are subject to my disposition, income-bearing securities of the present market value of approximately $10 million. Rockefeller stipulated that the university was to receive this fund in equal installments over a period of 10 years. It was a fund obviously in addition. 332. To the 1907 fund, which had already been transferred to the university, so that we are justified in subtracting $10 million more from the $45 million ostensibly given by Rockefeller as new capital to the university. In acknowledging the 1910 bequest, the university added to the confusion when it remarked that it had received $35 million in all from Rockefeller, but failed to explain that nearly $25 million of this came from funds of the General Education Board subject to Rockefeller's personal disposition. Since 1910 the university has received something over $10 million more from the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Foundation, so that we are justified in taking away this amount from the $21,445,656.01 gained by above deductions. The resulting $11,445,656.01 is very close to the $11,500,000 personally given by Rockefeller to the university up through 1902-03. Similar misinterpretation of Rockefeller Institute benefactions has also taken place. On the basis of the reports of the Rockefeller Institute, 1911 and 1934, it becomes doubtful if Rockefeller personally allocated to it more than $200,000 in 1901 and some land in New York City in 1902. The 1911 report of the Institute indicates that Rockefeller gave it $2,620,610 as an endowment in 1907, $500,000 for a hospital and $170,015.20 for general uses in 1908, $3,650,000 in 1910, and $925,000 in 1911. This made $7,865,625.20 apparently transferred by Rockefeller to the Institute, which reported that as of October 14, 1911, its endowment aggregated $7,186,554.11. But, as we have seen, $10,267,022.10 was earmarked by the General Education Board for the Institute in 1907, or more than had already been transferred to it up to TG11. Reports of the Rockefeller Foundation subsequent to its formation in 1913 indicate that the later institute funds have been derived from it as well as from the General Education Board. We're therefore justified in eliminating all except $11,500,000 of the University of Chicago money and all of the $59,778,141.14 of institute money which Flynn and others treat as philanthropic capital additional to the capital already reported by the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Foundation. This writer also eliminates the miscellaneous item of $18,365,000 because he does not regard as philanthropies the contributions of the elder Rockefeller to the Republican Party, the Anti-Saloon League. 333. Church organizations, propaganda associations, magazine editors, and similar recipients. A word of further explanation is in order as to why this writer does not concede the philanthropic character of the $18,365,000 handed out by the elder Rockefeller. It is not to be doubted that this money was given away. From the very beginning Rockefeller gave away some of his earnings to churches, to individuals in consonance with the religious teachings of his mother. As Rockefeller was an individual mainly intent upon increasing his personal power, his whole life proves this, we must infer that he gradually discovered the transforming effect of such gifts upon individuals. He learned that loyalty, or at least silence, could be bought. He therefore, as he grew wealthier, increased his gifts to churches, to hospitals, to schools, to politicians, in time utterly silencing all general criticism of his business methods which, incidentally, were no worse than those of many other men. Rockefeller, however, had gained such a fundamental position in the nation's industry that he simply had more than others to give away. Should any gift, whatever its nature, be considered a benefaction to humanity? To argue that it should would leave oneself open to crushing rejoinders. Rockefeller, in all his miscellaneous giving, was not really giving at all, he was buying. One can purchase a good many friendly observations for $1 million, patents of nobility have been acquired for much less. For $18 million one can very nearly purchase sainthood. To what extent have the individual miscellaneous allocations of the younger Rockefeller out of his vast income been philanthropic? Let us look at one salient and, perhaps, debatable example. John D., Jr., allocated $14 million to reconstruct Williamsburg, Virginia, as it stood in colonial days. The undertaking looks to this observer like part of a combined advertising stunt, playing upon the patriotic susceptibilities of the sentimental multitude, and a method of reducing income tax liability. However, young Rockefeller showed in the Williamsburg project that he was willing to reconstruct the past. He and his family have not been so willing to reconstruct the present. The money given to perpetuate a useless though agreeable historical monument might better have been used to build a much-needed free. 334. Hospital in the Harlem area of New York City or livable dwellings in the sharecropper region of the South. A more dubious Rockefeller philanthropy consisted of $22,500,000 allotted by the foundation to war work in the period 1914 to 18, of which money a little more than $8 million went to the Red Cross. The only one of the Central Powers that was given assistance was Turkey, which got a mere $55,504. Because it concentrated relief and assistance on one side, although many were suffering on the other side, the expenditure represented less of a contribution to the welfare of humanity than a means of bolstering the war morale of one group of belligerents. What, if anything, have the Rockefellers given to indisputable philanthropic uses? They have given some of the income of their funds, but not all the income. Computations based upon the published reports of the Rockefeller Foundations lead to the conclusion that not more than $225 million of income has been granted. As about $100 million of this income has been recapitalized by the University of Chicago, the Rockefeller Institute, the China Medical Board, and other organizations under Rockefeller control, it seems that not more than $125,000,000 has been given in the sense that control over its disposition has been relinquished. However, the Rockefellers, like the other philanthropists, have stipulated the uses to be made of these gifts, so the gift aspect itself is subject to severe qualification. The gifts usually control behavior in the interests of the donor. Not only has the amount of initial capital allocated by the Rockefellers to so-called philanthropy been exaggerated but, as previously remarked, capital has been added together with income. John T. Flynn, whose thorough biography of Rockefeller is otherwise very valuable, has unfortunately given currency to this grievous error. After totaling the elder Rockefellers' benefactions to $508,921,123.01, Flynn goes on to say, for many years, in addition to grants out of the principal of these endowments, immense sums in interest have been dispersed which would add not less than $175 million to the above, so that it may be reasonably stated that various public philanthropic enterprises have received from the Rockefellers a sum equaling $700, $335, and $50 million. As if this were not bad enough, Flynn continues, after which most of the principal was still intact. Reduced to everyday terms, this is like saying, years ago I put $100 in the bank and designated it for charity. The interest on this has amounted to $100, which has been paid out to various benevolences, and, to cap it all, the original $100 is still intact. I have therefore given $300 to charity. The giver in this hypothetical case has allotted $100, the income, to charity, and no more. And if he stipulated that starving vagabonds use the money for fad diets, he has been less of a benefactor than a dictator of behavior. As the Rockefeller family retains its foundations under its control, subject to its own disposition after listening to the council of experts, the capital funds have in no sense been given away or alienated from Rockefeller dominance. Under the present arrangement, Rockefeller, Jr., strangely enough, could transfer to his foundations all his personality that carries working control of corporations and banks, and still suffer no diminution in his industrial and financial authority, for he would still decide how these securities might be voted in the various Rockefeller companies, and he could determine what salaries the companies should pay him, or what salaries the foundations should pay him in lieu of dividends he relinquished to them. 2. There is a double aspect perceivable in the use of the non-commercial foundations, although this dualism is only apparent, not actual. The foundations really function as wholes under the dispensation of a loose integration which is not externally apparent. All their separate aspects blend into a unifying perspective, a general sense of direction. They function, in brief, on behalf of the status quo. It is convenient, however, to study the workings of the foundations from a dualistic, or double aspect, point of view. In this dualistic framework we find that the foundations function intensively as well as extensively, specifically as well as generally, and, stated in psychological terms, sentimentally, personally, and emo. 336. Rationally as well as coldly and impersonally. The dichotomy might also be outlined thus: in their intensive, specific, and emotional aspect the foundations and their directors are soft. In their extensive, general, and impersonal aspect they are hard. In the good they accomplish, and they unquestionably do accomplish a restricted amount of good, the foundations serve truth. In their extensive, general, and impersonal aspect, the aspect which contains the real reason for their existence, they serve personal pecuniary power as much as do the political machines and the newspapers. There is, therefore, no inconsistency in the fact that the men who direct these philanthropic enterprises are, a. contributors to political slush funds, b. controllers of newspapers, and c. men accustomed to bargain with their employees under cover of machine guns. Before leaving the power-serving aspect of the foundations for a brief interval, it is instructive to note the names of men who direct foundation affairs. Some trustees of the Rockefeller endowments are Rockefeller, Jr., Winthrop W. Aldrich, John W. Davis, Harold H. Swift, and Owen D. Young. Some Carnegie trustees are John W. Davis, Herbert Hoover, Howard Heinz, Pickles, Frank O'Loden, Andrew W. Mellon, Walter S. Gifford, Edward L. Ryerson, Jr. Steele, Silas H. Strawn, corporation lawyer, Robert A. Taft, and Thomas J. Watson, head of International Business Machines Corporation. Some Guggenheim trustees are Francis H. Brownell, head of American Smelting and Refining Company, Simon Guggenheim, and Charles D. Hills, New York Republican boss. A trustee of the Falk Foundation is Ernest T. Weir, ultra-reactionary steel manufacturer. The trustees of all the foundations are, it is evident, persons whose careers have identified them less with benefactions to humanity than with the exercise of power for private pecuniary satisfaction. Lindemann's penetrating study revealed that more than 50% of the trustees of the 70 leading foundations belong to the power-serving rather than the truth-serving area of society. 15% were lawyers, 10% were corporation officials, 9% were bankers, 9% were university and college administrators, i.e. plain corporation executives, and 5% financiers. Of the 186 trustees remaining out of 337, no fewer than 14 were manufacturers, 8 were merchants, 7 were editors, 7 were judges, 7 were railroad officials, 4 were United States senators, 4 were publishers, 3 were real estate brokers, 3 were bishops, 2 were capitalists, and 2 were ambassadors, politicians, cardinals, priests, and brokers, respectively. Illustrations will be chosen throughout from the Rockefeller institutions, both because so many illusions are cherished about them and because they lend themselves readily to full exposition. Here and there, however, illustrative examples will be cited of other philanthropies when they serve to bring out a general condition. What are the philanthropic foundations used for on their intensive, specific, emotional, quasi-truth-serving side? Lindemann, after studying the operation of 100 of the largest foundations over a decade, concluded that expenditures upon work in education were largest, upon work in health and medicine next largest, and upon social welfare third largest. Not at all oddly, the greatest emphasis in the educational field was in higher education, which produces engineers, doctors, lawyers, scientists, and the like, who are employed profitably by the big corporations and whose increasing oversupply constantly tends to reduce scales of remuneration. Overproduction of technicians, it should be plain, increases the profits of the owning class. Educational grants by the foundations, says Lindemann, aggregated $223,534.21 for the decade 1921 to 30. Of this sum 60.9% went into higher education, which relatively few persons can afford even with scholarship and fellowship grants, and only 4.1% went into adult education, on which the public itself spent from $10,000,000,000,000 to $15 billion in the decade 1926 to 35. Only 2 foundations, neither of which is heavily publicized, assisted with grants for the education of labor leaders in the problems of their own class. Elementary and secondary school education received only 14.8% of the grants. It is only the relatively well-to-do that can afford to finance themselves up to the threshold of higher education. The grants in this field have had the effect of supporting the lower fringe of the well. 338. To do in completing their studies. In the following chapter on education, as we shall see, most of the foundation allocations of funds go to fewer than a dozen institutions of the upper class: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and so on. In medicine and health, which took 33.2% of all disbursements in the post-war boom decade, as contrasted with 43% of disbursements for education, an aggregate of $173,141,129.55 was expended. Here again the emphasis fell upon areas that included the personal problems of the rich. Dental hygiene, of crucial concern in a nation the bulk of whose people is afflicted with grave dental disorders but of little concern to a wealthy class able to pay privately for the best personal dental attention, received only 0.7% of foundation grants. Mental hygiene, another field wherein the rich are little concerned personally but of ever greater importance as social and economic disequilibrium is increasingly reflected in widespread mental disequilibrium, received less than 5% of disbursements. According to Albert Deutsch, in the mentally ill in America, there were 480,000 inmates in American mental hospitals in March 1937. The population of mental hospitals is increasing by 15,000 persons a year, and the rate of increase is 5 times that of half a century ago. Public health, of deep concern to the body of the populace but of little concern to the rich, received only 28.3% of foundation health grants. But physical health, directly related to diseases and maladies with which the rich as well as the poor are inevitably afflicted, received no less than 61.1% of the combined foundation budget. The controllers of the foundations determine what use medical men engaged in research shall make of the money. According to well-grounded reports in New York medical circles, the Rockefeller Institute is prompted in the inquiries it undertakes by Rockefeller, Jr. It is a matter of cold record that many persons who transfer specific sums to medical work designate fields restricted to diseases with which they or members of their families are or have been afflicted rather than fields in which there is the most pressing public need for help. A great many examples could be cited. In 1925, for instance, Mrs. Ida de Acosta-Root, now Mrs. Henry. 339. S. Breckenridge, wife of Ren Root, traction magnate, and nephew of Elihu Root, endowed a fund in honor of Dr. William Holland Wilmer, surgeon who had saved her eyesight. She enlisted the aid of the General Education Board and offered $1,500,000 if an equal sum were raised by others. J. P. Morgan, George F. Baker, Sr., and George F. Baker, Jr., each gave $100,000, and Munsey, Harriman, Rosenwald, and Widener also contributed. The outcome was the creation of the Johns Hopkins Eye Hospital. 104-9271. P. E. Morgan gave $200,000 to equip and maintain an entire floor at the Neurological Institute of New York, for treatment of sleeping sickness. 2 years previously his wife had died of the malady. In 1932 William H. Donner, steel magnate, gave $2 million for research on cancer, with the stipulation that none of the money be used to construct buildings. 3 years earlier his son had died of cancer. There is, incidentally, much to do about cancer, but the editors of Fortune issued a survey in 1937 which showed that only $700,000 annually is spent upon cancer research, or less than Harold S. Vanderbilt and his associates spend to equip and maintain each America Cup yacht Defender. The largest single yearly expenditure for cancer research $140,000 is made by the United States government. Soon after the appearance of the Fortune survey, Starling W. Childs, utilities man, announced the allotment of the annual income on $10 million for cancer research, bringing the total up to slightly more than $1 million, or still under the cost of an America Cup Defender. The Rockefeller Foundation gave Cornell University $42,500 to study diets as a means of prolonging life, a subject in which the elder Rockefeller, who lived nearly 2 years under the care of a personal medical staff, was keenly interested. A one-for-one personal gain or satisfaction can be shown in almost all the medical benefactions of the rich. The Rockefeller Institute, for example, has done much work in seeking control over tropical diseases. Helpful as this work is, it must be observed that it is of material assistance in the economic exploitation of tropical Latin America, where the Rockefellers have vast oil holdings. Discoveries of cures for obscure diseases are, unquestionably, val. 340. Usable, but cures for many diseases that afflict mankind are already known, and yet these cures are not distributed. There is the same lag in medicine between the capacity to produce and the facilities to distribute that there is in commerce and manufacture, and this is illustrated in the case of a disease like pellagra, spread over a good part of the South. Pellagra sufferers merely require food. Heart disease, to cite another example, leads in the causes of death today. Its causes are well known, and among them are overwork, industrial speed-up, malnutrition, unemployment, and worry over economic instability. Research is not required for the control of most heart ailments. Social reconstruction, however, which could take place only at the expense of the present philanthropists, is required. Public rather than private funds have supported movements to control tuberculosis, diphtheria, smallpox, and typhoid fever. Although cures for a disease like syphilis are known, 500,000 Americans contract it annually, according to Dr. Herman N. Bundezen, Health Commissioner of Chicago, and 1 out of 5 Americans is said to be affected by syphilis in some form. Significantly, the recent movement to distribute the cure for syphilis was launched under public auspices. The rich in their medical benefactions concentrate rather extensively, it is instructive to see, upon research laboratories. These are economical to operate, and discoveries obtain the maximum of publicity. It would be infinitely more expensive to underwrite wide distribution of medical services. However, the rich, individually and through their foundations, are very devoted to hospitals, and reports of this devotion have a pleasant sound to the misinformed multitude, which supposes these hospitals to be maintained for it. The private hospitals, however, in no ascertainable cases are wholly free institutions except when operated in conjunction with some big manufacturing industry, in which case they are merely adjuncts to the profit-making machinery. Hospitals endowed by the rich operate on a strictly commercial basis as far as the majority of patients is concerned, but, like all hospitals, they have some free wards and clinics. The expensive laboratories, operating rooms, and general equipment, however, are always ready for use by the donors and their friends, and medical advances made. 341. In clinical work naturally accrue to the advantage of the donors as well. In no case does it appear that any rich family has endowed free institutions like the huge government-operated Cook County Hospital of Chicago or the Bellevue Hospital of New York. Yet the restricted number of hospitals established by the rich, and in large part supported by paying patients, are as good as neighborhood hospitals to all members of the wealthy class, although of little importance to the citizenry in general outside the immediate hospital area. It is instructive to note this. The facilities of specialized, remotely located hospitals are at the disposal of the rich wherever they may be. In an emergency, a wealthy man can be rushed to such hospitals by airplane or by train, and if he is unable to move, a specialist may be dispatched to him by ship, train, or plane. The distant poor, and even most members of the middle class, cannot except rarely avail themselves of these specialized hospital services. Medical advance, therefore, means less than it seems to mean contemporaneously to the ordinary man. Not a few of the hospital benefactions present curious personal aspects. The huge, commercially operated medical center of New York at 168th Street and Broadway, largely created by the Harkness family, has often provoked curiosity as to the reason for its location. The 20 acres on which it stands were acquired by the Harknesses many years ago when the region was virtually rural. At the close of 1935, the assets of the medical center, including the Presbyterian Hospital, the Vanderbilt Clinic, and the Sloan Maternity Hospital, stood at $41,687,323.77. The land was valued at $1,418,213.72 and the buildings at $13,271,376.50. Stock, bond, and real estate investments were valued at $23,194,846.42, and current assets, including cash, had a certified valuation of $2,165,960.08. Radium, furniture, and fixtures, and equipment comprised the remainder of assets. Balanced against this, as liabilities, or obligations of the establishment to the donors, were the endowment funds, the income from which alone accrued to the center. These endowments totaled $158,947.45, and most of the remainder of liabilities consisted of the capital account, which was $16,315,605.51, offsetting the value of land and buildings. Among the liabilities were the Edward S. Hark. 342. Ness Endowment Fund, $6,188,794.01, the Mary S. Harkness Fund for Convalescent Care, $1 million, the Russell and Margaret Oliver Sage Memorial Fund, $878,061.64, the Edward S. Harkness Research Fund, $500,000, the Alice M. Flagler Fund, $226,751.54, and about a dozen other funds. Income in 1935 was derived from the following sources: $1,718,691 from patients who paid $7 to $25 a day for private rooms, $6 a day for semi-private rooms, $4 a day for beds in wards, $65 for obstetrical services in wards, and varying fees for clinical and X-ray treatment, and $999,037 from the endowment funds, donations, and the United Hospital Fund, generally contributed to by New Yorkers. The total money value of free treatment was only $1,334,735, or the price of 3 or 4 Park Avenue coming-out parties. According to the medical center's own report, the Vanderbilt Clinic treated 456,279 patients in 1935, but refused admission to 28,544 applicants for lack of facilities. Similar curious unphilanthropic features were disclosed in the 1933 report of the New York Hospital Cornell Medical College Center, another monolithic medical establishment. The assets of nearly $60,000,000 were composed of buildings and realty valued at $32,815,100 and securities and cash valued at $24,309,529. The liabilities mainly comprised $56,897,415.21 of securities. 3 Payne Whitney endowment funds aggregated slightly more than $17 million, and 3 George F. Baker funds came to a little less than $3 million. A J.P. Morgan fund amounted to $2,092,914, a James Buchanan Brady fund to $783,067, and an Alice M. Flagler fund to $228,154. The majority of the New York hospital patients also appear to pay liberally for services. Both the New York Hospital and the Medical Center reports indicate that their individual hospital units are never more than 67 to 75% occupied, yet every public hospital in the New York area suffers from chronic overcrowding. Neither the Medical Center nor the New York Hospital, in short, is a philanthropy, although both are referred to as such by the newspapers. Among the trustees of the Society of the New York Hospital are Henry W. DeForest, Cornelius N. Bliss, William Woodward, Arthur Iselin, Robert Winthrop, Joseph H. Choate, Jr., F. Higginson. 343. Cabot, Jr., John Hay Whitney, Vincent Astor, George T. Bowden, and Henry R. Sturgis. George F. Baker was a trustee. Edward S. Harkness is a vice president of the Medical Center. Among the trustees for 1937 were Henry W. DeForest, interlocking with his New York Hospital trusteeship, and Dunleavy Milbank. Trustees for 1938 include Johnston D. Forrest and S. H. Fisher, Chase National Bank and the Harkness-controlled Commonwealth Fund. Other trustees include officials of the Rockefeller, Harkness, and Carnegie Foundations. We are confronted here with another paradox. Just as we find in charge of the philanthropic enterprises in general men who have dedicated their lives to grinding out profits, here we find presiding over establishments of mercy men whose corporations in many instances rule their workers by machine guns and labor spies, men who dictate when the country shall go to war. Many instances could be cited to show how these establishments, and others like them, utilize the doctors and scientists in their pay on strictly upper-class errands having nothing whatever to do with medicine or science. But one example will suffice. In Thomas W. Lamont's Saturday Review of Literature, July 31, 1937, appeared a review of two distinguished books dealing with the menace of syphilis and the need for coping with it through government agencies, as private treatment was obviously inadequate. The review was written by Thomas J. Kirwan, M.D., urologist with the Brady Foundation for Urology, New York Hospital. Dr. Kirwan wrote, "The very idea of free treatment for those who can afford to pay violates the inherent principles upon which the government of this nation was founded." And he continued, with a particularly revolting chauvinistic turn, "We have no means of knowing whether the blood from the unprotected feet of the Continental Army which stained the snows of Valley Forge carried a syphilitic taint or not. But we do know that that blood was shed in defense of our liberties, chief among which is our right to bear to the extent of our rightful share of the country's responsibilities while at the same time we enjoy the protection of a just and equitable government. This does not mean paternalism, it 344 America's 60 families does not mean that when we have perhaps spent our all in riotous living we have a right to demand from the government the treatment or other measures which we must have administered to us, in order to overcome the physical effects of our folly." Dr. Kirwan, it is clear, saw the government campaign against syphilis, which affects even innocent children, as an insidious invasion of the field of private enterprise, which might set a precedent for other invasions. Perhaps the most elaborate hospital in the country if not in the world is Doctors' Hospital, New York City, to the creation of which 180 of New York's wealthiest families contributed. Exclusively for the rich, its appointments rival those of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. A temperamental patient may have a suite specially decorated. This hospital boasts a small clinic for free emergency treatment of neighborhood patients. There is much more to be said about the strictly class character of the medical benefactions of the rich, but enough has been said to suggest that these benefactions are tinged to a large degree with self-interest. The vague field of social welfare took $74,776,259.84 of foundation grants, or 14.4%, in the decade 1921-30, according to Lindemann's findings. This is a wholly static field, wherein activity does little to modify the social causes of public distress. Work in this field at most absorbs a fraction of the shock of social dislocation. Community organization took 25.4% of the social welfare budget, Lindemann found, and relief took 18.8%. With decreasing emphasis, the grants then ranged down through items classified as club work, dependents, settlements, maladjusted, counsel, surveys, training, pensions, administration and standards, handicapped, unclassified, defectives, and preventive. In a world standing on its head for more than 20 years, this distribution of funds in the name of philanthropy was obviously insane. Expenditures in these three broad fields of education, health, and social welfare accounted for 90.6% of all foundation grants in 1921 to 1930. All are, under the present social dispensation, socially static fields. 345. What of a constructive nature could the wealthy do with their foundation grants? They might follow the example of the Russell Sage Foundation, established by the widow of a big stock market operator. This foundation makes social studies, interprets its findings, and disperses the information through publications and conferences with a view to helping people to help themselves. Or they might follow the example of a small fund which, according to Wealth and Culture, has accorded decreasing emphasis to individual philanthropy, conventional relief, and conventional education, and has increasingly emphasized the arts, experimental learning, and cultural interaction, international action, the social application of science rather than its prostitution for private profit, social planning, social legislation, and movements for freedom and justice. A rich family could establish a great daily newspaper, supporting it as Willard Straight and Mrs. Leonard K. Elmhurst have supported the New Republic and as Mr. Villard supported the nation. Such a newspaper, if endowed and placed in the absolute control of a board of trustees consisting of undisputed truth-servers like Dr. John Dewey, Dr. Charles A. Beard, the late Dr. James Harvey Robinson, and Dr. Carl Becker, would increase general enlightenment and thereby make possible intelligent social and political action. Such a newspaper, however, would be, from the standpoint of special privilege, subversive in character. Many curious examples could be cited of the manner in which the rich, seeking to earn distinction as philanthropists and yet desiring to avoid upsetting the social status quo which has served them so well, select fields of so-called philanthropic activity which will not affect existing social relationships. They often want to do good, it cannot be doubted, but not so much good that their own interests will be affected adversely. Walter P. Chrysler recently entered the field of philanthropic activity by underwriting a study of child camping, into which he intended to put some money. This philanthropy will have a pleasantly sentimental sound, but the area of possible social good embraced in it is so small as to be negligible. We can conclude, therefore, that in their intensive, specific, sentimental, truth-serving aspect the philanthropies of the rich, so far as 346. The health of society is concerned, are hopelessly warped and almost wholly misdirected and inutile. Lindemann summarizes this very aptly in The New Republic, December 16, 1936, as follows: although foundations are often referred to as philanthropies or charities, it is apparent that only a small portion of their gifts is directed toward specifically charitable ends. Only the slightest fraction of foundation money ever finds its way into the hands of economically dependent persons. The basic purpose of foundations is to support existing institutions. In their power-serving aspect, the great so-called philanthropic enterprises are most significant and, perhaps, most impressive. That portion of activity just surveyed provides merely their excuse for existence. One may lay down generalizations about the operation of the philanthropic enterprises, but it must be pointed out that all these enterprises are designed to serve the special needs of certain families. The special personal needs account for differences in size of philanthropic allocations and for differences in philanthropic incidence and emphasis. The Rockefeller philanthropies will continue to be relied upon as a central point of reference. Very little philanthropic activity, so-called, is carried on unless the ostensible philanthropist has been under sharp political attack or public criticism. The philanthropies are in the nature of goodwill offerings to public opinion and must therefore be accompanied by a maximum of publicity. Virtually all so-called philanthropic activity has a direct relationship to the tax structure of the nation or of a particular locality at the time it was instituted. Philanthropies provide means for escaping taxes and of retaining, or expanding, industrial control. Philanthropic foundations in themselves confer upon their promoters a vast amount of concentrated social power which can be, and was, exercised on behalf of the general social status quo. For many philanthropies come into being simply because the philanthropist has no progeny or no male progeny. Rockefeller announcements of gifts to the public have always 347. Followed some outburst of public or political hostility against the Rockefeller family, or some change, or proposed change, in the basic tax laws. Rockefeller announced his first small donation to the University of Chicago in 1889, when the political onslaught against the Standard Oil octopus threatened to become disastrous. Chicago was located in the Middle West, where sentiment against Rockefeller was strong. Until 1902, Rockefeller made gifts almost annually to the university. Thereafter, as we have seen, annual gifts came from the General Education Board, although made in Rockefeller's name. Rockefeller could easily have given in the beginning the whole amount he did give up to 1910, but in that case he would have received only one salvo of acclaim. He knew that the memory of the public was short, and set out to refresh it from time to time. In June, 1901, was announced Rockefeller's allocation of $200,000 to the Rockefeller Institute, and up to this point he had given less than $10 million to the university, to the institute, and to all charities, although he was, by all odds, the richest man in the country. He had, of course, been feverishly distributing money privately, for reasons already suggested. In September, 1901, President McKinley, a Rockefeller creation, died. And in 1902, with Theodore Roosevelt publicly and privately manifesting virulent hostility to Rockefeller for real or imagined political opposition, Rockefeller announced the formation of the General Education Board, capitalized at $1 million. In 1905, with Roosevelt still harrying him, Rockefeller announced that he had turned over $10 million to the General Education Board. Just at this time, too, Standard Oil was frontally attacked by suits in many states, some of which issued warrants for Rockefeller's arrest. Late in 1906 Roosevelt sent to Congress findings of his Bureau of Corporations, and in his message of transmittal the President said, "The Standard Oil Company has benefited almost up to the present moment by secret railroad rates, many of these secret rates being clearly unlawful. At this time Standard Oil was indicted in Indiana for violations of the Elkins Act, which prohibited secret freight rebates, and in Missouri for violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act." Another threat. 348 America's 00 families appeared in the form of a sly proposal by Roosevelt on December 3, 1906, that an inheritance tax be made operative. Reeling under these blows, Rockefeller in February, 1907, announced the allocation, for the benefit of mankind, of $32 million to the General Education Board. On July 7, 1909, Rockefeller gave the board $10 million more. Unquestionably Rockefeller was thoroughly scared, but he was not so scared that he failed to retain control over the funds he gave away. The allocation of the $32 million, it was observed, preceded by a few days the imposition of a $29 million fine by Judge Landis in one of the railroad rebate cases. The decision was upset on appeal. The next allocation came in 1910, a few days before Standard Oil attorneys filed briefs in the Supreme Court on the antitrust suit, and was disclosed in the statement that $10 million was to be given to the University of Chicago. As this amount of money had already been appropriated to the General Education Board and as the new contribution was to come out of the board's income, it represented no new capital. Rockefeller was merely noisily shuffling over his earlier benefactions. A new reason soon developed for the allocation of further funds to philanthropy. The transfer of about $60 million had already succeeded in quelling public hostility, and Rockefeller benefactions among newspaper editors and publishers played no small part in the improved public temper. On July 12, 1909, Congress submitted to the states the income tax amendment to the Constitution which Pulitzer had long been demanding. On March 2, 1910, with various states approving the amendment, Rockefeller asked Congress to issue a special charter for his foundation, but the stipulations laid down by Congress were so rigid that Rockefeller instead procured a New York charter on May 14, 1913. The Rockefeller Foundation was precipitately endowed with $100 million. On May 31, 1913, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, authorizing income taxes, took effect. But Rockefeller had reduced his tax liability. Rockefeller, as we have observed, was a tax dodger. He was, in fact, the biggest tax dodger ever seen and probably the possessor of the most highly developed power complex on view in the United 349 states of our own day. As the Rockefeller family possessed more money than it could conceivably use for itself, it is clear that multiplication and retention of power for power's sake was at the root of all the Rockefeller pecuniary maneuvers. Rockefeller neglected no device, not even that of controlled philanthropies, that would help him, nor has his son. It was hardly an accident that the contest of the first income tax law should have been handled by Joseph H. Choate, Rockefeller's principal attorney for many years, and that Choate should have prevailed on the Supreme Court in 1894 to hold the law invalid. Rockefeller, as the man with the largest income, stood to lose more by such a law than any other man. The Rockefeller Foundation, like the General Education Board, put a good deal of money and voting power beyond the reach of any proposed income or inheritance taxes, and the gentle veil of philanthropy was drawn around it all. Is saying this an injustice to Rockefeller? Did he really want the money put to effective public use? If he did, why did he not merely turn it all over to Congress and permit Congress to allocate it? The next conspicuous Rockefeller benefactions were not announced until 1917, 1918, and 1919, when the profits from Standard Oil became greater than ever as a consequence of war business, see Appendix B, and when income tax rates had been scaled up to relatively punitive levels. The income tax rates have been mentioned earlier, but a word is necessary on the novel inheritance taxes. A tax of 10% on estates above $5 million was passed by Congress in 1916, the next year this rate was increased to 25% on estates of more than $10 million. Then Rockefeller, terrified, began transferring the bulk of his fortune to his son, betraying that it was really taxes he was worried about. When Rockefeller died, his personal fortune had been reduced to $25 million. In 1917, Rockefeller retained control of $13 million, which the Income Tax Bureau would have taken, by allocating it to the foundation. In 1918, by creating the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial, he retained control of $73 million of war profits otherwise destined for the Tax Bureau. In 1919, he gave the board $50 million and the foundation $70 million, retaining control of the funds at the same 350 America's 60 families' time that he escaped heavy tax assessments. On the basis of the reports of the General Education Board, the Rockefeller Foundation, the University of Chicago, the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial, the Rockefeller Institute, and the China Medical Board, we can conclude that the Rockefeller family, by reason of war profits and avoidance of income taxes, possessed more voting power in American industry in 1920 than ever before. But as the Republican post-war administrations progressively reduced upper bracket income and inheritance tax rates, the frantic Rockefeller transfers of capital to philanthropic funds ceased. Nothing was given for more than 12 years except by the younger Rockefeller, who was able to reduce his tax liability by an amount equivalent to 15% of his income if such an amount was distributed in the broad, ill-defined field of public philanthropy. In the upper brackets, it is often more profitable to give away 15% of one's income than to retain it and pay taxes on it. In this period, however, the Rockefeller publicity bureaus kept up a barrage of announcements about various gifts, which were the grants out of income from the funds set up much earlier. Especially has it become more profitable to give away certain sums since the passage of the 1935 and 1936 tax laws. The Cornelian Council Bulletin, addressing alumni in 1936, pointed out that persons with net taxable estates of $1 million could save $4,350 in estate taxes and $350 in administrative costs by giving the university $15,000, and that persons with net taxable annual incomes of $100,000 could save $8,650 in federal income taxes and $1,000 on the average in state taxes by giving the university $15,000 out of income. Under the New Deal tax laws, gift taxes range from 1 and 1.5% on all individual personal gifts of $5,000 to 52.5% on gifts of $50 million or more. Estates of $20,000,000 to $50 million are taxed 69%, in contrast to 60% under the tax law of 1934, 45% under the law of 1932, and 20% under the law of 1926. There are, of course, additional taxes imposed by various states. As soon as the tax laws of 1934 and later began coming out of the legislative hopper, the Rockefeller family, displaying its old solicitude about its power, once more began restlessly moving funds about. 351. The new Securities and Exchange Act also impelled some of the transfers. In November 1934, Rockefeller, Jr., announced that he had disposed of enough Standard Oil of New Jersey and Standard Oil of California shares to bring his holdings under 10% of the two companies' outstanding stock aggregates. What form the disposal took was not indicated, but Rockefeller has 6 children. If the disposal was made in the form of 6 gifts, it would incur a relatively modest gift tax. In August 1936, the Securities and Exchange Commission revealed that 9 days after President Roosevelt asked Congress for higher taxes, Rockefeller, Jr., gave away 2,100,000 shares of Saucony vacuum oil stock, worth $27 million. As no announcement was made that the shares were going to philanthropy, they were presumably given to members of the family. If they were split 6 ways among the children, the total gift tax incurred amounted to no more than 32% of the full amount. If they were made in the form of one gift, the tax incurred amounted to 51.75%. If Rockefeller had retained them in his estate, and if he had died under the 1935-36 tax dispensation, they would have been subject to a federal estate tax of 69%, less credit for payment of state taxes. And if Rockefeller had retained them, the income at 5% would have been subject to an income surtax of 73%. As the distribution of these shares served to bring his holdings of the stock below 10% of those outstanding for Saucony Vacuum, Rockefeller was no longer obligated under the law to report changes in his holdings to the Securities and Exchange Commission. The distribution, therefore, also regained secrecy for the family. There are some persons, ever on the alert for innocent interpretations, who would call this juxtaposition of tax laws, philanthropies, and gifts coincidental. But they would not be in agreement with an authority like Frederick P. Keppel, president of the Carnegie Foundation, who was quoted by the New York Times, November 9, 1936, as saying that doubts and fears concerning taxation spur giving. Only by giving in a period of relatively high estate and income taxes can the wealthy retain control over a maximum of assets. 352. And control, as many know, is worth more than ownership and is not fraught with many of the responsibilities of ownership. Before 1800 there was only one foundation, according to Lindemann's figures. From 1801 to 1900 there were established only 5 foundations, although men like Astor, Vanderbilt, and Rockefeller already had huge fortunes. From 1901 to 1905 5 more foundations were established, 2 of which were the General Education Board and the Rockefeller Institute. From 1906 to 1910 7 foundations were established. The vogue of foundations, however, did not really set in until the Income Tax Amendment was passed and the estate tax was instituted, and in the period 1911 to 15 no fewer than 12 foundations were formed. In the period of high taxes and high profits from 1916 to 1920 21 foundations were launched. The usefulness of the device having been demonstrated, we find no fewer than 49 foundations being born in the decade 1921 to 1930. In 1924 federal estate taxes were raised from 25 to 40% on accumulations exceeding $10 million, the tax rate was reduced to 20% in 1926. In this decade there was a great deal of tinkering with all the tax laws, which were steadily revised downward. However, special tax problems existed in many states, and even in a period of declining national taxes the foundation, like the family holding company, is useful as a device for manipulating income and capital in such a way as to reduce tax liability. As to the increased industrial and financial power conferred by the foundations, we find an excellent example of the use of these funds in the Rockefeller endowments. Robert W. Stewart was ousted as chairman of the Standard Oil Company of Indiana in March, 1929, by John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who voted against Stewart the shareholdings of the Rockefeller Foundation, the General Education Board, and other Rockefeller endowments, as well as the shareholdings of the Harkness, Pratt, and Whitney families. The foundation funds, in brief, are a factor in controlling industry while escaping taxes. Although the rich forego some personal income in setting up foundations, they forego no power. As to the social power conferred upon their creators by the foundations, Lindemann points out that most of the foundation grants go into salaries. If control over an individual's livelihood confers any control. 353. Over the individual, then the foundations exercise a decisive degree of power over many highly placed, influential persons who enjoy public confidence. Lindemann continues, in wealth and culture, foundations do not merely exercise power and control over those who accept their money. Such influence is obvious even when the foundations making grants insist to the contrary. A more subtle and much more widespread control comes about by reason of the multitude of indirect relationships in which foundations play a part. Those who accept foundation grants often turn out to be radical critics, in private, of the control which has been exercised over them and their programs. Those who live in anticipation of receiving foundation grants are the more servile. Another device for projecting foundation control has become popular in recent years. Foundations frequently supply the initial funds for a new project, these funds to be used for exploratory and conferencing purposes. In many cases the foundation acts as host for such preparatory groups. By the time the final project is formulated, it becomes clear that nothing will be proposed or performed which may be interpreted as a challenge to the orthodox conception of value which characterizes foundations as a whole. Very few important cultural projects of any size are consummated in this country without having experienced either the direct or indirect impact of foundation philosophy and influence. Lindemann's observation that those who merely anticipate foundation grants are often more servile than those already in receipt of grants is especially illuminating. The power of the foundations is so insidiously refined that without expending any money they can influence the attitudes of professional and technical people who need money to go on with their work. These people, hoping that the lightning of a foundation grant will strike them, consciously or unconsciously shape their attitudes so as to please potential donors, who passively achieve their objective of inducing these prospective recipients to speak out in defense of the social status quo or to maintain silence about features of the status quo that they would otherwise be obligated to challenge. This subtle extension of the power of foundation grants far beyond the immediate money payment accounts for the otherwise mysterious fact that many presumably independent, free-thinking scholars, scientists, and professional people give public utterance to opinions that 354. Differ in no way from those of a Wall Street banker. In private these persons may differ among each other profoundly, but in public their utterances are as uniform as those of newspaper editorial writers. A number of obiter by such persons will be cited in the chapter on education to follow. Here there is room for only one, typical of many. On the first page of the New York Times, October 20, 1936, under the headline "High Taxes on Wealthy Crippling the Hospitals, Surgeons Are Told," appeared the remarks of Dr. Frank E. Adair of the Memorial Hospital of New York. Dr. Adair spoke before the annual Clinical Congress of the American College of Surgeons, in Philadelphia. The gist of his remarks was adequately summarized in the headlines. It apparently never occurred to Dr. Adair that the public tax reservoir could do more for hospitals than the undependable, haphazard, egocentric benefactions of the rich. The ordinary reader could not be expected to remember that the Times, April 28, 1936, page 1, told that the General Education Board had given the Memorial Hospital $3 million for the erection of a new building. The Times accompanied this particular announcement with a rewrite of the same eulogistic editorial it has published recurrently for years whenever some new philanthropy is announced by a rich family. The outflow from foundations inspires shallow thinking like that of Dr. Adair in a multitude of professional and technical people, who are quicker to spring to a defense of the prerogatives of the rich, feeling themselves to be champions of the truth, than are the rich themselves. These professional people are not familiar with the fact, disclosed by Doan, that the much maligned government has allocated to social uses since the Civil War more than 4 times as much as private persons. Nor are these professionals conscious that their first allegiance should be to the race in general, which has handed down to them their skill and knowledge. It seems to me entirely reasonable and clear, says Lindemann, that independent scholars, artists, writers, and critics should have some voice in determining the ends for which vested wealth is used. They cannot make an effective contribution, however, if they become subservient to foundation officials or trustees. If there is to be in our society a reservoir of wealth which is not needed for material per 355 poses, or if it is conceived that cultural aims are necessary, if economic progress is to lead toward true social progress, then it seems clear that the use of such a fund should devolve upon persons who are culturally minded in a valid sense. At this point Lindemann touches upon the crux of the entire problem, saying, "Nothing, it seems to me, is so repugnant as the arrogance of those who presume to impose cultural norms upon a society on no basis of warrant other than their pecuniary success under the dispensation of a competitive economy." In his New Republic article Lindemann indicated, a. that the foundations exert a controlling influence in research and, b. that they act as a drag upon American cultural development by conservative selectivity and the tendency to neglect or to stereotype creative movements. The Rockefeller philanthropies have been singled out in this chapter. Let us, however, clearly understand that a similar critical approach to almost all the other foundations would yield very similar conclusions. The Rockefeller contribution, if such it may be called, is larger than the others because the Rockefeller ownership is larger and because Rockefeller had only one son to whom to transmit his fortune. Where there are no sons, or daughters, the tendency is to leave the entire fortune to public uses. The two big 19th century fortunes of Stephen Girard and Leland Stanford were, for lack of progeny to leave them to, given to the public. But where there are many children as in the DuPont, Vanderbilt, Mellon, and other families there is little need to resort extensively to the device of foundations to escape either income or inheritance taxes, since tax liability can be spread among many persons. It is observable that the younger Rockefeller, who has 6 sons, in his 1934 and 1936 transfers did not allocate the taxable surplus funds to one of the foundations under his control. The Guggenheims, a numerous tribe, have set up 2 small foundations, which must be regarded, from the standpoint of the Guggenheims, as devices to bring about favorable publicity. Awards of less than $200,000 a year by the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation to writers, scholars, scientists, and other professional workers, inspire a recurring torrent of publicity. Each recipient, Dis. 356. Distinguished in his field, continues work, and goes through life identified as a former Guggenheim scholar. The socially and culturally sterile name of Guggenheim is thus associated, in a never-ending stream of echoes, with art, science, progress. 4. Brief attention must be given to the more extreme pseudo-philanthropies, although most of those we already have observed are themselves of that category. Nevertheless, along with the self-biased social, financial, and industrial control exerted by units like the Rockefeller funds, there has accrued some good to the human race. Through the Rockefeller and Rosenwald funds a number of Negroes in the South have learned, at least, to read. Through Rockefeller's endowments some people have escaped the ravages of disease. They have, it is also true, been saved from physical death very often only to prolong what might be called their social death, but that is another matter. And somewhere along the line one of these funds may unwittingly have helped to preserve a Beethoven, a Lincoln, a Darwin, a Newton. Private philanthropy is most easily justified, perhaps, in the field of medicine. There is a lower plane of so-called philanthropic activity where chicane is much more obvious than in the branches already surveyed. In contrast with some so-called philanthropists, the Rockefellers, Guggenheims, Harknesses, and a few more take on the appearance of human saviors. It is, however, not only these who, upon dying, are proclaimed in simple newspaper headlines as a capitalist and philanthropist, or even, more simply, as a philanthropist. In passing, it may be observed that in modern journalistic jargon capitalist and philanthropist have become synonymous. One cannot, in the contemporary inversion of values, be a philanthropist without being a capitalist, or vice versa. Lindemann, as we have observed, found few evidences of philanthropy in wills. Let us look at a few of the big wills. They are peculiarly interesting illustrations of the psychology of the rich. When Henry Clay Frick died in 1919, the fortune he left, after earlier personal bequests and gifts to individuals, was $75 million. Of this total, $20 million went to a daughter, $5 million to the widow, $357. And the balance to educational institutions. Harvard was ostensibly given $10 million, Princeton an equal amount, and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology $5 million, while similar sums went elsewhere. Frick was hailed by the newspapers, of course, as a great benefactor of the human race. There was a fly in this ointment, though, and it was pointed out to C.W. Barron by Frederick H. Prince, wealthy Boston Railroad promoter. Prince said that Frick's will actually stipulated that the inheritance tax, then 25%, was to be paid entirely out of the philanthropic bequests. After this was done, the philanthropic items were all reduced by more than 80%, and some were reduced by 90%. James B. Duke, the tobacco king, distributed his property before his death, thus avoiding inheritance or estate taxes. 1/3 went to his wife, 1/3 to his daughter, and 1/3 was kept under Duke control by segregation in the Duke Endowment, for the benefit of Duke University. Controlling blocks of tobacco and public utility stocks were given to the endowment, to be used in the domination of certain companies. Furthermore, the nature of the endowment included the university in the privately unhappy consequences of any regulation of public utilities or increases in tobacco taxes. The greatest secrecy surrounds the Duke Endowment. The 20th Century Fund reported in its 1934 study that the endowment had failed to respond to requests for information, and therefore was not included either among the 20 largest capital funds or among the 20 largest donors of income. In its study for 1931, however, because the Duke Endowment made grants of $3,754,592, or the fourth largest total for the year, the 20th Century Fund capitalized these grants theoretically at 5%, or $75,091,840. For reasons which do not appear, the Duke Endowment does not want its inner operations scrutinized. Richard B. Mellon, brother of Andrew W. Mellon, died in 1933, and left an estate officially appraised at $200 million. A headline in the New York Times called him a noted philanthropist and also reported, many gifts to charity in testator's life. The only charitable items reporters could find to tell about, however, concerned the erection at Mellon's expense of a $3 million Pittsburgh church and the giving of hundreds of thousands of dollars to the unemployed. 358. Even so, Richard B. Mellon was considered the philanthropist of the radically unphilanthropic Mellon clan, and the profundity of his philanthropic inclinations is, perhaps, best illustrated by his own remarks. You couldn't run a coal mine without machine guns. Mellon's will, however, carried out the fiction of the philanthropies by saying with laudable reserve, I have always been interested in religious, charitable, and educational institutions, and particularly in those which I felt had an especial call upon me. The testament did not explain to be sure that this interest was largely academic. The will itself best indicated how philanthropic the deceased had been. $1,100,000 was left to the personally profitable Mellon Institute, $250,000 was left to servants, and $198,650,000 was left to Mrs. Mellon, to Richard K. Mellon, a son, and to Mrs. Allen M. Scaife, a daughter. The executors, moreover, entered into prolonged litigation with the state of Pennsylvania over taxes, and after nearly 4 years agreed to accept an assessment of about $13 million. prolonged wrangling was also carried on with the federal government, the final outcome of which has not been announced at this writing. Under the 1932 Revenue Act, the estate was subject to a tax of 45%, or $90 million, including the payment to Pennsylvania. The net value of the estate left to the wife and 2 children was, therefore, about $108,650,000. The Mellons have established in Pittsburgh the Mellon Institute, which a wide public fondly supposes is devoted to scientific advancement of general benefit. The institute cost $80,000 to establish, was designed solely for industrial research, and has already produced so many privately profitable discoveries that it has been greatly expanded at no genuine expense to the Mellons. Patents are taken out on the discoveries and inventions of its workers, and the patents are exploited in the market. The institute endorses products, some of dubious merit, which are sold in the retail market. Much of its income is paid by manufacturers for permission to put their research men to work in the institute's laboratories. Very recently, the wide and subtle uses to which foundations and charitable trust funds may be put have been borne in upon the consciousness of many wealthy persons. What many now realize, the Rockefellers, always far-sighted, long ago understood. 359. When George Ball, Muncie, Indiana, glass jar manufacturer, purchased control of $3 billion of Van Sweringen Railroad assets for $275,000 from J.P. Morgan and Company, sophisticated observers suspected something unusual. When Ball placed the controlling Van Sweringen stock in a religious and philanthropic foundation, informed observers surmised there was something even more unusual, and watched to see what would be the outcome of this transaction. When Ball's foundation within 2 years gave up the control, which already showed the enormous potential profit indicated in Chapter 6, to gain a much smaller profit by selling out to 2 New York brokers, the transaction became even more extraordinary. Charity and religion would have benefited tremendously had Ball left the entire Van Sweringen Railroad system behind them. As it was, Ball's foundation took the lesser profit offered by the 2 New York brokers. What was behind all this is not yet plain. One thing, however, is certain: a goodly amount of capital gains taxes was avoided. Very probably the future will bring forth many more of these taxes, obeying philanthropic foundations to act in similar odd transactions. George F. Baker, Jr., died in May, 1937, and his will set up a philanthropic fund that showed he had learned well from the elder Rockefeller that it is more profitable to give than to receive. Baker inherited from his father $73 million of assets in 1931, the valuation being at extreme depression lows. In 1929, the elder Baker's assets had a reported market value of $200 million. Between the deaths of the father and the son there had been a great rise in market values, but as no announcement was made of the value of the son's estate, and as he had previously transferred a good deal of wealth both to his wife and to his 4 children, as his will stated, it is impossible to tell precisely what he left. The New York Times set the estimated value of the estate at $60,000,000, after the gift of $5 million of First National Bank stock to his wife in 1934, prior to the increase in the still modest gift tax rates, and after uncomputed transfers to 2 sons and 2 daughters. Assuming this to have been the size of the estate, the Times said its value may have ranged up to $80 million. We find from that pessimistic analysis that the Baker family would have been left only $20 million. 360 America's 60 families after payment of state and federal estate taxes. The Times analyst construed the Revenue Act of 1935 to mean that taxes of 70% are levied on estates above $50 million, whereas the Act says that amounts above $50 million are taxable at 70% after $32. $362,600 has been paid on the first $50 million. The Bakers, however, had no intention of turning over even this amount to the Treasury. Moreover, the federal law allows a credit for the payment of state taxes in the amount of 80% of the estate tax liability under the 1926 federal law. The Times conveniently assumed that Baker had arranged it so that his estate would pay the government the maximum possible. On June 24, 1937, the Times published some of the provisions of the Baker Will under the typically misleading headline, G. F. Baker willed. Public $15 million. Baker was one of the group behind the Republican Party that stormed against high taxes in the 1936 election campaign. Here, then, was a paradox. He did not want the government to get his fortune, yet he wanted to leave 1/4 of it to the public. Let us see how this worked out. If Baker's net estate was $60 million, as it may have been after the earlier transfers to his wife and to his sons of what the will termed substantial property, then the philanthropic bequest reduced its net taxable value to $45 million. In effecting this reduction, the estate rid itself of the $10 million surplus above $50 million which, taxable at 70%, would have yielded the federal government $7 million. The hypothetical $45 million remaining would apparently yield New York State $7,500,000 at its tax rate of 16.5% on fortunes exceeding $10 million. The federal credit against this would be $7,200,000 under the terms of the 1935 Revenue Act. The federal tax on the remaining $45 million amounts to $11,662,600 on the first $20 million and to 69%, or $17,250,000, on the remaining $25 million. Instead of the $40 million tax which the Times had indicated the estate would pay, much to the anguish of readers who sent in letters. 361. The actual payment would be approximately as follows, assuming always that the estate amounted only to $60 million. On the first $10 million of his charitable bequest, Baker saved $Y000,000, and on the second $5 million he saved $3,450,000 in federal taxes, $10,450,000 in all, or more than 2/3 of the sum left to charity. The cost to the Baker family of the philanthropic fund that controls $15 million of First National Bank stock is, therefore, slightly more than $4 million. Taxes, then, have reduced the Baker estate only to $30,787,400, in contrast with the $20 million reported by the Times. However, even this figure does not represent the assets left in the control of the Baker family. It actually appears that the family, on the basis of the modest $60 million estimate of the fortune and the earlier intra-family gifts, retains control of at least $40 million of assets, or twice as much as was indicated by the Times. Baker's will stipulated that his philanthropic fund should be placed in charge of his family, his two sons taking it over upon attaining their majority. In this fund is immobilized enough First National Bank stock to keep in Baker control the 22% of stock they have always controlled. Only income on the 7,500 shares allotted to philanthropy goes to philanthropy, and only to such philanthropies as the Bakers may select, thereby increasing their power over persons far removed from the world of finance. Baker, incidentally, in obvious anticipation of the 1935 tax law, increased the bank stocks he had allotted to the philanthropic fund from 5,000 to 7,500 shares. However, even after all this, it is quite a come down to see the vaunted fortune of George F. Baker, of a market value of $200 million. In 1929, reduced to a paltry $40 million odd. Let us, therefore, examine it more closely. Baker Jr., as we have seen, inherited from his father an estate valued at $73 million, on which a state and federal tax of about $13 million was paid. Not only had the younger Baker before his death transferred to his wife and two sons about 11,000 First National Bank shares, but he also had settled an unannounced amount of property on his two daughters, Mrs. John M. Schiff and Mrs. T. Suffern Taylor. The will, significantly, did not appraise the assets. And even after the assets are appraised, there will be no real indication of what the family is worth, For it would be necessary to know what intra-family gifts have been made over a term of years, and among how many persons they had been apportioned, before one could estimate its true worth. Harking back to the 1924 income tax returns, we find that both George F. Baker and his son paid approximately the same tax each on the income from an indicated joint fortune of $210 million. In short, back in 1924 the junior Baker was already in receipt of half the family revenue. As no disaster has engulfed the Baker properties, whose market values were only temporarily reduced in 1931, it cannot be argued that the payment of the federal taxes already surveyed would do much to reduce the fortune. However, if the Baker who died in 1937 had in his own name much of the family property above the value of $50 million, it would be subject to total taxes higher than here indicated. But if the property had been distributed to a substantial extent among his wife, 2 sons, and 2 daughters, as appears to have been the case, his death, contrary to the New York Times, brought no tax disaster to the estate. The income, estate, and gift tax laws, especially the latter, are so drawn as to give the rich a premium for having numerous progeny. This aspect will be touched upon in our final chapter. The tax laws only make it necessary for the rich to maneuver their wealth in sections to escape effective taxation. Newspapers like the Times, however, reporting that Cyrus McCormick's 1936 estate of $22 million bore a tax liability of $11,680,000, that Henry H. Rogers' 1935 estate of $16,255,440 bore a tax of $11,600,000, and that James Cousin's estate, $363 of $30 million faced a tax liability of $21 million, fail to make clear the antecedent preservative role of multiple, low-taxed gifts and of philanthropic foundations and joint stock family corporations. Milton S. Hershey, the Chocolate King, in 1918 endowed the Hershey Industrial School at Hershey, Pa. The stock he gave was valued at $60 million, the stock he kept at $1 million. Hershey, however, retained personal control over the tax-free endowment, the income of which was to be devoted to healthy, white, orphan children. Work went on as before at the Hershey factory, where there was so little manifestation of philanthropy that labor disputes took place. The workers, on strike, were subdued by police and vigilantes in classic fashion. Surveys made of the community, which is almost entirely dominated by the Hershey endowment, suggest that the endowment is nothing more than an instrument of power wielded by a few men. Benefactions there have been, such as agreeable housing for workers, parks, swimming pools, concerts, etc., but paralleling all this has been an autocratic control over the lives of all citizens. The educational program in the school is rigidly prescribed along manual training lines and, according to some observers, completely unfits the beneficiaries to enter other fields of work. The average 1936 weekly wage in the Hershey plant was $17.30. Charles Hayden, banker, left an estate in 1937 valued unofficially at $50 million. The income of this fund was given over to the establishment of a charitable foundation for boys and young men, thereby eluding estate taxes. The organization will be known as the Charles Hayden Foundation. Hayden, unmarried, had no children, it is instructive to note. It is no less instructive to reflect that this vast fund was left in the keeping of Hayden's business associates and that through it they will exercise wide industrial and social control. Had Hayden left the estate to these individuals personally, it would have been subject to a 70% federal tax, minus credits for payment of the New York state tax. As the estate carried with it more than 60 industrial directorships, it was worth preserving. The establishment of philanthropic funds has, indeed, become a fine art, and the danger seems to be that capitalism under the impetus of its tax laws will metamorphose itself entirely into a philanthropic. 364. Enterprise, controlling not only the economic apparatus but the very soul of humanity*. At least a brief look at the great art collections bequeathed to mankind is advisable, for the public is frequently gratified to read that some financial freebooter has left a valuable collection in the hands of public agencies. The artistic interest of the magnates, who have not been aesthetes, has been almost wholly pecuniary. Works of art, under competitive private bidding, have attained a high scarcity value, but, this apart, relationships are traceable between the purchase of objects of art abroad and various tax schedules, fluctuations in foreign exchange rates, and tariffs. As to the first, it must be remembered that the tax system is extremely complicated. In addition to federal income, estate, and gift taxes, there are also state income and estate taxes and local personal property and real estate taxes. Artworks, furthermore, lend themselves readily to pecuniary manipulation because the values set upon them are usually arbitrary, and are seldom subject to pricing in the open market. As the private bookkeeping that covers the purchase and sale of art is very slack, not subject to investigation by federal trade commissions and interstate commerce commissions, almost any juggling is possible. Foreign art dealers, for example, often permit American buyers to exaggerate reported purchase prices, if an exaggerated value best fits into the tax scheme, or to minimize reported prices, if a minimum figure is desired. If the art is to be held as personal property, a low valuation is desirable. If it is to be housed in a private museum, as part of a real estate project, a low valuation is also often desirable. However, if it is to be used to reduce income tax liability, an overvaluation is preferable. For example, if $75 million of money, representing profits on business abroad, perhaps, that may be subject to repatriation transfer taxes or even to income taxes, is put into a collection that is subsequently valued at $25 million, a total of $50 million is hidden. The artworks, of course, enter the country tariff-free. If the collection is housed in a quasi-public museum, local real estate tax exemption may be claimed for a sizable piece of property being held in anticipation of a rise in land values that may, in time, offset the entire cost of the art collection. The foreign artworks market is, according to private accounts, crisscrossed with a system of rebates, drawbacks, and confidential concessions that serve to obscure precise costs and values, and in this shadowy atmosphere pecuniary maneuvers that are practically undetectable can take place. Undervalued art, while concealing assets, also enables the owner to transfer wealth virtually tax-free to friends and to relatives if the transfer is carried out in piecemeal fashion. Concise illustrations are lacking because of the secrecy enshrouding this field. Moreover, foolproof hypothetical illustrations in relation to the tax structure at any given time are not possible without a knowledge of the specific inner tax problems of a given family. In the multiple tax structure of the United States, different localities have different ways of taxing artworks. Although the federal law is uniform, state laws are not, nor are municipal real estate and personal property laws. Again, the fluctuation of European exchange rates has enabled Americans to acquire works of art, very often, for next to nothing. If these works were resold or retransferred in the United States with the admission of the huge profit involved, the profit would be taxable. Seldom are huge profits admitted, however, although we know the American money lords are mainly interested in profits, as their visible careers show. Citing a hypothetical case, we may say that an American millionaire has art agent A go into a certain country, whose currency is temporarily badly depreciated, to buy various works of art. These, let us assume, cost $100,000 of American money. Art agent A then resells to art agent B, also an employee of the art-minded millionaire, who resells to art company C, privately retained, which resells to art company D, also privately retained, located in Paris. At each resale the price is advanced, but as the millionaire behind the scenes is always reselling to himself through dummies, the cost of the art to him is still only $100,000. Art company D then may place the works of art up for auction, where they are bid in at top prices by art agent E, working in the open for the American millionaire. The auction price paid, let us say, is $5 million, and this is reported in the newspapers. 367. The collection is repatriated, tariff-free, and in due course, requiring cash, the millionaire sells it for $4 million. Here he has a capital loss of $1 million, which he may deduct from his income tax return. As his hidden purchase price was $100,000 and his resale price was $4 million, he has actually made a profit of $3,900,000, subject only to cost of handling and fees and commissions to the agents, and he has escaped taxes on $1 million of income for which deduction has been claimed. Many millionaires, especially in the 19th century, unquestionably paid top prices for artworks. Others, more recently, have not been so foolish. Lacking a public record, one cannot separate the sheep from the goats, but before conceding the aesthetic motive in the gathering of artworks by money-minded men, each case would have to be rigidly scrutinized on its individual merits. That there is pecuniary motivation behind the big art collections is, however, attested by the public record. The elder Morgan, chairman of the Metropolitan Museum Board, turned his collection over to it. The public believed that he had given the collection away. But when he died, it became obvious that he had merely lent the collection, and his son sold it for about $25 million cash. The Metropolitan Museum, art center of the nation, has been used by the Morgan firm, as we have seen, in newspaper deals in which J.P. Morgan and Company did not want directly to be concerned. Munsey left his estate and newspapers to the museum, having garnered the estate in the stock market under Morgan auspices. The museum sold the Sun to a Morgan Group and the Telegram to Scripps Howard. Munsey himself had sold the Herald to the Reed Mills family. In the latter case, the museum inherited a note in part payment, with more than $1 million of it still outstanding, undevoted to art. Whether the museum was paid off entirely in the Sun sale is not clear from the record. The Metropolitan Museum, beloved of art connoisseurs, is, therefore, a device for holding newspaper properties. It is controlled by its trustees, whose names we have scanned. The New York Sun, incidentally, carries more advertising of art dealers than any other newspaper, although the average newspaper reader does not as a rule contemplate purchases of objects of art. 368. The Morgan family, still pursuing its credo of art for money's sake, built a big library adjoining its townhouse on Madison Avenue. After inaugurating a policy of allowing a few public visitors admission by card to look at costly illuminated manuscripts and other literary works, J.P. Morgan claimed real estate tax exemption from the city. As the assessed tax liability of the land exceeded $500,000 annually, giving effect to the library improvement, this was an item worth considering. The land is in the heart of Manhattan, surrounded by big skyscrapers, and its value has increased yearly. The Morgan Library, however, was not open except to closely supervised and limited public inspection. And in the evening, when the public is not admitted, it reverted to its status as a private Morgan palace. Henry Clay Frick, also interested in taxes, made his Fifth Avenue townhouse into a private art museum which was later thrown open to the public. Taxes on these private city DMSNES can, in time, exceed their value. However, if taxes are held down in a period of high rates, perhaps, after a political overturn by which taxes are reduced, the properties may be restored to their strictly private status, for legal title is retained by the heirs and assigns. In 1936, Andrew W. Mellon announced the outright gift of his $50 million art collection to the government. Under the 1935 Revenue Act, this collection in the Mellon estate would have been liable for taxes of $32,362,000, payable in cash. Mellon, therefore, paid $32,362,000 into his estate by giving up this art. However, if the collection cost Mellon $50 million, as it apparently did, must it not be regarded nevertheless as a bona fide gift? One cannot say that the collection represents a gift in any sacrificial or praiseworthy sense until one has had the opportunity to estimate its pecuniary role in the inner history of the Mellon fortune. Granting the cost of $50 million, the collection may have represented a great pecuniary convenience to Mellon at a time when he possessed much surplus cash, or possessed the cash abroad and was unable to repatriate it by reason of currency or other restrictions. Cash alone is often a nuisance to a multimillionaire. When deposited in large amounts in banks it seldom draws interest. Safe investment vehicles may be sufficiently scarce to make it impossible to invest $50 million at a particular time with any feeling of security. Immortal works of art, how? 269. Ever, which can be insured against theft, fire, or other forms of destruction, do represent relative stability of value. Could not a multimillionaire achieve equal security, however, by keeping his funds in the form of non-interest-bearing cash? Cash, however, often depreciates in value, and the depreciation is evidenced by a rise in prices. United States funds after the war, for example, were quoted at 80% of par on the stock exchange. In R918 the gold exchange rate of the dollar in Madrid was below 30 cents. In 1933 its gold value was reduced by 40.4%. A multimillionaire takes all these factors into consideration, and seeks to diversify the forms in which his wealth is held. Works of art provide a special form for holding wealth and for giving extra diversification. Wealth is diversified not only through a multiplicity of stocks, bonds, and cash, but through real estate, artworks, jewels, life insurance policies, etc. After the national possibilities of diversification have been exhausted, there is the international field of many national currencies and securities, as well as of foreign real estate. Once all these have been utilized, there remain the tax-exempt philanthropic foundations. A huge collection of art, like a big insurance policy, is a form of insurance for the fortune against a depreciation in currency and against many other types of financial fluctuation. Works of art are actually an international currency much like gold. Governments, in time of emergency, have confiscated private works of art, as well as gold and holdings of foreign securities and currencies. The Mellon family, therefore, has derived steady pecuniary benefit from its great art collection. Assuming that it has been held substantially in its present size for 20 years, the cost of $50 million figures down to $2,500,000 annually. This is relatively cheap insurance for a huge fortune. Faced at the present time by an estate tax rate that makes this particular form of insurance potentially costly, the Mellon family merely wafts the art collection away. Until estate taxes made it expensive, Mellon's art collection, for example, assured him that he would always have from $25 million to $50 million no matter what happened to United States money, no matter what regulatory measures were taken against his companies. 370. If he could not realize upon the paintings in America, Europe would have repurchased them at a substantial price. To the outsider these considerations may seem far-fetched. They seem far-fetched only to those who have not come in contact with wealthy people, whose minds are in a perpetual turmoil about alternative employments for their wealth which will, a. yield the highest return, b. avoid a maximum of taxes, c. assure a maximum of diversification, and d. guarantee the greatest possible permanence. The wills themselves attest that this preoccupation with the internal distribution of the fortunes extends beyond the portals of death. Like Carnegie, most of the multimillionaires want their hoards held intact through eternity. The uninformed often complain that men of wealth are only interested in dead art, are seldom interested in modern art, and rarely are interested at all in subsidizing living artists. The fact should be plain, however, that the wealthy men, concerned only with exercising and retaining their own power, are not really interested even in dead art. They are drawn to it only because of its status as a highly developed international pecuniary medium. Illustrative of the indifference of the rich as a class to the realm of art is the fact that the federal government in recent years has had to support some 50,000 artists on the relief roll, that the artists of America, some of whom already belong to an immortal company, have no audience save in a few large cities among aesthetic-minded foreign-born. Had it not been for federal intervention after the crisis, the theater, too, would have passed out of existence as a field of artistic expression. The wealthy, for whom the drama means only a succession of first nights, evinced no interest in the dying stage, nor in the plight of thousands of destitute actors and actresses. The Federal Theater has sponsored virtually the only vital and original productions of the past few seasons. Music has fared no better at the hands of wealthy patrons. As with opera, dependence upon rich sponsors had, until the government took a hand, kept music in its higher forms well out of the reach of the populace. Federal Music Project concerts, with admissions scaled down to 25 and 35 cents, and not limited only to the biggest cities, did more to stimulate public at 371. Attendance at musical performances than had 50 years of privately patronized orchestras. There is, in conclusion, much piecemeal charity carried on, but most of it can successfully be called into question as tinged with pecuniary self-interest. For many years, to give a glaring example, New York's wealthy families posed as patrons of the Metropolitan Opera. When the opera ran upon evil days during the Depression of 1929-33, it was brought out that at least its quarters from the Metropolitan Opera and Realty Corporation, a profitable enterprise controlled by the box holders. Computation showed that the contribution of these patrons over a period of years actually amounted to slightly more than $8 a box seat per performance, or only slightly more than the price to the public of a main floor seat. Not only was the tangible value of these patron-monopolized boxes far higher than the money paid for them by the patrons over whom the newspapers periodically gushed, but the value of the boxes to social climbers was enormous. Fabulous prices have been privately offered for an opera box with no sellers in sight. Had the box seats been thrown open periodically to general bidding, the opera would have received a return far in excess of the $8 per chair paid by the patrons. When Rockefeller, Jr., offered the opera more adequate housing in Rockefeller Center, where the tier boxes were to be supplanted by revenue-producing balcony seats, his offer was refused by the patrons who enjoyed such munificent personal returns from the old opera house. And when the Metropolitan Opera faced financial crisis in the Depression of 1929-33, it was saved by public subscription. Philanthropies and benefactions, so-called, are carried on by certain wealthy families in an apparently sporadic, unsystematic fashion because their personal pecuniary requirements are different from those of a family like that of the Rockefellers. All the families get their names into the newspapers at least once a year by some contribution, however small, to one of the general charitable or church funds. Most of them have some pet hospital, school, park, or playground which they use to gain good repute and, in prosperous years, to reduce tax liability. Each of these benefactions should, however, be carefully studied on an individual basis before its philanthropic character is conceded. The author has scrutinized many and has found, almost invariably, that the family could preserve for itself more tax money by engaging in the philanthropy than by not engaging in it. Have not the Fords and DuPonts been great philanthropists, as newspapers have suggested? Let us see. The DuPonts have financed the construction of most of the elementary schools in Delaware, they have built most of the paved Delaware highways, they have constructed the principal hospitals of the small state. They and their relatives by marriage are, however, the only persons of any considerable pecuniary well-being in the state, and they would have paid for all this, anyhow, through taxes. Rather than pass the money through the political sieve, the DuPonts decided to spend it themselves for public improvements, thereby assuring minimum costs and, very probably, giving their own companies a profit in the supplying of materials. Thus, having built roads, schools, hospitals, and other buildings for a presumably sovereign state which might better be named the Duchy of DuPont, the DuPonts have earned distinction as philanthropists. Small towns near which particular branches of the DuPont dynasty maintain residences have also been given hospitals, which the DuPonts and their guests, of course, may also use. Henry Ford has put money into hospitals at Detroit and at Dearborn, Michigan, largely devoted to caring for injured workers who turn out profits for Ford. This writer does not regard this as philanthropy, but merely as business. The Hearsts, Guggenheims, Dodges, and others also maintain hospitals in the mining centers to care for men injured in the mines. This, too, is not philanthropy. Ford has earned distinction as a philanthropist mainly by an attempted physical reconstruction of the American past at Greenfield Village, Michigan. Inns, spinning wheels, harpoons, candlesticks, schools, and the like have been transported and made into a museum, the value of which is highly doubtful. Eccentric though Ford's XBS pensive schemes are, however, they seem to win the acclaim of many people and a design is thereby achieved. Ford has been unusually successful in turning white into black in the public consciousness. He is, for example, considered an exponent of high wages because, in order to create a surplus of labor in Detroit, he once proclaimed the doctrine of $5 a day pay. Few people realize that a large proportion of Ford workers are laid off much of the time and that the Ford pay scales are not computed on a yearly basis. It is true that there has been some disinterestedness shown by the rich in contributions to art, music, and the sciences, but the clearly disinterested contributions have been so trivial as not to merit mention. The critical reader, unversed in the ways of philanthropy, may exclaim, what possible personal value could one ascribe to the creation of the magnificent Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago, erected by the Field family? The building of this splendid monument on the Lake Michigan waterfront not only reduced tax liability in a period of relatively high income taxes and brought public acclaim for the Fields, but, along with other nearby improvements, it enhanced the value of the downtown Chicago real estate holdings of the Field family. The will of Marshall Field I stipulated that a portion of income was always to be reinvested in improved Chicago real estate. Old Field, like old Astor, was real estate mad, and even joined in giving to the University of Chicago land that abutted on a greater amount of land whose ownership he retained. The peculiar provisions of the Field will have nearly driven its executors and trustees frantic to find suitable outlets for the estate's surplus income, and the heirs have, without avail, tried to upset the testament. Like the mill in the fable that ground out salt in the sea, the Field estate continues to grind out buildings, and the only hope of respite lies in the fact that all the structures will in time make each other mutually unprofitable. In conclusion, the paradox is this: the rich grow richer and more powerful by the practice of philanthropy as it is loosely defined. XX. Education for profit and tax exemption. Crass consciousness is, perhaps, nowhere more clearly or more amusingly manifested by the rich than in education. In no other sphere of pseudo-philanthropic activity is it more apparent that the rich, in escaping taxation by the expedient of creating tax-immune endowments, are merely transferring the money from one of their many capacious pockets to another. Most private money earmarked for higher education is given, in the first place, to schools that belong rather exclusively to the rich. Albert N. Ward, president of Western Maryland College, in 1930 surveyed the endowments of 400 privately supported institutions of higher learning and reported the conclusion that 10 belonging to the very wealthy, catering to 17% of the national student body, held 43% of the recorded educational endowment, 90 belonging to the upper middle class, catering to 42% of the national student body, held 38% of the recorded endowment, and 300 belonging to the lower classes, catering to 41% of the national student body, held only 19% of the recorded endowment. Left out of consideration by Dr. Ward were state and municipal institutions, the so-called public colleges and universities. With very few exceptions, these institutions are indirectly controlled, through the medium of the political machines whose phantom directors we have observed in furtive action, by the same persons that control the private institutions. The backbone of education in the United States is the tax-supported public school system. Of course, the rich become active in educational affairs only when it comes to taking the product. 374. 345. Of the public secondary school and forging it for special uses in the privately endowed or politically controlled college and university. According to federal government figures, in the school year 1933-34 there were 20,880,120 students in public elementary schools compared with 2,382,251 in private elementary schools, largely parochial. There were 5,715,608 students in public secondary schools compared with 380,880 students in private secondary schools, in part parochial, but there were only 529,931 students in public higher educational institutions compared with 525,429 in private higher educational institutions, of which few were parochial. If we exclude those training to be teachers, there were vastly more students in the private higher educational institutions, 518,578 to 400,598. The public universities and colleges will not concern us here, however, although the general remarks applicable to the social bias of private schools are applicable in only slightly less degree to the politically controlled public schools. The 20 universities and technical colleges with the largest endowments, accounting for more than 75% of the entire private higher educational endowment of more than 700 institutions, and their managing and donor groups, are as follows. School Managing Group and _endow Principal Donors Meant, latest figures, X. Harvard University J.P. Morgan Management. Largest donor, Standard Oil, Whitney, Harkness, Rockefeller, various other wealthy donors, including George M. Baker's TERS D $129 million to Yale University Morgan Rockefeller Joint Management. Largest donor, Standard Oil, Harkness, Whitney, Rockefeller, also Sterling, Stillman, sent one at $95,838,568. Columbia University. University of Chicago. University of Rochester. University of Texas. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Stanford University. Duke University. Cornell University. Princeton University. Johns Hopkins University. Northwestern University. Managing Group and Principal Donors. National City Bank Management. Largest donors. Baker, Dodge. Gould, et al. Also Habmeyer, Schermerhorn, and various others. Rockefeller Management and Principal Donation. Smaller donors, Field, Ryerson, Swift, Yerkes. CEGETNSECEE AIM. George W. Eastman, Kodaks. SC on 0TS, Eyes Closed Face, EEE. Various /donors as EEE. DuPont Management. Eastman DuPont Du NOTSISESTEE. Southern Pacific Railroad and California Public Utilities Management, Leland Stanford Donor. Duke Management and Donation, Tobacco and Public Athletics, SCESAE Rockefeller Management, various wealthy Dion GESSWEEE National City Bank Management, Taylor, Pine, McCormick, Dodger Dinos 15.8 Morgan Influence predominant on board, various wealthy donors. Methodist Church Management. Deering Family, International Harvester, largest donor, other donors Patton, McCormick, Ward. Endowment, latest figures. $69,576,915. $65,389,498. $58,008,103. $33,642,546. $33 million. $32,238,000. $30,880,031. 395-311-5743. 26,929,810. 26,934,827. 21,782,482. OU, School Managing Group and Endow Principal Donors Mant, latest figures, 14. Washington University or various wealthy donors. $20,911,986. Citi, St. Louis, Robert Brookings, Maine, Missouri, donor. 15. University of Crocker, Giannini, Flay, California. Shacker, Hearst, and Doheny donors and management. Spec. H. 20,228,414. 16. Vanderbilt University, Vanderbilt donation plus some smaller donations. 20,017. University of J.P. Morgan manage Pennsylvania. Mant, Morgan, Drexel, Widener, Clothier, ETAL, Conals W.N. Lee. 18,998,279. 18. Oberlin College Warless donors, 18,149,822. 19. Dartmouth College various wealthy donors. _17,239,839. 20. Carnegie Institute Mellon Management, of Technology Carnegie donation. 16,369,382. All the foregoing are upper-class schools in that they, a. cater to the offspring of the upper classes, or, b. aim to turn out graduates that will be, regardless of their class origin, of pecuniary value to the upper class in the economic exploitation of American society, lawyers, accountants, physical scientists, engineers, salesmen, business executives, etc. It is noteworthy that the private schools, as a rule, have little interest in training teachers. A review of this list of leading endowed institutions of higher learning readily brings to mind their importance in contemporary life. With the exception of a few publicly supported institutions like the University of Wisconsin, the University of Michigan, and the University of Minnesota, these listed are the top-ranking institutions of learning of the United States. The direct management and support, by wealthy private families, of institutions of higher education extends, to be sure, far beyond the confines of the list just given. The University of Pittsburgh, endowment $2,314,225, is under Mellon control. Colgate University, endowment $6,700,000, is under control of the shaving cream and toothpaste family. Drexel Institute, endowment $3,330,730, is under the 378. Drexel family, Morgan, Lehigh University, endowment $5,400,000, is supported by various steel and industrial interests, and both the more and the less opulent of the rich families subsidize and dominate an assortment of institutions that includes Brown University, Amherst College, Williams College, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, Oglethorpe University, Case School of Applied Science, Rutgers College, Antioch College, California Institute of Technology, St. Lawrence University, Syracuse University, Stevens Institute of Technology, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and many others. All these schools are adjuncts, or departments, of the big corporations and banks, and are more or less openly operated as such. This is evidenced in many ways, but mainly, a. by the identities of trustees, most of whom are men engaged in pecuniary pursuits as deputies of the great fortunes or are in person the ruling heads of the great fortunes, b. by the composition of the investment portfolios of the institutions themselves, c. by the curricular emphasis upon studies of direct pecuniary value to the wealthiest estates, studies embracing, in the main, the physical sciences and problems of business administration as well as the professional pursuits, and d. by the recurrent official pronouncements of the presidents of the institutions on behalf of the political, economic, and social status quo. Professor Jerome Davis, surveying the occupational status of the trustees of the 27 institutions of higher learning with endowments of $10 million or more, brought out that of 659 trustees, 254 are bankers, 141 are merchants, 111 are public utilities operators, 63 are railroad operators, 153 are professionals, whose presence affords protective coloration, 22 are judges, representatives of the two dominant political parties, and 7 fall into miscellaneous classifications. 72 are classifiable in more than one category. The breakdown of the occupational status of college trustees, given by Professor Davis, Capitalism and Its Culture, for these 27 institutions with endowments of $10 million or more follows. The aggregate endowment of these institutions is slightly more than $800 million, as compared with $1,150 million approximate total endowment of all private colleges and universities, but a great deal of wealth is also held in the form of untaxed land, buildings, and equipment. The total value of endowment and other property of all the private colleges and universities is about $2,500 million. 380. The predominance of bankers and other money-motivated persons on the boards of trustees does not seem unusual to the average unsophisticated American, who is accustomed to the situation. But in no other civilized country is this barbarous phenomenon observable. In England, for example, the universities are autonomous, self-governing bodies. J. McKean Cattell, in his authoritative University Control, says, "The historic English universities, Oxford and Cambridge, have been primarily groups of independent colleges. The masters and fellows are the college, they own the buildings and endowment and divide the income among themselves. They elect their colleagues and successors and of course their head. The headship is an honorary and social position with but few executive powers or duties. Government is by town meeting and committee. There have been abuses of the monastic system, and perhaps even now too much time is spent on details of management. But high standards of scholarship and conduct have on the whole been maintained. From among the resident fellows and from the students great men have been forthcoming in every line of activity. Probably half the leaders of England in statesmanship, scholarship, science, poetry, have come from its two universities, having together no more students than one of our larger institutions, and England has produced more great men than any other nation. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge, as distinguished from their colleges, have long had a few endowed professorships and have conducted libraries, but until recently they were essentially degree-conferring institutions. They are administered by councils elected by the resident teachers, but the ultimate control is vested, as is becoming, in the masters of art. The Church of England clergy have perhaps had more influence than is desirable, but their interference has in the main been confined to prescribing the conditions for the degree. In any case it is only a temporary phase, and a certain amount of conservatism is not so bad for a university. It would seem quite absurd to invest the ultimate control of Oxford and Cambridge in a self-perpetuating board, consisting of a score or larger crowd of business and professional men. The chancellorship is an honorary office, without executive power or influence. The professors are usually nominated by boards of electors, consisting of men of distinction in the subject or in related subjects, partly from the university and partly from outside. I have never heard of the expulsion of a fellow or professor, that a professor's salary should depend on the 381. Favor of a president or that he should be dismissed without a hearing by a president with the consent of an absentee board of trustees is a state of affairs not conceivable. As control of the colleges and universities in America slipped from the hands of the clergy after the Civil War, the pecuniary element eased itself into dominance. The overwhelming presence of bankers as trustees and regents became only logical, however, once the inner pecuniary motivation of the American university was granted, because the endowments, in combination with the philanthropic foundations and church endowments, supervised by essentially the same persons, conferred upon the trustees a large amount of industrial control and voting power as well as strategic supervision over research and studies. The university endowments are really instruments of industrial as well as social control, and, like other endowments, are tax-exempt, making possible an ever-enlarging concentration of authority in the hands of the rich. The philanthropic character of the privately endowed institutions is, however, doubtful. One can raise the issue in many ways, but at this juncture let it merely be noted that, according to federal statistics for 1933-34, no less than 47.2% of the income of private establishments came from student fees, in contrast with 16.7% of income from student fees in public universities and colleges. Endowment produced only 22.7% of income for the private institutions. Gifts and grants brought in 11.2% of income. In the case of the public institutions, grants from state and municipal governments accounted for 56.8% of income. Among the overseers of Harvard University are Henry Sturgis Morgan, son of J.P. Morgan, George Whitney, Morgan partner, Charles Francis Adams, Boston banker, director of various properties and father-in-law of Henry Sturgis Morgan, Walter S. Gifford, president of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Morgan, Elihu Root, Jr. Morgan, George R. Agassiz, copper magnate, Albert A. Sprague, head of Sprague, Warner and Company, wholesale grocers, Gaspar G. Bacon, son of a former Morgan partner, and Walter Lippmann, exponent in journalism of various approved Morgan themes. Among the trustees of the Yale Corporation are S. H. Fisher. 382. Director of the New York Trust Company, Morgan, various Rockefeller companies, and the Commonwealth Fund, Harkness, Howell Cheney, member of the Silk family, Mortimer N. Buckner, president of the New York Trust Company, Morgan, F. Tribby Davison, son of a former Morgan partner and brother of a current Morgan partner, and Edward L. Ryerson, Jr., of a Chicago steel dynasty. Among Columbia University trustees are Marcellus Hartley Dodge, Copper and Munitions, Stephen Baker, chairman of the board of the Bank of Manhattan, Joseph P. Grace, Grace Lines, Shipping, Clarence M. Woolley, chairman of the American Radiator and Standard Sanitary Corporation, Thomas J. Watson, president of International Business Machines Corporation, and Everett W. Gould. Trustees of the University of Chicago include Edward L. Ryerson, Jr. Interlocking with his Yale trusteeship, James H. Douglas, Jr., partner of Marshall Field in the investment banking house of Field, Glore, Ward and Company, Albert L. Scott, trustee of Spelman College, Atlanta, Rockefeller, and the Riverside Church, N.Y., Rockefeller, Harold H. Swift, Meat Packer, Eugene M. Stevens, investment banker, Cyrus S. Eaton, steel magnate, John Stewart, president of the Quaker Oats Company, also a trustee of Princeton University, and Sewell L. Avery, director of the United States Steel Corporation and managing head of Montgomery Ward and Company and the United States Gypsum Company. Among the Johns Hopkins University trustees are Walter S. Gifford, Daniel Willard, president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, Newton D. Baker, Van Sweringen attorney, Morgan, and former Secretary of War. Among the Leland Stanford University trustees are Harry Chandler, publisher of the Los Angeles Times and a trustee of California Institute of Technology, Paul Shoup, vice chairman of the Southern Pacific Railroad, and Herbert Hoover. University of Pennsylvania trustees include E. T. Stotesbury, Morgan partner and Republican political campaign fund collector, George Wharton Pepper, Morgan political figure, Joseph E. Widener, Morris L. Clothier, John E. Zimmerman, president of the United Gas Improvement Company, Morgan, Robert C. Hill, chairman of the Consolidation Coal Company, Edward Hopkinson, Jr., Morgan. 383. Partner, A. Felix DuPont, and Eldridge R. Johnson, former owner of the Victor Talking Machine Company. The president of the University of Pennsylvania is Thomas S. Gates, former Morgan partner, the president of Rutgers College is a member of the Clothier family. On the board of Cornell University sits Charles M. Schwab, creator of the Bethlehem Steel Corporation and personally involved during his lifetime in numerous unsavory episodes such as the selling of defective armor plate to the government, the drawing of extravagant bonuses from his stockholders, and profiteering on war contracts. With Chandler on the board of the California Institute of Technology are Louis D. Ricketts, mining engineer close to the Phelps Dodge interests and once under federal indictment with Cleveland H. Dodge for attempted alienation of government land, and Henry M. Robinson, Los Angeles shipping magnate and banker. Among the trustees of the University of California are William H. Crocker, descendant of a member of the lawless Crocker-Huntington-Stanford Railroad Group, Mortimer Fleischacker, San Francisco banker and shipping magnate, John F. Nillen, attorney for the Hearst Properties, and A. P. Giannini, leading California banker and largest stockholder of the National City Bank of New York. On the 100% reactionary board of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology are Gerard Swope, president of the General Electric Company, Morgan, W. Cameron Forbes, Boston investment banker and director of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Edward S. Webster, of the banking engineering combination of Stone and Webster, Pierre S. DuPont, Lamont DuPont, John E. Alderd, investment banker, Albert H. Wiggin, former chairman of the Chase National Bank, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., president of General Motors Corporation and director of E. I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, Philip Stockton, Boston banker, and J. J. Pelly and Alfred E. Loomis, railroad presidents. Similar personalities dominate virtually all the private university and college boards, and select the academic presidents who dragoon the faculties and give utterance as well to reactionary pronouncements under the ostensible sanction of science and learning, enlightenment and progress. Without readily perceptible exception, the university. 384. Presidents are the drudges of the money lords that lurk behind the boards of trustees. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company appears to hold more university trusteeships through its directors than any other big corporation. J.P. Morgan and Company appears to hold more than any other banking house. The Rockefeller Philanthropic Endowments control more than any other so-called philanthropic enterprises. The coalitions of wealth which exercise the greatest direct influence in American higher education are the Morgan, Rockefeller, DuPont, and Mellon groups. The University of Wisconsin, of all first-class institutions, alone has resisted, until recently, the domination of finance capital. It has been unique in its refusal of contributions from the Rockefeller Foundations, on the ground that such contributions conferred influence over the recipient. It has more recently begun to accept Rockefeller money. The university trustees of the United States have placed the endowments in the following composite portfolio, which represents 74% of the combined investments of all American universities and colleges having more than $5 million of assets, report compiled in 1932 by Wood, Struthers, and Company. Real estate $146,931,510, 27.4%. Public utilities $125,646,750, 23.4. Railroads $99,586,800 equals 18.5. Industrials $87,779,010, 16.4. Miscellaneous $30,907,910, 5.8. U.S. governments 17,7575150 OE. Foreign bonds 13,274,242.5. Bank and insurance 9,698,161.8. U.S. municipals 5,024,560 $0.9536,606,090 100. The point of chief interest in this tabulation is that holdings of government securities comprised only 4.2% of investments. This might seem strange were it not for the fact that, a. The universities do not need gilt-edged government bonds to escape taxes, since all their income is tax-exempt, and, b. One of the prime purposes of university endowments is to achieve a foothold in industry through 385. The massed voting power of stocks and bonds and through the interlocking of boards of university trustees and boards of corporation directors. As the bulk of their income from investments is derived from private industrial and mercantile enterprises, there is strong economic motivation for the running fire of criticism the universities direct through their presidents against the government on those rare occasions when government moves to hamper bold exploitation of society by the bank-controlled corporations. Their investment portfolios also give the universities an economic motivation for keeping silent at all times when one of the big corporations is exposed as an overtly antisocial force. The rise of the universities as great financial institutions has closely paralleled the appearance of income, estate, and gift tax laws. From 1906 to 1928 the property assets of American universities and colleges, including land, buildings, and endowment, rose from $554 million to $2,400 million. In the same period endowments rose from $250,000,000 to about $1,150 million. Most of the increase came after the war, and represented the plowing back of war profits into tax-exempt areas. The process resembled the huge Rockefeller philanthropic activities of 1917, 1918, and 19,109. The wealthy, in making educational gifts, have obtained triple value for their money, for usually they have stipulated, the Rockefellers notably so, that the favored institutions raise double or treble the amount of the gift before it has become effective. This stipulation has sent academic officials scurrying about to raise money among thousands of less wealthy people in order that the universities might obtain the big single gifts, and the consequence has been to bring extra funds into the endowment from many sources to be represented, of course, only by trustees designated by the biggest donor. It may be pointed out here that wherever money coagulates in society, and whatever its source, one finds members of the wealthiest families stepping in to assume control by making some additional contribution. This is true whether the purpose of the fund be ostensibly philanthropic, charitable, or artistic. The inner pecuniary motivation is discovered in the nature of the investment vehicle of each particular fund or in the mode of its expenditure. Merely to be able. 386. To designate depository banks and investment vehicles is highly profitable, even though the directors of a fund do not own it. To be able to purchase materials from companies of one's own choice is also profitable. Control over the universities has been assured to the rich in many ways, but one effective way has been to space the gifts. Few are the wealthy men that have given to the universities single lump sums, only those who have not sought to perpetuate a dynasty of wealth through heirs. Men like Stanford, Eastman, and one or two others have given very large sums at one stroke. University officials, in the knowledge that more money may be forthcoming after one gift, have been careful that the institutions under their direction should not become involved in social or political controversies distasteful to the donors. Few also have been the gifts the employment of which has been left to the discretion of the educators. The funds given have usually been earmarked for some pecuniary purpose dear only to the donor and irrelevant to a sound educational program. Buildings have often been presented, for academically superfluous purposes, and even their location on the campus has been designated by the donors. To obtain certain vast sums the universities have had to create departments in subjects only vaguely related to higher education, but closely related to commercial and industrial profit-seeking. 2. What reason have the wealthy families for intruding as they do in the sphere of higher education? What is their objective? Since the founding of the colonies, the educational system has been a matter of prime importance to the wealthiest citizens of each community, but it was not until nearly 50 years after the War of Independence that free elementary schools for the public were even dreamed of. The free schools came into being largely as the consequence of agitation by urban labor groups. Free secondary schools were later won from the dominant elite, and, still later, the Free University of the Western States. The rich, however, were always solicitous about educating the young of their own class, and Harvard University, oldest of American institutions of higher learning, was from the first a rich man's. 387. School. Yale and Princeton were similarly rich men's schools from their earliest days. But shortly after the Civil War the faculties of theology, central in the old American college, were gradually undermined by the new departments of physical science, which were invaluable in the spheres of mining and industrial technology. Then the college became the university. The first American university, incidentally, was Johns Hopkins, established in 1876 through the bequest of a Baltimore merchant. The new industrialists, less fastidious than the predecessor land and mercantile capitalists about the class origins or religious beliefs of students, flung money into higher education and opened wide the gates to young men of ability. They established scholarships to support the discernibly brightest intellects of the poorer classes. Then, as now, the prime interest of the new rulers of America was only in technology, and this was evidenced by the opening of the School of Mines at Columbia College in 1864, and by the founding of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1861, Worcester Polytechnic in 1865, Lehigh University in 1866, Stevens Institute in 1871, the Case School of Applied Science in 1880, Rose Polytechnic in 1883, and Brooklyn Polytechnic Institute in 1889. Soon there were added Armour Institute of Technology in Chicago, later absorbed by Northwestern University, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy, and more recently the California Institute of Technology in Los Angeles. The drive for technology led to the creation of elaborate physical science departments at Harvard under Charles W. Eliot and to the inauguration at Yale of the Sheffield Scientific Institute. Mechanical techniques which would serve the profit motive were in universal demand. The contemporary university president has made shrewd use of the technological appeal in fundraising campaigns directed toward men of wealth. Walter Dill Scott, president of Northwestern University, for example, while soliciting contributions in 1924, pointed out that Newton, Watt, Faraday, Maxwell, Huxley, Pasteur, and Lister were all university professors. He drew attention to the fact that Professor Armstrong of Columbia had originated the feedback radio circuit, that Professors Winchell of the University of Michigan, and White of the University of Wisconsin, had evolved the theory of 388 oil and gasoline deposits which made tremendous expansion of the petroleum industry possible, and that other professors as well had done work of immense profit to the ruling industrialists and financiers. Dr. Scott could have gone a good deal further and said that all those features of contemporary life-styled progressive originated in the brains of university professors, whose work has been seized upon by promoters and turned into profits. He could also have said that it had been the dream of many scientific men, especially of Professor James Watt, Scotch inventor of the modern condensing steam engine, that their discoveries would free the human race of hard labor, but that, perverted by the promoters, the discoveries had instead intensified hard labor. The raising of these considerations, however, would not have brought in funds. While the utmost intellectual freedom was given to faculty members preoccupied with the physical sciences and mechanical techniques, and with the law, business, and medical schools, the new industrialists were not long in becoming aware of the menace to themselves of the social sciences, and in moving to protect themselves. Glutted as they were by easily obtained wealth, the industrialists saw no need to criticize, to analyze, or to explore the society that had given them riches. With the problems of farmers, laborers, and middle classes they were not concerned. Their attitude was perfectly expressed by George F. Baker, Sr., during the Peugeot inquiry when he said he thought society was pretty good as he found it. More recently, the inner attitude of the industrialists and moneyed elite toward the social sciences themselves was expressed by Henry Ford, who from profound conviction said, "History is bunk." It was in the 1890s that there began a quiet campaign of terror against those members of the university social science departments whose speculations were considered too bold for the comfort of the profit-making coterie. Earlier, under the theological dispensation, the physical scientists had often been subjected to similar intimidation, but they were now freed, except in backwoods regions, by the new industrial dispensation. The campaign of the industrialists and bankers against the social scientists, men preoccupied with economics, sociology, history, and 389. Political science found Richard T. Ely, distinguished economist, placed under fire at the University of Wisconsin and at Johns Hopkins University. John R. Commons, outstanding historian of the American labor movement, was ousted from Syracuse University, which was financed by Standard Oil through John D. Archbold, who recognized the existence of no labor movement. At Brown University, E. B. Andrews was cashiered for espousing free silver, but by avoiding immediate issues, Lester F. Ward, dynamic sociologist, managed to retain his position at the same school, although he was, perhaps, the most subversive of all the 19th-century American social scientists. Subversive, that is, from the point of view of the wealthy beneficiaries of the chaotic status quo. In 1906, the University of Chicago, academic subsidiary of the Standard Oil Company, ousted Thorstein Veblen, perhaps America's most original social thinker, on the pretext that he had been party to an unsolemnized love affair. Only 2 years earlier, Veblen had published his suavely corrosive theory of business enterprise, and it was obviously this work, and the antecedent theory of the leisure class, that provoked his dismissal. Professor Edward W. Bemis, an economist, who had criticized methods of the railroads, also failed to be reappointed. J. Lawrence Laughlin, head of the economics department, publicly professed to have found hidden virtues in John D. Rockefeller and in the established order. At Yale, William G. Sumner expounded laissez-faire economics, and at Columbia, John Bates Clark taught that the byproduct of unfettered capitalism was a rough-hewn justice. Schools and departments were founded in many instances with an expressed ulterior purpose. A wealthy manufacturer, for example, in 1881 founded the Wharton School of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania simply to uphold the theory of the protective tariff. To attempt an enumeration of the hundreds of professors and instructors ousted from the social science departments of the American universities and colleges since the 1890s would require too extensive cataloging. Practically every institution of higher learning, including the pseudo-liberal Harvard, has joined in the witch hunt, ferreting out nearly every vital thinker in the social sciences. The liberalism of Harvard, it may be remarked, is purely historical and 390. Relative in character, an echo of the day when Eliot enthroned the physical sciences in defiance of fundamentalist churchmen. In the contemporary social context, the attitude of Harvard University cannot be called liberal unless the policies of J.P. Morgan and Company and the attitudes of Ogden L. Mills and Herbert Hoover are defined as liberal. Mills and Hoover really believe themselves to be liberals, although they fail to explain that they are liberals of the 18th-century Manchester school whose basic doctrine was laissez-faire. This doctrine in the mouths of big capitalists has become merely a justification for Jack the Ripper tactics upon the body of society. The universities proceed against the independent social thinkers on two broad theories. One is that professors should have no concern with questions of the day outside the campus, and the other, that the offending professors are social revolutionaries. It is highly doubtful if any of the ousted professors have ever been social revolutionaries, but it is clear that the issues of the day in which they have meddled concern taxation, labor policies, economic policies, public utility rates, and the general rough conduct of the rich toward the rest of society. The professors, in short, have been reformists, and they have embarrassed special vested interests by pointing to the furtive hand in the public coffer. However, the argument of the university trustees that the professors are wandering far afield in taking up problems that lie outside the campus is dishonest, for no objection is raised when professors of physical science address conventions of engineers or bankers about technological and industrial problems, or when professors of surgery leave the campus to perform some difficult operation. The universities object to off-campus professorial activity only when it is directed in some fashion against the status quo or the privileges owed to some vested interest. The dictum that the academic mind should not concern itself in practical affairs is, furthermore, called into question by the behavior of the university presidents themselves, who never fail to throw all the prestige of their office and their assumed intellectual attainments both behind the status quo and behind the aims of certain selfish vested interests. 391. A typical example of a university president who is always making pronouncements on questions of the day, and who is always given flattering attention by the newspapers, is Nicholas Murray Butler of Columbia University. There is apparently nothing that Dr. Butler feels himself incompetent to discuss in public at a moment's notice. It is difficult, after surveying the long record, to believe that Dr. Butler functions so fortuitously at crucial moments without external prompting from non-academic quarters. Dr. Butler makes upward of 50 speeches every year, an enormous output for a septuagenarian. If it were not that his speeches, although cloaked in academic language, advance the theories of certain special interests, one might justly describe him as America's greatest busybody. Like other university presidents, Dr. Butler in his secular talks has wandered very far from the academic groves. In 1935 and 1936 he busied himself with issuing blasts against passage of the proposed child labor amendment to the Constitution, defending the right of children to work. In September 1936, he decried the terror in Seattle during a strike conducted by the American Newspaper Guild, although the competent local authorities denied the existence of any terror and no evidence has since been forthcoming to indicate that there was any. Both in his pro-child labor and his anti-newspaper guild crusade, Dr. Butler appears to have been speaking for the vested estate of newspaper publishers, but as usual he professed to speak on behalf of immutable and universal principles. Of fewer than 1 million miners employed outside of agriculture, approximately 500,000 are employed in the delivery of newspapers. During the Depression of 1929-34, Dr. Butler, now only too obviously a propagandist of social obscurantism, addressed himself to the task of proving that the economic crisis was greatly exaggerated, an imaginative product of the mind, and that reports of the unemployment total by agencies like the federal government and the American Federation of Labor were several times too great. Scientific findings relative to the maldistribution of wealth he termed radical talk and sheer invention. Since the advent of an anti-banking administration in Washington, Dr. Butler has consistently decried government spending, obviously. 392. With unemployment relief expenditures in mind, he has gone so far as to charge that New York City retains on its payroll 20% too many workers, but he has not suggested what should be done with the surplus if it were lopped off. His calls for reductions in governmental expenditures have been reflexes to the demand of the rich for lower taxes. At all times he has given voice to opinions on public affairs differing in no wise from those of an editorial hack or a class-conscious, intelligent Wall Street broker. In all of Dr. Butler's public speeches, it is noticeable, he has invariably defended property rights. If he has ever defended purely human rights, the fact is not disclosed by an examination of the New York Times files, 1913-37. But in conducting himself in this fashion, rarely if ever adverting to purely intellectual questions, Dr. Butler has behaved as have all university presidents. If any president of an American college in the past 3 decades has ever spoken out in denunciation of human exploitation, or in defense of judicially persecuted social dissidents, it does not appear on the record. Most have spoken frequently, however, in defense of vested property rights. Carl T. Compton, distinguished physicist who is president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, while not so prolific a speechmaker as Dr. Butler, in his few appearances has not scrupled to perform similarly under the cloak of disinterested science. In October 1936, for example, when President Roosevelt suggested that engineers and scientists cooperate in the work of social reconstruction, Dr. Compton seized this occasion to launch a partisan and oblique assault upon unemployment relief expenditures, which were a matter of sore concern to the prosperous MIT trustees. Dr. Compton voiced the convenient fear that the attention and money devoted to relief and regulation should interfere with simultaneous adequate attention and support to the basic contribution which our sciences can certainly make if given a chance. The newspapers gave these opinions of a ranking scientist prominent display. Speaking before the American Bankers Association in December 1936, this eminent physicist felt himself qualified to declaim against government ownership of public utilities, a question one might suppose to be outside his 393 scientific province, but 20 out of 48 m.lt. Trustees are public utility operators. Another reactionary among American university presidents has been James Roland Angell of Yale, who since his retirement in 1937 has chosen to inflict the doctrines of his preceptors upon the public through the medium of his new position as educational director of the National Broadcasting Company. His daughter is married to one of the Rockefeller McAlpins, and he was formerly on the faculty of the University of Chicago. Dr. Angell was another of the university presidents who professed to see the long-dead American democracy endangered by Franklin D. Roosevelt, although he saw no menace, any more than did his colleagues, in Warren G. Harding, Calvin Coolidge, or Herbert Hoover. Angell, anesthetic to the manipulation of the Treasury by Mellon and the wartime conspiracies of the Wilson regime, after the re-election of Franklin D. Roosevelt discovered a menacing shadow in a government supported by a mere numerical majority. Democracy was jeopardized, Dr. Angell pontificated, by pressure groups, of which the Veterans Bonus Bloc was the example he cited, by the sit-down strike, and by unwillingness to submit to rule by the judiciary. Real and lasting progress can come only by slow and thoughtfully considered measures, said Dr. Angell, which, resting on those elements in the existing order that are sound, seek one by one to eliminate those which are evil and replace them with such as are wholesome and just. He stood, in short, against any change. The university president in America, it should be clear, is a brigadier general of reaction, as President A. Lawrence Lowell demonstrated by his behavior in the Sacco-Vanzetti case. And while the university presidents may meddle in public affairs to their trustees' content, and while the professors may also do likewise provided only that they support the status quo, especially in its more evil phases, it goes hard, as we have remarked, with any faculty member who espouses an unorthodox point of view. The American Civil Liberties Union has in its files hundreds of reports on cases wherein the holders of unorthodox views have been discharged. The number of dismissals does not mean, unfortunately, that there is consistent rebellion against the trustees, for there is not. The in 394 structures in the social sciences are taught circumspection by the mishaps of outspoken colleagues. Those who remain often become, to all intents and purposes, social as well as academic eunuchs. The two most prominent recent instances of punitive measures taken against independent faculty members have occurred at Harvard and at Yale. At the former two economics instructors, popular with the students and unquestionably in full grasp of their subject, failed of reappointment because they had concerned themselves sympathetically with labor problems off the campus. Their cases are still pending at this writing. At Yale, Professor Jerome Davis failed of reappointment, on the spurious ground of incompetence discovered only after he had published the highly critical Capitalism and Its Culture. Many independent organizations of professors, teachers, and liberals investigated the case, and uniformly found that Davis had been fired in flagrant disregard of Yale's pretensions to academic freedom. It was brought out that, owing to his outspoken utterances, he had been in almost constant conflict with the university administration. In 1931, for example, he denounced the Insuls as hire racketeers, and was reprimanded after Samuel Insull, Jr. Yale, 21, protested. He was also reprimanded for inviting Senator Gerald P. Nye, munitions industry investigator, to speak on the campus. Yet a character witness at the trial of young Insull after the crash of the Insull properties was President Robert M. Hutchins of the University of Chicago. Early in 1937 Hutchins was fervidly denounced by John Dewey, Dean of American Philosophers, for attempting to revive the principle of blind authority in teaching, an attempt in which Dewey discerned fascist tendencies. There is, in brief, class logic behind the superficially aimless actions of the university presidents. The locus of authority at Harvard was eloquently illustrated in July, 1936, when an alumni committee brought in a report exonerating the Department of Economics of the charge of spreading radical propaganda. The significance in this committee is to be found in the identity of its members, who were Walter Lippmann, Walter S. Gifford, President of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Winthrop W. Aldrich, Chairman of the Chase National Bank. 395. George F. Baker, Jr., President of the First National Bank, Barclay MCK. Henry New York investment banker, Richard Whitney, brother of a Morgan partner, himself a Morgan broker, and former president of the New York Stock Exchange, Orrin G. Wood, Boston financier, Charles M. Story, Boston attorney, and Representative Christian A. Herter. Among a few of the distinguished social investigators discharged or induced to leave under pressure by universities since the World War have been Professor Harold J. Lasky, Harvard, Professors J. McKean Cattell, James Harvey Robinson, and Henry Mussey, Columbia, Dr. Alexander Meiklejohn, Amherst, Professor Scott Nearing, Pennsylvania, Professor John E. Kirkpatrick, Olivet College, Professor Ralph E. Turner, Pittsburgh, Granville Hicks, Rensselaer Polytechnic, Professor Wesley Moorer. Ohio State, Professor James N. Yard, Northwestern, Professor M. F. Myers, and H. O. DeGraff, Missouri. During the war, because he espoused free speech even though he supported the war aims of the Allies, Dr. Charles A. Beard found life made so uncomfortable for him at Columbia, where he was head of the Department of American Politics, that he soon resigned with the declaration that the status of a professor in Columbia is lower than that of a manual laborer. He decried the few obscure and willful trustees who now dominate the university and terrorize young instructors. Ill. The clans of wealth gain many things from the universities in addition to endorsements by the university presidents of reactionary policies, the discoveries in the physical sciences, and the proliferation of a huge backlog, or labor reserve, of skilled technicians. Although the newspapers did a good deal of jesting about a brains trust when the national administration of the second Roosevelt sought advice from professors in the social sciences, they have not called attention to the extent to which the big corporations and banks utilize the services of former university faculty members. Owen D. Young, chairman of the General Electric Company, was once a professor of law at Boston University. Jackson E. Reynolds. 396. Chairman of the First National Bank of New York, was associate professor of law at Columbia University until 1917. His successor as president of the bank was Leon Fraser, one-time instructor in history at Columbia who later became president of the Bank for International Settlements. Thomas I Parkinson, president of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, is the former dean of the Columbia University Law School. The list could be extended indefinitely. The newspapers present professors as crackpots only when the owners of the newspapers, who are also the controllers of the political parties and the trustees of the universities, are opposed to the specific objectives of the professors. Until the Roosevelt administration took office, professors had been regular government advisors to successive national administrations and legislative committees. William Z. Ripley of Harvard had frequently testified and given advice on railroads. Professor Irving Fisher of Yale was a brain truster of the Coolidge-Hoover era. Professor O. M. W. Sprague of Harvard was a monetary advisor and was lent to the Bank of England, where he functioned as a liaison officer between the British Central Bank and the Federal Reserve Bank. But at Yale, under the New Deal, President Angell suddenly discovered a grave intellectual menace in having professors engage in government work, although while Professor Fisher was commuting between Washington and New Haven and was active in the Prohibition struggle, Angell had nothing to say. The powerful coalitions of wealth are also amply rewarded by the endowed technical schools in the graduates these schools turn out. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for example, has graduated the following: Willis R. Whitney, Vice President in charge of research of the General Electric Company; William D. Coolidge, Chief of the General Electric Research Laboratories; Edwin S. Webster and Charles A. Stone, of Stone and Webster; Gerard Swope, President of the General Electric Company; Paul W. Litchfield, President of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, Arthur C. Dorrance of the Campbell Soup fortune, J. Howard Pugh. President of the Sun Oil Company, Francis R. Hart. President of the United Fruit Company, Philip R. Stockton. President of the First National Old Colony Bank of Boston and Director of A.T. and T., the late Charles Hayden, of 397. Hayden, Stone and Company, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., President of General Motors Corporation, William C. Potter, Chairman of the Guarantee Trust Company, Elisha Walker, partner of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, and 6 DuPonts, the late T. Coleman, Alfred I. Pierre, Henry Bellin, Irony, and Lamet. M.Lt. is to the field of technology what the law schools of Harvard, Columbia, and the University of Chicago are to politics. The latter supply figures like Charles Evans Hughes, Joseph H. Choate, and William Howard Taft, who are never at a loss for legal justification of the most antisocial acts and policies of the wealthy families. With golden returns such as these coming from the class-centered schools, it is no wonder that the trustees and administrators of the private institutions look with deep hostility upon the growth of free colleges and universities supported by taxation. Before his retirement as president of Cornell University, Dr. Livingston Farrand warned the Association of Colleges and Universities of the state of New York against the competitive growth of publicly supported colleges. The development of these latter, to be sure, might in time make it impossible for the purely upper-class schools to continue functioning on the old highly profitable basis. If the United States ever sees fascism, it will surely see the end of the free public college and university. 4. Most graduates of American universities fall into 2 broad classifications. One is the specialist, an expert in a certain field: law, physics, chemistry, engineering, but with little intellectual curiosity outside that field. The other is the typical anti-intellectual college product whose mental horizon appears to be limited to sports events, bridge games, the Saturday Evening Post, stock market quotations, and formulae for cocktails. This latter type is by all odds the more numerous, and for a livelihood generally turns to stock brokerage, the selling of real estate, bonds, insurance, or automobiles, or the management of bank and corporation departments where a not too bright intelligence is requisite. The former type emerges as a thoroughly trained technical research man, a hired inventor, an engineer, or a lawyer. There are 398 America's 60 families now, so many of these in relation to available jobs, however, that they are relatively as numerous as typists or stenographers. It was quite by political design, incidentally, that the present glut of technical workers was brought about. Business and manufacturing interests appealed to Congress in 1917, for example, to introduce vocational courses in high schools. The United States Chamber of Commerce joined in getting a bill passed that provided that the federal government would give an amount equal to amounts appropriated by the states for this purpose. Secondary schools today are often little more than training grounds for prospective bookkeepers, clerks, stenographers, bank tellers, and similar low-paid, intellectually undeveloped robots. Although the specialists graduated by the universities may be magnificently trained, they are seldom intellectually equipped to understand human affairs in a broadly sympathetic fashion. They are also unable to comprehend their own role in society, and often privately confess to feeling lost and impressed by the futility of their work. The explanation for this state of affairs is found in the emphases demanded in higher education by the donors of funds, who always give for specific purposes and rarely with a view to developing integrated intellects ready to play a creative role in society. In the order of their greatest emphasis, allocations to universities by the rich appear to be made for a. the physical sciences and techniques, b. the development of schools of business and commercial administration and related departments of modern foreign languages and literature, and c. sports stadia, dormitories, clubhouses, and other adjuncts of campus sociability. Very few donors have made provision for the creation of a complete institution, and among the few have been Johns Hopkins, Leland Stanford, John D. Rockefeller, Chicago, and George Eastman, Rochester. Other donors have preferred to make gifts with personal or class interests less covertly attached to them. What would have been the nature of the educational allocations if they had been designed to serve the general public interest? Had the university donors been devoted to the public interest, they would surely have done more to encourage the development of the social. 399. Sciences along the traditional avenues of free thought, and would have given social science scholarships equivalent in value and number to the physical science scholarships. They would, if serving the public interest rather than their own narrow designs, have encouraged the interrelation of all the university departments through a progressive, experimental social philosophy as outlined by John Dewey, instead of insistently segregating the various departments. To escape indictment as servitors of their own interests in their educational philanthropies, wealthy donors would, moreover, have had to contribute to the scientific study of agriculture, of labor problems, not problems in labor relations, and of the inherent deceits of the public market. Instead of sending forth scientists and engineers imbued with the idea that they are creatively participating in a developmental process, the universities have sent them forth with the idea that they are to work in a fixed, static, supremely well-balanced society that merely requires a few additional embellishments in the way of new inventions, discoveries, and products like cellophane, Celanese, and radios that can readily be marketed. While developing specific branches of science to the utmost, the universities have prostituted the ultimate aims of science, which, in the best thought of the greatest scientists, should serve the whole of mankind rather than a few stock promoters of companies like General Electric, General Motors, American Telephone and Telegraph, and United States Steel Corporation. Let us, however, examine a few of the philanthropic contributions to the institutions of higher learning with a view to disclosing their purely class and personal character. George Eastman, childless Kodak maker who committed suicide in 1932, during his lifetime allocated some $75 million to educational and technical purposes. As he had no family, he, like Carnegie, who had no son, felt no need to hold on to the money. Some Eastman money went into the erection of free dental clinics here and abroad, for Eastman was beginning to realize that it was not so much a case of making new discoveries as of putting old discoveries into circulation. When he died, his will disposed of an additional $20 million, most of which went to technical education. Eastman, like many other wealthy men, was hypnotized by the 400 profit-producing power of science. For many years the Eastman Kodak Company had been hiring chemists and physicists who made many notable and profitable discoveries. Eastman, upon investigation, learned that a large number of his men came from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In 1912, under the pseudonym of M. Smith, he started giving money to the school, one of the few cases in which an alias was used in the giving of money, although the newspapers are prone to say, without producing any evidence, that much money is given away anonymously by the rich. In 1920 Eastman revealed himself as the donor of the mysterious large sums to MIT. Up to 1932 he had given this institution a little more than $20 million to which there were no strings attached, although the nature of the school assured that the money would all be used in developing technicians who might be of service to the Eastman Kodak Company. During his lifetime Eastman gave approximately $35 million to the University of Rochester, and additional posthumous bequests guaranteed for Rochester, the fifth largest endowment in the country. And in addition to dental clinics, Eastman encouraged the creation of a great music school at Rochester, and financed from scratch a symphony orchestra and a local opera and dramatic company. In Eastman's case, these bequests were obviously not part of a tax reduction or self-advertising scheme, for he gave everything away. Very probably there was no conscious pecuniary motive behind his gifts, either, but it is interesting to observe that he could not completely transcend the limitations of the technical field in which he had worked all his life. For purposes far less disinterested than Eastman's, the numerous DuPont clan, most of whose prominent members are MIT graduates, have lavished large sums on the school. T. Coleman DuPont as early as 1910 gave the institution $500,000, and at frequent intervals since then Pierre, Irony, and Lamont DuPont have given money. In all probability, the DuPonts have put up as much as Eastman did. There is, however, a close relationship between MIT and the chemical and automotive enterprises of E. I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, many of whose products have been developed by MIT technicians and most of whose technicians are MIT. 401. Men. The DuPont Fisher-Morgan General Motors Corporation is also filled with MIT men. From one tenable point of view, M.Lt. can be regarded as a department of General Motors and E. I. DuPont de Nemours and Company. Outside of MIT, the DuPonts have done little in education other than to construct Delaware elementary and secondary schools for which they, as virtually the only large taxpayers, would in any case have been taxed. Some DuPont money has gone to the University of Pennsylvania and about $2 million has gone to the University of Delaware. Pierre DuPont is said to have put $5 million into educational enterprises, and he may well have done so in his hysterical attempts to reduce his post-war tax bills. But for every dollar the DuPonts have put into schools they have obtained, in addition to lowered taxes, a hundredfold personal pecuniary return. The elder George F. Baker chose to regard himself as a supporter of education, and there are those who therefore consider him a great human benefactor. He gave $6 million with which the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration constructed elaborate buildings along the Charles River, but what advance in knowledge or human betterment was represented by this contribution to the production of more efficient business executives and more scientific ways of marketing and, in general, of extracting greater profits from a bedeviled public is not clear. Baker also gave $2 million to Cornell, and $1 million to Dartmouth for a library. He bestowed $700,000 on Columbia University for a football stadium. As the Baker gifts were made in the post-war boom era, their donor probably saved more in taxes by giving than if he had not given. In addition to making educational contributions to certain profit-producing fields, the rich in general reserve their heaviest contributions for a small group of institutions in the East, to whose general regional problem of dominating the farmers of the West and South and the workers of the industrial areas these institutions zealously address themselves. The preparatory schools that feed these favored colleges and universities are themselves located in and around New England. They, too, are the recipients of huge sums, although their benefactors are not otherwise visibly interested in the broad field of secondary education. 402. When it becomes more generally understood that the educational apparatus of the rich functions as a regional as well as a class instrument of domination, other sections of the country will be less inclined to accord to the rich fatuous admiration for so philanthropically holding them in subjection. Class lines in the United States, it may be remarked, are to some extent obscured by regional particularism, so that where an individual does not perceive himself as exploited by another class he often sees himself exploited by another region. It is all too obvious in studying school gifts and endowments that the rich have largely passed over the people of the South, the Southwest, and the Northwest, who must, after profits have been siphoned away by absentee owners, struggle along with whatever educational facilities they can afford. Indeed, about 75% of educational gifts go to the East. The reciprocal functioning of the endowed Eastern universities and colleges in the forwarding of class and regional aims was perhaps never better illustrated than during the general fight of predatory wealth and its press against the proposed mild reform of the Supreme Court. According to the New York Times, April 15, 1937, the presidents of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Dartmouth, Brown, Wellesley, Bowdoin, Wesleyan, Williams, Tufts, Boston University, Yale, and Harvard joined in decrying any tampering with the sacred court. It should, of course, be obvious by now that the private universities and colleges are hotbeds of political intrigue. Sometimes their presidents aspire to or attain high political office, as Wilson attained the presidency, and as Butler dreamed of attaining the same eminence. For illustrations of the class and regional character of educational contributions by the rich we will concentrate, as the donors have done, on Harvard, Yale, Phillips Andover and Phillips Exeter Academy. No less than $60 million has been poured in recent years into new buildings at Yale University. The contributors included Edward S. Harkness, the heirs of the late Payne Whitney, and John W. Sterling, corporation lawyer who served as the confidential advisor of Jay Gould, James Stillman, and William Rockefeller, and who was the brains behind the amalgamated copper swindle. The Yale Building Group comprises 7 great quadrangles amid 8 colleges, each 403. College containing within itself a separate kitchen, dining room, squash courts, library, and a master's house, and each catering to 150 to 200 boys from the 3 upper school classes. Here, in the words of Fortune, March, 1934, they live together in elaborate ease as though such things as classes never were. 7 colleges are Gothic in style, the 8th is Georgian. The plan is carried out, too, in additional buildings that include the Sterling Memorial Library, the Payne Whitney Museum, the Sterling Graduate School, and the Sterling Law School. The layout is styled the Oxford Plan, as though it were the intention to bring the English university system to America. Unfortunately, there is more to the English university than physical appurtenances. Underlying it is the democracy of the intellect from which the progeny of oil barons automatically exclude themselves by devoting their major energies to preserving their inheritances. The essentially undemocratic character of the Yale colleges is most prominently indicated, perhaps, by the interiors whose elegance may well inculcate in the undergraduate, if he has not previously been so conditioned at home, a lasting taste for luxurious surroundings. This taste can be satisfied only by means of pecuniary pursuits after leaving college. The new Payne Whitney Gymnasium at Yale contains a huge exhibition swimming pool, to which a number of practice pools may be joined, a basketball amphitheater convertible into exhibition tennis courts, 2 additional basketball courts, wrestling, fencing, boxing, and gymnastic rooms, 2 golf galleries, 2 polo cages, a rifle range, a solarium, an outdoor running track on the roof, 3 rowing tanks, 8 handball courts, and 28 squash courts. Yale also has facilities for outdoor sports, including 9 football fields in addition to the Yale Bowl, soccer, lacrosse, and polo fields, 44 tennis courts, an 18-hole golf course, and 3 boat houses, as well as the Armory Riding Hall and the Cox Memorial Field Gymnasium. All other equipment is similarly elaborate in this Hollywood of higher education. Harkness contributed about $13 million to the Yale building program. Sterling, who died in 1918, left $20 million to the university. 404. But before Yale could get around to utilizing the fund, it had multiplied in the stock market. Though Yale has expended $41 million of the bequest to date, there is still much of it left, and this remainder is constantly increasing in value. Because Yale initially declined to accept the Harkness House plan, thrust upon it by the oil magnate, the money for a similar undertaking was offered to Harvard, which accepted with alacrity. At Yale there took place at once a change of heart. The Harkness plan was accepted. Phillips Exeter Academy, too, later received $7 million from Harkness for similar building construction. Praise has been showered on Harkness for giving vast sums to the wealthiest and most exclusive class schools in the country, but in view of the crucial need for educational facilities in other parts of the country, his gifts look more and more like a scheme for transferring money from one class pocket to another. The press is responsible for the general and erroneous conception of Harkness as a benefactor of education in general. It is true that Harvard and Yale, as well as other upper-class institutions, offer free tuition, some cash scholarships, and nominal paid employment to the highest-ranking graduates of accredited secondary schools without regard for the social class origins of these students. One can, it is true, meet a coal miner's or a farmer's son at Harvard, although it is a rare experience. The task of Yale and Harvard, however, is to mold these bright youngsters into unconscious servitors of the ruling class as lawyers, as corporation scientists, as civil servants, as brokers, bankers, and clergymen, and the enforced democratic mingling effected by the new House plans assures this result more positively now than ever, for in the past many students were made to feel like pariahs by their exclusion from the quasi-aristocratic clubs. The Harkness, Whitney, and Sterling money represents only a small portion of the vast sum that has been given to Yale, Harvard, and Princeton by many wealthy individuals. Harvard's total endowment represents 10% of the endowment of more than 700 private universities and colleges. The combined endowment of Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and Chicago represents about 33% of the endowment of all private universities and COL 405. Legs. None of these institutions concerns itself in the normal university program with the problems of any class except the wealthy. None has made any substantial contribution toward the solution of the social and economic problems facing farmers, industrial and white-collar workers, the foreign-born, or Negroes. The heavily endowed colleges and universities have very evidently left a wide section of the populace out of consideration in their prescribed courses of study. At Yale, Harvard, Columbia, and the University of Chicago one can, however, study stock market trends, advertising layouts, the mail-order business, office management, etc. In view of the linkage of the physical science departments with the big corporations, and the schools of journalism and of business with general capitalistic enterprise, and in view of the exclusion from these universities and colleges of branches of study concerned with the problems of the lower income groups, except as those problems become problems of the ruling families as well, one can say that they are upper-class schools in all their phases. At both Yale and Harvard the social science departments are so weak as to draw comment from savants at universities like Columbia, Chicago, Johns Hopkins, and Wisconsin, which are somewhat more cosmopolitan in character. Phillips Exeter has received large sums in addition to the $7,000,000 Harkness gave for its house plan, which prepares students for easy living at Yale and Harvard. William Boyce Thompson presented it with $1 million for a gymnasium. Thomas W. Lamont and the late Thomas Cochrane of J.P. Morgan and Company both gave it large sums and helped it and Phillips Andover to raise funds among other wealthy men. But contributions to Exeter and Andover, like those to Harvard and Yale, can hardly be classified as contributions to the intellectual advance of mankind, even though some product of one of these schools may sometime take the bit in his teeth, confound the trustees, and turn out to be a Copernicus, a Darwin, a Marx, or a Veblen. Both Phillips Exeter and Phillips Andover have separate endowments of $6 million each, greater than those of institutions like the *C Harvard Starves the Social Sciences, by Robert Keane Lamb, The Nation, May 15, 1937. 406. University of Alabama, Beloit College, the University of Buffalo, Carleton College, Colby College, Colorado College, Cornell College, IA, Creighton University, Denison University, University of Denver, DePauw University, University of Idaho, Kenyon College, Knox College, Ohio Wesleyan, Wabash College, Wittenberg College, or the College of Worcester. In short, while money is lavished on a few Eastern preparatory schools, higher education in the West and the South is being starved. The private preparatory schools, moreover, have a class function only, they do not fill a genuine need, for the public high school system is extensive. Andover and Exeter are only two of the Eastern preparatory schools patronized by the rich families. Groton has an endowment of $1,500,000, Lawrenceville, $500,000, St. Mark's, $600,000, Taft, $500,000, and St. Paul's, $3,059,018. Andrew W. Mellon gave Choate School a library and the Archbold family gave an infirmary. Clarence Dillon, banker, gave Groton an auditorium. William A. Gardner gave a $500,000 chapel, while various large gifts were also made by the late Payne Whitney. Edward S. Harkness contributed to the Hill School endowment of $2,340,187, as did the late T. Coleman DuPont, Charles G. Dawes, Lamont DuPont, and Mortimer B. Fuller. International Salt made big gifts to Lawrenceville. Paul Block gave a chapel to Hotchkiss School, whose endowment is $400,000. Middlesex School was founded by W. Cameron Forbes, Henry Lee Higginson, Francis Lowell, and Dean Briggs of Harvard, all of whom gave it money and buildings. The Armour family and August Belmont contributed to St. Mark's. James Simpson of Marshall Field and Company and H. E. Manville contributed to St. Paul's. Benefactors of the Taft School have been Mrs. William Rockefeller, who gave Rockefeller Field, Edward S. Harkness, who gave $500,000, and Harry P. Bingham, who gave Bingham Auditorium. This is only part of the story, for there are also the Eastern Girls Finishing Schools. These expensive and strictly upper-class institutions, where the tuition fee ranges from $1,000 to $3,000 a year, include Foxcroft, Brearley, Miss Chapin's, Spence School, Rosemary Hall, Ethel Walker's, Farmington, Westover, Miss Hall's, and Dobbs School. The education of women, whose occupations hold forth little. 407. Promise of great monetary profit such as derives from the work of chemists, engineers, lawyers, and market manipulators, has aroused among rich families somewhat less enthusiasm than has the education of men. The big Eastern universities have excluded women, and the Eastern women's colleges have been far less successful in wheedling funds out of their wealthy connections than have the big profit-producing men's colleges. Vassar College, for example, has an endowment of less than $10 million. Smith College and Bryn Mawr have endowments of only slightly more than $6 million. Wellesley College has less than $9 million of endowment. The greatest progress in the education of women has been made by the co-educational Western universities supported by public taxes, although Oberlin College first instituted co-educational training. Most of the wealthy families have, nevertheless, made some contribution to the Eastern schools for women, and the campuses of the women's colleges, like those of the universities, are strewn with towers, lecture halls, libraries, dormitories, and gymnasia that bear such intellectually significant names as Rockefeller, Harkness, Havemeyer, Drexel, Carnegie, Stillman, Whitney, E. St. Al. These examples, and many others that for lack of space are not cited, provide the data for the statement that the rich in making their contributions to education are merely serving their class and individual interests. Strictly viewed, the private schools are oases of aristocracy amid an embattled democracy, which President Angell of Yale has eloquently termed an incipient bastard democracy. 11. Danse macabre, extravagance amid poverty. At a dinner eaten on horseback, says the historian Beard of the Gilded Age of the 1890s, the favorite steed was fed flowers and champagne, to a small black and tan dog wearing a diamond collar worth $15,000. A lavish banquet was tendered. At one function, the cigarettes were wrapped in $100 bills, at another, fine black pearls were given to the diners in their oysters, at a third, an elaborate feast was served to boon companions in a mine from which came the fortune of the host. Then, weary of such limited diversions, the plutocracy contrived more freakish occasions with monkeys seated between the guests, human goldfish swimming about in pools, or chorus girls hopping out of pies. In lavish expenditures as well as in exotic performance, pleasures were hungrily sought by the fretful rich delivered from the bondage of labor and responsibility. Diamonds were set in teeth, a private carriage and personal valet were provided for a pet monkey, dogs were tied with ribbons to the back seats of Victorias and driven out in the park for airings, a necklace costing $600,000 was purchased for a daughter of Croesus, $65,000 was spent for a dressing table, $75,000 for a pair of opera glasses. An entire theatrical company was taken from New York to Chicago to entertain the friends of a magnate, and a complete orchestra engaged to serenade a newborn child. In a burst of sentimental benevolence, a family of destitute Negroes in the South was suddenly dowered with riches, garbed in luxury, and placed in a gorgeous house. The rise of American civilization. The plutocracy of the Mauve Decade was ascetic by comparison with the plutocracy of the present Black Decade. Point by point, the most fantastic of the earlier extravagances, entailing the carefully studied waste of wealth produced by the people, are being duplicated or exceeded by the infinitely more monstrous extravagances of today. 408. 409. But in the 1890s the wholesale dissipation of wealth took place in mansions of the newly rich strung along Fifth Avenue, in plain view of journalists from the populistic and semi-radical press, or in relatively free and open Newport. Today the plutocracy is more cloistered in country estates and luxurious hostelries, and the newspapers, all owned or controlled by the millionaires, are no longer interested in holding the private life of the rich up to public scrutiny. First-class reporters are seldom sent to Newport anymore, only society editors and sports writers go there. Where once one had merely to refer to Pulitzer's World to learn what the latest expensive inanity of the leisured class might be, today one has to search publications that circulate in a much more restricted area: House and Garden, Town and Sea Country, House Beautiful, Spur, Vogue, Vanity Fair, recently merged with Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, The New Yorker, Fortune, The Connoisseur, American Kennel Gazette, Arts and Decoration, Horse and Horseman, Yachting, Motorboat, etc. Sources of contemporary material are also to be found in the sycophantic society pages of the metropolitan newspapers, which more or less unconsciously from time to time make significant sociological revelations about the misuse and abuse of wealth. Many of the readers of these publications are, of course, merely vicarious participants in wasteful spending. Judged by the way they squander money on vapid personal amusement and bizarre decoration, the rich are a psychopathic class, waltzing obliviously toward a hidden precipice and, apparently, dragging the nation along. Whom the gods would destroy they seemingly first make rich. Yet the personal expenditures, great though they seem to the ordinary onlooker with the needs of society in mind, are small in relation to the unprecedentedly vast incomes that accrue to the families of the plutocracy. Less than 25% of the income of multimillionaires, according to Robert Ardone, is expended in personal channels, for try as a multimillionaire family may, it cannot spend its swollen income to make appreciable inroads upon it. There would have to be wholesale giving, and this is not de rigueur, as we have seen in the survey of the philanthropic field. Before examining systematically the personal extravagances of the rich, an impressionistic survey will, perhaps, gradually prepare read. 410. ERS minds for more colossal examples of willful waste and egocentric indulgence, and will at the same time show the purple 1890s to have been but the overture to what is now taking place. It would be well, however, if the reader reminded himself from time to time that the money represented by these personal outlays is social credit which might better be utilized in agricultural reconstruction and in the building of needed clinics, hospitals, schools, colleges, low-cost residential housing, laboratories, workers' clubs, parks, playgrounds, etc. It is, in short, money that might better be taken over by the government through taxation, with a view to relieving upward of 2 million Southern sharecroppers, 10 million industrial unemployed, and 5 million submarginal farmers from chronic destitution. To depict the extravagances of the rich families in their proper perspective, let us briefly turn back to 1929, the last highly prosperous year of record in the United States. In fateful 1929, no more than 513 Americans had a total income of $1,212,099,000, while the gross price, not profit, received by more than 2 million farmers for all wheat and cotton produced in 1930 was only $1,191,000,000. The 513 plutocrats could, with their 1929 income, have purchased these two basic crops, and have had enough remaining to cover the expenses of living on an extravagant scale. In 1929, no more than 14,816 Americans had taxable incomes of $100,000 upward, aggregating $4,368,152,000, the cost of operating the national government, including the Army and the Navy, for the fiscal year. This volume of revenue, going to persons sufficient in number to populate only a very small town, was 38% of the $11,421,631,000 earned by 8,742,761 factory workers and according to the Census of Manufactures for 1929, equaled the aggregate wages of 3,339,634 factory workers. The wages of 781,830 iron and steel workers for the year aggregated only $1,239,499,000, of 737,840 food manufacturing workers only $781,736,000, of 511,667 automobile workers only $828,420,000. In the same year 428,128 cotton goods workers received $322,389,000, or $753 each, while the 38 richest persons took $360,644,000, or an average of $9,490,600 each. While the income of the rich was reduced by 25 to 50% in the ensuing depression, the incomes of 10 to 20 million working-class citizens disappeared entirely for varying protracted periods. And in the recovery period the nation has gradually moved back to an approximation of the 1929 period, although it possesses at this writing about 10 million certified paupers in contrast with approximately 2 million in 1929. To obviate the need of placing a reference note after every line relative to the source of information, only occasional allusion to sources will in this chapter be made. In general, the sources are the relevant public prints since the World War. Beard tells of a dinner eaten on horseback in the Gilded Age. In September 1931, Joseph E. Widener was given a testimonial dinner at the Biltmore Hotel, New York City, by some wealthy turfman friends. The ballroom was transformed into a replica of Belmont Park, a racetrack named after the Belmont family but the major owner of which is Widener. A part of the ballroom was given over to a detailed reconstruction of a corner of the park, complete to turf, a stretch of straightaway, white-painted railing, deluxe box stalls, gaily painted water buckets. As the guests sat dining in the boxes there performed before them prize mounts of the New York City Police Department, of Blue Ribbon Artillery and Cavalry regiments, and of wealthy private owners. The palatial room resounded with the thud of hoofs, neighing of steeds, popping of champagne corks, and laughing chatter, while on the street corners outside the unemployed were selling apples. Banquets for dogs are still given among the wealthy who make a hobby of keeping kennels, and a number of wealthy persons have established expensive canine cemeteries filled with elaborate tombstones and mausoleums. The Eleanor Spire Hospital for Dogs and Cats in New York was erected by James Spire, the banker. As to fantastic and expensive parties, they are so numerous that they bewilder the inquirer. The Dorrance family, Campbell Soup, makes a regular practice of taking over the ballroom, the Clover Room, and the entire second and third floors of the Bellevue Stratford Hotel, Philadelphia, for parties to which Wideners, Stotesburys, Dukes, Drexels, and Biddles are invited. Fortune, ecstatically describing one of these pretentious affairs, said, there would be rare flowers and foliages, and hundreds of live macaws and toucans and cockatoos and parakeets and birds of paradise in cages, and showers. 412. Of rose petals falling pinkly on the dancers out of an electrically activated sky. Newspapers estimated the cost per function at from $75,000 to $150,000. But these were really rather small parties. In December 1930, Mr. and Mrs. Henry L. Doherty arranged a coming-out party for Helen Lee Eames Doherty, daughter of Mrs. Doherty by a former marriage. This debut took place at the Mayflower Hotel, Washington, and guests were brought from New York in a special chartered train paid for by Doherty. Several floors of the hotel, in addition to the public entertaining rooms, were rented by the Dohertys for their entourage of guests, servants, and entertainers. The newspapers estimated the cost of the function at no less than $250,000. Senator Norris, citing the prevalence of unemployment, said the next day in the Senate chamber, "I don't know how they had the heart to do it." Doherty's City Service Company earned distinction during the boom period by unloading huge quantities of non-voting stock at $40 to $50 a share in a nationwide door-to-door selling campaign. The price range of this stock in 1937, after 3 years of rising prices, was $2.62 to $5.374 per share. About the time of the $250,000 Doherty debut, Mr. and Mrs. Franklin L. Hutton gave a party for their daughter Barbara in the Crystal Room of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, New York. The vast interior was stage set by Joseph Urban, famed scenic designer, to represent a moonlit garden. There were, according to the public prints, 2,000 cases of champagne for 1,000 guests. The aggregate cost was given as $100,000. At the close of 1936, Mrs. Evelyn Walsh McLean, the proud possessor of the $2 million Hope Diamond, heiress to a mining fortune, and married into a newspaper and Cincinnati public utilities fortune, renewed her custom of staging a lavish New Year's Eve party in Washington. The newspapers set the cost of this function, tendered to her son, John R. McLean II, at $50,000, which seems rather low in view of the details. There were 325 guests at dinner and 650 at the ball which followed. As the house on the McLean estate, Friendship, was not large enough to accommodate the guests and their equerries and footmen, Mrs. McLean constructed a special wing, which was torn down after the party was over. 2 orchestras played for 413. The dancers, the cost of beverages alone was, according to the New York Herald Tribune, $9,000. The liquid refreshments comprised 480 quarts of champagne, 288 bottles of Scotch whiskey, 48 quarts of cocktails, 36 bottles of liqueurs, and 40 gallons of beer. The menu included several tons of tomato stuffed with crab meat, cream of mushroom soup, breast of guinea hen, spinach, potatoes, ices, fruits, and coffee. Mrs. McLean, presiding in the turmoil, wore the Hope Diamond, the Star of the East, another large stone, and 6 diamond bracelets. She was closely guarded, as befitted a walking fortune, by 15 private detectives and a company of Washington police, who kept vigilant eyes as well on the scintillating jewelry of the guests. When Mrs. Marjorie Postclose Hutton married Joseph E. Davies, Washington Corporation lawyer and later ambassador to Russia, her huge apartment was bedecked with 5,000 chrysanthemums that had been dyed blush pink at a cost of $2,000 to match the icing on the 3/0-pound wedding cake which the establishment's 25 servants, assisted by 3 caterers, served to 50 wedding guests. The flowers themselves cost $6,000. When the Hutton-Davies menage removed to Moscow, it was reported that it transported several carloads of specially prepared foods as well as furniture, iceboxes, electric fans, and other equipment. Several hundred quarts of frozen cream were brought along, to the astonishment of Russians who pointed out that the country still had cows. During the summer of 1937, Mrs. Davies ordered 2 tons of frozen foods sent to Moscow for a cruise she and her husband were taking. Mrs. Davies happens to own a major interest in the General Foods Corporation, which specializes in frozen fresh products that are preserved indefinitely. Mrs. Hutton-Davies likes to transport things long distances. She makes a practice, according to Helen Wharton's Society Circus, of sending exotic plants from her Long Island hothouses down to her Florida estate. The plants, wrapped in cotton batting, are moved in heated railroad cars. To celebrate her 22nd birthday in Paris in November, 1934, the Princess Barbara Hutton-Divany, now the Countess Haugwitz-Reventlow, gave a modest little party costing only $10,000. "We didn't think it fitting," her husband apologized, "to spend too much." 414. In these times. Among the guests journalists discern 2 princes, 1 duchess, 3 barons, 13 counts, 1 earl, and 100 lesser personages. The plutocracy has traveled a long way since Mrs. Potter Palmer of Chicago dazzled Carlton Terrace, London, in 1909 with a puny $10,000 party and a $100,000 season. The cost of a really fashionable party is now at least $100,000, and such affairs are the rule, not the exception. It is no longer, however, the item of cost but the occasion of the cost that attracts the attention of the newspapers. At Newport throughout the summer season, in Florida during the winter, the rich families by turns entertain extravagantly with garden parties, yachting parties, costume parties, and dances, the cost of which ranges from $50,000 to $100,000 each. During a recent study at Columbia University, it was discovered that a doctor's career at its outset might be capitalized for its bank loan value at a little more than $100,000. The cost of the main party of the season given by one of the 60 wealthiest families would support an ordinary American family of 5 for a lifetime in relative luxury. The 92nd richest families ape the personal expenditures of the 60 top-ranking families for the status and reflected glory conferred upon them, and the 350 families of lesser wealth in turn ape their pecuniary superiors. The consequence is that there is an eternal round of lavish personal expenditure throughout the three strata of extreme wealth. According to Beard, in the 18G0s cigarettes were wrapped in $100 bills. Fine black pearls were given to the diners in their oysters. A necklace costing $600,000 was purchased for a daughter. An entire theatrical company was taken from New York to Chicago. A complete orchestra engaged to serenade a newborn child. As to the last, we may remark that the late Joseph Pulitzer habitually had the New York Symphony Orchestra transported to his main estate, there to soothe himself and his guests. Clarence Mackay, more recently, upon marrying Anna Case, opera singer, ordered the whole Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra brought out to his Long Island estate to accompany the ceremony. The largest contributors to the deficits of symphony orchestras and opera companies Fr. 415. Quaintly summon the magnificent artistic organizations to appear and dazzle guests at private parties, a quid pro quo that is seldom referred to by the newspapers when they talk about patrons of the arts. As to cigarettes wrapped in $100 bills, we cannot discover a precise contemporary counterpart, although at private functions the cigarettes may now be wrapped in $1,000 bills or government bonds. But Time, June 6, 1932, informs us, upon the occasion of a suit won by Tiffany & Company for $75,005 claimed on items charged to his account in 14 months, that John Barry Ryan, struggling along on $29 million left to him by Thomas Fortune Ryan, regularly showers his friends with presents: diamond roosters, coral monkeys, oxblood coral Buddhas, zodiac charms, brooches, bracelets, a hand-bound copy of the encyclical on marriage of Pope Pius XI. Absent-minded, poetic, he forgets his bills. Haberdashery accounts totaling $3,160.75 were also judged against him last week. Christmas parties at the home of the late George F. Baker, Jr., regularly attended by 200 to 300 relatives and friends, saw, according to Helen Wharton's Society Circus, the presentation to each guest of expensive baubles like gold vanity cases, silver flasks, first editions of books, rare perfumes, and platinum jewelry. As to the trivial item of a $600,000 necklace given to a daughter of the Gilded Age, we may note that in the more recent Jazz Age Mrs. Horace E. Dodge, widow of the automobile man and now Mrs. Hugh Dillman of Detroit, Palm Beach, and Grosse Pointe, bestowed upon her daughter Delphine a pearl necklace valued at $800,000 and once the property of haughty Catherine II of Russia. Delphine was first married to James H. R. Cromwell, son of Mrs. E. T. Stotesbury, who is now the husband of Doris Duke. After her divorce, Delphine married Raymond T. Baker, previously the husband of Margaret Emerson, Bromo Seltzer, who in turn had been the wife at an earlier date of Alfred Gwynne Vanderbilt. On the subject of jewelry and gewgaws, it may be noted that Jesse Woolworth Donahue owns the priceless Romanoff crown jewels and is credited with the possession of a $75,000 sable wrap. According to Fortune, she lost $10,000 in 8 months at Bradley's gaming tables in Palm Beach, while her husband, according to the 416. Same source, lost $900,000. Mrs. Donahue owns one of the largest emerald collections in the United States, although Mrs. E.T. Stotesbury is credited with owning the finest collection, valued at considerably more than $1 million. Other emerald collectors are Mrs. Forsyth Wicks, Mrs. Harrison Williams, wife of one of Bernard Barrick's $a-year men who is now a big public utility operator, Mrs. Felix Warburg, and Mrs. Marjorie Post Close Hutton Davies. Mrs. Williams owns a necklace and bracelet, worth many hundreds of thousands, composed of 129 square-cut sapphires, 144 square-cut emeralds, 762 small round diamonds, and 79 pearls. Their peers can be found only among the Romano e Donahue jewels. Whole new fields of extravagant expenditure have been opened up since the horse and buggy days of the 1890s. Bathrooms, swimming pools, and stamp collections take up a good deal of surplus money, while some tens of thousands of American citizens dine out of garbage cans. Fortune, January, 1931, summarizes the bathroom fad. The Ralph Pulitzer family of New York, among the 92nd richest clans, have their most prized bathroom embellished in a jungle motif, walls decorated with monkeys swinging from palm trees, gaudy flamingos, and yawning crocodiles, all painted on gold canvas. The tub is soft yellow, faced with black and gold marble. Continuing, Mrs. William Stern's bath is found to be silver and green, the wall above the tub offering intimate glimpses into submarine life. Just as impressive is Mrs. Seton Porter's National Distillers products, with its black and white marble floor, jade ceiling, and mirror rising from the edge of the tub, framed in black glass. Stuart Chase, in the New Republic, May 25, 1927, refers to a jade and gold Park Avenue bathroom that cost $35,000, but he does not give the name of its owner. The most recent champion in the bathroom sweepstakes, however, appears to be W.C. Grunow, radio manufacturer, who owns a tub made from a single slab of Mexican onyx marble costing $12,000 and equipped with fixtures of 24-karat gold plate. The gold plating, although a definite feature, has its duplicates in the fixtures of many other aristocratic bathrooms. In Mrs. Hugh Dillman's Palm Beach Palazzo, for example, all the faucets except those in the kitchen and butler's pantry are of gold, says Fortune. 417. And gold is indeed so common that much of the hardware door hinges, knobs, metal trimming in general in the various chateaux of the wealthy is now made of it. The bathroom in a wealthy American's home is not, of course, synonymous with the bathroom of ordinary usage. It is usually a large vaulted chamber, with a sunken tub that may in some cases very easily be used as a swimming pool. Some of the bathrooms of the plutocracy are equipped with gymnastic paraphernalia, all have as standard equipment such things as quartz lamps, rubbing tables, unusual lighting arrangements, and strange decorations. Nor is the American millionaire's bathroom noteworthy for its Rococo style alone. Its frequent incidence also deserves attention. Taking into consideration all the private residences and large apartments of the wealthiest families, it emerges as a fact that each family possesses at least 100 bathrooms for the use of its own members, its guests, its servants, and its entertainers. This particular inquiry managed to isolate 723 bathrooms in the various DuPont establishments, at which point, with much ground remaining to be covered, the quest was regretfully terminated. The DuPont baths are plain and fancy, somber and gay, for chauffeurs and maids, for engineers and aviators, and for ladies and gentlemen. Bathing is a frequent ceremony in upper-class life, and the member of the average wealthy family is apt to spend much time in the bath telephoning, transacting business with secretaries and housekeepers, reading, listening to the radio or the phonograph, visiting with friends. The psychologist Freud has a theory that frequent washing of the hands marks a betrayal of a subconscious feeling of guilt. Frequent bathing, by the same token, must then mark a betrayal of an even deeper feeling of subconscious guilt. The subject of bathing among the rich would not be complete without some mention of swimming pools. The newspaper rotogravure sections frequently regale the public with photographs of the pools of Hollywood actors, but theirs are really modest affairs. William Randolph Hearst on his San Simeon estate has an outdoor pool of Carrara marble, connected with an indoor pool for use in inclement weather. Although all the standard-equipped estates have their pools, perhaps the prize of them all is to be found on the estate. 418. Of the late Henry H. Rogers at Southampton. This pool cost $250,000, and was designed in Pompeian style by architect John Russell Pope. The interior housing arrangement is lined with colored mosaic, the lighting is indirect, and there is an outdoor counterpart. Walter Chrysler owns a hand-painted swimming pool. The pool on the average estate is usually merely a regular part of other sports equipment. On the Long Island estate of Mrs. Dodge Sloan, for example, a separate glass building, which can be opened at will to the elements, contains an elaborate swimming pool, tennis court, and billiard and backgammon rooms. Helen Wharton's Society Circus informs us that the soil used for the court is tile pink, imported from France. Upward of 1,000 private pools are to be found on the estates of the wealthy. All of the rich, to be sure, have their expensive little hobbies. The hobby of the recently deceased E.H.R. Green, son of Hetty Green, was the collecting of postage stamps. Green paid a Washington office boy $18,000 for a sheet of stamps merely because the illustration was printed wrong side up. Retaining the choicest specimens for himself, Green sold the balance, and the Scott Coin and Stamp Company is reported to obtain $3,300 upward from wealthy collectors for each of these stamps. Complicated litigation is often an expensive pastime of the rich. The 7 heirs of the late George Gould, for example, tied up the estate in a snarl of suits, the cost of which was estimated in 1924 by the lawyer for the estate at $2,500 an hour throughout the protracted period of the dispute. 2. It is in their palatial country estates that the rich families, niggardly in philanthropies, really extend themselves, for in these places they are sheltered from the prying eyes of the sweat-stained, fatigue-racked proletariat and the ever-trusting, infinitely gullible middle class. It has become the recent fashion to point to the 4 estates and many apartments of William Randolph Hearst as representing the apogee of contemporary extravagance, but Hearst is merely keeping up with the Joneses, and is doing it very noisily. We must disagree. 419. With Dixon Wechter when he writes in the Saga of American Society. The greatest attempt ever made to achieve lordly splendor in America is William Randolph Hearst's 240,000-acre estate at San Simeon, California, with its estimated cost of $15 million for furnishings and antiques alone. Its great dining hall hung with Sienese banners and a magnificent Gothic chimney piece from the Château du Jour, its 16th-century refectory tables, Flemish tapestries, 17th-century Spanish candlesticks and Old English silver, 6 Gobelin tapestries costing $575,000, a notable collection of armor, and Cardinal Richelieu's own bed are witnesses to the spoliation of Europe. Mr. Wechter is impressed by the fact that Hearst once transported a castle from Spain to New York in packing cases, that he purchased St. Donat's Castle in Wales, and that at San Simeon he owns a private railway spur and 3 cars and a diner to transport his guests to the main palazzo. Overlooking an entire Bavarian village that Hearst has constructed at Wyntoun, California, Mr. Wechter also overlooks the fact that all this is merely the minimum standard equipment of the contemporary American multimillionaire. Several decades ago George Vanderbilt's Biltmore Chateau in North Carolina cost $6 million, and to duplicate it today would probably cost 3 times as much. But neither Hearst nor this lone Vanderbilt fully indicates what has taken place in the accumulation by the rich of the appurtenances of mere living. It is only when the subject is approached on a family basis that one discerns the true picture. The DuPont clan, because of its many members, probably owns more personal possessions than any other American family of the plutocracy, although the Vanderbilt group runs it a close second and the Rockefellers probably come third. A careful survey indicates that the DuPonts own more yachts, more pipe organs, more swimming pools, more ducal estates, and more bathrooms than any other family in the world today. They employ more servants than the royal family of Great Britain, not excluding the King's own lifeguards. In a broad but very real sense, the DuPonts own the whole state of Delaware and parts of adjoining Pennsylvania. Delaware itself is the private fief of the DuPonts, who have constructed its schools and roads, collect its taxes. Pierre DuPont is the Delaware tax commis. 420. Zioner for the fourth term at this writing and, in general, supervise every detail of Delaware life. Owing to the many elaborate DuPont estates, Delaware and the immediately contiguous territory might aptly be termed the American Chateau country. Should other regions dispute Delaware's right to this designation, regions such as the North Shore of Long Island and Newport, the DuPonts have only to assert their unchallengeable right to be recognized as ruling over an entire province of chateaus. Near the environs of Wilmington there are precisely 24 DuPont country estates, 4 of which are of the first magnitude. There is, for example, Winterthur, the ducal 150-room residence of the Henry F. DuPonts, boasting 40 bedrooms, each with a radio installation, each replete with costly antiques. The cost of the building alone was $2 million, and including the grounds, trappings, furniture, and fixtures, the cost of the whole establishment easily touches $10,000,000. Then there is Longwood, residence of Pierre DuPont, surrounded by 1,000 carefully tended acres which include 6 acres of glassed-over tropical gardens. In these are orangeries and separate orchard houses for the growing throughout the year of peaches, nectarines, and exotic fruits. The house has nearly 200 rooms, and more than 100 servants, including the gardeners who are employed there. A feature of the establishment is an organ of 10,000 pipes to transport which required 14 railroad freight cars. According to Fortune, the volume of this regal instrument is sufficient to fill 3 cathedrals. The building was especially constructed to contain the apparatus, whose attendant is Firmin Swinnen, former organist at the Antwerp Cathedral. Underlying the organ are large 72 horsepower blowers that required installation of special power lines. The organ pipes give out into the indoor gardens, to which the public is admitted occasionally at a small charge which goes to local charities and helps reduce DuPont taxes. The conception behind the arrangement is that one may wander with one's guests in tropical gardens, enjoying the perfumes of rare plants as one is beguiled by the music. Another feature of Longwood, perhaps the chief residence of the extravagance amid Verdi. 421. Armorous to the Republic, is an authentic Norman tower, in which is an old carillon that, when played, fills the countryside for many miles around with melody. Still another is an open-air theatre, seating 1,200. To dwell here at greater length on the costly wonders of Longwood and on the details of its many great rooms is, of course, inadvisable. There are too many other DuPont estates. The value of the entire Longwood plant, however, is at least $15,000,000. There is a friendly competitive spirit among the DuPonts in thinking up distinctive residential features. At Winterthur, as if to rival the organ and the carillon at Longwood, Henry F. DuPont, instead of installing a private pipe organ, gave one to a neighboring church and has its music brought to the chateau by a special loudspeaker system with outlets at the swimming pools, the tennis courts, and in various chambers. He also caused the construction outdoors of the world's largest loudspeaker, whose outlet is 10 by 12 feet, so that hunting songs and Christmas carols can be sent echoing over the countryside. In Delaware, as on the battlefield, one can readily see, there is no escaping the DuPonts. Notable points of interest at Henry I DuPont's princely Nemours are its entrance gates. One is from a palace of Catherine the Great and another from Wimbledon Manor. The estate also contains sunken gardens that are considered by connoisseurs among the foremost in the world even after taking into consideration those at Versailles and Schönbrunn. Nemours is justly celebrated for its magnificent stables and mounts. To enumerate the wonders of the regal palaces of all the DuPonts would, perhaps, be repetitious. Most of them have swimming pools, tennis courts, private telephone switchboards with from 50 to more than 100 outlets, elaborate music rooms, libraries, salons, and guest chambers furnished with antiques, tapestries, paintings. Many of the rooms have been taken bodily out of famed European chateaux and palaces. William DuPont has two imperial palaces near each other, one, Bellevue, is in Delaware, and the other is in Newtown Square over the state line in Pennsylvania. Hallock DuPont rules over Henry Clay, named after the parliamentary apologist for chattel slavery. 422. Bessie Gardner DuPont over Chevannes, Eugene DuPont over Owl's Nest, Francis I. DuPont over Louviers, Victor DuPont over Guyancourt, Irénée DuPont over Granaghy when he is not absent at his vast Cuban plantation outside Havana, and Edmund DuPont over Centerville. There are other nearby DuPont estates, smaller than these and not quite so lavish, but grandiose enough to make the casual wayfarer believe he has stumbled upon a motion picture set, and these are owned by Eugene E. DuPont, Ernest DuPont, Mrs. William K. DuPont, A. Felix DuPont, and Mrs. Philip DuPont. There are, too, the estates of DuPont women married to outsiders: Copelands, Lairds, Schutts, Meads, Bayards, Carpenters, Sharps, Rusts, Greenevals, and Mays. Aside from these ducal palaces, a good many of the DuPonts maintain houses or apartments in New York, Philadelphia, Washington, London, and Paris. The clan also has its poor relations, some of whom hold executive positions in various DuPont enterprises and live humbly in secluded $50,000 and $100,000 homes. A few are looked at askance by the main branch of the family, having married Irish barmaids or English nurses, and these glumly plough the seven seas in their steam yachts or clip gilt-edged coupons in St. Cloud. All in all, the residential establishments of the DuPonts, taking into consideration land, buildings, furnishings, and equipment, may be conservatively estimated as costing at least $150 million, or more than 10% of the total university and college endowment of the nation. The Vanderbilt family exhibits a similar inclination toward conspicuous residential display, although its palaces are somewhat more scattered. And when we come to the Vanderbilt and other families, a difficulty interposes: intermarriage has made it problematical which family may be said to own an estate. Biltmore, a towering pile of French architecture in North Carolina, is, perhaps, the Vanderbilt family prize. It is large enough to take into its folds all the Hearst chateaux in California, with sufficient room left over in which to have a hunt ball. At Newport alone there are the palatial villas of the late Dowager Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt, Brigadier General Cornelius Vanderbilt, William H. Vanderbilt, and Mrs. Henry D. Phelps, the Dowager's grandniece. Until the Dowager built the breakers, the 423. $9 million marble house of her sister-in-law, Mrs. W. K. Vanderbilt, was a showplace of the clan at Newport. Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, scion of the railroad and the oil family, owns a whole town, Obregon City, in Mexico, which he operates as his private estate, a large New York apartment, a horse farm in Kentucky, an elaborate hunting lodge in Canada, and another in the Adirondacks, the Wheatley Hills mansion of his father, Harry Payne Whitney, a chateau in Newport, a townhouse in New York City, and he shares the marble palazzo of his grandmother, Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt, at 1 East 67th Street, New York City. All this is pretty much for a single Vanderbilt, but taking all the Vanderbilts into consideration, one can isolate nearly 30 separate residences of the family, most of them very ornate. Mrs. Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney has a 600-acre estate at Old Westbury, Long Island, and magnificent houses in New York and at Newport. Mrs. Payne Whitney has an 8,500-acre estate, possessing one of the finest stables in the country, near Thomasville, Georgia. The probable aggregate cost of all the Vanderbilt dwelling places is not less than $125 million, with the cost of 3 alone exceeding $25 million. All, of course, boast such appurtenances as pipe organs, numerous bathrooms, swimming pools, private motion picture theaters, antique furniture, tapestries, and paintings, private telephone switchboards, gymnasia, ballrooms, trophy rooms, sitting rooms, salons, card rooms, etc. In surveying the residential seats of the Rockefeller family, it is also difficult to know to which family one should assign each mansion and estate, as the Rockefellers are intermarried, as we have seen, with Stillmans, Carnegies, McCormicks, Aldriches, Davisons, Dodges, etc. We will, however, concentrate on the two main Rockefeller lines of descent, observing first, however, that the Rockefeller publicity men, geniuses of a sort, have admirably succeeded in suggesting that this imperial family lives rather ascetically. Seldom are descriptions of the Rockefeller residential interiors permitted to leak out, so that one must reconstruct them mentally from fragmentary suggestions, just as a paleontologist reconstructs the framework of a dinosaur from a few scraps of bone. 424. There is, first, the great family duchy of 3,500 acres at Pocantico Hills, Tarrytown, New York. On this estate stand 5 separate family mansions, for as each child marries, a house is constructed for separate occupancy. Like the Standard Oil Company, the estate has been assembled with guile and force against the will of neighbors. In Cleveland, the Rockefellers had a townhouse on Euclid Avenue and a regal estate in Forest Hill, now turned into an expensive suburban real estate development, but in the 1890s the family moved to Pocantico Hills. This estate at the turn of the century comprised only about 1,600 acres, which have since been added to by purchase and by persuasion. The first brush the elder Rockefeller had with the local authorities, who are now the family's most ardent servitors, was occasioned by his desire to have Tarrytown construct a road around Croton Reservoir, the property of New York City. Rockefeller offered to pay for the road, which would connect his place with his brother William's, but local officials pointed out that to build the road one would have to condemn a number of private homes whose owners had, cannily, they thought, raised prices when they visualized Rockefeller as a potential purchaser. Rockefeller apologists have pointed with indignation to the attempt of the local burghers to make the oil baron pay fancy prices, and have applauded Rockefeller's refusal to do so, even though it was by unfairly, dishonestly, and illegally contriving to raise and fix oil prices that he made his fortune. Rockefeller, however, was determined to have his road, and his workmen proceeded in defiance of the law until they encroached on the private property of John Weber, the village president. When the chief of police mysteriously refused a request to protect the property, Weber and his sons, acting on their constitutional rights, attempted to stop the Rockefeller men. At a signal, the latter were reinforced by a nearby gang of Rockefeller roughnecks, armed with picks and shovels, who pummeled and drove the village president away. In 1929, Rockefeller, Jr., paid the town of Eastview $700,000 for the privilege of ousting 46 families so that the main line of the Putnam Division of the New York Central Railroad might run along what was Eastview's main street instead of through the gradually swelling Pocantico Hills estate. Preserved against encroachment. 425. However, was the summer home of James Butler, chain store operator. The assessed valuation of the Rockefeller domain in 1928 was $5,588,050, calling for a tax of $137,000, but by dint of litigation and argument the assessment has since been scaled down by about $2,000,000. Either valuation seems rather modest in view of all the improvements that have been installed. Trees, shrubs, and plants have been brought from all quarters of the globe. The grounds are traversed by roads and bridle paths over which private police course in radio cars. John T. Flynn describes a 3-story stable on the estate, containing elevators, grooms' quarters, and room for 22 blooded horses. According to the New York Times, May 24, 1937, the elder Rockefeller's 50-room mansion at Pocantico, surrounded by carefully nurtured gardens, alone cost $2 million to build and $500,000 a year to maintain, while the estate itself requires the services of 350 employees and 30 teams of horses the year round, making a monthly payroll of $18,000. Included in the standard equipment of the house are private elevators and air conditioning units to preserve even temperature throughout the seasons, and all of Rockefeller's mansions, according to the Times, contained elaborate medical equipment for checking his condition. There were machines for taking his basal metabolism, fluoroscopes, the equipment of a small hospital. He always had on hand, for special circumstances, small tanks of oxygen, and he carried them with him when he traveled. Thanks to all this equipment, Rockefeller outlived 20 personal physicians, according to the New York Post, May 24, 1937, for Rockefeller realized that money was often equivalent to life, lack of it to virtual death, and that the struggle over money in the world was really a struggle over life and death. Money, Rockefeller also unquestionably realized, has the power to expand the effectiveness of a single lifespan so that it is equivalent to many ordinary ones. Everything else being equal, a man with $1 million lives many times longer in an effective sense than a man with no money, for the former is able, with the help of servitors and technicians, to accomplish in minutes and hours what it takes the penniless man weeks, months, and, perhaps, years to achieve. 426. The New York Herald Tribune, May 24, 1937, in part described the Rockefeller estate as follows: from the village of Eastview the estate extends northward 3 miles over soft, pleasant countryside to the boundaries of Ossining, where it joins the estate of the elder James Stillman, former president of the National City Bank. It averages 2 miles in width. At the southern tip of Pocantico on a high knoll 2 miles from the Hudson stands the massive Georgian house of Mr. Rockefeller. It lies in the center of the estate's only enclosure area, 350 acres surrounded by a high fence with 2 gates. 30 watchmen, 20 in the winter when the families are living in town, patrol the enclosure in 8-hour shifts to keep out unwelcome visitors. Within the enclosure live 5 Rockefeller families. A 6th, that of Mrs. David M. Milton, the former Abby Rockefeller, only daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Rockefeller, Jr., live in their home a half-mile away to the northeast. The central house has 50 rooms, most of them very large, beginning with 2 anterooms, an enormous central hall, a living room and a dining room on the first floor. All are furnished with furniture of the Georgian period. 2 floors of expansive bedroom suites above are topped by quarters for the 15 servants required to run the house. Floodlights on the roof can light the entire area surrounding Kitchkoot whenever the 2 watchmen stationed there see fit to use them. More as a part of the house than a separate adjunct is its rather formal combination rose and Japanese garden with statuary, mostly copies, by George Gray Barnard. The house occupied by Mr. and Mrs. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., is a rambling country residence, roomy and plain. Wings have been added to it casually from time to time until it has lost all function as an architectural medium. Along the coach road that rims the southern edge of Pocantico rest the homes of 3 of their sons, Nelson, Lawrence, and John D. Rockefeller, III. Nelson converted a 200-year-old Dutch farmhouse into a comfortable home where he is forever erecting his own stone walls and rearranging his rock garden. John also reconverted the local farmhouse, and Lawrence put up a prefabricated Georgian house put out by a steel company in 1937. On a flat knoll to the west of the 5 family homes is the playhouse, built in 1926 for Mr. Rockefeller's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. It is a faithful copy of a large, rambling Normandy farmhouse with its ascendant tower. It was designed by Duncan Candler, architect, of New York City, and cost $250,000. The New York World, September 19, 1926, said the cost of this house was $500,000. The ground-level floor houses a Grecian swimming pool opening on 427 to 2 tennis courts, locker rooms and showers. Close by is the 9-hole golf course where Mr. Rockefeller played. On the oak-paneled first floor are a bowling alley, a squash court, a large living room, card room, and kitchen for light suppers. In the tower is a billiard room. Both superintendents live in houses just inside the Pocantico Hills Gate. A new building outside the gate houses offices, shops, a garage, and sheds for supplies. Under the impetus of Mr. Rockefeller, Jr., there is no end to new construction projects. More than 50 miles of roads, and the bridle paths, with over and underpasses to avoid highways, have been completed to date. The Rockefeller Farm, 2 miles north of the village, is home for a herd of 35 blooded dairy cattle. In New York City are the two principal Rockefeller townhouses, at 4 and 10 West 54th Street. Both mansions are now being given up, however, as Rockefeller, Jr., is taking a large Park Avenue apartment. The married children have separate apartments or houses in town. The elder Rockefeller shifted southward with the seasons. His first stop would be at Lakewood, New Jersey, where Golf House dominates a regal estate that includes a private golf links, dairy farm, etc. Winter would find him at the Casements, his ornate Ormond Beach, Florida, estate. Although Pocantico Hills was as far north as the elder Rockefeller ever got in his later years, his son for many years has taken his family to a private summer estate at Seal Harbor, Maine. This residence enables him to contribute to the Maine Republican State Committee as well as to the New York Republican State Committee. On the basis of residential addresses, the Rockefellers may contribute to state political campaigns in 6 states. The late Edith Rockefeller McCormick, daughter of John D. Rockefeller, had 2 ornate places in and near Chicago. At 1000 Lakeshore Drive stood her great townhouse, a bridal gift from her father. At Lake Forest, Illinois, was the Villa Turicum, built of Italian marble at a cost of $2,500,000, and filled with costly rugs, marbles, and objects of art. Mrs. McCormick never entered the place after 1913. Then there is the Mount Hope estate of Mrs. E. Parmalee Prentice, the former Alta Rockefeller, at Williamstown, Massachusetts. This country seat comprises 1,500 acres and had an 428 assessed valuation of $715,000 in 1931. The Prentices have 2 townhouses, and their children, as they come to maturity, are setting up households of their own. The Cuevas family was left Golf House and the Lakewood, New Jersey, estate by the elder Rockefeller's will, and this may now be regarded as their center of activity when they are neither in town nor in Europe. There remains the William Rockefeller line of more than 100 persons. William had 6 children, 2 of whom were daughters. One daughter, Mrs. Marcellus Hartley Dodge, wife of the board chairman of the Remington Arms Company, has her country estate, Geralda Farm, at Madison, New Jersey, and it is the annual scene of a much heralded dog show, for Mrs. Dodge is one of the foremost dog breeders in the world. William G. and Percy A., the only 2 of William's sons to reach maturity, had their separate estates and townhouses. Mrs. David Hunter McAlpin, who is William's daughter Emma, also has her separate residences. As we have seen, the will of William Rockefeller provided that at least 50 great-grandchildren will be millionaires in their own right by 1950, so by that date there will have been a vast increase in the number of separate Rockefeller menages. All in all, it can be estimated that existing Rockefeller establishments, including the 32-oat house and acre Adirondack estate of William, which was offered at a sacrifice price of $1 million, have a total valuation, including furnishings and equipment, of $50 million to $75 million. Like the Rockefellers, the Pratts have the country seats of their clan all bunched together, at Glen Cove, Long Island. The Bedfords concentrate on Connecticut and adjacent New York State. On the 1,000-acre Pratt estate, the assessed value of which is $5,865,130, there reside in neighboring residences 130 members of the family when they are not dispersed among their townhouses and apartments. The Pratts were the first to install private police patrol cars, radio-equipped, to guard the children and grandchildren from kidnappers who might invade the winding roads and woodlands. The country estates exhibit various special features. Some are grouped by families, some represent self-incorporated villages. Estab. 429. Lished to reduce taxes for a number of families, and others are merely units in an international chain of residences. The Morgan family, with townhouses and apartments in New York City, also owns East and West Island, off the north shore of Long Island near Glen Cove. Junius Morgan shares West Island with Mrs. William Harkness, whose country seat occupies one side. This island is joined by a private bridge to East Island, where J.P. Morgan's American country estate stands, surrounded by elaborate gardens. After prolonged litigation, Morgan got $1 million pared off the island's tax assessment of $2,256,000. His son failed in an attempt to have his assessment of $625,000 reduced. The Morgan townhouse in New York adjoins the Morgan Library, valued at $7 million and provided with an endowment of $1,500,000, which makes it, theoretically, a philanthropy. It is filled with ancient Bibles, Assyrian and Babylonian seals, Egyptian and Greek papyri, Coptic texts, illuminated manuscripts, Blake drawings, and manuscripts by Shelley, Swift, Scott, Napoleon, and others. The title to this property is vested in Mr. Morgan, which makes it a part of his household. In London, the banker owns a great 4-story mansion at 12 Grosvenor Square, Mayfair, which is occupied as often as is the Madison Avenue house. He owns the whole of the village of Aldenham, Hertfordshire, where his great Walhall Castle and estate stands. Only the village church is not owned by Morgan. All the villagers are his employees. In Scotland he has Ganachie, a stone hunting lodge of 30 rooms, serviced in the hunting season by 40 servants. A fair valuation on the residences of the various members of the Morgan family, including the library in New York, would seem to be at least $30 million. To reduce taxes, a number of wealthy families, owners of estates covering 3 square miles whose assessed valuation is $7 million, have formed the village of Laddingtown, Long Island. The incorporators included J.P. Morgan, the late George F. Baker, Harvey D. Gibson, S. Parker Gilbert, Clarence H. McKay, whose place is said to have cost $6 million to build, J. E. Alderd, and William D. Guthrie. With a separate village, these men can now impose their own local taxes. 430. Vincent Astor owns an estate at Rhinebeck, New York, adjoining Franklin D. Roosevelt's Crum Elbow, one at Newport, and one in Bermuda. Frederick H. Prince has an establishment at Pau, France. Mrs. Moses Taylor has her home estate in Marrakesh, Morocco, but also has a Newport house, said to require more than 100 servants, and an estate in France. Most of her time, however, is spent on her yacht or in New York apartments. The gardens on some of the estates cost a king's ransom. Pierre Dupont, according to Fortune, August, 1933, spent $25,000 to have a single bush brought to Longwood. The same issue of the magazine relates that the late Rodman Wanamaker spent $1 million to have his estate decorated with especially fine specimens of small-leafed box. The house and 12 gardens covering 150 acres of the Oyster Bay estate of Charles E. F. McCann, Woolworth, cost $3,500,000, says Fortune. According to C.W. Barron, Samuel Untermeyer, the lawyer, has 167 men constantly tending the vast gardens on his Yonkers estate. The same authority relates that the late James B. Duke employed 40 men simply to tend the lawns on his New Jersey place, where the fountains ran with filtered water. Duke had 4 houses which he left to his family, the principal residence at Somerville, New Jersey, another in the south, one in Newport, and a 4th on 5th Avenue. Doris Duke Cromwell is now mistress of the Somerville place. The 60-acre estate of Henry H. Rogers at Southampton was improved with 2 palazzi at a cost of $2,800,000. The Deepdene estate of C. Ledyard Blair on Bermuda cost $550,000. Samuel Insull poured $9 million into his 4,200-acre Hawthorne farm near Chicago, which was put on forced sale for $780,000. Features of the establishment were gold-plated bathroom fixtures and rooms imported from European castles. The late Alexander Smith Cochran spent more than $1 million on his 8,000-acre Rocky Mountain estate outside the Garden of the Gods. The late Edmund C. Converse, Morgan factotum in charge of the Bankers Trust Company, put $3 million into his Greenwich, Connecticut, estate. Henry Carnegie Phipps owns an Italian palace on Long Island's North Shore, valued at more than $1 million. The biggest estate on Long Island, however, belongs to Marshall Field, whose former wife, 431, owns a 2,000-acre place at Huntington, Long Island, with 6 acres of landscaped garden valued alone at $400,000. The main Marshall Field estate at Lloyd's Neck, Long Island, is said to be worth $15 million. It comprises landscaped gardens, special airplane and boat landings, the best pheasant shooting grounds in the country with specially bred birds, indoor and outdoor tennis courts, private guest apartments in the house, a large garage, and all the other embellishments a modern Croesus can command. Some of the biggest gardens in the country, valued at from $500,000 to $1 million, are owned by Arthur Curtis James, Clarence Lewis, Horatio Gates Lloyd, Morgan Partner, Cyrus McCormick, Charles Schwepp, William G. Mather, and William West Frazier. Owners of large Newport places, other than those already mentioned, are Mrs. Hamilton M.C.K. Twombly, Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney, also several townhouses and other country residences, Perry Belmont, Arthur Curtis James, Herman Ulrichs, Mrs. Oliver Harriman, Frederick Rhinelander, the Burwind family, Mrs. Henry Close, Robert Walton Golet, Mrs. William Godby-Lahu, daughter of the senior George F. Baker, Anthony Biddle, and Mrs. Edward V. Hartford, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Stores. The Newport colony numbers no more than 300 persons, and all the Newport houses are enormous showplaces. Mr. and Mrs. E. T. Stotesbury live in retirement at Whitemarsh Hall, their Philadelphia estate, which has gardens arranged in replica of the gardens at Versailles. The house contains 145 rooms, 45 baths, 14 elevators, 35 house servants, and 65 outside employees. The Stotesburys inhabit Wingwood House, Bar Harbor, in the summer, El Mirasol, Palm Beach, in the winter. The Nicholas F. Brady House, Innisfada, on Long Island, contains 87 rooms, according to the New Yorker, May 1, 1937. Its cost was $3 million, and it contains a great hall 80 feet long and 50 feet high, an Aeolian organ, a dining room in which 1,500 guests have been served at once, chambers for 45 overnight guests with a prie-dieu, crucifix, and holy water font in each room, a private chapel where masses may be said by special dispensation of the Pope, for Brady was a papal duke, and a house telephone. 432. Switchboard with 87 extensions. The Brady bedchamber holds an 8-foot square Spanish Renaissance canopied bed. The vast kitchen contains 30 feet of stoves and a special butcher room that will accommodate entire beeves, boars, stags, and a wide variety of game. A wine cellar stretches endlessly under the lawn. A separate ice plant supplies refrigeration. Only 25 servants were required to operate this place, which was recently given to a Catholic order. Most of the persons who own residences at Newport also have establishments in Florida, but these latter will not be enumerated. Before abandoning the estates, however, it may be interesting to observe that others beside the Morgans own islands over which they rule like Neptunes. Nowshon Island, near Martha's Vineyard, is owned by the Forbes family of Boston, whose 6 power boats and 2 cruising schooners connect them with their mainland homes. A dozen branches of the family have summer homes on this island. The clan includes W. Cameron Forbes, former Governor-General of the Philippines, head of J.M. Forbes and Company, and Director of American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Alan Forbes, President of the State Street Trust Company, Boston, J. Grant Forbes, investment banker, Edward Waldo Forbes, Director of the Fogg Art Museum at Harvard, and Dr. Alexander Forbes, member of the faculty of Harvard Medical School. Harvard University owns Bumpkin Island, off the Massachusetts coast, and has leased it to the estate of Albert C. Burrage, copper magnate and associate of H. H. Rogers in the Amalgamated Copper Coup. Once the president of the American Orchid Society and the proprietor of the 260-foot yacht Aztec, Burrage organized the Chile Copper Company in 1913. It was sold to Anaconda in 1923. Sapelo Island, off the Georgia coast, is owned by Howard E. Coffin, Detroit automobile magnate, Hudson Motors. A famed hunting ground, it boasts a large Spanish mission residence and a blue-tiled, glass-domed swimming pool. Both Presidents Coolidge and Hoover were visitors to Sapelo, and Coffin had easy access to them at the White House. The neighboring St. Catharines Island is largely owned by C.M. 433. Keys, aviation executive, although Coffin and J.C. Wilson, aviation man, also have an interest in it. Carl Adams, son of Melvin O. Adams, one-time owner of the Boston, Revere Beach and Lynn Railroad, owns Brewster Island, near Boston. Independent of the United States, it was seized by the government during the World War, later it was returned to Adams. Perhaps the most ambitious island purchase was made by the late William Wrigley, Jr., Chicago chewing gum man and sportsman, who bought Santa Catalina Island, off the California coast, for $2 million. Wrigley put an additional $2 million into constructing a large hotel, a golf course, tennis courts, a theater and dance pavilion, and an airplane landing field. He invested $1 million in a steamer to connect Santa Catalina with the mainland. 200 of the wealthiest families joined before the war in founding the Jekyll Island Club, on Jekyll Island, off the Georgia coast. Among the founders were Morgans, Drexels, Bakers, Goulds, Rockefellers, Carnegies, and DuPonts. The natural yacht basin and sweeping beaches make it an attractive spot in which to rest after grappling with the problem of squeezing more money from the world markets. Not given to associating much with his pecuniary peers, Henry Ford has spent a good deal of time there. While the foregoing sheds some light on how the rich manage to dissipate a part of their income in personal indulgence, only a fraction of the story is told. In conclusion, the exposition will center briefly upon expenditures for yachts, pipe organs, horses, private railways, private railroad cars, airplanes, and a few unique extravagances. Yachts. After the country estate and garden, the yacht seems to be the most compelling item of expense in the multimillionaire's domestic budget. More than 30 yachts are owned by the DuPont family, which seems to be the greatest collective private yacht owner in the world. According to Lloyd's Register of American Yachts, 1935, Iron E. DuPont owns the Icacos, 6010, Lamet DuPont owns the Nemea, 76, Pierre S. DuPont III owns the Barlovento, 50, the estate of 434. Alfred I. DuPont owns the Gadfly, 101-6, the Mummy, 44, and the Namusha, 125 feet 5 inches. A. Felix DuPont owns the Orthia, 73, 2. E. F. DuPont owns the Bobcaz, 24 feet 10 inches. E. Paul DuPont owns the Theano, 58-6. Ernest DuPont owns the Etris, 74, and the Ponjola, 38-8. Eugene E. DuPont owns High Tide, 50. F. V. DuPont owns Tech Jr. 84 feet 2 inches. Henry Bellin DuPont owns Nor'easter, 54, Henry F. DuPont owns the Sea Urchin, 35 degrees, R.R.M. Carpenter, married into the DuPont family, owns the Galaxy, 121-8, and the Harmony, 95, W.C. Carpenter, Jr., owns the Gray Gull, 65 feet 4 inches, and Donaldson Brown, Vice President of General Motors Corporation and a DuPont son-in-law, owns the Oceania, 149 feet 2 inches. The Forbes family of Boston is credited by Lloyd's with the ownership of 13 yachts, of relatively moderate sizes. George W. C. Drexel of Philadelphia owns 5 yachts, the Ace, 48, the Akbar, 56-8, the Alcedo, 175, the Atrapa, 62 feet 6 inches, and the Aztec, 40. The Vanderbilt family owns 10 yachts, not including the America Cup Defenders. Brigadier General Cornelius Vanderbilt owns the Winchester, 225, F.W. Vanderbilt owns the Leander and the Vedette, 82 and 148, Harold S. Vanderbilt owns the Prestige, 54, the Vagrant, 80, and the Vara, 149, Harold S. Vanderbilt and Associates own the Rainbow and the Ranger, International Cup contenders. William H. Vanderbilt owns the Arrow, 73, William K. Vanderbilt owns the Alva, 259-2, and the Era, 213. The Whitney, Standard Oil, family has 3 yachts, the Adventure, 57-6, the Aphrodite, 72, and the Captiva, 101-9. Frederick H. Prince owns 3 yachts, the Aide-de-Camp, 102, the Lone Star, 161-9, and the Weetamo, 83. The Pratt family has 4 yachts, the Reynolds and Rogers families have 2 yachts each, Winthrop W. Aldrich has 4, including the 102-foot Wayfarer, the George F. Baker family has 3, including the Viking, 217-6, 1,300-ton vessel on which the younger Baker died in the Pacific. The Barrick and Bedford families have 4 each, the Blumenthals own 3, Baron Collier, advertising promoter, owns 7, including the 147-foot Florida, the DeForests have 4, the Donahues have 2, the Fisher family has 5, including the 196-foot Nakota and the 105-foot Margaret F. 11, Edsel B. Ford has 2, including the 114-foot 435. Antka, the Guggenheims have 3, including the 204-foot Trill Laura and the 105-foot Leone. The Harknesses have 3, including the 179-foot Cythera. The Huttons have 3, including the 254-foot Hussar. The Jennings family has 5, A. Atwater Kent also has 5, including the 169-foot Whileaway. The Lippincotts, Philadelphia publishers, have 6, the Charles E. F. McCanns, Woolworth, have 3, including the 206-foot Kalina. The Mellons have 2, including the 187-foot Vagabondia. The Metcalfs have 4, including the 134-foot Felicia and the 109-foot Sachem. The Reynolds have 2, including the 113-foot Zapala, and great cruisers that are really small transatlantic liners, luxuriously equipped, are owned by others. Some of the biggest yachts, their owners, and their estimated costs exclusive of the luxurious furnishings and fittings, are as follows. Steam yachts. Owner name length equals original cost in feet. Mrs. Richard M. Savarona 408 $2,500,000. Cadwallader. J.P. Morgan Corsair 3442 million. George F. Baker Viking 2721 $1,225,000. Mrs. Anna Dodge Delphine 258 $2 million. Dillman. Displacement of these 4 ships is 1,200 to 4,700 gross tons. Diesel yachts. Owner name length equals original cost in feet. Julius Forstmann Orion 233 $2 million. Mrs. William Boyce Alder 294 $1,800,000. Thompson Eldridge R. Johnson Caroline 279 $1 million. William K. Vanderbilt Alva 264 $1,250,000. Vincent Astor Naur Mahal 264 $1,250,000. Bertha M. Fisher Nakota 235 $1,250,000. Walter O. Briggs Cambriana 235 $1,250,000. Alfred P. Sloan, Jr. Renee 235 $1,250,000. Mrs. Mary L.C. Bach equals Lindentat 230 $450,000. Julius Fleischmann Camargo 225 $850,000. Frederick H. Prince Lone Star 172 $575,000. David C. Whitney Sumar 160 $550,000. 436. To operate the Corsair for a year is said to cost $250,000 to $500,000, one trip to England costing $50,000. Although the Corsair cost $2 million, it probably represents an investment of double that amount owing to the expense of periodic reconditioning. The cost of operating the Alder is reported to be $175,000 a year. Once included in its equipment was a $25,000 pipe organ, installed by the former owner, Mrs. Cadwallader of Philadelphia. It is still fitted with antique rugs and tapestries, gold-plated bathroom fixtures. The interior fittings of all the big yachts, truth to tell, often cost as much as the ships themselves. Vanderbilt's Alva is equipped with an airplane cradle on the afterdeck, and the $75,000 plane carried is half the size of the China Clipper. The ship's equipment also includes motorboats and express cruisers which can be rapidly launched. Some other famous large yachts are Colonel Edward A. Deeds' Lotos Land, a 2,500 horsepower diesel ship 203 feet in length, the Doheny family's 293-foot Kajana, Allison V. Armour's 220-foot Utoana, E. L. Cord's 175-foot Virginia, Arthur Curtis James' 165-foot Aloha, William B. Leeds' 162-foot Moana, H. E. Manville's 215-foot High Esmero, Ogden L. Mills' 161-foot Avalon, Mrs. Moses Taylor's 258-foot Lolanda, Harrison Williams' 210-foot Warrior, and George Whitney's 108-foot Wanderer. Although many yachts are owned at one time by a rich family, in serial order the families acquire and dispose of whole fleets of vessels, much as the man of ordinary means buys and discards shoes. The Vanderbilts in their time have worn out more than 50 yachts of various sizes, mostly large. According to Fortune, one builder has delivered 14 vessels to the Fisher brothers, 7 to John N. Willis, 7 to Walter P. Chrysler, and 24 to General Motors officials. Richard J. Reynolds, Jr., who inherited $20 million from his father and $100,000 a year from a trust fund, was attracted to yachting by a stipulation in the will that for every dollar he earned 2 more should be paid him by the estate. Young Reynolds bought a Norwegian freighter, christened her the H.R. Pun, and set her to work as a tramp steamer. The Hartford family, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Stores, acquired the 4-mast schooner Joseph Conrad from Allen. 437. Villers, the author, and use it as a yacht. James A. Farrell, former president of the United States Steel Corporation, owns the Tusitala, largest windjammer extant, which alternates as a yacht and a cargo vessel. Pipe organs. Although the wealthy families are not perceptibly musical, they plunge heavily on expensive pipe organs, which are an honorific badge of the ability to dissipate funds and at the same time serve to impress country cousins, servants, and business acquaintances. The pipe organ, it may be observed, is virtually an obsolete instrument, and survives largely because of its medieval religious associations. In flexibility of range it has been superseded by the piano, in sonority and volume it has been superseded by the modern symphony orchestra, the faithful recordings of which may be played by anyone on the phonograph. But both recorded symphonies and pianos are within the reach of the lower classes, they do not confer honorific pecuniary distinction upon their owners. While it would be about as expensive to maintain a private string quartet as a pipe organ, few of the wealthy families have seen fit to do so, for there is not much to display in 4 musicians holding fiddles of various sizes. The late E. J. de Coppet, Swiss-American broker, subsidized for many years the famed Flonzali Quartet, named after his Swiss residence, and enjoyed its music in private when the organization was not on tour. John W. Garrett, of Baltimore, former ambassador to Italy, in part financed the Stradivarius Quartet, which played for him in his Baltimore home and at the embassy in Rome. Elizabeth Sprague Coolidge has done much for chamber music. The late Paul M. Warburg played the violin and hobnobbed a good deal with string quartet players, and one of his nephews is a prominent cellist. But such evidences of a truly refined musical taste among members of our wealthiest families are seldom encountered. The most expensive privately owned pipe organ in America is Pierre DuPont's Longwood instrument, which cost $250,000. The organ in Charles M. Schwab's Riverside Drive, New York chateau would cost $200,000 to duplicate today. Pipe organ installations have been 438. Made by Eolian or Wurlitzer for Felix M. Warburg, William K. Vanderbilt, John D. Rockefeller, Sr., John D. Rockefeller, Jr., Mrs. H.M.C.K. Twombly, who is a Vanderbilt, Andrew W. Mellon, and Edsel Ford. The Skinner Organ Company has made installations for Arthur Curtis James, Dudley S. Blossom, and Robert Law. St. pipe organs have been installed for Henry Ford, Harry F. Sinclair, and for Mrs. Cadwallader on her yacht. These, of course, are only a few of the rich individuals who can astound dinner guests with a salvo of Bach fugues. Private railway cars and railroads. The private railroad car, once an indispensable adjunct to ostentatious display, is gradually giving way to the private airplane cruiser, but among the magnates of modern democracy who still own their own railroad cars are Albert Burridge, the estate of Nicholas F. Brady, Charles Clark, Herbert Koppel, Richard Crane, Jr., J.P. Donahue, Max C. Fleischman, Henry Ford, the estate of E. Palmer Gavitt, Eugene G. Grace, Edward Harkness, William Randolph Hearst, E. F. Hutton, Edward B. McLean, John Raskob, Jacob Replogle, John Ringling, Walter J. Salmon, Mrs. Elmer Schlesinger, Charles M. Schwab, Harry F. Sinclair, Paul Block, John A. Veter, Factoring, Harry Payne Whitney Estate, Mrs. Payne Whitney, Joseph E. Widener, and John D. Rockefeller. Some corporations maintain private railroad cars so that officials and their guests may travel about in privacy, and among them are the Anaconda Copper Mining Company and the General Motors Corporation. The cost of each car, depending upon interior furnishings, ranges from $85,000 to $125,000. The annual maintenance runs from $35,000 to $50,000. Wealthy travelers who do not own a private railway coach find it less troublesome to rent one from the Pullman Company at $75 per day plus 25 regular fares for the distance traveled and 10% of the prescribed surcharges. Much has been made of the fact that a railroad spur penetrates the Hearst San Simeon Ranch. It is not generally known that many of the big estates, including the Rockefellers, have these railroad sidings. Vincent Astor, indeed, has an entire miniature steam railroad, with 5 locomotives, on his place at Rhinebeck, New York. Henry Hunt. 439. Inkton also has a steam railway for travel about his New York estate. Boyce Penrose, nephew of the late politician, has a mile-long railway on his estate outside Philadelphia. There are hundreds of these expensive little passenger-carrying railroads, some electrified, on estates throughout the country. Horses. Horses absorb a good deal of a millionaire's money, although the racing stables, representing investments of $1 million to $5 million, are often a source of profit. The horses of Harry Payne Whitney in the 1926 season, for example, won $407,139 in prizes. Gallant Fox, owned by Joseph E. Widener, alone won $308,275 in 1930. Most of the publicized racers are, of course, owned by the wealthiest families, who take naturally to the sport of kings. Belmont Park and $1,750,000 Hialeah Park, the latter in Miami, are largely owned by Widener, and many other rich turfmen are also coming to look upon the sport, tied up as it is with betting, news syndicates, and communication systems, as a source of revenue. The DuPonts, for example, just recently built a public racing track in Delaware. All the big tracks are owned by syndicates of the plutocracy. The big stables, too, are owned by the richest families. Mrs. Henry Carnegie Phipps owns the Wheatley stable with her brother, Ogden L. Mills. Mrs. Graham Fair Vanderbilt owns the Fair stables. The Whitney stables at Brookdale Farm, which cost about $2 million, are perhaps the most famous. Sometimes there are Whitney horses racing at as many as 16 different tracks. The stables of Isabel Dodge Sloan Automobiles are valued at $1 million, and her horse, Cavalcade, was the outstanding performer of the 1934 season. Mrs. Edward V Hartford, chain groceries, specializes in steeplechasers, of which she possesses perhaps the finest string in the country. An indication of the cost of operating the big stables may be gleaned from the annual cost of the Whitney stable, which is said to run up to $100,000, excluding transportation charges for the horses. Among the 50 members of the exclusive Jockey Club, which rules American racing, are Perry Belmont, Raymond Belmont, Marshall Field, Robert L. Gary, W. A. Harriman, Pierre Lorillard. 440. Clarence H. McKay, Ogden L. Mills, H. C. Phipps, Herbert L. Pratt, John Sanford, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Sonny, Whitney, John Hay, Jock, Whitney, Richard Whitney, former president of the Stock Exchange, brother of the Morgan partner, George Whitney, but not a member of the Standard Oil family, George D. Widener, Joseph E. Widener, P. A. B. Widener, and William Woodward, president of the Central Hanover Bank and Trust Company. Polo, upon which is expended an estimated $5 million annually, is dominated completely by about 40 players from 17 of the richest families, although about 5,000 persons are currently believed to play the game in some form. Each serious polo player requires a whole string of tough ponies, for the game is exceedingly wearing on the mounts. Quite fittingly, the game was introduced in the United States by the late Harry Payne Whitney. Leading polo players of America are Devereux Milburn, son of a corporation lawyer, polo protege of the late Harry Payne Whitney, and husband of Nancy Steele, who is a daughter of Morgan partner Charles Steele; Francis Skiddy Von Stade, husband of Catherine N. Steele, another of Charles Steele's daughters; Louis E. Stoddard, son of a banker and married first to the daughter of a wealthy Pittsburgh distiller and then to the daughter of an early associate of the elder Rockefeller, Robert E. Strawbridge, Jr., of the Philadelphia department store family, who married a granddaughter of the late George F. Baker I. D. Stewart Iglehart, president of W. R. Grace & Company, Latin American Shipping, and his sons, Thomas Hitchcock, Jr., grandson of William W. Corcoran, Washington banker, and associated in Wall Street with Lehman Brothers, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney and John Hay Whitney; James Watson Webb, grandson of Cornelius Vanderbilt I and husband of Electra Habmeyer; William A. Harriman, son of E. H. Harriman and brother of Mrs. Robert L. Gary; Winston and Raymond Guest, grandchildren of Henry Phipps. Winston is married to Helena McCann; Woolworth, 3 sons of John S. Phipps, 3 Bostwicks, descended from Jabez Bostwick, early associate of the elder Rockefeller; Dunbar Bostwick married Electra Webb, daughter of James Watson Webb and Electra Habmeyer; James P. Mills, great-grandson of Anthony J. Drexel. 441. And husband of a granddaughter of Francis G. DuPont, and Stephen Sanford. The show horse field, representing an investment of about $50,000,000, is also dominated by the wealthiest families through the Association of American Horse Shows, 2 of whose directors are H. E. Manville and William DuPont, Jr., and some of whose past directors have been Oliver Harriman, Pierre Lorillard, Jr. and William H. Vanderbilt. Automobiles. Since installment buying and second-hand marts have enabled even relatively poor people to own some sort of motor car, the rich families can achieve the distinction of honorific display in this field only by sheer quantity. The richest families, therefore, own from 25 to 50 automobiles, with some families in possession of several hundred. The automobile license records in the Atlantic seaboard states suggest, for example, that the DuPont family alone owns more than 500 private passenger automobiles. The Vanderbilt family also seems to have more than 500. Helen Worden in her Impressionistic Society Circus says that William Leeds has had as many as 100 Lincolns in his garage at Oyster Bay, that Lorraine Manville owns a fleet of cars, and that the Edward T. Stotesbury garage at Palm Beach holds 40 cars. She is authority as well for the statement that Pierre Dupont keeps cars in New York and Paris, and chauffeurs, too, merely for the use of his friends. In 1934 Doris Duke owned 9 cars, one of them a $14,000 Duesenberg, according to Time, September 17, 1934. The $18 million estate of Mrs. Elizabeth Mills Reed, widow of Whitelaw Reed, in 1934 included 16 private automobiles as well as a $300,000 pearl necklace. Time, September 9, 1929, reports that E.H.R. Green, recently deceased son of Hetty Green, owned 25 automobiles. An invalid, he used only an old electric car on the grounds of his estate until he procured a specially built machine from the General Electric Company. This car had no clutch or gear shift, only a brake and an accelerator. Pleased with this conveyance, he ordered a limousine like it. 442. The cost of these special cars was not indicated, but Walter P. Chrysler in 1934 presented his son with a $20,000 custom-built automobile that boasted such features as a built-in cocktail bar, a special rack for holding glasses, and silverware for use at emergency picnics. A $3,000 leopard skin robe, its cost exceeding the price of the average car, was thrown in for good measure. Cornelius Vanderbilt, Jr., spent part of the season 1936-37 touring Europe in an expensive custom-built trailer that contained a cocktail bar, electric kitchen, and various other engaging features. The trailer was the scene of many a gay party in the courtyards of castles en route, and in England especially it served to introduce a fresh note into upper-class life. The multimillionaire's estate is not, of course, complete without station wagons, agricultural trucks, trailers, motorcycles, and various other utilitarian vehicles in addition to the fleet of limousines, sedans, roadsters, broughams, cabriolets, and touring cars. If the estate adjoins a body of water, the boathouse, in addition to canoes, dories, and rafts, will contain from 5 to 10 launches and speedboats, in which to convey parties to the distant anchored steam yacht or auxiliary sailing schooner. Airplanes. The rich have discovered a new pastime and a fruitful avenue of expenditure in air transport. They are beginning to acquire air yachts, and some wealthy air enthusiasts have even equipped their ocean-going yachts with auxiliary planes. The largest estates, too, now have their private airplane landing fields, while at Port Washington, Long Island, there are already 2 big millionaires' hangars. At Hicksville, Long Island, the Aviation Country Club has been opened with 200 wealthy members whose names appear in the social register. Fortune, August, 1937, relates that Robert R. McCormick, E. R. Harriman, and Marshall Field have purchased $47,000 twin-engine Grumman amphibian air yachts which seat 6, attain a speed of 170 miles per hour, and have a cruising range of 1,000 miles. New York City, using Works Progress Administration funds, has built seaplane ramps at the foot of Wall Street and of 31st Street for millionaire commuters from Long Island estates. Henry P. Davison. 443. Viss or J.P. Morgan and Company, daily flies to town in a Stinson. Other regular commuters in their private airplanes are Marshall Field, Franz Schneider, Jr., and Arthur M. Anderson, Morgan partner. Children. In upper-class circles minors may prove as expensive as divorced mates, who often take a goodly fraction of the absentee revenues. Little Gloria Morgan Vanderbilt, who was worth $3,667,814.79 in her own right as of December 27, 1935, incurred rather strange living expenses while her custody was disputed by her mother and her aunt. Pending settlement of the case, the mother was allowed $34,500 for the child's household expenses and $9,000 for her own personal needs. Among Gloria's childish expenses for 1935 were $175.79 for soda water and ginger ale, $125 for the medical treatment of a cat from November, 1935, to January, 1936, $30.75 for the rental of a motion picture projector so that she would not run the risk of catching cold in a theater, $415 for toys, $153 for a single dress, $1,000 for a month's rent of a summer house, $125 for a French tutor for a month, the equivalent of the ailing cat's medical care, $30 for one hat, $1,391 for dental and medical care from March to November, 1935, $1,995 for detective's hire, $11,515.39 for servant's hire, and $12,000 for legal expenses. Lucy Cotton Thomas, 9-year-old heiress, was allowed the following expenses pending settlement of her estate: $1,500 per month for a non-housekeeping apartment, $70 a week for groceries, $150 a month piano rental, $71 a month for toys, $24 a month for massage, $55 a month for drugs, $37 a month for telephone calls, and $350 a month for a chauffeur and a maid. The average cost of a delivery at Doctor's Hospital, where most of the rich babies are born, is $10,000, according to Helen Worden. The price may run higher if the mother is ensconced in one of the suites on the 10th floor and has it decorated by her personal household decorator, but the mother will always have the satisfaction of knowing that J.P. Morgan was chairman of the board of directors during the trying period, and the cost may therefore be well worthwhile. 444. Clothes. Wealthy women notoriously spend a king's ransom on their clothing, but it is not, perhaps, generally known that rich men often spend more on their clothes in a year than a professor earns. The men, to be sure, still do not begin to compete with the women. Fortune, November, 1932, tells us that Clarence Mackay spends $7,000 a year on his wardrobe, and that in 1929 men like Herbert Bayard Swope, H. F. DuPont, and Frederick Rentschler paid $225 per custom-tailored suit at Twyford's. Shoes cost the wealthy man up to $50, and he may own several dozen pairs. Schedules of estates reveal that wealthy men often leave several hundred suits of clothes, several hundred shirts, dozens of pairs of shoes, etc. Stuart Chase, in the New Republic, May 25, 1927, cites an analysis of the composite Park Avenue budget for 1927 which was made by the Park Avenue Association. Placing its figures arbitrarily at 25% or below actual findings in order to be safely conservative, the Park Avenue Association said that 4,000 families residing on Park Avenue had an annual composite budget of $280 million. Of this sum, 4,000 women and their daughters spend $85 million annually on their clothes, or $21,000 for each mother and one daughter, while the fathers and sons spend $19 million or $4,500 per year on clothes. Apartment rentals average $1,500 per room annually, with $11,500 paid for a 10-room apartment and $23,000 for a 20-room establishment. Decorations alone cost $100,000 on the average for each apartment, and the average rental of each apartment was $15,000. Food for the 4,000 and their servants cost $32 million, or $8,000 per family, jewelry cost $20 million, or $5,000 per family, automobiles cost $16 million, or $4,000 per family, travel cost $15 million, beauty shop expenditures, $8 million, yachts, $7 million, amusements, $5 million, flowers, candy, and small gifts, $10 million, and charity, $5 million. The World, commenting on these data, estimated that liquor expenditures were $15 million, or $4,000 per family annually. As the foregoing figures applied to a period before the peak of the prosperity boom devastated the land, they may be assumed to apply approximately to 1937 as well. All these wasteful expenditures of the rich, only a few of which 445 have been briefly enumerated, are extenuated by hired apologists on the ground that they give many people work in the luxury trades, in domestic service, in the garages, stables, and gardens, and on board the yachts. It is not realized, it seems, that if the money wasted by the rich in personal indulgence were taken in taxes and put into the building of needed hospitals, schools, playgrounds, clinics, low-rent apartment buildings, farm homes, sanatoria, rest homes, and recreation clubs for the mass of Americans, the persons now given employment by the wealthy would obtain work of a more constructive character in these other fields. But so firmly convinced are some of the rich that their expenditures are a boon to mankind because collectively they keep 400,000 to 700,000 persons directly or indirectly employed that a wealthy man like E. F. Hutton during the depth of the Depression in 1931 urged wealthy yachtsmen, in the cause of unemployment relief, to keep their yachts in commission instead of hiding them in dry docks out of fear of provoking the poor. Mr. Hutton pointed out that it costs $100,000 to keep the average 200-footer in commission for 5 months, and he seemed to feel that if all the big boat owners would follow his suggestion the nation might yacht its way out of the Depression. Marine observers, however, were quick to charge that Mr. Hutton and his friends invariably had their ships built in Germany, effecting a saving of $500,000 per vessel through the wage differential of 48 cents an hour, and so were depriving American shipyard workers of employment. It was estimated that the philanthropic-minded Mr. Hutton had to pay an import duty of $375,000 on his Hussar II, and this sum alone would have provided wages for many workers. Man has such a capacity for rationalization that when he finds himself affluent and able to spend as he pleases he is quick to justify his most indefensible expenditures on the ground that they give some people employment. There is probably no rich person who upon quaffing a glass of champagne does not experience a happy glow of pleasure at the thought of all the vintners, butlers, freighters, and servants to whom his simple act has given livelihood. But the same sort of reasoning could be employed by the burglar who, to prove that his occupation was economically constructive, could cite the 446. Great number of police, judges, bailiffs, wardens, prison builders, criminologists, and detective story writers to whom his activities gave remunerative employment. 12. The New Deal and after. Norchuin would be more gratifying than to be able to say at this juncture that the swashbuckling administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt, with all its war cries against the money changers in the temple, the economic royalists, and the gold-plated anarchists, had succeeded in placing a chacrine and halter on the restless, powerful, self-centered clans of great wealth. But such a conclusion would not, unfortunately, be justified by the facts. Roosevelt's New Deal at its inception in 1933 was denounced by the Communists as semi-fascist, was hailed by the Socialists as semi-socialistic, and was quietly welcomed by apprehensive Democrats and Republicans alike as their salvation. J.P. Morgan, for example, stepped forward with indecent celerity and publicly blessed the abandonment of the gold standard. This right was a clear signal to conservatives to remain calm. But, as events unfolded, the Communist Party came to look more and more tolerantly, albeit skeptically, upon the New Deal, and the Socialist Party turned away from it, professing to discern portents of a budding fascist authoritarianism, while conservative Democrats and Republicans soon came to regard it with more or less feigned alarm as Bolshevistic. These were all acutely partisan reactions, predicated upon the shifting political and economic needs of each faction, but they illustrated concretely that the New Deal was born of crisis and has had its existence in a period of confusion and transition. Yet in the face of all the hostile partisan cries, the Western progressive Republicans and farmer laborites as well as liberal Democrats found the New Deal, on the whole, to their liking, and millions. 447. 448. Of people, saved from downright starvation, and returned by the federal government to their pre-Hoover condition of chronic malnutrition and insecurity, were pathetically grateful to it. It was these latter, overjoyed at having their immediate needs met by an unexpectedly and mysteriously benign government, that returned Roosevelt to office in 1936 by an overwhelming plurality. However, the administration, in succoring the pauperized millions, acted from motives that were not primarily benevolent. The final verdict on the New Deal is, of course, impossible to formulate, for it is still evolving. But certain conclusions may be tentatively ventured on such factual evidence as is available, and these conclusions are here sought in a frankly critical spirit in the hope of avoiding those mistakes in judgment made by sentimental observers during the administrations of Wilson and the first Roosevelt. The New Deal, while subject to discriminating criticism, certainly, has not been without progressive ingredients that deserve the support of liberals and humanitarians in a world where nothing is perfect, and such support has been merited more especially by reason of the fact that political leaders of the left, communists, farmer laborites, socialists, have thus far been unable to develop a common, practical program of action that would attract the adherence of wide sections of the electorate. The first conclusion drawn from the facts to be reviewed in this chapter is that the New Deal is not revolutionary nor radical in any sense, on the contrary, it is conservative. Its mild, tentative reformist coloration is but a necessary concession in the face of widespread unrest. In its basic tenets and practical aims, the New Deal is well within the American political tradition. It is a stanch exponent of Jackson's maxim that to the victor belong the spoils. It believes in punishing its enemies and rewarding its friends, especially those that have contributed generously to its campaigns. And Franklin D. Roosevelt, like Wilson and the first Roosevelt, has been an adept in concealing group economic objectives under a gloss of pleasant rhetoric. Circumstances have contrived to lend some support to President Roosevelt's forensic assertion that his program is actuated by purely 449 philanthropic motives, yet those among the economically disinherited who believe the New Deal will lead them into a promised land of social security and the full life are probably due for a rough awakening. It is safe to predict that when the New Deal is over, the poor will be no richer, the rich no poorer. This observation could be buttressed by citation of many facts, of which the most salient one will be cited here. The New Republic, August 11, 1937, published, on the basis of figures obtained from reports of the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Department of Labor, a study of the yearly salaries of officials and average weekly wages of workers of 133 leading corporations in 1936. The wage averages, of course, did not prevail throughout the year. The salaries of corporation officials varied from $25,000 to $260,000, and were received in return for standardized, often perfunctory duties. Weekly wages of workers as of December 1936, ranged from $15.86 to $38.25. The low of $15.86 prevailed throughout the tobacco industry. American Tobacco Company, Consolidated Cigar Corporation, General Cigar Company, P. Lorillard, R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, and United States Tobacco Company, all sturdy New Dealers and contributors to the Roosevelt campaign funds. George W. Hill, president of the American Tobacco Company, on the other hand, drew $246,173, and two of his associates received $125,000 each. Hill, a gusty innovator of advertising slogans, was rewarded at a rate 20 times greater than such epical intellects as Professor Albert Einstein or Professor John Dewey. The New Deal, in brief, is not by any means a people's coalition directed against the vested interests that have seized everything of pecuniary value in the land. It is only in the remarks of the President and of his supporters that it is made to appear as such. In essence, the New Deal represents one faction of great wealth, the light goods industrialists, pitted in bitter political struggle against another faction, the capital goods industrialists. Roosevelt, addicted as he is to verbal castigation of the wealthy, was supported in 1932 and again in 1936 by some of the richest families of the country. But because the juntas of the rich against which the presidential barbs were directly aimed were better publicized than those which stood behind him, the belief became prevalent that the New Deal was 450. Hostile to great aggregates of wealth. Some of its tax policies lent color to this misconception, which will not be eradicated until it is generally realized that the New Deal merely represents an unfamiliar though orthodox way of dealing with problems within a capitalistic context. From its beginning, the New Deal was underwritten by those wealthy individuals whose revenues derive primarily from direct exploitation of the retail market: department store owners, textile fabricators, cigarette manufacturers, independent industrialists, processors and distributors, and big real estate operators. Excepting the latter, these comprise the light industries group. And because the task of the New Deal was to restore prosperity to these beleaguered capitalists by restoring purchasing power to the populace, it succeeded in rallying around its self-organized labor and the farmers, for in expanding popular purchasing power certain immediate small benefits accrued to these latter. The New Deal's big public works program, combined with unemployment relief, operated further to spread purchasing power and at the same time solved the immediate economic problem of millions of paupers, who thereafter became its grateful supporters. Candor is, perhaps, the most effective form of deceit in politics, and President Roosevelt has frequently been very candid about the aims of his administration, knowing that his frankness would cost him nothing, since his partisan critics were bound to scoff at whatever he might say. He has constantly reiterated that the basic aim of the New Deal was to revive purchasing power, and that in so doing it was following a middle-of-the-road course. It has been no part of the strategy of the Republicans to disclose what the actual New Deal aims are, because to do so would disclose the political essence of the Republican as well as of the Democratic Party, special favors for wealthy supporters. The Republicans have perforce been obliged to criticize the New Deal unrealistically as a radical regime that is undermining the sacred, blood-hallowed structure of American society. The deliberately false accusations of radicalism have, ironically, gained supporters for the New Deal among the economically disinherited and have failed to frighten middle grounders. The heavy industries, including the banks, which are bound in 451. Extricably to heavy industry by the latter's constant need for new capital, ran the country as they pleased during the Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover administrations. Aiming always at monopoly control of industry, the banks were committed under Hoover to the policy of allowing the Depression to take its course. Further deflation would, indeed, have brought the sinking light industries and merchandising enterprises under the dominion of the banks, and monopoly centralization of America's economic apparatus would have been virtually completed. The banks and heavy industries, of course, did not want to see popular purchasing power wiped out completely, although in retrospect it may seem that they did. They were simply committed to reviving purchasing power on a lower price level, with all of industry under their control. The light goods industrialists and merchants, seeing in this course their virtual extinction so far as their independent status was concerned, were quick to take advantage of Hoover's unpopularity to install the New Deal, espousing policies for which the Democratic Party has always more or less stood. So-called economic reforms under the New Deal have all, it is pertinent to observe, been engineered at the expense of the big banks and the heavy industries. The 1936 measure taxing corporate surpluses, for example, was directed only at the heavy industries and banks, which had built up big surpluses in the 1920s and had preserved them by dropping millions of workmen from their payrolls during the Depression. The discharge of these millions and their consequent loss of purchasing power had the effect of cutting into the surpluses of the light industries, consisting in the main of inventories which had to be turned over several times annually in order for profits to be made. The New Deal light industrialists, to protect themselves against a recurrence of such destruction of the retail market by general layoffs throughout heavy industry, have encouraged the unionization program of John L. Lewis and the Committee for Industrial Organization. This program has been directed to date only against the citadels of heavy industry: steel, oil, chemicals, coal, and automobiles, and although the CIO will in time probably take light industry under its jurisdiction, this will be a matter of little concern to light industrialists, secure in the 452 Knowledge that the employment policy of heavy industry is locked in a vice. The New Deal, in short, has represented one side of a grave split in the camp of the big capitalists, and although fundamental questions relating to capitalism and its basic theory have not really been in dispute, the method of coping with capitalist crisis has very definitely been in violent dispute. The New Dealers are those who, consciously or unconsciously, are working to smash the synthesis of finance capital completed under Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. They are trying, by the political methods of finance capital itself, and by novel political forms inspired by communism, fascism, and liberal democracy, to return to the capitalism of the individual industrial and mercantile entrepreneurs who were free of the overlordship of banks and banking alliances. By drawing upon the forms of the future, they hope to resuscitate the political past. It has, however, been no part of the New Deal's intention to crush heavy industry and banking. The aim appears to have been merely to bring them into parity with the light goods and merchandising enterprises. But the details of the reforms which have whittled down the power of heavy industrialists and bankers are interesting, and will be touched upon. 2. There was nothing in the pre-presidential career of Franklin D. Roosevelt which would have led anyone to surmise that he would espouse such ameliorative social principles as many observers believe he stands for and as he himself professes to stand for. Yet President Roosevelt is not, it must in fairness be admitted, hostile to reform unless the reform threatens one of his powerful partisans. Son of a wealthy aristocratic family intermarried with the Astor and other great clans, now including the DuPonts, Roosevelt was educated at Groton and Harvard. Before the World War he was a member of the New York State Legislature, and was named Assistant Secretary of the Navy, 1913 to 1920, because he supported the campaign for Wilson's nomination in 1912. In 1920 he was given the Democratic vice presidential nomination apparently only for the reason that his name was Roosevelt, and his campaign speeches then 453 were notable chiefly for their callow militaristic bias. He advocated, among other things, universal military training in the schools. Early in his presidential career he revived some of these sentiments in a saber-rattling speech before the American Legion in Chicago. After an unfortunate illness, from which he recovered, Roosevelt in 1924 and again in 1928 advanced himself politically by placing Alfred E. Smith in nomination for the presidency at 2 Democratic conventions. In 1928 Roosevelt was rewarded with the second highest office in the nation when Smith, recognizing the potency of the Roosevelt name in building up a vote-getting Democratic ticket, procured for him the Democratic gubernatorial nomination in New York. Roosevelt captured the governorship, while Smith lost the state. As governor of New York, Roosevelt's only noticeable departure from the Smith gubernatorial policies related to electric power. Whereas Smith had advocated the building of state-owned power generators and no more, Roosevelt came out for state transmission of power as well, where satisfactory contracts could not be negotiated with private companies. This embellishment gained for him many influential supporters among liberals, who are accustomed to expect little in a world where tougher personalities habitually take all. The oratorical passion for the underdog which Roosevelt later exhibited as president was not to be found in any of his words or deeds as governor, although it may well be, as friends have said, that his illness aroused in him a profound sympathy for the problems of the helpless throughout society. His bid for the presidency in 1932, it is significant, was not reinforced by an espousal of any of the dynamic social issues abroad in the land. Candidate Roosevelt contented himself with criticizing the Hoover administration for its ineptitudes and for its extravagant expenditures, which he promised to curtail by consolidating government bureaus. The campaign strategy was obviously to take advantage of the unpopularity of President Hoover, and to promise as little as possible. In the speeches of Roosevelt and his partisans there was no foretaste whatever of the heady brew to come, and it was the consensus of political observers that the country voted less for. 454. Roosevelt, who stood for nothing in particular at the time, than against Hoover. Victory for Roosevelt on the fourth ballot at the Chicago Democratic Convention was contrived through a typically American political deal between William Randolph Hearst, William Gibbs Mikado, John Nance Garner, and Mayor Anton Cermak of Chicago. In return for the votes of the California, Texas, and Illinois delegations, controlled by the Hearst coalition, Garner received the vice presidential nomination, and from the vantage point of that office he was afterward to do everything in his power to sabotage progressive proposals of the New Dealers. Failing in his attempt to corral for himself the presidential nomination, Alfred E. Smith, in concert with John J. Raskob, Bernard M. Barrack, and Hugh S. Johnson, tried to procure the nomination for Newton D. Baker, upon whom Walter Lippmann had placed a morganatic blessing in his syndicated column. But the Smith-DuPont-Guggenheim-Morgan forces were unsuccessful. In his 1928 campaign for the New York governorship, Roosevelt had been supported by the same faction of finance that tried to place Smith in the White House. In 1930, Roosevelt's campaign was financed by Vincent Astor, Edward S. Harkness, Bernard Barrack, Percy S. Strauss, R. H. Macy and Company, Owen D. Young, and Jesse H. Jones. Except for Astor and Harkness, these were all Democratic stalwarts. Virtually the same individuals helped reduce the heavy Democratic deficit left over from 1928. At the end of 1931, the Democratic National Committee still owed Raskob $345,250 and the County Trust Company of New York $433,766. Toward liquidation of this indebtedness during 1931, Astor gave $25,000, Pierre S. DuPont, $12,500, Percy S. Strauss, M. F. Reddington, and Potter Palmer, $5,000 each, Charles H. Sabin, $2,000, etc. Early in 1932 the deficit was still further reduced by a contribution of $125,000 from Raskob and $27,000 from Pierre S. DuPont. The largest known contributions from the camp of wealth to Roosevelt's presidential campaign fund in 1932 were as follows. $455. Bernard M. Barrack $45,000. Additional for senatorial funds $15,000 $60,000 Vincent Astor $35,000 William H. Wooden, American Car and Foundry Company, $35,000 Percy S. Strauss, R. H. Macy and Company, $30,000 William Randolph Hearst $25,000 John J. Raskob $23,000 Peter Golet Gary $22,000 Morton L. Schwartz $20,000 Jesse I. Strauss, R. H. Macy and Company, $20,000 James W. Gerard, former ambassador to Germany $17,528 Edward A. Guggenheim $17,500 W.N. Reynolds. AEAERJ Reynolds Tobacco Company $16,000 S. Clay Williams Joseph P. Kennedy, banker and stock market operator $15,000 Francis P. Garvan, Brady, $15,000 Edward S. Harkness $12,000 Potter Palmer, Chicago Real Estate, $5,000 Harry Warner, Motion Pictures, $5,000 Robert Golet $5,000 Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney $5,000 Herman B. Barrack $5,000 Mrs. Sumner Wells, wife of the diplomat $5,000 Charles R. Crane $4,000 Cyrus H. McCormick $4,000 Arthur Curtis James $2,500 Eleanor Patterson $2,000 William K. Vanderbilt $1,000 Harold F. McCormick $1,000 Edward A. Filene, Boston department store owner $1,000. Total $408,528. 456. Other members of these families also contributed, with the result that about $1 million of the Democratic fund appears to have come from the wealthiest families. The remainder was collected by professional politicians from the host of aspirants to political berths in the new administration. A great deal of additional financial impetus was given the Roosevelt candidacy by his espousal of the wet cause in the Prohibition issue, and when one includes the contributions of the wealthy families to the Association Against the Prohibition Amendment, its members primarily interested in the tax yield of a revived distilling and brewing industry, the Democratic Party funds exceeded those of the Republicans. Sums of money ranging from $10,000 to more than $100,000 were given to the anti-prohibition organization over a period of 3 years by Lamont DuPont, Pierre S. DuPont, John J. Raskob, Edward S. Harkness, Richard T. Crane, Arthur Curtis James, Eldridge R. Johnson, Marshall Field, Samuel Mather, Frederick A. Juilliard, and others. Contributions of $5,000 to $50,000 were made in 1932 to the Republican Party by John D. Rockefeller, Sr. and Jr., Eldridge R. Johnson, Ogden L. Mills, Andrew W. Mellon, Richard B. Mellon, William Nelson Cromwell, Edward F. Hutton, Felix M. Warburg, John M. Schiff, Hallam Tuck, G. A. Tomlinson, Harvey S. Firestone, Mrs. Edward S. Harkness, Mrs. Andrew Carnegie, Mrs. John T. Pratt, Jeremiah Milbank, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., Edward E. B. Adams, Julius Fleischmann, George M. Moffett, Herbert N. Strauss, Harrison Williams, Myron C. Taylor, George D. Pratt, Harold I. Pratt, Herbert L. Pratt, Mrs. Ruth Baker Pratt, H. H. Timken, George W. Crawford, Frederick B. Pratt, Mrs. George F. Baker, L. K. Thorne, Alfred H. Loomis, Mrs. Daniel Guggenheim, Thomas W. Lamont, Murray Guggenheim, S. R. Guggenheim, Simon Guggenheim, J. P. Morgan, Joshua D. Armitage, Charles Hayden, Percy A. Rockefeller, Mr. and Mrs. Childs Frick, Howard Heinz, W. L. Mellon, Albert H. Wiggin, Clarence Wiggin, R.R.M. Carpenter, DuPont, Silas Strawn, Archer M. Huntington, Howard M. Hanna, E. T. Weir, Robert W. Golet, Walter E. Frew, Henry Ford, Edsel Ford, William Cooper Proctor, Mortimer Fleischacker, Sidney Z. Mitchell, Lawrence C. Phipps, E. T. Stotesbury, Jasper E. Crane, Max E. F. Fleischman, Thomas Cochrane, N. S. Davison, George F. Baker, and Sewell Avery. Families that contributed both to the Republicans and to the Democrats included the DuPonts, Harknesses, Vanderbilts, Fleischmans, McCormicks, Golets, Whitneys, Strasses, Guggenheims, and Bradys. Where identical estates did not contribute to both parties on a family basis, they often did so on a corporate basis. Many corporation officers in the lower brackets of contributors gave funds to the party formally opposed by the head of a particular clan. In this way, the avenue of approach was kept open to the key men, the financial managers, in each party. The Wall Street banks, incidentally, while Republican in politics, make a regular practice of keeping a few outstanding Democrats among their chief officers. Jackson E. Reynolds, chairman of the First National Bank, and S. Parker Gilbert and Russell C. Leffingwell, both of J.P. Morgan and Company, are all sturdy Democrats. Roosevelt, upon taking office, had initially to address himself to a grave emergency, for the nation was in the throes of one of those disastrous collapses which Karl Marx had predicted would one day mark the melodramatic end of the capitalist system. Banks were toppling by the hundreds all over the country, and the crashes in Detroit brought the situation uncomfortably close to New York, Chicago, Boston, and Philadelphia. A bank holiday was therefore proclaimed, and the government went to work during the general shutdown to salvage the existing banking system and to repair it where it was most severely damaged. The president unmistakably betrayed his bias toward the status quo when he failed to propose, as he could have with exploded banks on every hand, that the government, to avoid a recurrence of the situation, take the banking system into its own hands, where it properly belonged. But the new president's task, as he envisioned it, was merely to restore the faltering economic system to operation and then to revive popular purchasing power. Although various New Deal measures have been sorted by critics into reform and recovery categories. 458. Every one of them, without exception, was designed to induce recovery of the export and domestic retail markets before all else. This policy played directly into the hands of merchants and light industrialists, who were further accommodated by the government's stringent measures against heavy industry and the banks. No part of this program was consciously formulated at first, and it is highly doubtful if any individual had the entire plan a priori in mind. But the economic interests of the president's closest supporters and advisors, each one of whom came forward with some pressing personal problem, made the ensuing pattern inevitable. And as time went on, the design becoming more and more conscious, those advisors that were inspired principally by their stake in heavy industry or banking dropped away, while certain other groups that had opposed Roosevelt in 1932, suddenly seeing their needs catered to in unexpected fashion, came forward to lend their counsels to the Washington gatherings. Roosevelt, in short, did not concoct the New Deal. Rather was he made by the New Deal to stand for something he had never, as recently as January 1, 1933, given any sign that he intended to espouse. Aside from the suspension of the gold standard, the first and most important price-lifting measure, and the closing and reopening of the banks, the most spectacular early measures of the New Deal were the Agricultural Adjustment Act and the National Industrial Recovery Act. Both were nullified by the Supreme Court, which, by these very decisions, contributed greatly to the outcry for judicial reform. The AAA gave subsidies to farmers for taking land out of cultivation, and did much to raise farm purchasing power in consonance with the basic aim of the New Deal. An unusually severe drought in 1934 provoked a storm of criticism, much of it insincere, of the administration's program of destroying crops and farm animals in order to achieve higher prices. The same critics had not been perturbed by the sabotage of industry practiced by the banks and heavy industrialists when they shut down factories and laid off workers in 1929–33. Farm production had declined only about 5% in 4 years, but industrial production had been reduced by 48.7%. Within 1 year the AAA increased farm income by 38% and farm purchasing power by an estimated 25% through the inauguration of the very production control method that was originally used by the industrialists. The cost of the farm subsidy was met by a $1 billion processing tax, in effect a sales tax imposed on the consumer. The increased farm purchasing power redounded to the immediate benefit of the group which had financed Roosevelt. The McCormicks of the International Harvester Company benefited from increased sales of farm implements. Mail-order houses and manufacturers of clothing, cigarettes, and household products profited as well. The National Industrial Recovery Act, approved June 16, 1933, concealed some very questionable aims under cover of Section 7A, which guaranteed to labor its already legally established right to bargain collectively through agents of its own choice. The act closely resembled a plan that had long been advocated by Gerard Swope of the General Electric Company, and it bordered, indeed, upon fascism. President Roosevelt himself is said to have been greatly perturbed by the operation of certain features which had been written into the measure by many hands during the confusion attendant on the NERA's creation. As cogently summarized by Professor Dwight Lowell Dumond in Roosevelt to Roosevelt, perhaps the most complete economic and social history of the United States for the period 1900 to 1936, the act intended, 1. To legalize those voluntary trade associations which President Hoover had encouraged by removing the restraints of the antitrust laws, 2. To make them effective by bringing the recalcitrants into line through compulsion, but, 3. To bestow these privileges upon trade and industry in return for an acknowledgement of their social responsibility in the form of concessions to labor and the consumer. The act, in short, sought to restore industrial stability by guaranteeing the status quo of worker and employer, one in possession of little, the other in possession of much. As those industries which assented to the codes were exempted from the operation of the antitrust laws, the government was underwriting monopoly more flagrantly than it had ever done before. In most instances the codes were merely the existing agreements of the monopolistic trade associations, with the government underwriting and agreeing to enforce them. In some 460 cases they were precise copies of these agreements. In almost every instance the authorities responsible for enforcing each code were simply the leading executives of the trade associations. Washington in 1933 and 1934 was once more flooded with the same crowd that had inundated it in 1917 and 1918. The $1-a-year men were back, wrapped in the banner of high patriotism, with the stiletto of narrow self-interest concealed in its folds. Most of the code provisions required the establishment of a 40-hour week and minimum weekly wages of $12 to $15 as well as the elimination of child labor. Section 7A, which avowed the right of workers to buttress these guarantees with unions of their own choosing, was immediately violated by the big industrialists, who formed company unions, turned loose an army of labor spies, and devised complicated schemes for evading even the wages and hours provisions. As voting control of all the code authorities was vested in the big industrialists, these latter utilized the provisions of the codes not only to war upon labor but also upon small, independent enterprises. A majority report of the NRA Board of Review, signed by Clarence Darrow and Charles Edward Russell, found on the basis of voluminous evidence that the act was being used to foster monopoly. Senator William E. Borah made the same ugly charge. Here was a case, as Professor Duman scathingly observes, where the sovereign powers of self-government were handed over to private businessmen, whose trade and industrial association regulations were clothed with the authority of federal statutes and, although they were written for private gain, without thought for the welfare of society as a whole, they were presented to the people as economic planning the policies of the nation as determined by the considered judgment of Congress. The controversy over Section 7A, however, did much to stimulate public thinking about the problems of labor. The cold-blooded, ruthless fashion in which the industrialists consciously moved to vitiate those provisions of the section that were beneficial to labor perhaps did more to educate the country about the socially irresponsible character of the big proprietors than had all the preachments of radicals for years. Moreover, the pathetic eagerness with which a vast multitude grasped at pay of $12 a week, and the outcry from 461. The Southern industrialist against such high wages, drove into public consciousness the fact that labor in the United States, excepting its aristocracy in the American Federation of Labor Crafts Unions, had long been fiercely exploited at coolie pay. Details of the farm situation, highlighted in the debate around the AAA, also had a similar educative effect, so that if the New Deal did nothing else it succeeded, in these and other of its efforts, in implanting a deep suspicion in the public mind about the motives and methods of the big feudalistic proprietors, who habitually masquerade as simple businessmen. The gigantic program of unemployment relief embarked upon by the New Deal was of direct aid to retail trade and to the farmers in that the money paid out to the unemployed went immediately into the purchase of necessities. Several government agencies were created to handle the projects, but the Works Progress Administration, launched on May 6, 1935, finally consolidated all the divisions of relief. Works Progress funds were allocated to naval building, to municipal improvements and construction where local governments shared part of the cost, to reforestation, and many other ends. The principal aim, however, was to get money into circulation. In connection with the building and construction phases of this program there was, of course, a demand for cement, stone, machinery, steel, and lumber, which was of benefit to heavy industry, but the benefit was neither so great nor so immediate as that conferred upon industries more closely aligned with the retail market. Meanwhile, various measures designed to hamper the banks in their domination of heavy industry were passed under presidential authority. The first of these was the Banking Act of 1933, which divorced commercial and investment banking, provided for insurance of deposits, and vested in the Federal Reserve Board the right to control loans entering speculative channels. The separation of the deposit and underwriting functions of the banks was a blow directed consciously at J.P. Morgan and Company, and measurably weakened the power of that and other private banking houses. Not at all strangely, this action was sought and approved by Winthrop W. Aldrich, chairman of the Rockefellers' Chase Bank. Weakened under Hoover, the Rockefellers were strengthened for a time by the New Deal, by the sharp rise in oil prices and by the improvement of the real estate market, and although John D. Rockefeller, Jr., outwardly maintained his republicanism, the Standard Oil clans helped the New Deal at many points and manifested cordiality to its acts. The New Deal reciprocated by doing nothing, in its early stages at least, to disturb or injure the Standard Oil empire. After passage of the Banking Act, J.P. Morgan and Company immediately set up Morgan, Stanley and Company for handling securities issues, but as this branch was effectively segregated from the central house, the firm could no longer function as freely as of old. Extension of the powers of the Federal Reserve Board by giving it control over the so-called Open Market Committee and over the reserve requirements of the member banks also weakened Morgan power in finance, for under the old dispensation the Federal Reserve System, dominated by the New York money market and the Morgan banking bloc, was as effectively under Morgan control as if J.P. Morgan and Company owned it. Symbolic of the new regime, Mariner S. Ecclesiastes, small banker and mining entrepreneur from Utah, was made governor of the Reserve Board. Control of the money market, transferred to Washington, was thereafter to be wielded by whoever controlled the government. There was an immediate outcry, to be sure, against political control of the reserve system, but it had always been under political control. It was only a question of which political faction should control it. The method of control made little difference. The next big blow against the finance capitalists of Wall Street by the independent industrial and mercantile capitalists came with the passage of the Federal Securities Act, signed by the President on May 27, 1933. Its provisions required the registration of securities with the Federal Trade Commission, but did not require its approval, and gave purchasers the right to recover losses incurred by misrepresentation. A campaign against this act, fiercely waged by Wall Street for more than a year, resulted in passage of the new Securities Exchange Act, in June, 1934. This measure established the Securities and Exchange Commission and gave the Federal Reserve Board enhanced power to regulate the money market. It forbade the operation of pools or other devices for manipulating market values, required the registration but not approval of securities, and penalized promoters for making false statements in the sale of securities. This was, without doubt, an intolerable handicap to the finance capitalists, who had long been accustomed to raking in the money of investors under cover of the most unbridled misrepresentation. Another severe blow directed against banking capital was the Wheeler-Rayburn Act, passed in August, 1935. This measure directed the Federal Power Commission to supervise the interstate transmission of electric power and the Federal Trade Commission to supervise interstate transmission of gas. Significantly, the act prohibited officers of banks, and of brokerage or investment houses, from serving as officers or directors of public utilities companies, an obvious attempt to divorce the profitable utilities industry from the banks. The Securities and Exchange Commission was given the power to determine depreciation write-offs, to pass upon dividend rates, and to require public utilities lobbyists to register with it. An amendment by Senator Borah abolishing all except the holding company immediately above the operating companies, referred to in the press as the death sentence, was defeated in Congress after an intense and spectacular campaign waged by the public utilities companies. The Securities and Exchange Commission was, however, empowered to eliminate all holding companies that were proved to be acting against the public interest. Intercompany transactions, which had been so profitable to the holding companies, were forbidden under the new law. As to the source of opposition to this and other legislation, Professor Duman justly observes about the opponents of the Federal Securities Act, for the most part, it was those financiers who had been responsible for the stock and bond swindles and those corporation directors and lawyers who had always opposed social legislation who led the attack and who, there is some reason to believe, delayed refinancing with the fixed purpose of bringing pressure to bear upon Congress for modification of the Act. The effectiveness of all these measures in keeping the banking clans out of the industrial picture in the future will be determined to a large extent by the severity of their enforcement. A rightist Republican or Democratic government succeeding the New Deal would 464. Unquestionably relax the enforcement of many of these measures on the ground that they were retarding business, i.e., the flow of profits to the richest families. The New Deal tax measures were aimed specifically at the biggest clans of wealth, although they significantly left loopholes for its own clans to slip through. There has been some protest that the tax base was not broadened enough, that lower incomes were not brought into the tax net, but such a blighting assault upon popular purchasing power, already siphoned away by steadily rising prices, was carefully avoided. The tax measures of the Roosevelt administration are interesting, and deserve analysis. Congress in 1932, with the authority of President Hoover and the Republican Party weakened, engaged in some writing up of tax schedules. The Revenue Act of 1928 had imposed a regular tax of 5% on incomes of more than $8,000, the Act of 1932 set the regular tax at 8%. Whereas the Act of 1928, the last one to be sponsored by Mellon, had levied a flat surtax of 20% on all incomes of more than $100,000, the Act of 1932 set a rate of 48% on incomes of $100,000 to $150,000, of 49% on incomes of $150,000 to $200,000, of 50% on incomes of $200,000 to $300,000, of 53% on incomes of $500,000 to $700,000, and of 55% on incomes of more than $1 million. The Revenue Act of 1934 raised the surtax on incomes of $100,000 to $150,000 to 52%, on incomes of $150,000 to $200,000 to 53%, on incomes of $200,000 to $300,000 to 54%, on incomes of $500,000 to $700,000 to 57%, and on incomes of more than $1 million to 59%. There were further sharp write-ups of the rates in the Act of 1935, which levied 58% on incomes of $100,000 to $150,000, 60% on incomes of $150,000 to $300,000, 70% on incomes of $500,000 to $750,000, 73% on incomes of $1 million to $2 million, 74% on incomes of $2,000,000 to $5 million, and 75% on incomes of $5 million or more. The Revenue Act of 1936 left these relatively high rates unchanged, and, on the whole, the New Deal may be said to have wrought well thus far. 465. As to the estate taxes, the Act of 1928 levied only 3% on estates of $100,000, and the Act of 1932 levied 9%, the Act of 1928 levied 8% on estates of $1 million, and the Act of 1932 levied 19%, the Act of 1928 levied 15% on estates of $5 million, and the Act of 1932 levied 35%, the Act of 1928 levied 20% on all estates of $10 million and above, while the Act of 1932 levied 45%. For these same net estates the Act of 1934 respectively levied 12%, 28%, 50%, and 60%. The Act of 1935 instituted further write-ups in the estate levies, $100,000 paying 17%, $1 million paying 32%, $5 million paying 56%, $10 million paying 65%, $10,000,000 to $20 million paying 67%, $20 million to $50,000,000 paying 69%, and $50 million and more paying 70%. The Revenue Act of 1936 left these rates undisturbed. The Revenue Act of 1932 instituted a gift tax to stop the widespread practice among the rich of giving away, tax-free, their fortunes to relatives prior to death. Gifts of $1 million were required to pay $92,125, plus 14% on additional gifts up to $1,500,000. Gifts of $5 million were required to pay $862,125, plus 26% up to $6 million. Gifts of $10 million were required to pay $312,125, plus 33% on any excess. The Revenue Act of 1934 lifted these rates to a flat 21% on $1 million to $1,500,900, to 37.44% on $5 million to $6 million, to 45% on $10 million, to 50.14% on $10 million to $20 million, to 51% on $20 million to $50 million, and to 52.14% on $50,000,000, and more. The Revenue Act of 1935 raised the rate to 24% on gifts of $1 million to $1,500,000, to 42% on $5 million to $6 million, to 48.34% on $10 million, and retained the rates of the 1934 Act in the higher brackets. These rates were not changed by the Revenue Act of 1936. The Act of 1936, however, blocked an important loophole through which the wealthiest taxpayers had escaped the provisions of the law. TT placed a tax of 15% on corporation income of more than $40,000 and established a graduated tax scaling up to 27% on undivided corporation profits. The rich owners. 466. Of corporations, instead of dispersing profits in dividends, had been plowing them back into surplus, to be drawn upon at some future date after they had been successful in getting income tax rates reduced. This untaxed surplus stood behind the stock holdings, and was as good as money in the bank. Indeed, it was reflected in the advanced market prices of the stocks of those corporations which had large cash surpluses. Under the Act of 1936 it became more profitable for the rich to distribute the surplus in the form of dividends, and many corporations did. It was this item of legislation, incidentally, which Republican presidential nominee Alfred M. Landon in 1936 called the most cockeyed piece of tax legislation ever imposed in a modern country. That there was nothing quixotic or haphazard in President Roosevelt's tax reform proposals was indicated clearly when, at a press conference in July, 1935, he discussed with reporters some interesting features of the 1932 tax returns of which he had just made careful study. In that year 58 persons had reported incomes of $1 million. These individuals who, the president remarked, deserved to be called the 58 thriftiest people in America, had paid no tax at all on $21 million, or 37% of their aggregate income, which was derived from tax-exempt securities. The president further revealed that in 1932, when gift tax legislation was on its way through Congress, one man transferred about $100 million in tax-free gifts, and another transferred about $50 million. One estate, the president reported, was reduced, to avoid estate taxes, from $100 million to $8 million within 2 years of the owner's death. In the course of this press conference Roosevelt aimed at very big game when he said that one family in 1932 had divided its holdings into 197 separate trust funds which could easily be demonstrated to have been designed for tax evasion. Although he did not name the family, nor did subsequent tax investigations reveal it, the Rockefellers were generally conceded to have been the family in question. It is, incidentally, a fact verifiable on the public record that Rockefeller, Jr. began, a few days after these revelations, hastily transferring parts of his fortune to relatives to escape the higher gift and estate taxes which Roosevelt had just recommended to Congress. Stringent though the Roosevelt tax measures may have seemed. 467. They left many loopholes. Some of these have been disclosed, and provision made for their closing, but the most important loophole has not been discussed at all, and it concerns the gift tax rates. As the law governing gift taxes is drawn, the tax is levied on each individual gift. Actually it operates to penalize the wealthy man who has a small family and to make avoidance of heavy taxes possible for the man with a large family. By making multiple gifts a rich man may spread among his many sons and daughters a huge fortune, and incur only a small tax. As we have already mentioned, John D. Rockefeller, Jr., in 1935 gave away $27 million of stock at one stroke, and he has been making gifts of large blocks of securities regularly since 1933. If the $27,000 coup stock gift was made to one person, it incurred a tax of 51.74%, but if it was distributed among his 6 children it incurred a total tax of only 32%. If any grandchildren were included in the stock distribution, then the percentage of tax paid was even lower, perhaps less than 25%. By doling out his fortune in this way among his many children and their offspring, Rockefeller will be able, even under the New Deal tax laws, to give away most of his fortune, incurring only an approximate 25% tax upon it rather than the flat 70% to which he would otherwise be liable under the estate tax law as it stands. Where there are few children, as in the case of Andrew W. Mellon, or no children, as in the case of Hayden, the obvious course of tax avoidance is to leave the bulk of the estate to charity, under control of the children or of business associates. Although both Mellon and his brother have died, the aluminum company and the Gulf Oil Company remain in control of the Mellon family, unaffected by the most stringent tax laws. It remains for the authorities to pass upon the validity of these charitable endowments, whose central purpose is to retain industrial control and power, and if the law is properly interpreted the charitable character of the endowments will be denied, for it was the plain intent and expressed purpose of Congress in writing these tax laws that they should so operate as to dismantle the largest of the mammoth estates even though they do not seriously affect the smaller ones. The gift tax loophole should be stopped up by a statute making a flat levy on the total of gifts over a period of 5 years at the rate that the estate tax schedule provides in its present form, with the additional provision that taxes shall be collectible retroactively after death at the same rate that would apply had the gifts not been made and as though their sums were still a part of the estate. This statute should also be applied to gifts to family-controlled charitable foundations, and the income tax laws should be made to apply to the income of all these foundations, including the privately controlled university and church endowments, which are all merely instruments for the concentration of pecuniary power in the hands of the wealthy individuals that supervise them. Closure of the multiple gift loophole, the philanthropic gift loophole, and the foundation income loophole would effect an appreciable reduction in the political and social power of the very rich. A further necessary measure for blocking avenues by which the wealthiest citizens escape taxes designed to encroach upon their dictatorial social and political power should be a law that would forbid the filing of separate returns by members of a family jointly drawing unearned income in excess of $50,000 annually. The filing of many income tax returns by a family in receipt of more than $5,000 annually tends to reduce the tax rate, and the greater the amount of income the more sharply the tax rate is reduced. Where many members of a family are in receipt of earned income from professional or business sources, it would obviously be unjust to force these individuals to file a consolidated family tax return. But where unearned income is drawn by several individuals solely by reason of the fact that they are members of a family group, it is obvious that the income tax should be levied upon the family rather than the individual. The Rockefeller sons draw unearned income not because they are individuals with some talent or ability to contribute to society, but because they are members of the Rockefeller family. The family should therefore be required to file a joint tax return, incurring a higher levy, with first cousins, nephews, and nieces of the main branch of each family included. In circles of great wealth, the family itself becomes a pecuniary device, to be manipulated at will, and primarily valuable in evading taxes levied upon individuals. There are so many ways in which the very rich can evade taxes. 469. That it is doubtful whether all the legal loopholes can ever be closed. Much can be done, however, to whittle down the largest estates. In such an undertaking, the less wealthy among the rich, with fortunes ranging from $10 million to $20 million, might well collaborate, for in the very competitive character of contemporary private enterprise, the biggest estates are a menace to them as well as to poorer people. Few among the lesser rich, for example, are given a share of the vast melons that from time to time are divided among the richest elements. Melons like the Panama Canal swindle, the initial United States Steel Pool, the Tennessee Coal and Iron Grab, the Teapot Dome Grab, the life insurance racket, the government subsidy racket, the Morgan favor list, etc. The New Deal government made a genuine contribution by disclosing many of the more novel means used by the rich to evade taxes, although it should be clear that the fundamental ways of escaping taxes have naturally not been called into question by an administration that is supported by one faction of great wealth. Secretary of the Treasury Henry E. Morgenthau on June 17, 1937, listed the following devices for evading income taxes: formation of foreign personal holding companies, foreign insurance companies, domestic personal holding companies, the incorporation of yachts and country estates, expenses of operation being charged off against income, creation of multiple trusts for relatives and dependents, establishment of family partnerships, and pension trusts. Scores of wealthy taxpayers employed such devices as these. Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., chairman of General Motors Corporation, was shown to have incorporated his yacht Rene under the name of the Rene Corporation. Operating losses on this pleasure vessel for 1931-36 were $278,474, which Sloan deducted from his income of $2,140,563 for the period. This neat trick enabled him to avoid payment of $128,528 in taxes, an amount which he was then free to invest in a bathtub, a pipe organ, or a hunting lodge. Sloan and his wife, according to data adduced on June 29, 1937, by the Treasury Department, also avoided payment of $1,921,587 in taxes in 1933-36 by the personal holding company device. Others who gained large tax savings through personal holding companies were Henry L. Doherty, Mrs. Helena A. Raskob, Mrs. Wilhelmina DuPont Ross, Ailsa Mellon Bruce, William Randolph Hearst, Horace Habmeyer, Pierre DuPont, F. V. DuPont, R. C. DuPont, O. D. Fisher, O. W. Fisher, D. R. Fisher, Roy W. Howard, Robert P. Scripps, E. W. Scripps, William Duart, Paulina DuPont, Mrs. H. Ethel DuPont, Charles F. Kettering, Charles Hayden, Thomas W. Lamont, Jacob Rupert, Frederick H. Prince, Edward A. Cudahy, Jr., Jeremiah Milbank, and others. 80 incorporators of personal holding companies, according to the Treasury Department, evaded an aggregate of $2,500,000 of taxes for 1936. Some very peculiar devices were brought to light, illustrating the desperate lengths to which the rich are willing to go to preserve from public use their huge accumulations. Myron C. Taylor, chairman of the United States Steel Corporation, incorporated his various residences and personal properties, on which he claimed an operating loss of $354,083 during 1931-35, charging it against income. John Hay, Jock, Whitney incorporated his magnificent stables at $1,325,940 and for the years 1932-35 saved $396,125 in taxes. Alfred I. DuPont incorporated his Wilmington residence at $1 million, saving taxes of $200,000 from 1931 to 1935. Mrs. Emily R. Cadwallader of Philadelphia, daughter O. T. John A. Roebling, incorporated her big yacht and saved taxes of $220,183 in 6 years. Mrs. Wilhelmina DuPont Ross incorporated her stables and farms, saving $172,469 in taxes. Abe Fortas of the Yale Law School, testifying in Washington as an expert, explained how the rich also evaded taxes through the incorporation of airplanes, automobiles, and miscellaneous possessions. The rich tax dodgers, in their eagerness to retain every last cent of the money under their control, appear to have stopped short only of incorporating their children and mistresses. The New York Times and other newspapers of reaction stressed that the personal holding company and other devices were all perfectly legal, and so they were. Legality, it may be said, is often the last refuge of a scoundrel. Following these disclosures, Congress set to work on measures for preventing further evasions, but as Congress concentrated on rather superficial evasions and as the significant loopholes had not even been discussed, the tax laws as they stand will still enable most of the rich families to resist the plain intent of Congress and the people that the big fortunes be seriously reduced. For it is coming more and more widely to be recognized, even among many very capable businessmen who find the big corporations impeding them at every step, that huge fortunes confer entirely too much power on a few individuals in what is sedulously advertised as a great democracy. And while one can say that the New Deal tax measures, directed though they are mainly against finance and heavy industry, the tax on corporation surplus was especially directed against heavy industry, which had saved its surplus by throwing out its workers in 1929-33, represent a great step forward. They by no means solve the problem. Much remains to be done, especially in focusing public thought on the new ways of tax dodging behind the beautiful tapestry of philanthropic, religious, and educational bequests. The root of the tax dodging dilemma is to be found in the fundamental law itself and in fewer than a dozen of the eminent law firms of New York and Washington. These firms are an integral part of the apparatus of finance capital, and while they will not be discussed further here, they do merit an increased amount of attention from social critics, who should be able to show in detail how these firms function in harmony with local and national political machines, philanthropic and educational bodies, banks and corporations, and the exclusive millionaires' clubs. In encroaching upon the prerogatives of the socially inimical bank capitalists and in making it less difficult for ordinary businessmen to operate, the New Deal has been fairly conventional and altogether in harmony with the American political tradition. But these conventional political accomplishments have been, unfortunately, mere stopgaps in an exceedingly complicated and menacing situation. Where the New Deal has distinguished itself to the greatest degree in an historical sense has been in its unconventional anticipations of the future, in its so-called experiments. These have been, it is all too true, rather tentative, but collectively they provide a body 472 of experience and form a framework around which later economic and social development may concentrate in an orderly fashion. Among the measures looking to the future has been the creation of the Tennessee Valley Authority to provide 7 southern states with electric power and fertilizer, and to supervise reforestation, control of floods and soil erosion, the erection of subsistence homesteads, educational institutions, etc. Funds for this vast project were supplied by the Protean Public Works Administration as part and parcel of the scheme to get the nation back to work and to rehabilitate the domestic market by spreading purchasing power, but it was, too, more than this. It was a partial unveiling of the future. Under the TVA was created the Electric Home and Farm Authority to inaugurate the use of electric appliances and equipment in the region served by TVA, a great step forward in an area that has been culturally, economically, and socially backward since the Civil War. The National Housing Act of 1934, which helped homeowners refinance and make repairs and improvements, was also a forward step in that it made provision for the building in cities of model apartment homes and for the resettling of agrarians in villages abutting on farm areas. This agency has been seriously hampered in its progress by the political intrigue of real estate speculators who for many decades have profited heavily from the exploitation of city dwellers in slum areas, but work has proceeded at a cost of more than $200 million on about 50 separate projects scattered all over the country. The Resettlement Administration has been concerned with the erection of 4 model villages, and while the result of its work, like that of the City Division of the Federal Housing Authority, has not been entirely satisfactory and has been impeded and sabotaged at every step by hostile political forces, it nevertheless provides valuable experience for the future. The Social Security Act was also forward-looking in its provision for federal aid to states that instituted old age pension laws, for federal old age pension annuities, and for unemployment insurance. As it stands, this plan, as President Roosevelt himself admitted, is by no means perfect, but a beginning has been made, especially in the education of the public. The New Deal has also been alive to the inability and refusal 473. Of private agencies to face the cultural crisis of the Great Depression. As wealthy men, long hymned by newspapers as patrons of the arts, indifferently turned their backs, musicians, actors, painters, writers, impresarios, designers, and their helpers and assistants stood in breadlines and subsisted on meager charity. Divisions of the Works Progress Administration established cultural projects for all these workers, projects that have attained, on the whole, an amazingly high degree of excellence. Although attacked by newspapers like The Sun, which deliberately belittled the activities in which unemployed adults were finding a creative outlet, and although at first it provided for many non-professional interlopers that should merely have been on other projects, a genuine public service was rendered by this nationwide program. The Sun, its nominal publisher the beneficiary of a tax-dodging personal holding company, one of its leading stockholders a Morgan agent, its editorial and news columns redolent of the stench of special interest, was, to be sure, the logical foe of boondoggling. The WPA cultural projects, above all else, provided a body of experience upon which the future can build. Thus far throughout this study, it may be remarked, critical attention has been focused upon the selfish activities of the rich in catering to their own sterile whims and needs, but it must be admitted that the wealthy would be unable to function as they do if they were confronted along a wide front by an enlightened public opinion. The New Deal has done much to stimulate public thinking, however, and it may be that the future historian will conclude that its greatest public contribution lay in this alone, even though it was probably no part of the original intention of the New Dealers. The New Deal has been active progressively in so many other fields that all its work cannot be touched upon in a single chapter. It attacked the tariff snarl which had ruined foreign trade, and which, since the enactment in 1930 of the Smoot-Hawley Act, had played a major role in keeping the world in a state of economic stagnation. In an attempt to break the deadlock, the State Department set about painstakingly negotiating reciprocal tariff agreements with many nations. The administration also addressed itself to the vital related problem of neutrality, at least ensuring that the American people will, if called upon to participate in the next general war, join. 474. The belligerents with their eyes open. It formally disavowed the old policy of armed intervention in Latin America, and to prove its specific intentions abrogated the vicious Platt Amendment. It renewed diplomatic relations with Russia, which had remained severed for more than a decade and a half only because certain special interests like the National City Bank of New York, the Singer Sewing Machine Company, the International Harvester Company, and the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company had various individual grievances against the Soviets arising out of the Russian Revolution. Most universally popular of New Deal accomplishments was the repeal of the 18th Amendment, and, while the liquor problem remains, the situation marks a vast improvement over the Harding-Coolidge-Hoover bootleg era when the master collaborator in the obstruction of the law enforcement agencies was the Treasury Department under Andrew W. Mellon. That the Prohibition law could have been enforced, there is no longer any doubt. Prohibition enforcement was sabotaged by the inner circle of the Republican Party even as it genuflected publicly to the Anti-Saloon League and the Methodist Board of Temperance, Prohibition, and Public Morals, but full approval of the New Deal as an instrument of popular or semi-popular welfare must be qualified. The New Deal has not been nearly so progressive as it has tried to appear. Students of the sports pages are familiar with the pugilistic ruse of making a rigged boxing match look good when its outcome has been determined in advance. Students of Laban affairs know the technique of the old industrial workers of the world in seeming to be busily at work while actually soldiering on the job. This technique of seeming to do much while actually doing little has been borrowed from politics, and the New Dealers have been political adepts. Documentary evidence may someday be forthcoming to prove that some of the measures President Roosevelt espoused in public he failed to champion in the crucial legislative arena. One of these was the Tugwell Pure Food Bill, emasculated in Congress by lobbyists for the pharmaceutical and proprietary interests who have otherwise been stanch New Dealers. Another measure was the Child Labor Amendment which, approved by more than 30 states, 475, reached the legislature of the president's home state and, despite the patronage club at the disposal of the White House, was allowed to go down to defeat under the joint onslaught of Cardinal Hayes and a horde of newspaper and sweatshop proprietors. This stopped, for the time being, the drive to get 36 states to endorse the amendment, which had been before the nation since 1924. There were many such rhetorical fights for New Deal progressive measures that were signally lacking in the practical political organization needed to put them into effect. Yet despite his failure to translate many of his promises into action, it cannot be denied that President Roosevelt has on a number of occasions stepped far to the forefront of his advisers and has even alienated some of the most influential of them by his advocacy of reform. He has done this at times without regard for political expediency, which explains the cry of dictator raised by conservatives against him. The rich clans can understand a president that favors one group of special privilege, even though it is not their own. They see something menacing, however, in a president moving to implement a generalized public interest. Marked Rockefeller hostility, for example, dated approximately from the July 1935 press conference already referred to, at which the president brashly stigmatized rich tax dodgers before proposing the hotly assailed Revenue Act of 1935. The Rockefeller interests had earlier shown a willingness to collaborate with the administration, notably in formulating the NRA Petroleum Code. But in 1936 the Rockefeller family was the third largest contributor to the Republican campaign fund, a factor which served to throw many votes to Roosevelt. It is also from the date of this press talk that Vincent Astor is said to have begun turning against the New Deal, whose virile supporter he had been. Astor, one of the biggest Democratic campaign fund contributors in 1932, does not appear in the lists of contributors for 1936. Further evidence that President Roosevelt, unlike many preceding presidents, is not given to deferring to the rich merely because they are rich, is to be found in the Treasury Department's challenge of the pretensions of the A.W. Mellon Charitable and Educational Trust. In this the administration is establishing an important 476. Precedent for a general future assault on the fake philanthropic enterprises of the wealthy families. The accomplishments of the Roosevelt administration through 1936 were achieved at the relatively small cost of a treasury deficit of about $14 billion, or less than half the cost of our participation in the World War. The Hoover administration left a deficit of nearly $6 billion, with nothing to show for it but a record of having salvaged the privately owned railroads, banks, and insurance companies that supported the Republican Party. Not the least of the items that must be set to the credit of the New Deal has been its relative friendliness to labor. It is the first administration in American history that has even attempted to deal fairly with labor. In this departure, as in others, it has not, however, been actuated entirely by ideals. The New Deal labor policy has, like its other policies, been forced upon it by necessity. After the early melancholy experience with the dubious NRA, which labor was soon to characterize as the national runaround, it became plain to the light goods industrialists and merchants around the president that stern measures would be required if heavy industry were not to depress wages again to the jeopardy of the retail market. Not only were the heavy industrialists taking bold advantage of the chaotic situation, but many fly-by-night operators in the light goods and mercantile fields were following their example. It was the plan of the president's advisers not only to deal with these latter, but to strike the first blow at heavy industry and its fat war and post-war surpluses. The industrial unions of the American Federation of Labor thereupon broke away and formed the Committee for Industrial Organization under John L. Lewis. Since the heads of all these unions, including Lewis, had been the president's close collaborators in labor affairs, it is safe to assume that the entire movement was practically inspired by the administration, whose light goods industry advisers saw clearly that the old crafts union policy of the American Federation of Labor had for years been of assistance only to the banks and to heavy industry in their domination of the national economy. The crafts union policy had made it impossible for labor to organize heavy industry, although the AFL had succeeded in fastening a noose. 477. Around certain of the light industries, making it difficult for them to compete with heavy industry for their share of the national income. Banking capital and its allied newspapers immediately opened fire on Lewis, called the CIO a revolutionary organization, and succeeded in building up a certain amount of public distrust that was by no means helpful to the committee's orderly progress. Lewis, however, was far from being a social revolutionary. He had once backed President Harding and for years had fought the radicals in the United Mine Workers Union. Although the communists applauded the aspirations of the CIO, they did so only because it organized hitherto unorganized workers. That the New Deal also looked benignly upon the CIO was explainable on quite other grounds. The CIO, by organizing workers in heavy industry, was making it impossible for heavy industry and the banks during the next downswing of the business cycle to institute arbitrarily the wholesale layoffs which had robbed the mercantile houses of their customers during the years 1930 to 33. While the CIO was swinging into action on the industrial front, the unionization campaign was implemented by the passage on July 5, 1935, of the Wagner-Connery Labor Dispute Bill, which established a permanent National Labor Relations Board to promote equality of bargaining powers between employers and employees and to diminish the causes of labor's disputes, and declared collective bargaining to be a national policy. Commonly known as the Wagner Labor Relations Act, this law was intended to succeed Section 7A of the NERA. Of almost equal importance to labor was the passage, in the same year, of the Guffey-Cole Bill, although it, like the NERA, was found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. The Wagner Act, however, stood the test of the courts, and was significant chiefly for the fact that it encouraged workers to organize in the knowledge that the administration was behind them. It has since been recognized that there are elements in the Wagner Act which are susceptible of modification, so that at some future time labor courts might be set up to function against labor. Any changes, interpretations, or amendments of this law will bear careful scrutiny on their individual merits by the leaders of the labor movement. 478. With the heavy industries organized, the government can, during the next decline, accelerate its housing and general construction program, while the corporations involved debate with the CIO the merits of laying off workers and reducing their wages. The government, given notice by the formally declared intention of the steel, automobile, chemical, and oil industries to curtail operations, will be able to allocate appropriations to those experimental fields it has already marked off. If the procedure is orderly, though it is probably too much to hope that it will be, the government during each of these downswings should enlarge the field of its activity until greater and greater areas are gradually brought under the same auspices that now efficiently operate the Army and Navy, the Panama Canal, the Post Office, the rivers and harbors, the Coast Guard, the Alaska Railroad, etc. The New Deal has not, the fact is, been socially revolutionary at any stage, and in substantiation of this conclusion one can refer to analyses of its work in The Economist, of London, chief theoretical organ of world capitalism. The New Deal merely represents enlightened capitalism at work, doing the best it can with a bad, almost hopeless, contradictory situation. Except for those unconventional features of its work which look to the future, none of its accomplishments has been more than part of a transitional phase of historical development. But although one can, and should, criticize it in the interests of a realistic approach, it must be admitted that the New Deal represents without doubt the most enlightened government the United States has had in the post-Civil War industrial age. It is, indeed, a better government than the people by any concerted political action of their own have earned. It has been the one alternative, in a time of profound crisis, to government by machine gun. 4. The New Deal has not been above according special favors to powerful interests in consonance with the old tradition of power politics. Such favors have been an integral part of its strategy and, although no attempt will be made here to outline them in detail, a few may be mentioned. In 1934 President Roosevelt personally inter. 479. Venate to set aside a decision of the National Labor Relations Board requiring William Randolph Hearst, then one of his supporters, to reinstate an illegally discharged employee. There is also good reason to believe that President Roosevelt personally intervened early in 1937 to have the CIO terminate the strike at the Chrysler automobile plant, Walter P. Chrysler had, after 1932, become an ardent New Dealer. But the General Motors Corporation strike was bitterly fought out to the end, with the company losing the decision and the White House holding aloof. It has been President Roosevelt's unusual faculty for nice discrimination in the parceling out of special favors within the framework of his general economic program that has given him his political strength and that has, indeed, raised the Democratic Party to the peak of its power. That the New Deal has not cracked down indiscriminately upon the wealthy, that it has given special favors, and that it is far from being radical, was clearly indicated in the personalities that rallied to support President Roosevelt's re-election in 1936. The lines divided, it will be observed, rather strictly between light and heavy industry, with most merchants in the former group and all the bank capitalists in the latter group. After 1932 there had been some defections in the New Deal ranks, but most of them may be explained on the basis of the division between the banks and heavy industry on one hand and light industry and the merchandising clans on the other. The chief defection was represented by the Democratic wing of the DuPont family, which turned Republican. Another important defection was that of William Randolph Hearst, who had been checkmated by the New Deal tax stipulation that intercompany transactions within holding company systems might not be used to reduce income tax liability, i.e., that the losses of one company in a loosely held holding company structure might not be deducted from the profits of other companies in a consolidated holding company income tax return. Hearst, moreover, was heavily in debt to the Wall Street banks, a factor that made his turn against the New Deal, which his papers had once extolled, entirely logical. The Scripps Howard newspapers, their leading proprietors enmeshed in tax-dodging personal holding companies, the papers themselves part of a holding company system that was imbar. 480. Rasped by the new tax laws, remained loyal, but lukewarm, to the New Deal. The heaviest individual contributions to the Roosevelt re-election campaign came from the following, mostly identified with light manufacturing enterprises and businesses dependent upon the retail market. Walter A. Jones, James W. Gerard, Henry L. Doherty, Mrs. Doris Duke Cromwell, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph E. Davies, Joseph and Nicholas Schenck, Curtis Bach, Lucius B. Manning, Mary Drexel Biddle, Joseph Medill Patterson, Nathan and Percy S. Strauss, R. J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, Jesse H. Jones, W. L. Clayton, Mark Eisner, Emil Schwartz-Haupt, Fred Pabst, Robert W. Bingham, Cameron Morris, Bert Fish, Arthur Mullen, F. W. Burford, Fred J. Fisher, John T. Turteltaub, A. Phelps Dunham, Lawrence C. Steinhardt, Floyd Odlum, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, Louis S. Rosenthal, Frank L. Crocker, James D. Mooney, Samuel S. Fells, Margaret B. Biddle, Jacob Rupert, W. A. Harriman, Henry E. Morgenthau, Mrs. Henry Morgenthau, Oil Lands, former ambassador to Germany, City Service Company, American Tobacco Company, Post Hutton, General Foods Corp., Theatrical and Amusement Enterprises, Curtis Publishing Company, Publisher, New York Daily News, R. H. Macy and Company, through Richard S. Reynolds, W.N. Reynolds, James A. Gray, and S. Clay Williams, Texas banker and promoter, Texas, Premier Pabst Corporation, Brewing, Diplomat and Louisville Publisher, North Carolina, General Motors Corporation, Atlas Corporation, Investment Trust, Vanderbilt Whitney Family, President, General Motors Export Corp., Soap Manufacturer, Biddle Family, Philadelphia, Brewer, Banking, Albert A. Hovell $5,000, George H. Johnson $5,000, Charles Harwood $5,000, Paul V. Shields $5,000, James Roosevelt 45,293. Donald R. Richburg Chicago lawyer 4,000. A. B. Klepper Brooklyn 3,500. Harold F. McCormick International Harvester Company 3,000. Augustus A. Bush, Jr. Brewing 2,500. Thomas E. Wilson Wilson & Company, Packing 2,500. Christian Feigenspan Brewing 2,500. Mrs. Casper Whitney 2,000. Herbert Bayard Swope Radio Keith Orpheum Corporation 1,000. Soest Hennigsban International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation I000 Fowler McCormick 1,000. $719,003. William Hard, Republican radio commentator, in August, 1936, stated quite truly that 400 persons identifiable as economic royalists gave money to the Democrats. Among them he listed Russell Leffingwell and S. Parker Gilbert, partners of J.P. Morgan and Company, Walter E. Frew, head of the Corn Exchange Bank, Lehman, Walter Dunnington, trustee of the Central Hanover Bank and Trust Company, P.A.S. Franklin, head of the International Mercantile Marine, Arthur Curtis James, William K. Vanderbilt, Frederick H. Prince, Walter P. Chrysler, Vincent Bendix, airplane entrepreneur, Jesse I. Strauss, Cyrus and Harold McCormick, Vincent Astor, and A.P. Giannini. The New York Times, December 2, 1936, listed Mr. and Mrs. C.E.F. McKen of Oyster Bay, heirs of the Woolworth fortune, among the largest Democratic contributors, although they apparently made their major contribution through some agency not reported in the press. Their names, however, can be found in a number of places credited with amounts like $1,000, and presumably they made many contributions of this size. Scores of professional politicians contributed from $500 to $5,000 on their own account. Committees in each state busily collected from $5,000 to $50,000 each from unidentified individuals, so that many of the persons in the foregoing tabulation may have contributed at 482. National funds that do not appear upon the national record. In any event, the funds collected by state committees were obtained from merchants, manufacturers, and professional men. In order to cope with the avalanche of money turned loose against it by finance capital and heavy industry, the Democratic Party cleverly made use of a number of new, and possibly illegal, devices for raising money. Advertisements in a souvenir handbook of the Philadelphia Convention were sold to almost all the leading corporations, netting $385,525. Many of the advertisers also contributed heavily through their chief officers to the Republican Party. Advertisers included Armour and Company, Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, Bethlehem Steel Corporation, etc. Large quantities of this handbook were then sold to wealthy individuals that did not want to contribute directly to the Democratic Party. This sale brought in $142,711.07. Mrs. A. J. Drexel Biddle, Jr. bought $20,000 worth. Walter P. Chrysler gave $12,600 to the literary cause, the American Radiator and Standard Sanitary Company gave $15,000, the Automatic Voting Machine Company, $3,000, the Cuban American Sugar Company, $1,250, John Bass, $1,200, the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, $5,000, Ellsworth Bunker, $2,700, the Chilean Nitrate Educational Bureau, $2,500, Colonel Edward A. Deeds, $2,750, George F. Trommer, brewer, $1,500, the National Gypsum Company, $1,250, the Trico Products Company, $3,900, C.J. Devine and Company, $6,000, Remington Rand Incorporated, $1,250, Oliver Cabana, $1,000, Grumman Aircraft Engineering Corporation, $1,000, Robert R. Young, $3,750, James D. Mooney, $2,500, S. Klein, department store merchant, $1,000, William Gaston, $2,500, Collins and Aikman Corporation, $1,000, etc., etc. Another money-raising device was the Roosevelt Nominators, which sold dollar memberships that totaled $237,390.68. Jackson and Jefferson Day dinners were also given under Democratic auspices throughout the country, netting large sums over and above costs. The light goods and mercantile interests behind the Democratic Party received unprecedented support from labor organizations, which contributed the following extraordinary amounts. 483. United Mine Workers of America $469,668. American Labor Party $133,534. International Ladies Garment Workers Union 5,000. Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union 5,000. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers 1,000. Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Engineers 1,000. Order of Railroad Telegraphers 1,000. International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees and Moving Picture Operators 10,000. Miscellaneous Labor 144,016. $770,218. The story of the New Deal's struggle for re-election would not be complete without an enumeration of the Democratic Party loans outstanding at the end of the campaign. The party owed Joseph P. Kennedy, Boston banker, former head of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and later chairman of the Maritime Board, $36,876, Richard J. Reynolds, $10,000, Samuel Kramer, $25,000, Walter Jones, of Pittsburgh, $50,000, the United Mine Workers, $50,000, the Manufacturers Trust Company of New York, $100,000, and the Chase National Bank of New York, $100,000. It was well that the Democratic Party had the labor unions with it financially, for otherwise it would have been unable to shield itself against the onrush of hostile money. It may be conservatively estimated that the Republican campaign absorbed at least $50 million, although the cost is set officially at less than $10 million. In this latter total are included only direct contributions, although a dozen subsidiary agencies, including the Liberty League, the Crusaders, the Independent Coalition of American Women, the Land and Knox Clubs, the Pennsylvania Protection Bureau, the Women Investors of America, the National Civic Federation, the Sentinels of the Republic, the Minutemen and Women of Today, the Southern Committee to Uphold the Constitution, the Economists' National Committee on Monetary Policy, the Farmers' Independent Council, fought shoulder to shoulder with the Republican Party, and collected funds throughout the East. More than direct contributions are involved in campaign costs, however. William Randolph Hearst, for example, gave the Republicans $50,000 in cash, but the thousands of pages of Republican propaganda printed in the Hearst newspapers represented a country. 484. Bution on their proprietors' part of several $million. RRMC Cormack, of the Chicago Tribune, made no visible contribution in cash, but he spent millions of dollars for the Republicans in his newspapers. His wife gave $10,000. The identities of the New Deal opponents were an important source of strength to the Democratic ticket, for they comprised all the heavily publicized clans whose selfish activities have tormented the American people for many years. A few of the heaviest contributions placed upon the record, and what the SWB Rosa contributions were will perhaps never be known, were as follows. 18 DuPont's J. Howard Pugh Family Rockefellers 8 Mellons IRAC Copley Ernest T. Weir 2 Whitney's Max C. Fleischman W.N. 3 Morgan's 2 Milbanks 5 Guggenheim's George F. Baker William Randolph Hearst 3 Heinz's Harold F. Pitcairn and Family Frazier Jelka Harold S. Vanderbilt J. A. Hartford J. A. Roebling 2 Harkness's Ogden L. Mills W.R. Coe Atwater Kent L. H. Young, Detroit Dr. Victor C. Thorne Mrs. Anna Dodge Dillman Mrs. Mabel L. Kent Mrs. W. Bayard Cutting Charles S. Dewey, Chicago Mrs. Hugh D. Auchincloss John C. McCormick E. T. Stotesbury E. I. DuPont de Nemours Sun Oil Company Standard Oil. Company, Aluminum Company and Gulf Oil. Public Utilities, National Steel Corporation, Standard Oil Company, J.P. Morgan and Company, Copper Mining and Smelting, First National Bank, Mining, Pickles, Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, Wall Street Broker, NY Central Railroad, Great Atlantic and Pacific Teco, Standard Oil Company, Mining, Turfman, Radio Manufacturer, Automobiles, International Harvester Company, Morgan, Drexel and Company, Harvey S. Firestone, Harris Dunn, Julius Forstmann, William M. Pott, Frederick A. Juilliard, Joseph E. Widener, Eugene G. Grace, Lester Armour, Frank J. Gould, Eleanor M. Chalfont, Mrs. N. Archbold, Albert Bradley, Greenwich, Con. Walter E. H. William B. Bell, J. W. Kiekhofer, Edward G. Subert, Dwight F. Davis, Frederick M. Sackett, William Ewing, George Blumenthal, Mrs. C. W. Henry, Philadelphia, Keith Dunham, Chicago, A. B. Dick, Jr., Chicago, Duncan D. Sudfin, Alfred Biziel, James Norris, Mrs. G. B. Dryden, S. Sloan Colt, Harriet L. Greenway, Joseph Wilshire, William Woodward, George Whitney, H. H. Timken, John M. Schiff, Frederick M. Warburg, Mrs. John T. Pratt, Harry Payne Bingham, William H. Crocker, Philip K. Wrigley, Alden B. Swift, Paul Moore, E. P. Crawford, Sewell Avery, Textiles, Bethlehem Steel Corporation, Armor and Company, Railroads, Chalfont Iron and Steel Company, Standard Oil Company, Standard Oil politician and former Senator, President, Standard Oil Company of Indiana. Public Utilities, Partner, J.P. Morgan and Company, Lazard Frères, President, Bankers Trust Company, President, Standard Brands Incorporated, President, Central Hanover Bank and Trust Company. Partner, J.P. Morgan and Company. Timken Roller Bearing Company. Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Standard Oil Company, San Francisco Banker, Swift and Company, American Kin Company, President, McKee Sport Company, President, Montgomery Ward and Company, Tinplate, Henry P. Davison. Partner, J.P. Morgan and Company. $5,000, Edward F. Hutton Broker. $5,000, George A. Ball Container Manufacturer. $4,500, F. T. Bedford Standard Oil Company. $4,400, Philip D. Armour and Company. $7,000, H. E. Manville Johns Manville Company. $3,800, Thomas Wilson. $2,500, John Stewart Quaker Oats Company. $2,500, Stewart R. Douglas Quaker Oats Company. $2,500, John D. Archbold Standard Oil Company. $2,500, Edward L. Ryerson, Jr., Ryerson Iron and Steel Company. $2,500, Dexter Cummings, Chicago. 2000, Edward H. Clark Hearst Mining Executive. $2,250, Mrs. Lorraine Manville. 1000, Mrs. Pierre Larillard Tobacco. 500, Elihu Root, Jr., I000. Total $3,001,992. The Independent Coalition of American Women collected $102,721, the Union League Club $48,260, and the Liberty League more than $500,000, in addition to an approximately equal amount collected and spent in 1935 in preparation for the mutually slanderous campaign of 1936. Individual contributions to all these agencies, and to various others, ranged from $500 to $50,000. The Harkness, Vanderbilt, Whitney, McCormick, and Hutton families gave to both parties, and the subsidiary political agencies made it possible for many individuals to contribute in virtual anonymity to both parties. Walter P. Chrysler, for example, contributed to the Crusaders and was also an ardent purchaser of Democratic Convention literature. The extraordinarily large outlay of the DuPont family, perhaps the most spent by any clan in any election, was inspired by a personal grievance against President Roosevelt. Although one wing of the DuPont bloc gave him support in 1932, his administration was to prove the most disastrous ever experienced by the munitions lords, for the president himself supported the Nye Munitions Investigating Committee, which brought to view much DuPont knavery. Apparently the DuPonts felt that Roosevelt should have soft-pedaled this damaging inquiry early, as he subsequently did when it seemed likely to involve important British interests. The DuPonts undoubt. 487. Edley realized full well that no high principle actuated the New Deal leadership in permitting the Nye Committee to reveal them in as ugly a light as any rich family has ever been placed. They must have known, for example, how President Roosevelt terminated the Senate Banking and Currency Committee investigation of Wall Street as soon as it had successfully impugned New Deal foes and was logically ready to begin investigating the Wall Street machinations of high-ranking Democrats. This investigation, largely driven through at the behest of William Randolph Hearst, who obtained the appointment of Ferdinand Lundberg as the committee investigator through the efforts of Bainbridge Colby, was supplied with inside Wall Street information by the financial staff of the New York American. It was, moreover, information damaging to Hearst's financial foes of the moment, and the Senate investigation succeeded notably in making hard-hit J.P. Morgan and Company rather friendly to Hearst. Among the names of the Republican slush fund contributors of 1936 will be found certain light goods industrialists and merchants, but their presence does not affect the interpretation of the New Deal policies laid down in this chapter. These persons uniformly represented companies that had long ago been taken under the wing of finance capital, which dragooned them into opposing the New Deal even though it had been very profitable to them. Automobile interests were almost uniformly in opposition to the New Deal. The automobile industry does not, however, contrary to popular conception, really belong to the retail market. It cannot, for example, sell its product over the counter for cash. It must finance its essentially uneconomic sales by means of an elaborate installment system that utilizes a great amount of bank credit. Furthermore, it is closely bound in with heavy industry in that it is one of the hungriest outlets for steel, copper, nickel, and chemicals. The automobile industry, in short, belongs to heavy industry and finance capital. Henry Ford's name does not appear in the foregoing list of Republican contributors, but Ford, in 1936 as in 1932, made his contribution to the Republican Party by conducting advertising for it in newspapers and over the radio. In 1932 he paid the Republican radio bill outright. After his re-election, Roosevelt more and more perceptibly began wooing the banks and heavy industries, for the New Deal had pushed corporation profits in general up to fantastic levels and there was danger to the New Dealers in a heavy industry that was falling out of line. As this is written, all signs point to the achievement of a coalition between many New Dealers and their recent foes. Frederick H. Prince, of Boston, wealthy capitalist, publicly gave expression to this notion in the early part of 1937 when questioned about the danger of Roosevelt seeking re-election again in 1940. Prince replied that by 1940 the entire business community might be united in trying to return Roosevelt to office to head off a coalition of disillusioned farmers and industrial workers under the leadership of John L. Lewis or someone else. President Roosevelt in 1937 disclosed that he was cooling toward the CIO movement just as it was preparing to launch organizing campaigns in textiles, tobacco, and merchandising industries. His historic rebuff of Lewis during the strike in Little Steel was, it may be remarked, as fine an example of political dodging as recent American chronicles can present. For without the labor forces under Lewis supporting him as they did, Roosevelt might have been beaten in 1936, at any rate, he would not have won by so impressive a majority. Evidently feeling that he had made sufficient use of the lusty CIO in furthering the program designed to accommodate his supporters, and desiring to nip the Lewis presidential boom in the bud, Roosevelt spoke out sharply again when Lewis called him to account. But although apparently forsaking the CIO, the New Deal in 1937 maintained its affection for the light industrialists. This was illustrated outstandingly when President Roosevelt in the closing sessions of Congress approved the Tydings-Miller Price Maintenance Bill, which was attached as a rider to the Appropriations Bill for the District of Columbia. 4 months earlier the President had warned Congress against passing such a measure, designed merely to ensure a high retail price level, but his approval of the Appropriations Bill, which he could easily have vetoed in the full knowledge that Congress would soon see to it that the District of Columbia received necessary funds, contradicted his first reassuring warning and even nullified government suits against price fixers. As the new 489 Republic remarked, we should certainly not entrust the job of deciding what prices are to be fixed, and at what levels, to a few private manufacturers of trademarked products. In all history they have demonstrated that their interest is not in the welfare of the community but, oddly, in the welfare of the manufacturers of trademarked products. Unfortunately, these were the persons that, with organized labor, had supported Roosevelt for re-election. The limitations of the Rooseveltian liberalism were perhaps never opened to better view than in his plan for enlarging the membership of the Supreme Court. Without consulting anyone, Roosevelt announced his scheme, the success of which would have made possible merely the placing of Roosevelt measures on the statute books and would have wrought no constructive change in the court status. To the extent that the New Deal measures forced through an acquiescent court might have been progressive, the enlargement plan would have been progressive. But had enlargement of the court meant a resuscitation of the National Industrial Recovery Act, which many New Dealers have recurrently demanded, the change in the court would have been reactionary. Had President Roosevelt, on the other hand, intended to bring about a genuine liberalization of the high bench, he would have seen to it that his court reform plan provided for majority or unanimous decision in the nullification of legislation and for the overriding of a court decision by repassage of rejected congressional legislation. It was, quite evidently, not the President's intention to curtail the power of the court to sabotage legislation. He merely wanted the court recomposed so that legislation sponsored by his own group might be approved. At the beginning of this chapter it was pointed out that various political groups have discerned fascism, communism, and Bolshevism interlarded in the New Deal with some liberalism, progressivism, and good old-fashioned American political greed. Observers whose gaze has met these apparitions have not been myopic, they have, it is all too true, seen accurately, even though they have told about only a fraction of what they saw. For the New Deal has been a mixture of many ingredients, and little more than a transitional jerry-built 490 contrivance marking the end of one period in American history, and the inception of a new, perhaps more chaotic, period. It is certain, for one thing, that the rich family blocs will stop short of nothing to reduce the New Deal tax rates and to smash all the projects in which the New Deal has gingerly anticipated a future collectivized economy under an industrial democracy. It is entirely possible, moreover, that President Roosevelt, if recovery gains impetus, will accede to the strident demands that a retreat be called in these very sectors. The further recovery proceeds, the more will President Roosevelt probably come to resemble President Hoover in his public attitudes, for the New Deal recovery has yet to enter that phase of its logical development which means acute hardship to the masses. The heavy industry and finance program which the New Deal succeeded required mass suffering in its primary stage before an upturn of the business cycle was possible. The light industry program of the New Deal had as its initial requisite easy money and relative well-being of the masses, but with the squeeze to follow. This later phase of the New Deal is already beginning to manifest itself in sharply rising commodity prices, rising rents, and diminishing real wages. High finance fears this phase, for with a heavily increased national debt it will no longer be easy to fasten the tax burden on the masses, high finance may itself be called upon to shoulder a large portion of the tax burden. It may decide, in such an event, to govern by force. Orderly democratic development for the future requires the forwarding, either by the New Deal or by some other political coalition, of the progressive legislative trends of 1933 to 37, the closing up of the wide tax loopholes in the upper bracket income categories in the interests of reducing the national debt, and the extension of the legislative gains made by organized labor and the farmers. But to realize even such a minimum and far from visionary program, a widespread conscious participation in politics will be required of the people. And the danger of a dictatorship of the right was never more real than at the present moment, with many of the wealthy already stung in their pocketbooks and worried about possible future stingings. The country must seriously address itself to the task of the New Deal and after 491. Dealing with the historically unprecedented huge fortunes growing like cancers on American society, without having any illusions about the difficulties of the problem. Merely to toy with the fortunes of the wealthy, in which their entire psychologies are bound up from birth to death, is very much like toying with a high-tension electric wire. Appendix A. The public utilities background of Wilson's backers. An exceedingly rich field in the most densely populated area of the country was controlled by this group of utilities lords before 1912. Included in this field were the Consolidated Gas Company of New York, Rockefeller, the constituent parts of what are now the Brooklyn Edison Company, Brady, the New York Edison Company, Brady, the Third Avenue Railway Company, Rockefeller-Ryan, the New York Railways Company, Ryan, the Brooklyn Rapid Transit Company, Brady, the Interborough Rapid Transit Company, Belmont Morgan, the developing Brooklyn Manhattan Transit Company, Brady Rockefeller, and the Queens Electric Light and Power Company, Morgan Baker. There were also scores of outlying, unconsolidated gas, electric, and traction companies controlled by the same group and later consolidated. The same bloc controlled, either as individuals or collectively, the local public utilities in practically every other large city of the United States where there was not municipal ownership. And it was this bloc that surreptitiously fought public ownership through newspapers and political tools during the early years of the century. Individuals like Hearst, striving to gain a personal foothold in the same field, supported the public ownership element and mobilized liberal and radical sentiment for it in order to bring the dominant interests to private terms. The Metropolitan Securities Company, through which Ryan, Brady, and the Rockefellers manipulated traction companies, functioned in collaboration with Tammany Hall. As it was brought out by a grand jury in December, 1907, Ryan, P.A.B. Widener, William L. Elkins, of Philadelphia, and William C. Whitney bought from Anthony N. Brady for $250,000 the unused franchise of the Wall and Cortlandt Street Ferries Railroad Company. This franchise was then sold to the Metropolitan Securities Company for $965,607.19, yielding Ryan and his associates a profit of $692,292.82 and Metropolitan Securities a loss equal to the purchase price. Another operation by Ryan and his associates was the purchase for $1,600,000 of the franchises of the People's Traction Company, a paper enterprise, and the New York, Westchester, and Connecticut Traction Company. Shortly before this transaction, the franchise of the latter company had been sold in bankruptcy proceedings for $15,000. In 1907, the Public Service Commission learned that $16 million in cash had disappeared from the treasury of the Third Avenue Railway Company, controlled by the Metropolitan Securities Company, and that the books had been destroyed. Through tactics such as these, resorted to in connection with scores of franchises, the investing public lost more than $90 million in the Metropolitan Street Railway Company. Ryan and his cronies escaped prosecution for their misdeeds through the collaboration of the authorities. The foreman of the grand jury which heard the charges was, according to later revelations, a director in Ryan's Equitable Life Assurance Society. And according to the opinion rendered by Judge Otto Rosolski in General Sessions on January 27, 1908, District Attorney William Traverse Jerome had so examined Ryan before the grand jury as to invalidate the state's case. Ryan's attorney was Paul D. Cravath. Jerome admitted before an investigating commission that he had improperly asked leading questions of Ryan and Brady. Yet removal proceedings instituted against Jerome were dismissed by Governor Charles Evans Hughes, Cravath's law partner. The escape of Jerome, as well as of Ryan and his friends, was all the stranger in view of the fact that William N. Amory, former official of the Third Avenue Railway Company, charged that while he was a state's witness a former law partner of Jerome offered him $200,000 to drop the accusations against Brady and Ryan. It was also brought out that Samuel Untermeyer, counsel to Hyde in the insurance scandal, was a contributor to Jerome's political campaign fund. The Metropolitan Street Railway Company had extensive political public-ulilities background. 495 connections. State Senator Patrick H. McCarran of Brooklyn, real estate operator and racetrack entrepreneur, acted in Albany for Brady and Whitney, and was known to function as well for H. H. Rogers, J. P. Morgan, August Belmont, and William K. Vanderbilt. In 1910 it was brought out in an official inquiry that 10 members of the New York State Legislature were on the confidential payroll of Metropolitan Securities. In New York City today virtually all the gas and electric companies have been combined into the Consolidated Edison Corporation, Morgan Rockefeller. The traction companies, losing propositions because of the indoctrination of the public mind with the politically useful slogan of the 5-cent fare, are now being offered to the city at stiff prices. Ever since the first franchises were issued to its own favorites by Tammany Hall immediately after the Civil War, the operation of the New York public utility companies has constituted an uninterrupted scandal. As to the gigantic Consolidated Gas Company and the New York Edison Company, now constituent parts of the Consolidated Edison Corporation, their history has been dispassionately summarized by Judge Samuel Seabury in these words. Their record has been one of extortion. Their privileges were conceived in fraud and political corruption, and throughout their existence they have been a constant source of temptation to corrupt officials. Both of these corporations exist in violation of the law, and both enjoy absolute monopolies in the necessaries of life. Both have violated the law of the state, both have made false reports to avoid the payment of their just taxes, and both have entered into a close and friendly alliance with public officers whose duty required that they should protect the public from extortion. Appendix B. War profits. What the war and Woodrow Wilson did for Wall Street is shown briefly by a few random figures. At the end of 1913 the assets of the DuPont Company were $74,817,826, at the end of 1918 they were $308,846,297. Gross revenues in 1914 were $25,179,948. In 1915 they were $131,142,015. In 1916 they were $318,845,685. In 1917 they were $269,842,465, and in 1918 they were $329,121,608. DuPont war dividends equaled 458% on the par value of the original stock. The Standard Oil Company of New Jersey until 1918 carefully concealed its profit, but in that year it reported net income of $45,125,509, or as much as all the constituent Standard Oil companies annually earned before the dissolution decree of 1911. Net profits of the Standard Oil Company of New York were $7,735,919 in 1914. In 1915 they jumped to $36,638,495, in 1917 to $30,673, and in 1918 to $28,642,388. Net profits of the Standard Oil Company of California in 1914 were $10,058,388. In 1916 they had risen to $17,605,304. In 1917 to $18,649,630, and in 1919 to $31,062,768. In 1914 the Standard Oil Company of Indiana had net profits of $6,590,924. In 1916 the profit was $30,043,614. In 1917 it was $43,808,930, and in 1918 it was $43,263,877. The other Standard Oil units experienced similar gains. Each of the largest splinters of the old Standard Oil Trust were turning in greater earnings than the parent company before 1911. Profits of the 32 constituent units of the old Standard Oil Company in 1918 were about $450 million. But the cream of this jest appeared after the war, when the biggest Standard Oil profits were still to come, for the automobile was now coming into general use and Standard Oil was in a strategic position to take advantage of the new vehicle. Before the war the Rockefeller profits came mainly from sales of kerosene. During the war they came from the sale of crude petroleum. After the war the biggest profits of all were to come from the sale of gasoline drawn from regions that had been, of course, once a part of the public domain. The industrial enterprises of J.P. Morgan and Company followed the upward wartime course of its many banks. Profits of United States Steel, which in 1914 were $23,496,768, in 1916 stood at $271,531,730, in 1917 at $224,219,565, and in 1918 at $137,532,377. Assets in 1914 were $1,765,257,492. In 1918 they were $2,571,617,175. There had been a deficit for the common stock in 1914, but in 1915 the common stock earned 9.96%, in 1916 it earned 48.46%, in 1917 it earned 39.15%, and in 1918 it earned 22.09%. From 1915 to 1919 inclusive the United States Steel Corporation paid dividends of $355,560. The activities of J.P. Morgan and Company and its profits were not confined to United States Steel, however. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company completed the job of acquiring almost all the telephone companies of the nation. During the war it was saved serious embarrassment when the government gave permission to raise telephone rates. The International Telephone and Telegraph Company, the Radio Corporation of America, and the American and Foreign Power Company were launched, and preparations were made for further coups in the Roaring Twenties. The wartime gains of J.P. Morgan and Company and its associated families were, indeed, so vast as to defy proper description. The copper industry, its executives buying copper for the government, were not behind the procession. Anaconda Copper, successor to Amalgamated Copper, its three leading directors still were Nicholas F. Brady, son of Anthony William Rockefeller and Henry H. Rogers, saw its assets rise from $141,400,798 in 1914 to $254,194,633 in 1919. In 1914 its net income amounted to $9,198,420, or 7.86% on the common stock. In 1915 net income was $16,695,807 or 14.27%, In 1916 it was $40,828,476, or 43.61%. In 1917 it was $25,203,751, or 21.74%, and in 1918 it was $20,802,870, or 18%. The assets of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, successor to Phelps Dodge and Company, in 1914 stood at $59,236,053 and in 1918 at $241,432,427, representing an increase rivaling that of the DuPont Company. In 1914 net income was $6,664,839, or 14.8% on the common stock. In the next 4 years, respectively, the company earned 21.6, 48.8, 37.6, and 22.8% on the common stock. Assets of the Morgan Guggenheim Utah Copper Company were $39,557,108 in 1914 and $89,354,917 in 1918. Profits were $8,678,491 in 1914, $17,913,481 in 1915, $39,738,675 in 1916, $32 million in 1917, and $24,750,000 in 1918. The 1917 earnings were 200% and the 1918 earnings 150% on the capital stock. According to a congressional report, expenditures in the Ordnance Department, 66th Congress, Report Number 1400, the Calumet and Hecla Company in 1917 made a profit of $9,500,000, or 800% of its capital stock, and in 1918 $3,500,000, or 300% of its capital stock. The Inspiration Consolidated Copper Company in 1917 made a profit of $12,260,000, or 55% of its capital stock, and in 1918 $9,250,000, or 40% of its capital stock. The Kennecott Copper Company in 1917 made a profit of $11,826,000, or 70% of its capital stock, and in 1918 $9,390,135.90, or 60% of its capital stock. Professor Scott Nearing analyzed the earnings of other companies and found that the Republic Iron and Steel Company had an average profit of $2,500,000 in the 3 years before the war, compared with $17,899,163 in 1916. The American Sugar Refining had an average profit of $2 million for 3 years before the war, compared with $6 million in 1916. The Central Leather Company had a 3-year average annual pre-war profit of $3,500,000 compared with $15,500,000 in 1916. The General Chemical Company had an average annual 3-year pre-war profit of $2,500,000 compared with $12,286,826 in 1916. The International Nickel Company had an average annual 3-year pre-war profit of $4 million compared with $73,500,000 in 1916. Assets of the International Harvester Company, which stood at $126,341,792 in 1914, aggregated $283,218,992 in 1918. Profits rose $4,262,595 in 1914 to $24,395,696 in 1917 and to $26,713,326 in 1918. The Mellons cannily neglected to place upon the record wartime 499. Earnings of their Gulf Oil Company and Aluminum Company, but that their rate of growth was similar to that of other corporations cannot be doubted. The United States government, like the majority of its people, found its financial position hopelessly compromised at the end of the war. Unlike the dominant families, it was not richer, it was poorer. In 1914 the national debt was $967,953,000, or $9.88 per person. At the end of the war it stood at $24,061,000,000, or $228 per person. Although the direct cost of the war in round numbers was $36,000,000,000,000, this was not the full cost, for the costly and profound social derangement that took place in the years after 1929 must be assessed as part of the war cost. Including the expense of rehabilitation in the 1930s, the cost of the war was approximately $75 billion to the people of the United States. About half the direct war expense was contracted in making loans to the Allied governments so that they could buy materials through J.P. Morgan and Company, which profited by an admitted $30 million. Today the total of this indebtedness stands in default, repudiated by the sovereign governments of England, France, and Italy. This money, amounting to $13,736,000,000, it is well to stress, is not in European hands, it belongs to Morgan, Rockefeller, DuPont, Mellon, and similar groups. In 1914 the total estimated wealth of the nation was $192 billion, under the stimulus of the war and the post-war period this estimate rose to $362 billion in 1929, a year when 2 million citizens were totally unemployed. In 1900 labor, according to government computations, received 17.5% of the value of the products it produced, but in 1929, notwithstanding 15 preceding years of extravagant industrial and financial development, it received only 16.5%. Whereas industrial output rose by 50% from 1920 to 1930, the total paid in wages rose only 30%, meaning that the rate paid went down. And by 1929 the situation had become such that, according to no fewer than 6 surveys by conservative economic agencies, 3/5 of the nation's material wealth was owned by 2% of the citizens. And more than half the corporate wealth was owned by 200 companies. No survey of the many undertaken has shown any different result. In 1900 similar surveys indicated that 2%, 500, of the people owned slightly more than 50% of the nation's wealth. In other words, as the nation multiplied in riches its people as a whole became poorer. And this was not the result of chance. It came about according to a design similar to that which is found in T. W. Lamont's 1915 analysis with respect to the economic effects of the war on the wealth of the Wall Street community. Appendix C. Thomas Fortune Ryan secretly contributed $500,000 in a lump sum to the Democratic Party in 1900, according to his own testimony in the New York insurance investigation of 1905. This fact alone throws a curious light upon Bryan's radicalism. Ryan later broke with Bryan. Appendix D. Hugo S. Joachimson, writing in the Scripps Howard newspapers of January 5, 1938, calls this version of the 1932 Democratic Convention intrigue a lie. As one privy to the entire situation, Johnson proceeded to give another version which, incidentally, revealed much about the mechanics of making a president as well as about the procedure of aspiring president makers. Johnson said Barrack was not supporting Newton D. Baker for the nomination, but that William Randolph Hearst telephoned from California and asked if Barrack and Smith intended to support Baker on the 4th ballot. Smith was asked on behalf of Hearst by Herbert Bayard Swope if he intended to break the 4th ballot against Roosevelt and in favor of Baker, according to Johnson, but Smith declined to answer. Swope took off his Smith button, and informed Hearst. Texas and California delegations, controlled by Garner and Mikado, then swung to Roosevelt, who was nominated. Johnson's true version is especially interesting in that it proves the author's thesis that the agents of great wealth determine the choice of presidential candidates. If Barrack was not supporting Baker, as newspaper writers in 1932 said he was and as Hearst had heard, this is not really important. Appendix E. Who controls industry? With a note on the case of Richard Whitney. I have read Mr. Lundberg's book and the more important criticisms of it, and I have found nothing in the criticisms which seem to me to discredit his general conclusions or the character of the evidence he brings forth to support them. This is the all-important fact to be kept in mind. Mr. Lundberg is no inexperienced charlatan. When he was writing on financial subjects for a conservative paper, his reliability was sufficient to make him acceptable to the most aristocratic journal in this class. The procedure of avoiding the major argument by distracting attention to details is a method so old that even Aristotle found it necessary to expose it. I believe that we may fairly say that Mr. Lundberg's book is essentially sound in all important respects. Dr. Harry Elmer Barnes, former professor of history at Smith College, in the New York World Telegram. In America's 60 Families, the author tried to present facts bearing on certain questions of the utmost importance to all of us. The liberties, the livelihoods, and the very lives of the American people are dependent on the answers to such questions as, who controls industry? Who decides on wage policies, which directly or indirectly affect all who work for a living, on prices, which affect us all as consumers, and on management and dividends, which affect all who 501. 502. Own stocks, savings accounts, or life insurance. Who controls the press and other creators of public opinion? Does a small group of people really control these vital activities? Who are these people? The book was naturally greeted with diverse receptions. The author has studied carefully all the reviews he has been able to find, not so much as a measure of public reaction but more as a means of supplementing and revising what he wrote. In the case of a book like America's 60 Families, the function of the critic is, or should be, as creative as the function of the author. The real critic must perform a public service in revealing facts, for or against the author's thesis, which the author missed, and in correcting any errors of fact or interpretation. In the reviews, therefore, the author has sought answers to the questions, what mistakes were made in the book? What essential facts are not to be found in the book? The public, those who have read America's 60 Families and those who may in the future read it, is entitled to answers to these questions, to complete answers. In the month since publication, everybody who is familiar with any field covered in the book or who has any information relating to any fact in it, has had an opportunity to perform a public service by revealing new facts or criticizing any statement made by the author. The following sums up what has been brought forward by the reviewers. Because the author had made no attempt to conform to the vested prejudices of any critical group, it was to be expected that the criticism would range from the "it's all lies" of the reactionaries, to "it's all old stuff" of the liberals. It was to be expected that some of the publications referred to in the book would discreetly refrain from reviewing it at all. It was to be expected that some would attempt to demolish the entire factual structure of the volume. There have been a few critics, in some cases veiled in anonymity, who have not scrupled to impugn every single fact set forth in the book. Their quarrel has not been with the author of America's 60 Families so much as with contemporary statistics, memoirs, and documents. This type of critic has built his case by first pointing 503 out a misplaced comma, an error in the printing of a figure, or a wrong initial. Then, in an attempt to create doubt about the accuracy of the book as a whole on the basis of the specific minor blemish cited, these critics have proceeded to bolster their case with fancy and plain prevarication about alleged additional inaccuracies and blemishes that do not, indeed, exist at all. In some instances the book has been misquoted, but with commendable unanimity all such critics have discovered the same wrong initial. This supplement will not, however, concern itself with these critics, whom I have answered at length in their own journals whenever the space to reply has been made available. It will confine itself to those critics who offer what seem to be new facts or challenges to statements in the book, and to those who attack the author's thesis as unproved, unfounded, or invalid. This discussion, therefore, is concerned with those questions raised by the reviewers which might have been raised in the minds of the unprofessional reader. These questions all revolve around the reader's question: is it really true? One special note has been observed to run through the criticisms of at least one putative liberal and a score of rock-ribbed conservatives. Even though they regard the book as a valuable collection of detail about contemporary society, they almost invariably have assailed its principal theme as unsound. And in doing this, they have not hesitated to misrepresent authorities. Do stockholders control industry? The central thesis of America's 60 Families is that our industrial system, as well as our political and social systems, is controlled by a very small group of families. Very adequate data are cited to support this contention. Yet both Mr. Louis Gannett, daily reviewer of the New York Herald Tribune, and Mr. Raymond Clapper, Washington commentator of the Scripps Howard Press, saw fit to dispute this thesis. And both critics cited the work, The Modern Corporation and Private Property, by Burley and Means, as proof against the thesis of America's 60 Families. They clearly revealed, however, that they did not understand Burley Means. Mr. Gannett, Herald Tribune, October 30, 1937, said, "The result of Mr. Lundberg's work is impressive in mass, somewhat dubious in detail. Much of this is an old story. 1 am not sure, however, that his major thesis is correct, and I am certain that his picture is in many details false." Mr. Gannett explained further that Burley Means, in The Modern Corporation and Private Property, showed that control of business no longer lies, as in a more primitive stage of capitalism, with ownership. This is startling if it is a fact. It is even startling if it is argued seriously in a book. However, it is not a correct report of the Burley Means thesis, which Mr. Gannett without justification wielded against America's 60 Families. Mr. Lundberg makes use of the Burley Means data, added Mr. Gannett, but seems not to have digested it. He naively assumes that stockholders control their stock. But let us see whose intellectual digestion is below par and who is naive. Mr. Raymond Clapper, Scripps Howard Newspapers, December 31, 1937, proved himself an apt pupil of Mr. Gannett. He said Burley Means show that ownership has largely lost control of industry, a comfortable thesis as far as the big proprietors are concerned. Now, briefly, what is the Burley Means book about, that it should be used to prove that big proprietors no longer have anything to do with industry? One way to find out is to read the book, and I suggest that this would be a good thing for the serious student to do. But for those who may not want to read it immediately, the thesis is simply that non-ownership management control of corporations is on the increase, that myriad petty stockholders have nothing to say anymore about running a company. What Messrs. Gannett and Clapper alike innocently overlook in this tendency described so fully by Burley Means is that control of corporations by legal device, while excluding small stockholders from a voice in affairs, does not exclude the big interests. What has happened is this: the big proprietors, unable to exercise as wide control over as many companies as they would like by means of simple 505 ownership, have in certain instances abandoned simple ownership of a corporation as a means of control and have substituted for it control by legal device. The liquid capital they have by this means been able to repossess has then been used to obtain an ownership stake in other additional enterprises. Messrs. Clapper and Gannett are naive enough, apparently, to believe that those corporations controlled by legal device are directed by clever but unknown men who have succeeded by some hook or crook in wresting voting control away from the big stockholders. The fact is, however, that the managers under the legal device have in virtually all cases been installed by the big proprietors. This last is not, to be sure, the thesis of the Burley and Means book. Their work is concerned chiefly with analyzing legal modes of procedure with respect to the control of corporations. In no part of the book, however, do they suggest that a non-ownership management has wrested any corporation away from the big owners. In nearly every one of the cases they cite concerning the 200 largest corporations of the United States, it is big proprietors, present or former, that are in the saddle. One can readily ascertain the facts by turning to page 116 of the Modern Corporation and Private Property. Their tabulation shows that out of 200 of the largest non-financial corporations of the United States, 21, or 10.4%, are under management control, and 44, or 22%, are thought to be under management control. However, the fact that they are under management control does not mean that the big hereditary proprietor families are excluded. Management control by legal device was installed by just these proprietors, who now run the companies on the basis of shoestring investments. 95 companies, or 47% of the 200 largest companies, according to Burley means, are controlled through outright ownership, majority ownership, and minority ownership, while 40 companies, or 20%, are controlled through legal device, joint ownership, or by uncatalogued special means. Control of corporations by these means is merely a phase of the development of finance capital, whose newest methods make it possible for big proprietors to extend their control over a vast area, ridiculously out of proportion to the amount of money actually owned. On pages 95 to 116, Burley means give in tabular form the names of the corporations that are under each method of control, so it is possible without guesswork to ascertain who it is that actually controls the managements which owe no responsibility to the general run of small stockholders. One company controlled by legal device, its stock widely held by the public, is the Allegheny Corporation, top holding company of the Van Sweringen system. For a number of years, as elicited in 1937 by the Senate Interstate Commerce Committee, control resided with the Guarantee Trust Company of New York, Morgan. Another company controlled by legal device and listed by Burley means is the City Service Company. The controller of this company is an individual who was once the majority stockholder, Henry L. Doherty. In this case, as in the others, one could not truly say control had been divorced from a big proprietor. In the cases of 21 corporations controlled by some legal device, the devices invariably lead back to a big quantum or present potential dominant stockholder. In the cases of 21 corporations known to be under management control, Burley means found the following wealthy families the largest stockholders, and in most cases these families had themselves installed the management control or were among the directors. Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe Re. Mills Family. C.A., Rockefeller Foundation. Baltimore and Ohio R.D. Co. Union Pacific R.D. Co. Alien Property Custodian Chicago, Milwaukee, St. Paul and Director General of Railroads Paysanasco, Edward S. Harkness Vanderbilt Family Chicago and Northwestern Re. Co. Union Pacific Co. Delaware and Hudson Co. BP Trenke MAN. Home Insurance Co. Great Northern Re. Co. Arthur Curtis. James. George F. Baker, Jr., Famil. Missouri Kansas Texas R.D. Co. Partner. Leidenberg, Thala and Co. Reorganization Managers. 507. New York Central R.D. Co. Union Pacific R.D. Co. Vanderbilt Family. Northern Pacific Re. Co. Arthur Curtis James Emma B. Kennedy Pennsylvania R.D. Co. Penn. R.D., Employees Provident and Loan Association. William M. Potts. St. Louis San Francisco Re. Co. Spire & Co. Account J.W. Davis & Co. Account Southern Pacific Co. Dodge Family Through Holding Company Arthur Curtis James Southern Re. Co. Milbank Family Eli B. Springs Union Pacific R.D. Co. NVM Tot B. Van Het A.F., of Amsterdam Harriman family Amer. Tel. And Tel. Co. Sun Life Assurance Co. George F. Baker. Boston Elevated Re. Co. Curtis and Sanger, Brokers R.L. Day & Co. Consol. Gasco of NY Sun Life Assurance Co. United Corp. Morgan. Electric Bond and Share Co. ELEC. BD. And Share Seconds, Inc. Employees Stock Purchase Plan Western Union Tel. Co. Morgan, Turner & Co. Johnson & Co. General Electric Co. ELEC. Securities Corp., and Employees Invest. Company and subsidiary of General Electric Co. Controlled by General Electric. Management, United States Steel Corp. George F. Baker. Burley and Means explain what they mean by management control. It is control exercised by officers and directors where there is no single dominating stock interest or coalition of minority stockholders. Among the corporations listed by them as under management control, the following are authoritatively regarded in Wall Street as actually under the rule of J.P. Morgan and Company. United States Steel Corporation, General Electric Company, Electric Bond and Share Company, Consolidated Gas Company, now Consolidated Edison Company, AT&T, and New York Central Railroad. In short, exclusion of stockholders from control, within the meaning of the context as revealed by Burley Means, does not mean that large stockholders, present or former, are excluded from a decisive voice in the management. It means only that small stockholders have been denied a say about their property, but as this is one of the underlying theses of America's 60 families, neither Messrs. Gannett nor Clapper had any occasion to refer to the matter as they did. Having made strange use of the Burley Means book, Messrs. Gannett and Clapper proceeded to other criticisms, although Mr. Gannett found some merit in the book, whereas Mr. Clapper did not. Which families? Mr. Gannett took cognizance of the following error. In his chapter on newspaper control, Mr. Lundberg notes that in Maine one Guy P. Gannett, whom he describes as Insull's journalistic henchman, owns newspapers. In New York State Frank E. Gannett, whom Mr. Lundberg described as Guy's cousin, owns another string. Mr. Lundberg lightly implies an identity of family interest. By such logic I, who am as close a cousin to Frank Gannett as is Guy, namely, a fourth cousin, might be proved an Insull tool, though, as far as I know, since a Massachusetts farmer's sons parted company some 200 years ago, the three branches of the Gannett clan have had no financial contact. The whole picture of interlocking Gannetts is absurd. Trivial though Mr. Lundberg's mention of them may have been, it led me inevitably to wonder how many of his other assumptions of family unity may have been tenuous. It would be a better book, and more effective, Mr. Gannett patronizingly concluded, if Mr. Lundberg had put a tighter chakrine on his guessing faculty. Now, let us see who is guessing and what there is to Mr. Gannett's animadversions about the ubiquitous Gannetts. It is true that Guy P. Gannett is identified on page 275 of America's 60 Families as a cousin of Frank E. Gannett. This, however, is a fact, and is mentioned simply to distinguish for readers two Gannetts with different given names, but there is no implication of any pecuniary. 509. Affiliation between the two gentlemen. Indeed, on the same page one finds it explicitly stated that Guy P. Gannett, representing Insull, and Frank E. Gannett, representing the International Paper Company, were journalistic rivals arrayed on opposite sides of the financial fence. There is in America's 60 Families no picture of interlocking Gannetts. The Gannetts are not presented as units in any family entity. There is no logic at work here that would imply that Mr. Lewis Gannett by the same token is an Insull tool. In short, I am afraid that it is not my non-existent picture of interlocking Gannetts that is absurd, but that it is Mr. Lewis Gannett's comments on this point that are absurd. Mr. Clapper, leaving behind the Burley Means matter, proceeded further. You never have heard of many of them the families, he wrote, for included are some decaying families who live abroad mostly and ask only that their investments return them dividends sufficient to support them in the style to which they have become accustomed. They don't want to be bothered about industrial problems. They are busy at Monte Carlo or Palm Beach. Active management runs the industries and fixes the policies. Mr. Clapper neglected only to say that this is just what the book states, and that those who dance and gamble at Monte Carlo and Palm Beach have deputized active management to underlings. Mr. Clapper also erred when he said that the book fails to include the Harrimans, Firestones, Weyerhaeusers, Dollars, Chryslers, and Pews. One has only to refer to page 28 or to the index to see that Mr. Clapper was wrong again. Those among the hostile critics who have not questioned the underlying thesis of the book by misquoting Burleigh and Means have made use of other devices. One such critic was that estimable Don Quixote of American liberalism, Oswald Garrison Villard, writing in the Saturday Review of Literature, which proudly billed him as one of the outstanding liberals of the country. It was well that Mr. Villard was thus explicitly described, for one could not have deduced it from his critique. Mr. Villard thought America's 60 Families was a mistake on the whole, even though he said many of the facts contained in it had first been brought to light by himself as a journalist. What Mr. Villard most deplored was that the proprietor families were isolated for study. He did not, like Messrs. Gannett and Clapper, hold that the big proprietors had been thrown out of their companies by independent managements, for he knows that this is not true. But while admitting control by vested interests, Mr. Villard made it clear that he wanted the matter of control expressed in vague terms. Instead of having it said that specific persons were in control, he wanted it said that big business, an abstract metaphysical construct against which Mr. Villard has for years been tilting valiantly, was in control. And if the abstract category of big business is denied him, then, said Mr. Villard, let us refer to international bankers, Wall Street, or the plutocrats, anything abstract that cannot be seen and dealt with. The author of America's 60 Families respectfully submits, however, that when people like Mr. Villard talk about big business they are alluding to nothing more than an allegorical abstraction. There is nothing in the world like big business. One cannot touch big business, see big business, hear big business, taste big business, or indict big business. Nobody ever took a photograph of big business or isolated it under a microscope or in a test tube. Mr. Villard's love of the term big business reminds one very strongly of a speech last winter by Mr. Thomas W. Lamont, of J.P. Morgan and Company, in which Mr. Lamont, denying that Wall Streeters had anything to do with the recession of 1937–38, attributed it all to social and economic forces. Some persons like to talk in similar vein about historical forces. In short, anything to get away from the troublesome Richard Whitneys, Hitlers, and Van Sweringens of this world into the realm of impersonal abstractions. After having demonstrated that he was consciously or unconsciously as worried as were Messrs. Clapper and Gannett about the way America's 60 Families traced power to the specific controllers of society, Mr. Villard, like his two critical confreres, could not refrain from going off the reservation. America's 60 Families in its chapter on journalism gives Mr. Villard credit for having financed The Nation, a liberal weekly. Mr. Villard, however, took umbrage at the statement that his in 511 come is derived from the remnants of a 19th-century fortune. This was set down as a literal fact explanatory only of Mr. Villard's ability to finance The Nation. But Mr. Villard said, I am sure I do not need to tell the readers of this review what a dreadful thing a 19th-century fortune is and what a blight it casts upon its possessors. However, no blight with respect to Mr. Villard was suggested in this connection in America's 60 Families, and one can only feel regretful that he has without warrant read into the text of the book an evident feeling of some sort of subconscious and, one may be sure, unjustified guilt. There is nothing new in it America's 60 Families that I have discovered, said Mr. Villard, employing a time-worn journalistic device with which to affright readers who might be impressed by an outstanding liberal. Mr. Gannett, too, resorted to this ruse. If it is not new, in the sense that it is all immediate revelation, the unspoken argument goes, then the book is obviously not important nor worthy of much attention. Utilizing the same argument in other contexts, we might also say there is nothing new in Shakespeare, the Bible, the Federalist, or the Constitution. Unfortunately for Messrs. Villard and Gannett in this connection, America's 60 Families turned out to be new enough to be the occasion of a national political furor. Mr. Villard, too, expressed himself as disturbed by the lack of objectivity in the book. By objectivity he meant impartiality, I take it, for modern philosophy and psychology give even subjectivity an objective status in the world. Apparently Mr. Villard is out of touch with developments in the world of thought and takes no cognizance of the fact that Dr. John Dewey and other modern thinkers have exploded objectivity, in the sense of treating external matters with aloof impartiality, as just a bogey word. In the best modern thought everything that exists is viewed as objective. But a writer cannot be objective. 7. Aloofly impartial, in the sense of being able successfully to divorce himself from and pass disinterested judgment upon his subject matter. He is himself involved in the social and historical processes about which he is writing. On the other hand, pretense to impartial aloofness, formal objectivity, is nothing but an excessively refined form of cynicism, for what the sedulously objective writer is saying is that all points of view are equally valid and deserve equally tender consideration. In this implicit expression, however, he is being far from objective. He has ranged himself on the side of those obscurantists who say one approach is as good as any other. The social basis of the cry for objectivity in writing about current public affairs is to be found in the desire of the plutocracy and its savants and its critics to escape rigorous critical treatment. If one writes of the status quo and its beneficiaries realistically, calling a thief, one has, it is said, lost objectivity. This the present writer mildly denies. One is, in fact, not being objective if one glosses over such unpleasant facts. One is, in such a case, actually guilty of lack of true objectivity. In what may have been eagerness to disparage the book in the eyes of progressives, while sailing under the gay pennant of liberalism, Mr. Villard overreached himself. He said of the book, as a guidebook to American folly and scandal it has a place. How I hope it will not find its way to Hitler and Mussolini. We have here an interesting coincidence. A writer in the organ of his lifelong friend and Harvard classmate, Mr. Thomas W. Lamont, partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, is worried lest America's 60 Families encourage Hitler and Mussolini to assaults upon an inept democracy. Oddly enough, J.P. Morgan and Company has in the post-war period been the leading spirit in carrying on American financing for Italy. Mr. Lamont is on visiting terms with Mussolini, and after seeing him last year returned to America with the news that a general war in Europe was not likely in the near future. Since this reassuring news, Hitler has without a war, to be sure seized Austria, and the Spanish Civil War has been given increased aid and attention by Hitler and Mussolini. Now, a book is what happens to it, what it does. America's 60 Families has been widely praised by progressives and liberals. Mr. Villard is the only liberal who has lifted his voice against it. The book has not been applauded either by the German or the Italian press. 513. America's 60 Families, far from giving aid or comfort to German or Italian fascists by its criticism of American democracy as it has been and not as it can become, is a direct blow at them, for it is a blow against their natural allies in America, the members of the power-minded upper ruling class that see everything in terms of their own interests. Every repressive and fascist trend in the United States can be traced, on the record, in some way, to this ruling class, which finances the reactionary publications and organizations devoted to spreading race hatred, anti-labor propaganda, and anti-liberal and pro-Nazi views. America's 60 Families is, in general, a book that deals with the American counterparts of those persons that in Europe brought Hitler and Mussolini into power by the backdoors and back alleys of politics. The book can do only severe damage to the fascist idea in the United States, for it impugns with facts the reputed ability of the dominant economic elite to rule in the interests of all society, either through their present agents or through future strong-arm agents. The book's criticisms of American democracy, far from endangering that democracy or suggesting some unpalatable substitute for it, strengthen it by exposing to public view some of its weakest points. Mr. Villard is a libertarian and a humanitarian, but I fear that he was being less than frank and more than a little investment-minded when he pretended to see America's 60 families as of potential assistance to Hitler and Mussolini in breaking down the democratic idea. All the criticisms of the contemporary ruling class in the book are made, indeed, on the assumption that real democracy is to be preferred to spurious democracy. It is interesting to see that Mr. Ralph Thompson, writing in the New York Times, December 8, 1937, had much in common with the viewpoint of Messrs. Gannett, Clapper, and Villard. Like M.R. Villard, Mr. Thompson showed an inadequate conception of objectivity. And like all of these sterling gentlemen, he was at some pains to deny the fundamental thesis of America's 60 families, v1z, that a few persons own and control everything. But Mr. Thompson attacked this aspect in a somewhat different 514 fashion. He said the author showed a lack of discrimination. One has a taste of it right at the beginning. On the second page of the text there appears the dictum that most Americans own nothing beyond a few sticks of furniture and the clothes on their backs. But even as outrageous an exaggeration as this is simply silly, not vital errors. If this is an exaggeration, we must insist that it is vital, for this is the indispensable corollary to the book's thesis that a few own and control everything of pecuniary value in the United States. Mr. Thompson unfortunately must have failed to examine the authorities cited for the observation he questioned, an observation based upon literal fact. And it is a fact advanced not by one authority alone, but by a host of authorities. One of these many authorities is Robert R. Doane, formerly on the staff of the National Bureau of Economic Research. In his measurement of American wealth, Mr. Doane brought out that in reputedly prosperous 1929 about 99% of all citizens had gross incomes of $5,000 or less, and 83% of all liquid wealth was possessed by the 1% that received $5,000 or more annually. Additional authorities to the number of 6 are cited in America's 60 Families at the foot of page 513 for essentially the same analysis. Looking at unequal distribution of wealth in another way, the Brookings Institution in America's Capacity to Consume, 1934, found that nearly 6 million families, or more than 21% of the total, had incomes less than $1,000. About 12 million families, or more than 42%, had incomes less than $1,500. Nearly 20 million families, or 71%, had incomes less than $2,500. Only a little over 2 million families, or 8%, had incomes in excess of $5,000. About 600,000 families, or 2.3%, had incomes in excess of $10,000. The 36,000 families having incomes in excess of $75,000 possessed an aggregate income of $9.8 billion. Thus it appears that 0.1% of the families at the top received practically as much as 42% of the families at the bottom of the scale. The Federal Trade Commission, in its report National Wealth and Income, 1926, estimated that the richest 1% of the population held not less than 59% of the wealth, while the 515 next richest group, comprising about 12% of the population, held not less than 33% of the wealth. The remaining 87% of the population owned only about 8% of the wealth. Late in 1937 the federal unemployment census showed that from 7/2 to 8 million adults were unemployed and without means of support. In a population of approximately 70 million adults, this meant that 10 to 15% of the adult population was completely destitute. A much larger proportion of children and minors was therefore destitute. It is hardly necessary to cite additional data, but more is to be found in abundance, much of it official and final in character. Those who assail this data are, therefore, only quarreling with the facts. The only fundamental difference between Mr. Thompson on one hand and Messrs. Villard, Clapper, and Gannett on the other is that the latter deny the bulk of wealth is owned and controlled by a very few individuals, while the former denies, in the face of the facts, that a vast majority of Americans are excessively poor. The data Messrs. Clapper and Gannett cite on behalf of their notions explode in their faces. Neither Mr. Villard nor Mr. Thompson cites any data at all. Mr. Thompson could not resist the temptation, like these others, of putting some additional spice into his critical pudding, although, like Mr. Gannett, he conceded some superficial value to the book. He began by saying, it would be an exaggeration to say that Ferdinand Lundberg is a calm social thinker and an objective historian. Nevertheless, he has written a significant book, etc. How very little this sort of criticism means one can see by substituting a well-known name for the author of America's 60 Families, without doing any violence to the actual thought in Mr. Thompson's phrase. When we do this we have the following. It would be an exaggeration to say that Jean-Jacques Rousseau is a calm social thinker and an objective historian. Nevertheless, he has written a significant book entitled The Social Contract, and its significance is likely to increase with the years. Again, one may say this. It would be an exaggeration to say that Lord Macaulay is a calm social thinker and an objective historian. Nevertheless, he has writ. 10. A significant book entitled The History of England, and its significance is likely to increase with the years. The lamentable difficulty with objectivity as defined by Messrs. Thompson and Villard is that it is found to exist only when the points of view espoused by critics like Messrs. Thompson and Villard are sustained. As in the case of the other critics, so in Mr. Thompson's case we find some nonsense as well as fundamental error, for Mr. Thompson said, it is possible to argue that the great concentrations of wealth, whether those involved realize it or not, have already been doomed by the trend of American history, and that they have now entered upon a period of ultimate decline. Mr. Thompson, of course, is quite correct here. It is possible to argue this, but only if one is ignorant of or ignores the statistics I have cited. Finally, bewildering his audience completely by his critical agility, Mr. Thompson said that although the book had many faults, was replete with hasty judgments, and gave currency to ridiculous generalizations, it deserved respectful attention. Why, one may ask. The author, for one, sees no reason why a book described as Mr. Thompson describes America's 60 Families should be given any attention at all. Who controls the press? Editor and publisher, which represents American newspaper publishers, in 2 reviews of America's 60 Families, January 22 and February 5, 1938, concentrated upon the chapters dealing with American journalism. But, it is instructive to see, it, too, was mainly preoccupied, like the aforementioned critics, with the idea of concentrated ownership and control. In the face of the bare facts given in the book, editor and publisher denied that the press is controlled by the individual members of the plutocracy. Very diligently editor and publisher went to the trouble of tabulating the newspaper properties owned by the wealthy families as given in America's 60 Families. It reported that 42 are found to have no press connections whatever. In doing so it conveniently assumed that there had been an exhaustive cataloging of all the press connections of the faction of great wealth, whereas there had 517 been only a suggestive outlining of a great many of these connections. The editor and publisher breakdown showed that America's 60 Families accounted for the press connections of approximately 30% of the wealthy families. Triumphantly, editor and publisher listed the wealthy families to which America's 60 Families attributed no explicit press connections. Editor and publisher, however, carefully avoided saying that these families had no press connections whatever. It said only that America's 60 Families did not connect them with any publishing property. Now, selectivity is necessary in writing any book conceived as less voluminous in scope than an encyclopedia, and the author of America's 60 Families obviously could not list every press connection of the plutocrats. But let us see what comfort there is for editor and publisher in the judicious omissions by the author of America's 60 Families. Editor and publisher pointed out that no press connection is given for the Flagler, Standard Oil, family. The author has evidence, however, which shows that at one time virtually every important newspaper in Florida was under the late Henry M. Flagler's thumb, owned, subsidized, or controlled. Today the Louisville Courier-Journal and the Louisville Times are owned by the family of Robert Worth Bingham, who married Flagler's widow and principal heir. This ownership and connection is set forth in America's 60 Families, although editor and publisher ignored it. Editor and publisher also pointed out that no press connection is given for the Pratt, Standard Oil, family. The author, however, has documentary evidence showing that the Pratts had an interest in the Brooklyn Daily Eagle as of 1937. The family of James J. Hill is also cited as one for which no journalistic connection is given. In 1896 James J. Hill bought the St. Paul Globe and at different times owned various newspapers throughout the Northwest, where his railroad operated. The Huntington family was also pointed out by editor and publisher as one having no press connection, yet the late Collis P. Huntington owned many newspapers, including the Old New York Advertiser as well as Pacific Coast Publications. The Gould family has no press connection established in Amer. ICA's 60 Families, editor and publisher said. Yet Jay Gould, through his dominance of the Western Union Telegraph Company, for many years exerted an extraordinary influence over newspapers and news distributing agencies, as was testified by Charles Francis Adams, according to the memoirs of Clarence W. Barron. Adams, president of the Union Pacific Railway, told Barron how Gould would undermine the position of a rival by planting rumors in the press of the nation reflecting upon the rival's credit. Editor and publisher, in short, disliked the thesis that the American press is ruled, owned, and dominated by the plutocracy, and, to combat the argument, tried to take advantage of the fact that America's 60 Families is not a catalog of plutocratic press connections. The argument, however, stands, supported by the extensive evidence cited in the book and by equally extensive evidence retained by the author for the further confirmation of his thesis. Editor and publisher claimed, erroneously, that William Randolph Hearst and Frank E. Gannett had been left out of the plutocratic circle of press control in America's 60 Families. The book, however, places Hearst among a secondary group of 90 large proprietor families that share in control of the press, and it shows that Gannett has been financed by the International Paper Company, Mills, Reed, et.al. Now, although it can be easily shown that a decisive majority of the families of wealth in America have or have had some significant connection with the journalistic enterprises of America, this was not, indeed, the argument at all in America's 60 Families. Editor and publisher, apparently thinking it safe to do, shifted the argument after stating the thesis of the book with respect to journalistic enterprises. This thesis was, briefly, this: the journalism of the United States, from top to bottom, is the personal affair bought and paid for of the wealthy families. There is little in American journalism today, good or bad, which does not emanate from the family dynasties. The press lords of America are actually to be found among the multimillionaire families. Page 244. This is somewhat different from arguing that every wealthy family has a journalistic connection, which is not nearly so important as saying that few journalistic enterprises are unconnected with the 519 wealthy families. But even with the twist given to the thesis for its own convenience, editor and publisher is refuted by the facts. The thesis of America's 60 Families concerning journalism remains unshaken. No group that has come to economic power has been without direct or indirect press representation. Newspapers are instruments, like educational institutions, of economic, social, and political class control. Every publication in the world, of whatever nature, represents some interest, usually some privileged group. It is only a question of searching to find the interest. Having discovered what it considered a great deficiency in America's 60 families, editor and publisher went on to detect wholesale alleged errors. For the most part it flatly contradicted many statements set down as facts about newspapers, although, peculiarly enough, the files of editor and publisher were the main source of the author for the questioned facts. Editor and publisher, in other words, on the spur of the moment, merely denied the truth of news articles it had printed. There is no proof in America's 60 families of the assertion that the small daily and weekly press is dependent upon political revenues, said editor and publisher, yet it had noticed that Frank Kent, political editor of the Baltimore Sun and probably one of the keenest practical journalistic experts on American politics, is cited as authority. However, no single authority for this statement is really needed, for it is a clearly established fact on the record, much of which is cited in America's 60 families, that a large proportion of political campaign funds is siphoned into newspapers. Editor and publisher, with deceptive ingenuousness, took this to mean payment for political advertising, but this was neither said nor implied. What was meant was secret, lump payments for editorial policy and not for avowed advertising. What was meant was flat subsidy, paid over the counter and not entered upon the books. It would take up too much space here to cite even the recorded instances of such payments. In addition to crude secret payments given the county press, there are subsidies available in more generalized forms. One of these politically invoked press subsidies is the low second-class mailing rate for newspapers and magazines, which, for newspapers and magazines, according to Time, January 17, 1938, page 32, cost the government a little more than $40 million for the year ended June 30, 1937. As this deficiency is recurrent, the loss in revenue to the government in 20-year cycles is now at the rate of nearly $1 billion. Another politically created press subsidy was until recently the federal tax law, which permitted newspapers owned by complicated holding structures to charge off losses in one division against huge profits in another, thereby making possible low federal tax payments. The New Deal knocked over this gravy bowl. Editor and publisher, seeking to create the impression that the book was replete with errors, questioned the statement that 1,000 newspapers have been discontinued in the United States since the war. It said that this statement could not refer to dailies, as fewer than 600 daily newspapers had been discontinued. The figure, however, clearly referred to biweeklies and tri-weeklies as well as dailies, so there is not much point to editor and publisher's carping in this connection. Legitimate criticism. An example of how editor and publisher unwittingly questioned the authentic data given by its own back numbers was provided when it denied that the Hanna family has an interest in the Cleveland Plain Dealer, as stated in America's 60 Families. Editor and publisher, October 8, 1932, itself related that the Cleveland News had been merged with the Cleveland Plain Dealer, through the agency of the newly formed Forest City Publishing Company. The Hanna newspaper interest was retained through this company. But in its January 22, 1938, review of America's 60 Families, editor and publisher erroneously said that the two newspapers in Cleveland owned the Forest City Publishing Company. A gross misunderstanding by the editor and publisher reviewer led him to believe that the subsidiaries owned the holding company. What the object of such an anomalous arrangement might be was not explained. What editor and publisher was doing here was to cover up the fact that the same interests owned a Republican and a Democratic newspaper, giving them 2/3 of the daily newspapers in Cleve. / 521. Land, where there is only one other newspaper, the Scripps Howard Press. Editor and publisher also perversely took the author to task for saying the Baltimore Sun, unlike many other newspapers, was not owned by finance capitalists but by its leading executives. It then went on to demonstrate that it did not understand finance capitalists to mean bankers, which is what the term actually means. Editor and publisher indicated that it thought finance capitalists meant simple businessmen. It said the majority stockholder of the Sun was Harry C. Black, chairman of its board of directors. Is not this ownership by a leading executive, as America's 60 Families truly states? Having stigmatized as errors of fact these and other correct statements in America's 60 Families, editor and publisher continued smugly, the above are a few of the elementary factual inaccuracies noted in a casual reading. We have no doubt that a careful analysis would reveal many more, and innumerable innuendos and inferences without basis in fact. The author of America's 60 Families could with equal ease proceed to demolish the maladroit theses of other hostile reviewers, but enough has been done in this review to indicate how readily the criticisms collapse. The discerning reader can continue the analysis along similar lines at his own discretion. In doing so he should observe, however, that the hostile critiques have confined themselves in matters of details to fewer than 10 pages of the book. Chapters 3 through 6 and 8 through 11, dealing with the pecuniary control of the national political apparatus and the corrupt favors obtained through this control, and with the nature of the philanthropies, educational enterprises, and personal expenditures of the wealthy, were not touched upon in any detail at all. The analysis of the New Deal, which accounts for the animosity displayed toward it on grounds other than a non-existent radicalism, was also gingerly avoided. However, there is a lesson to be learned from these hostile criticisms. The lesson is that these reviewers and the points of interest they represent do not want America's 60 Families to be read. Although it is significant, deserves respectful attention, and con. 522 contains a mass of facts, it nevertheless contains nothing new, nothing that has not been printed before, and nothing that requires attention. And, despite its heavy documentation, it is false from cover to cover. Why, then, all the excitement? Those who have read the book know, of course, that the daily newspapers are thoroughly exposed in it for what they are. In general, the sharpest attacks against the book have come from those publications that have been exposed in it. Some publications have, however, refused to review it at all. The reasons for their muteness will not be plain except to those persons that have perused the book. 99 cents. A note on the Whitney affair. On March 8, 1938, the Vatican solemnly announced that J.P. Morgan and Thomas W. Lamont, members of the banking house of J.P. Morgan and Company, had, in recognition of their distinguished works, been made Knights of St. Gregory by the Pope. A few hours later the New York Stock Exchange suspended Richard Whitney and Company for insolvency, and turned over to the Attorney General of New York records betraying gross irregularities in the firm's affairs. 2 days later Whitney was unceremoniously indicted for grand larceny. Soon afterward he was again indicted, and was arrested as well by the Attorney General of New York State, who charged him with theft. It transpired that Whitney, described as haughty by the New York Times and as arrogant by Time magazine, had made it a regular but surreptitious practice since 1932 to hypothecate for his personal benefit securities belonging to his customers and others, and that his personal speculations in stock of the Distilled Liquors Corporation had gone so badly that he was in the end unable to make good, although he had been generously advanced funds by some of the biggest banks in Wall Street. His shortages, the Attorney General's office reported, amounted to at least $6 million. Not only this, but Whitney, as treasurer, had taken bonds of the New York Yacht Club from the club's safety deposit vault to pledge as surety against a personal bank loan. Whitney, arraigned, promptly pleaded guilty to all charges and took all blame upon himself, including culpability, even though he 523 admitted he was not an accountant, for having set up a complicated and obscurantic control account in his office. Nobody knew anything about his affairs, said Whitney, he had consulted with no one, he insisted. The suspicion that Whitney was pleading guilty with such eager celerity simply to block thorough investigation was voiced in the New York Times, March 22, when it said, Richard Whitney was subjected yesterday to the public questioning against which his counsel protested last week, as being forestalled by his pleas of guilty to grand larceny. By acknowledging his guilt, Whitney placed himself in jeopardy of a jail sentence of 5 to 10 years, which was duly imposed on April 11, 1938. The truly extraordinary circumstance about the case was this plea of guilty, for it was one of the few times since the Civil War that a member of the inner financial oligarchy of the United States had ever felt obliged to admit any serious wrongdoing. How was Whitney connected? But what has Richard Whitney to do with America's wealthiest families? Who was Richard Whitney, whose career should terminate with such a sardonic comment upon itself? Before answering briefly, the reader may recall that some horrified critics of America's 60 Families have denounced its author as a muckraker, have described his conclusions as overdrawn, exaggerated, overwrought, or, even though true, as given unwarranted force because they are concentrated within the covers of a single book. The affair of Richard Whitney has come to the surface, however, as living, immediate verification of the truth of the serious accusations made in America's 60 Families against the coterie of big wealth. But there was, in reality, nothing at all fundamentally extraordinary about the Whitney situation. Such peculations are, as America's 60 Families shows, taking place all the time in upper-class circles. True, it is now said that Whitney was not representative. It was also said, one may remember, that the cases of Charles E. Mitchell, president of the second largest bank in the country, and Albert H. Wiggin, president of the largest bank, were not representative. Mitchell was acquitted of income tax evasion, but the Supreme Court held he was nevertheless to pay the amount in dispute. Wiggin, faced by civil suits, had to make cash settlements with stockholders. It was argued, too, that Kroeger, working through the old established house of Lee, Higginson and Company, Insull, Marcus Singer, et.al., were not representative. Richard Whitney, an active field marshal in the junta of great wealth, one of its subordinate strategists in the gigantic and continuous operation of retaining social, economic, and political control, was of the crème de la crème of America's ruling class. And Richard Whitney was, as the New York Journal aptly said, Wall Street's White Knight. E.H. Simmons, a former president of the stock exchange, testified about Whitney that no imagination of the wildest kind would have reached to the thought that Mr. Whitney might do anything wrong. There could not be the slightest suspicion of Mr. Whitney. A good part of this attitude, of course, was sheer snobbery based only on the fact that Whitney carried gilt-edged social passports and was, moreover, closely associated with the Morgan partners. Born in Beverly, Massachusetts, in 1888, Richard Whitney was the son of George Whitney, a Boston bank president whose forebears had emigrated from England on the Arabella, the ship which in 1630 followed the Mayflower to the New World. He was also the nephew of Edward Whitney, a one-time partner of J.P. Morgan and Company. In preparation for his career as a gold-plated anarchist who would operate above all suspicion, he attended the upper-class Groton School and was given his bachelor's degree by Harvard University in 1911 after remaining in graceful residence for 3 years. The family to which Richard Whitney belonged had, incidentally, no connection with the Whitney Group associated with the Standard Oil Company. At Harvard, young Whitney was, by reason of his pedigree, one of the campus nabobs. He became a member of the ultra-refined Porcelain Club, from which the wrong people are, in observance of a curiously whimsical tradition, rigorously excluded. He was, indeed, wearing the emblematic pig of the lofty Porcelains when he was arrested, fingerprinted, and photographed. 2 years after leaving Harvard, young Whitney, with a loan $525 from his uncle, bought a seat on the stock exchange, prepared to work his way up from the bottom of the ladder. His brother, George, a Harvard porcelain man of the class of 1907, had preceded him to Wall Street, first joining the old established Boston banking firm of Kidder, Peabody and Company immediately after his graduation, later becoming a Morgan partner. Kidder, Peabody and Company was closely associated with J.P. Morgan and Company, which only recently reorganized it. In 1916 Richard Whitney married Mrs. Samuel S. Sands, a young widow who was the daughter of George R. Sheldon, New York banker, former president of the Union League Club, business associate of the elder J.P. Morgan, and treasurer of the Republican National Committee. Mrs. Sands was the daughter-in-law of M.R.S. William K. Vanderbilt through her earlier marriage to Mrs. Vanderbilt's son by a former husband. Richard's brother George had also married well in 1914, when he became the husband of Martha Beatrix Bacon, daughter of Robert Bacon, former Morgan partner, member of the Taft cabinet, ambassador to France, and a political agent in general for Wall Street. The Bacons were also Bostonians, Harvardians, etc., although since becoming connected with J.P. Morgan and Company they have concentrated on New York and national affairs. The elder Bacon at one time was associated with Lee, Higginson and Company. Robert Lowe Bacon, a son, is today a member of Congress. Gaspar Griswold Bacon, another son, is a lawyer and an overseer of Harvard University. A Morgan broker. Richard Whitney and Company was formed in the year of Richard Whitney's marriage. It soon became known as one of the brokerage houses closely affiliated with J.P. Morgan and Company, handling Morgan business. Although he was of conscript age, Richard Whitney did not serve in the armed forces during the World War. By 1928 he had advanced himself so that he was vice president of the stock exchange and a member of its board of governors. In recognition of what was regarded as distinguished services during the 1929 panic, he was allowed to serve as president of the exchange from May, 1930, to May, 1935. 526. It is instructive to observe, in connection with the thesis of America's 60 families, that a relatively few closely interrelated families of wealth dominate the financial and economic life of the United States, that through Richard Whitney the firm of J.P. Morgan and Company had as an agent the senior officer of the stock exchange. Similar associates of the wealthy families are found strewn about in strategic financial, political, academic, journalistic, judicial, commercial, and public administrative posts of every conceivable type. Some have been humbly born, but have married well. Others are to the manner born but are poor relations of rich stockholders or the relatives by marriage of successful business partners from the lower classes. As a member of the Board of Governors of the Stock Exchange, Richard Whitney did not object to the listing of Van Sweringen stock before the market crash of 1929, although a warning had been written by a technical expert of the stock exchange that the issue was not above suspicion as contrary to the public interest. Richard Whitney was one of the governors whose names appeared on the Morgan stock favor list as a recipient of some of this same Van Sweringen stock at a price substantially below the market price. These facts were adduced in Senate investigations of Wall Street, against which the controlled newspapers of Wall Street protested as blows to public confidence in business and businessmen, by which they merely meant the small coterie of the richest beneficiaries of the business system rather than business and businessmen in general. There were further Whitney connections with the reigning family groups. Whitney testified at the public hearing of the Securities and Exchange Commission about his case that he had obtained unsecured loans of $100,000 each from Harold S. Vanderbilt and the late George F. Baker II, and a loan of $50,000 from Marshall Field III. As the privileged field marshal of great wealth, he had also obtained large unsecured loans from lesser figures of the Wall Street community like Frank Crocker, J. A. Sweetser, Herbert Wellington, Otto Abraham, J. W. Prentice, George H. Bull, J. B. Mabin, and E. A. Pierce. Most of these latter were prominent brokers. Richard Whitney and Company, although not well known to 527. The public, did a large and, until recently, lucrative business owing to its intimate relationship with J.P. Morgan and Company. As pointed out by District Attorney Thomas E. Dewey in a memorandum handed up to the Court of General Sessions before Whitney was sentenced, the Whitney brokerage firm had over a period of years handled an average of more than 10% of the entire bond transactions on the New York Stock Exchange, and its customers had included some of the largest banks. Whitney leaped to national prominence as an ostensible public savior at 1:30 p.m. on October 24, 1929, the blackest moment of Black Thursday, when he placed a dramatic order for 10,000 shares of U.S. Steel common at $205. In the next hour and a half, darting ostentatiously around the floor of the stock exchange, he showed the stuff of which heroes are made by placing bids for a score of stocks in similar huge lots. His orders aggregated in all an estimated $20 million to $30 million. It was informally reported that he was acting for J.P. Morgan and Company, and the report was not denied. In the next 5 years, Whitney achieved even greater prominence by defying investigators of the Senate Committee on Banking and Currency in 1933 and fighting vehemently against the enactment of effective restrictive and regulative provisions in the Securities and Exchange Act. It was, poetically, the increased regulation inaugurated and stimulated by the New Deal of Franklin D. Roosevelt that entangled the erring Whitney in its net. From 1932 onward, Whitney made bellicose speeches before business groups in many parts of the country against government interference with Wall Street or the stock exchange, which he termed a perfect institution. As the stock exchange was one of the central mechanisms for controlling the money and credit of the country, there was ample reason for alarm on the part of Whitney and his associates. Whitney, in short, was an ardent anti-New Dealer. As a big figure in Wall Street, with a brother believed to be the coming directing influence of J.P. Morgan and Company, Richard Whitney became treasurer of the New York Yacht Club, director of the Corn Exchange Bank, not a Morgan institution as the term is understood in Wall Street, and master of the Essex Foxhounds. 528. At Far Hills, New Jersey, where he had an extensive estate, a 27-room house, and palatial stables filled with blooded steeds, in New York City he owned a $210,000 townhouse. His corporate directorates were, however, confined for the most part to small semi-speculative personal enterprises in which he was the dominant factor. The only Morgan directorate he held was in the Morris and Essex Railroad, a subsidiary of the Delaware, Lackawanna, and Western Railroad, Morgan. His brother, however, held many important corporation posts. The exalted social position of George Whitney is, however, perhaps best indicated by pointing to the fact that he is a member of the small and select financial coterie that sits as overseers of Harvard University. Richard Whitney was, ironically, a member of the visiting committee in the economics department of Harvard University, under the chairmanship of Walter Lippmann. Richard Whitney's illegal practices had been going on, it was fully demonstrated, even while he was president of the stock exchange and even while he was freely advising the government and the public what the country really needed to make it prosperous. The plain fact is that Whitney was against regulation because it made it difficult for him to function improperly, as the upper circles of Wall Street have been, in various ways, functioning for decades, according to the official findings of numerous governmental investigating bodies. Although J.P. Morgan and Company may not have been fully cognizant of Richard Whitney's affairs, it knew a good deal more about them than Richard Whitney admitted at public hearings, according to the memorandum of District Attorney Dewey. According to this memorandum, as early as the spring of 1931, Francis D. Bartow, a partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, who was also a director of the Corn Exchange Bank Trust Company, noticed that the bank had made an unsecured loan to the defendant in the sum of $300,000. At that time the defendant was president of the New York Stock Exchange and was also a director of the Corn Exchange Bank Trust Company. The impropriety whereby the defendant, who was in the securities business, procured an unsecured loan from a bank of which he was a director was called by 529. Mr. Bartow to the attention of the defendant's brother, Mr. George Whitney, who was also a partner of J.P. Morgan and Company. Mr. George Whitney agreed that, in view of the defendant's position, the transaction was improper. On June 29, 1931, the defendant borrowed from J.P. Morgan and Company the sum of $500,000, which, to the extent of $200,000, was used to liquidate the Corn Exchange Bank loan to the defendant. This loan by J.P. Morgan and Company was subsequently reduced to $474,000 and remained unpaid at the date of the failure on March 8, 1938, after successive renewals. J.P. Morgan and Company to the rescue. J.P. Morgan and Company, in other words, bailed Richard Whitney out of an improper loan. The records of the Corn Exchange Bank Trust Company, continued the Dewey Memorandum, disclose that as early as June 6, 1932, shares of the stock of the Corporation Trust Company were unlawfully pledged by the defendant as collateral for an overnight loan of Richard Whitney and Company in the amount of $200,000. Similarly, from April 29, 1936, until November 26, 1937, the same stock was pledged by the defendant with the Corn Exchange Bank Trust Company as part security for a loan of Richard Whitney and Company in the amount of $200,000. During this period, Central Hanover Bank and Trust Company, as co-trustee of the Sheldon estate, had requested the defendant to surrender custody of the securities constituting the corpus of the trust in conformity with the regulations of the State Banking Department. After some discussion and correspondence, the defendant categorically refused to comply with this request on the ground that the securities in question were just as safe in his custody as in that of the bank. The inner meaning of this is that a broker closely associated with J.P. Morgan and Company, his head kept above water only by a Morgan loan, was able successfully to defy a big bank that is not a Morgan institution. In December 1936, said the Dewey Memorandum, the 530 wholesome condition of the defendant's business affairs first came to the attention of his brother, Mr. George Whitney, who then discovered that the defendant had borrowed substantial sums from various friends, and that he had used securities belonging to others. Although these transactions had apparently been authorized by the owners of the securities so utilized, Mr. George Whitney advised the defendant that they were detrimental to his credit and created an undesirable situation in view of the defendant's prominent position in financial circles and his business relations with the firm of J.P. Morgan and Company. Accordingly, at Mr. George Whitney's request, the defendant furnished a memorandum of his financial condition, which was reviewed by Mr. George Whitney and also by Henry P. Davison, another partner of J.P. Morgan and Company. On January 8, 1937, Mr. George Whitney made a personal loan to the defendant of $650,000 for the purpose of repaying the money the defendant had borrowed from Mr. Baker and of releasing the securities belonging to the other three individuals. George Whitney insisted at this point on having an audited statement of Richard Whitney and Company. He was given a false financial statement, apparently not independently certified by accountants. Mr. George Whitney questioned his brother at length concerning the solvency of the firm, to which questions the defendant now concedes that he gave untruthful answers, according to the Dewey Memorandum. Mr. George Whitney states that he was finally satisfied, as a result of the defendant's representations, that Richard Whitney and Company was solvent. On the afternoon of March 5, 1938, after his brother George had left for Florida unaware that the stock exchange felt impelled by some obscure reason, according to Dewey, to push ahead with the case, Richard Whitney informed Mr. Bartow of the true state of affairs, according to the Dewey report. Mr. Bartow said that he could not offer any advice or assistance, but agreed to confer with counsel, said the Dewey report. From then until the failure, according to the Dewey Memorandum, Mr. Bartow consulted with J.P. Morgan and the Morgan lawyers, who advised that the banking house or its partners could not properly assist in view of 531. Richard Whitney's criminal offenses. Further assistance to Richard Whitney was apparently withheld owing to the danger of assisting someone to escape the consequences of a felony. The SEC learned that a large number of Wall Street people had known for some time that Whitney was in difficulties. T.W. Lamont had contributed to a Whitney loan in November 1937. A unique malefactor. Whitney's case diverged saliently from that of preceding Wall Street malefactors in one important particular that deserves notice: Whitney did not mulct the general public as others have done. His clients were relatives and close associates and big banks, which from the strictly Wall Street point of view only made his truancy more heinous. The brusque treatment Richard Whitney has been accorded by newspapers and prosecutors, therefore, has been provoked not because he cheated the public but because he betrayed a fiduciary responsibility to members of his own class, including his wife, his stepson, a sister-in-law, fellow club members, partners, and banks. As America's 60 Families makes clear, it is extremely difficult to amass and retain a large fortune by honest methods. It can be done, and it has been done, although the day is gone when it can be done easily. In view of this, those persons who desire to amass and retain much money and power see to it that loopholes exist which they can conveniently utilize in their own interest. The loopholes are especially essential in maintaining discretionary control over other people's money, which the Richard Whitneys of this world find it so pleasant to use. It was, indeed, the wider implications of the Whitney affair that were the most significant and the most sinister, for it appears, after all, that Whitney had been indulging only in practices that were quite general and that, in his case, led by pure mischance to the abyss. The New Republic, April 6, 1938, touched upon some of these wider implications when it said Wall Street in the Whitney case was trying to keep the finger of suspicion pointed only at the central figure. For example, there is the matter of the $1 million fund created to protect widows and orphans of the exchange. Members. Bigwigs of the exchange are appointed trustees to safeguard this fund. Government authorities now believe that some, at least, of these trustees have used their power over the fund so as to give themselves commissions, and have rotated the fund from one trustee to another for their personal benefit. This is why, according to a seemingly well-informed article in the Scripps Howard newspapers, the securities of the fund were in Richard Whitney's hands instead of in a safe place. They should have been turned over to another man last summer, but he was unable to get them until November. This incident proved, or should have proved, to exchange leaders that something was wrong. If they knew, why did they not act? If they did not know, how can they explain their incredible ignorance? Their ignorance was equally incredible regarding manipulation of a listed stock in which Whitney's firm created a corner. Richard Whitney's brother, George, a member of the firm of J.P. Morgan, having already loaned his brother $2 million, last November gave him another $1 million. In spite of this, the records do not indicate that he suspected anything was wrong. The New York Trust Company is a big bank within the sphere of influence of J.P. Morgan and Company. It lent Richard Whitney money on the security of his vast country estate and agreed to conceal the fact that the property was being mortgaged. Did the bank suspect nothing was wrong? If so, what a naive, what an innocent, what a trusting attitude it took. The New Republic observed in conclusion that the New York Sun, which frequently runs journalistic errands for Morgans, exonerated everybody else in Wall Street while writing sob stories about Whitney. Serious as were Richard Whitney's own acts, said the New Republic justly, in our judgment the attitude of others in Wall Street is even more serious. Added point to the observations of the New Republic was given several days later when the report of J.N. Stanislaus, of the Probation Office of the Court of General Sessions, appeared. This report remarked upon an over-anxiety on the part of Richard Whitney that suggested he may be shielding someone, but who or for what particular reason are questions yet to be answered. This 533 judgment was based upon the unusually guarded way Whitney discussed his thefts while talking freely about other matters. The case of Richard Whitney, to conclude, is a contemporary, fresh reminder of the thesis in America's 60 Families that hostile and pseudo-friendly critics have tried to conceal from the public. Faithless men of great wealth from a small irresponsible group are in control of the levers of society and move these levers in their own wayward interest.